Good evening, folks, and welcome once again to the Road to the International with a North American Close qualifier. And we are heading over to the over halfway point. So the last 2 days, and like Trent said, the penultimate day is upon us with 6 teams still remaining in the tournament. And after today, we're only going to have 3 remaining, fighting for that one spot from North America to qualify for the Road to the International's next phase. Trent, we've already seen 2 days of action. We've had quite a lot of 2-0s on the board, and I think Nouns has only been the team so far that has been stretching into 3-map series. And we're going to be eliminating two teams right away at the start of the day.
Yes, that's right. You're here just in time, folks. Morning on the West Coast, afternoon over here, or the middle of the night. Well, not the middle of the night. It's the evening for our European friends. So it's the perfect time to watch lots of beautiful Dota. And yeah, I mean, I love the lower bracket, and that's exactly where we are. Apex Genesis versus the Hut first off, and then Grin Esports versus the 4 Amigos. So it's looking good, and we're just getting our lobby all sorted out here for you folks.
Yeah, and after that, we're going to be watching Shopify Rebellion versus Nouns, and of course the lower bracket. Well, technically final. You could say it's around 3 in this case, where we are going to be watching the 2 victors from our first 2 series today, as we can look at the schedule as well. What is up for today? That is up for grabs. And I think a lot of people are looking forward to that Shopify versus Nouns series later on today, because it kind of is a pre-taste of potentially the finals, unless one of these lower bracket teams is going to pull off the Cinderella story, as we always say in the TI runs.
You never know. It could happen. Dota's closer than it's ever been around those parts up top. But, I mean, so far, of course, they have proven to be a little bit of a cut above. That's why those who are still up in the upper bracket and these 4 teams you see up top are down here, down in the lower bracket. And it looks like we have everyone. So, good start to the day here, folks. I mean, 1 minute after, we've got all the players in the lobby, and we're already getting things going. Shout outs to our admins. Thank you very much. It's looking good.
All is going swimmingly so far, and as we can soon dive into the draft of this first matchup, we could quickly talk about Apex Genesis and the Hut. Apex Genesis, they got a def loss to the next round. They took a 3-game series, winning the first game versus Nouns, but unfortunately they just ran a bit dry at the end of that series, getting knocked into the lower bracket. Meanwhile, the Hut, they had to play Grin, 2-0'd. They got to play the Chapulines in the lower bracket, got a 2-0, and now this is where they're going to be standing right now against one of the tougher opponents, a pretty high seed as well from the NA qualifier. It is a tough battle for the Hut, sure, but I still think that they can do it. You know, Apex Genesis, they looked slightly fatigued, even if it was their first series of the tournament when we watched them yesterday.
They got some spice. They busted out a Huskar mid. I caught some of that, so that was pretty entertaining. A hero that is being written off by a lot of people right now as being utterly useless, but apparently not. And they really didn't have many good options there. He just kind of crushed mid and did Huskar things. So that hero is certainly going to be on the mind here, I would think. And I don't know, maybe the Meepo too. Like, I know it's only been Nouns, but I wonder if other teams are being like, yo, does anyone want to play Meepo? Because it does seem pretty strong, and if no one knows you play it, this is the time to try and bust it out, right?
Yeah. I mean, exactly that. Like, Meepo definitely could be a hero that's going to start arising more with these teams. And it feels like even, like, Meepo used to be so hard locked into, like, you need a cheese player to run it. But the talks I've had with Lizard, you can now run it as a support. Totally works. And even in, like, in the offlane position. Like, it's wild how many positions you can now fit this hero into.
Hopefully we'll get some more of it. For now, it's going to be the old standards. Maybe, I guess, the Tiny slightly surprising because he hasn't looked very good in a lot of our games, but people are still trying to make him work, and he'll just be removed very early on here.
I just got 2 heroes I still want to see in the course of this tournament.
Okay.
1 is the mid Phoenix. 2 is Wish Tinker.
Well, we'll put the Tinker on the back burner. I don't know about that one. that one I'm a little out on. Support Tinker, okay. Wish Tinker, I don't think so. Maybe. Yes, that's a good point. We still we managed to get a few heroes knocked off our list of unpicked and well, it's mostly just unpicked list, really. But still some pretty big names on there. I mean, the Bat Rider has not been played yet. I feel like that hero's got some questions as to how strong he might be. The Marcy still seems fine to me. The Spearbreaker's never been played, We've seen it banned a few times. Now it's been let through. And then most importantly, currently the Storm Spirit, he has been picked and banned quite a bit. But he's still in this draft right now as Apex Genesis want to start things off here with the Weaver.
It would be interesting if we're going to see one of those Storm Coddle combinations you were talking about, it being one of the strongest pair-ups here for the Storm Spirit currently, getting that double mana, all the benefit from Chakra, it's like a hybrid relocate in a way. Coddle can just bring you right over to where the action is going to be with that recall. Just get your action rolling from there. But Weaver, I'm interested about this one. You know, a hero that just ramps up so early in damage output, but still that very squishy hero in the laning stage. And is the Hut going to address it with like a really strong offlaner? Like, say, Centaur has been one of those good answers. You have one stun, maybe your 4 also has another stun. You can burst down the Weaver right away if that ends up being a carry, that is.
Gotta say, this doesn't fill me with a lot of confidence, though. You're talking about like some counter picks or something. I mean, Crystal, she is in some ways okay versus Weaver because she does have a very low cooldown and powerful root, but you know, we got some big ticket heroes left in the pool. They must be setting up for something here. The main thing for me is I'm definitely just banning Storm, I think. If I'm Apex Genesis, I don't really want to have to deal with that.
5 seconds remaining.
Seems like a safe
Don't
bet.
have to worry about if they take it out. Still their full reserve time here. The Hut almost burnt all of their reserve time. It's been them thinking mostly about those first phase bans, and Apex Genesis kind of smiling a bit. They're like, well, they're going to have to rush their draft towards the later parts, but hopefully they have a plan built up together, not a leaking roof. They ban out the DK and the Hut. You get a ban and a pick.
Okay, fair enough. So if you wanted to, you could like just straight up get the Storm now and then grab the Coddle or something after. That is a little bit all in to go Crystal Maiden, Coddle, and Storm, but if they, maybe saw how Nouns did it, it did look really strong. It kind of felt like you could just play a whole game around and feel good. And I think in terms of the big heroes that have shown that they're capable of doing that, like the Wish DK, I think was it Wish DK? It was, right? Who went absolutely crazy in game one, versus Nouns. Like that was really nice. Like DK, TA, Storm, Shadow Fiend, I think are heroes that right now look like you can plan your whole game around it and feel really good. But they're gonna go for this Pudge, so they've been picking this a lot.
They have. That's going to be the 5th Pudge pick so far. Currently sitting 3-1. And I actually want to look up who did have that one loss. It was Thana. So Thana's the only one who has lost with it. I think that was either yesterday or the day before. The wins are on B-God, Arteezy, and Copy.
Yeah, this was B-God. He busted out. They picked it relatively early. Same thing last night, and then eventually they wound up with the Huskar too. But this was the position 4 Pudge. So
yes,
potentially they're like, oh well, we can keep it as a flex. Like you can't pick certain heroes. Like traditionally, like Noga Siren. Oh, you don't want to pick that hero now because we got the Pudge counter. We'll send it off lane. Or like maybe they got all 3 roles. Or 4 rolls, I guess, potentially, with Pudge right now.
Yeah.
But could also just be locked in straight up for B-God. And he did go for the cool facet, the long hook. So we like that.
Flayer's hook. Oh yeah, that's a great one. I feel like it got buffed a lot. I was doing some experimentation the moment they buffed it out. And honestly, the biggest buff the spell actually got was the movement speed of the projectile. That is literally the best thing about it. Of course, the damage output is slightly higher than your regular hook. Of course, that hook will always do damage no matter what the distance is. But if you get even above 50% of that hook range, you're already doing more with it. You can actually cap it at level 15 with 150 damage talent, and you can do around 700 to 800 damage if you have Aether Lens, and if you have, say, a headband, which I think is a very natural item to pick up on a support Pudge, you're doing about 850 damage at level 15. And I think that's a lot of pure damage.
What? I actually didn't realize that they upped the speed. That's crazy. So the projectile speed...
That's the biggest buff on it.
Yeah, that's crazy. Why? That should be listed on the facet, maybe. Because it still doesn't even say it on the facet. I guess it does say cast range 1495, but you have to then be like, oh, right, that's bigger. But it doesn't actually say in the in the actual description of it that was a... I mean, it was a recent buff, but...
Yeah, they added 15% to the range and the speed.
That's crazy. Yeah, the speed sounds amazing. Speed is huge when it comes to the hook.
And you were talking about this Pango as well when we're going ahead with this draft. The Hoodwink Pangolier answer to the Pudge. We did see a pretty sick Pango yesterday.
We did, yeah. I was doing my research coming into this because I noticed that several players have been picking up Pango, even though it's typical Pango, right? It's like losing pubs, 40% win rate, and yet everyone's playing it. Wish had been playing it a little bit. He's already played another 3 games today. Spoiler alert, he lost all 3 as Pango. So not having the best day on his Pango, but that just means he's getting all the kinks out, I guess, and hopefully it'll go a little bit better. So here's the thing about the Pango that I have discovered there, folks. Now with Rolling Thunder, the bounce, since it's now an attack, can apply Lucky Shot. That's pretty cool, so that you can get your minus armor when you roll through someone. Now, keep in mind, it's only a 17% chance. Downside, if you actually proc a Lucky Shot while rolling through someone, it doesn't add to that damage. You have to roll through someone again to have the minus armor on them and then do the damage, which isn't how it usually works with minus armor abilities, so that might get changed in the future. But there you go. That was my little discovery here about 10 minutes ago, or 15 minutes ago, I guess, before we went live. Immediately, it gets counterpicked by the Bloodseeker. We see this all the time. Team wants to pick Pango. They ban Bloodseeker. And then they grab the Venge, too. So a couple ways to mess with this roll.
Yeah, they definitely have some counters already going their way. Like, even if with the Grimstroke not getting that much love in this current patch, he was very frequently picked in 7-3-5. They found there are other options to go through. And also that takes away heroes like potentially like Enigma. You don't want to play against the Vengeful Spirit. You got to worry about like maybe even a Storm Spirit could feel a bit threatened versus the Bloodseeker, the Silence, the Rupture. And of course, you got a very nice Wombo combo in a way. You've got Flayer's Hook with distance damage. You have Rupture with distance damage. And you connect both of those. And you could actually kill a really, really tanky hero as well. Like they both work very nicely together. And then you have Swap, which also works with Rupture.
Yeah, this is Rupture City here. We just need Spirit Breaker, I guess, to finish it out, right? We got distance everywhere. Pretty good for a Lifestealer, though, of course. Still a really strong hero. This probably puts our Weaver as position 4. Again, that's going to help with their minus armor. They got a lot of minus armor going on here, a lot of physical damage. So whoever you're cornering up with right now in the hut, armor would be great. I'll tell you that much. And they're going to remove a little bit more there. Yeah, because the Slardar would have been sick.
Yeah, that would have been overkill, I guess, at that point. But I guess, you know, any armor reduction you can get, you'll pick it up. There's still Tidehunter. If you want Gush, that's one thing you can look at. Of course, itemization-wise, Orb of Corrosion sometimes picked up on the Lifestealer is an option. Some of those lane duels, really good versus the Pudge in the lane, this Lifestealer.
That's true.
Sadly, it's a 4, so not sure if you want to spend your time chasing him around.
5 seconds.
I mean, I would think Legion seems pretty good. It's not minus armor, but it is decent versus Bloodseeker. Gives you a save versus the Pudge as well. Seems kind of crazy good right now. Downside, I guess they have Swap. Freezing Field's kind of annoying for duel because of the attack speed minus, but like,
Radiant team
I don't know. Seems good to me.
Also thinking they don't really have anything versus a Core Undying, but I don't think we're going to see that here today.
Eventually, you just keep asking for it, and maybe it's going to come out.
Yeah, I got all these wild ideas that I just hope to see. I mean, you can never know. It's still pretty fresh.
5 seconds remaining.
Apex, I mean, I'm rooting for the Tidehunter, but it could be something completely different here.
Ah, the Night
Well,
Stalker.
it feels like a classic in this patch at this point. We go for a Night Stalker whenever you can.
Yeah, we're getting a lot of them right now for sure. It definitely fits in nicely with the Pango and how you want to like play these fights. He's rolling through it, you're flying through. Hoodwink is just they're very skirmishy, right? Hoodwink's going through the trees, Weaver's skittering around, Night Stalker's flying, Pango's rolling.
Remaining.
If you don't have to commit to a fight, that would feel really good right now as the hut. Like if you had like Stampede or something, but they're gonna have to bust it out again. All right. I mean,
All right.
they knew this was a possibility. They just played it last night. I actually didn't even notice that it wasn't banned. So he's gonna play Pango into the Huskar.
Could be rough. I've seen this a couple times with Pango versus Husker. It should be Husker favored, right?
I would hope so.
But I have seen some Pangos outplay Huskers really, really hard. especially if they're fighting in the river. You can get like a support rotation to kick in. You don't exactly have anything else except for maybe the Hoodwink Bushwhack, but still, I think any little thing you can get is going to be really good. Plus, with all the magical damage now kind of gone from the Pangolier, I see this is a bit of a skill-based matchup in a way. Of course, it's still Husker favored, but a Pango can win this one.
Yeah, this is the I don't want to lane against you. I'm just gonna I'm not going to play the game, right? I'm just gonna catch the waves. I'm gonna ignore you as much as possible. I don't want to interact with you, Mr. Huskar.
Yeah. Maybe some lane pulling shenanigans as well. Wouldn't be too wild. We see some of those creep waves being pulled away. But overall, Hot, an interesting draft, but does it look like it's more skirmish heavy or more team fight heavy? Because, I feel like it kind of lives off of pickoffs. Whatever you look at this draft, it is kind of hard to pull off a straight up 5v5 with all of these 5 heroes present.
I think that's true for both teams. We got no team fight in this game, man. Like, what is team fight? Rolling Thunder? That's like our most team fighty spell. And half the time, it's just it's like a pick-off based ability. These are going to be scrappy, ugly, completely uncoordinated feeling fights. Swap is going to thrive in a fight like this because it's just not like centralized. I don't know. It can fall apart pretty quickly. I feel like if you get one good swap or one good hook save, I'm all in on the Huskar lineup. I feel pretty good about this for the Hut.
Well, I like the combos that they have. I've really enjoyed watching Pudge action lately. I think we saw some good moves as well from RTZ. He did miss quite a lot of those hooks, but then again, he did have a different facet. So now we're going to really see the power of this Flayer's hook, the increased cast range, the increased projectile speed and all. That'd be interesting. Oh, and actually a pretty interesting facet there being highlighted. The arterial spray. Ruptured units are pushed when attacked by Bloodseeker.
That thing is so funny. It's so funny. It breaks trees, which is also really comical. You just start punching someone and they just get pushed into the tree line sometimes. It's really good.
So you can cliff someone with it.
Yes, you can. Yeah, it does push them over cliffs and stuff. I believe when I was testing it. It's kind of weird. Might not be good in that sense. So yeah, get yourself lined up against the cliff if you're in the mid lane or something. Get pushed away from them. We have the core Venge, right? We talk about this a lot. Yeah, because we have a Pudge and a CM. So we didn't even get to that yet, but we have gone for the facet. That'll be the Soul Strike facet. It's really, really strong. It's got lots of benefits. In terms of just raw laning, everything feels a lot better with it. I think even as a support Venge, there's tons of games where you're just going to want to play this. You don't have to go core every single time. And yeah, so probably Treads. You can also do phase boots if you want, but Treads is still super busted.
Yeah, Lang Zhao Hai already taking some early poke here from Fade, and Big Num trying to interrupt with the creep wave. At least they don't get to block theirs, but they get to deal a bit of damage onto the Bloodseeker pretty early on with the Night Rain facet. So, again, an active Night Stalker early on. Got to keep your eye open on this top lane for some potential kills. But I think the same thing also applies for any lane. You said it was really scrappy on both ends. I thought it was more on one side, but yeah, I think you're absolutely right. We're going to see a lot of anarchy, a lot of chaos in this game. And I think we're in for a... I'm going to jinx it when I say it, but I think we're in for a pretty entertaining game to start the day.
I think however this goes, yeah, it might end up being one-sided one way or the other. I don't think you can really choose because it can be very snowbally. There's an epic battle over these range creeps in the mid. And yeah, nicely done there from Wish. We'll guarantee the deny just by the way he's playing it. And before he hits two, he was maybe thinking, can I get a double jump into a swash? But the timings aren't going to line up quite right. And yeah, anyone could just die mid. And I assume that this Venge will probably just go straight for more of an Eggs build. I don't think you want to do this Echo Saber Basher, but maybe I'm wrong. Maybe we'll go that route that way.
Yeah, I think that is an option. I don't think you really want to look at a Silver Edge potentially this game at some point. So Shadowblade, if it's an option or not, pops up more attack speed. You already got some nice base attack time with the Soul Strike facet, but I also think the Aghanim's just gives you so much because it is a double nuke. It gives you a chance to still be in the fight, provide your aura for your teammates, and since the lack of team fight on both sides, I think it does make sense that every little bit of presence is needed.
It's funny how things change. I've been keeping an eye on Venge over the past like week or so because right away I was like, this facet just seems better. Because like you just play in the lane, it just feels better no matter what role it is. Now everyone is playing this facet, whereas before most people were still going towards the other one because it was just simpler, right? It's like, oh well, I'm just Venge, but now my nuke does more damage. But I think the long-term benefits of this facet are just stronger than double nuke power. So it's good to see everyone go for it. And yeah, it's just going to be treads into eggs. Pretty simple.
Oh, nice attempt on a hook there from B-God, but just not fast enough to catch the life stealer. While in the mid lane, both still enjoying so far. Old White, of course, Huskers with no more mana in their hero. Just all about the HP. Guess it's also a bit of a benefit in some case that you don't have to worry about mana at all. Then again, B-God will get the first blood here with KK, so that's the first flesh heap stack for Mr. Catching off the Weaver.
Yeah, that's it. They stunned, harassed, and then they just got him with the hook. I don't know if he was playing too cute and didn't realize they had a sentry or what, but I don't even think it was a setup. It was just B-God hitting it raw there, so nicely done.
Yep. Playing it.
Wish needing these water runes. Has the swash and the jump? This could be... Oh, no, he doesn't want to risk it. I thought maybe jump in, swash out, but it could have been a little bit too slow. Now, we've seen this versus the Zeus as just how much this double jump can actually do to protect you against these spammy heroes. But
yeah,
he's not able to find any sort of aggressive potential, unfortunately.
Top lane, Lange high. Let's get the silence out onto the Night Stalker. They are both sides level 2. Void available in 3 seconds. Door coming in with the body blocks. Make sure that his Bloodseeker won't take any more damage. But the same thing for her means that she's going to lose her life. Fade is going to get the score here. Did look like with that long of an extension, someone's got to die here.
Yeah, I mean, Crystal Main, when you're not on the offensive, it's a bad time in the lane, right? Like, I know guys heard she's pretty slow. So you get tagged up there by a hoodwink, you're probably just going down.
It's also looking a bit at that mid lane matchup with the Lucky is going to come online at some point.
Ooh, stun.
Can go
Into the hook.
Okay. Another connection there. We've got the Crab Orchestra connected, and with all that minus armor, Sammy Boy's got to get a kill. Can maybe even get a sec. KK is getting slowed up a lot. And look at Sammy's movements as well. He's body blocking Venge on the get-go. And Speed will get to continue all the way through. Throws in the Shukuchi for good measure.
I was all happy he was just stunning for last hit.
Mid lane though. Oh, the Husker could actually die here potentially with Bignum rotating in, but Wish 7 stacks of burning spears. He's got it with the swashbuckle, but he's gonna die as well.
That's fine. Take that as the Pango, right? You get back in after. You got the XP. So, totally fine.
Happy
I would
camper.
say. Although he did miss out on some XP with the waves. He's actually still gonna be below the Husker by the time he gets back.
At least Bignum's there for actually gone for the go nuts instead of the, what was it, the tree downs something?
Yeah, I don't know. The tree bounce one, it does look really strong. I've only played Go Nuts since the patch because I do like the bonus cast range, but I think ideally the other one might be more optimal.
Oh, Speed is also coming into the top lane, so Lange high. Not feeling too healthy right now. 80 HP, one more Void should potentially do it for Fade. They're going to lose Speed, though. Still trying to juke around the trees and Fade, and now it's daytime. That's going to be a bit of an issue, but the Bushwhack does connect from Bignum, and they will secure the trade, getting the Bloodseeker carry out of the way with Speed support dying on the Weaver.
Well, there's a sad tale. A classic versus the Huskar. It's over. Level 5, 3 points in the spheres. Get out of my lane. Honestly, he's 200 gold behind. It's completely fine. He just needs to catch maybe this wave at tower, and as long as he doesn't die to that and gets that close to 6, he'll be okay. Just don't die to the level 6 of the Huskar. But they're not bringing anyone to try and play with him.
Gotta watch out for the life break as well. But with the 6-minute rune, does look like Husker might get it unless Bignum is lucky on the top half, and he is. There's the shield rune. That would have been pretty huge for the Husker just to attempt a bit of a dive. At least he's straight onto this hoodwink. Bushwhack, keep him at bay. Scurries away, steals the bounty too. He's all good.
So strange.
Bit of a dork, just following the hoodwink around. CM's courier splitting the other way, microing his courier for some extra vision. Should now know.
Wish
he's
is
actually
getting
sending
a mid.
trace. Oh. And is it enough? The frostbite. Ooh, the jump comes out. He's got the kill. Swashbuckle's available, but he doesn't have the mana for it. So Wish, there's a punch for a hook, but not needed. Still, Pango gets the success done. And like I said, like, you know, you can outplay this lane. Even this being a 1 versus 2, this is really good work from Wish.
Yeah, it's pretty cute. Just getting in there, getting it done. You know, does it max magic resist? No cares anymore. Pango's all physical, so that part's pretty helpful.
Also looks like he is going to go for the pretty early harpoon on the Pango to make sure that he can continue right-clicking his opponents even after the initial jump in.
Yeah, the Echo is just really solid. So it's, I mean, universal heroes like Mantas and harpoons are stat-wise like the best way you can just get damage. It's like the cheapest damage for the hero. And so when you have this rolling thunder that's based off of your attack stuff, any of these items that are just like kind of useful, like the Echo Saber, because like maybe it helps me get a lucky shot, you know, that kind of stuff's pretty cool.
But does that also mean that he can proc the Echo slow while in Rolling Thunder?
No.
Because he can also proc Lucky Shot.
It did not seem that way when I was testing. I did not, because I wondered that too, because like with a Dawn, for example, right? Like if you use Starbreaker, you get the Echo thing, but no, it does not work with Rolling Thunder.
Sammy Boy getting blocked a bit here, but with that hook, Pudge is actually forced to TP home himself. KK also being chased by Speed, a bit of body blocks here and there, but Big Nom not going to show up early enough so that they can convert to a kill. At least they save their life stealer, and Fade can just quite happily take over the top lane too. Bloodseeker has abandoned the lane. He knows that there's the Dark Ascension threat, which seems like the big strength of this facet now is being active early, and then also even if it's daytime, he still poses a threat. Got their job done. Nice Stalker topping net worth right now with 4,100.
4 heroes bottom trying to get some caught here. Ooh, nice double swash.
Yep. Oh, and the slow connects on both. Got the shield crash on both of these 2 heroes with that huge AoE. And there's your Rolling Thunder. And that should finish off door. Yes, sir.
Damn, that was a massive
Top lane
AoE.
fighting Fade versus Lan Xiaohai, but it's just the pop of the Dark Ascension. And Old White is also here now. Though he's just monitoring the situation. He's in vision of the Night Stalker.
They have Rupture now, but yeah, it's kind of hard to go for that. Wish picks up a couple bounty runes there. And yeah, he's coming out ahead of the Huskar. Very happy. I mean, Huskar up here now trying to make this play. Can't get it, so back to the jungle. And those kill trades in the mid lane really giving Wish a good time. And the fact that just like nobody rotates mid too, is like they never try to further the abuse of the Huskar and try and make it so that like you're actually bullying your opponent. Instead, it was a lot of saves coming from the Radiant Hub team.
And more battling of the top lane. Lan Xiaohai. You got the CM ulti as well. Night Stalker, you look at him, push him. But no. As long as you try to knock him back, he's just not giving up. Meanwhile, Sammy Boy will take a second kill, and now Old White's in trouble. Bushwhack's on cooldown. Fate does have the Void slow. There's the hook save from B-God, but could they still go? 4 seconds Bushwhack. That's a level 3. That will do quite a lot of work. And there we go. Old White gonna end up getting caught, and Wish will secure this kill. And really, you know, the Hut, they're taking a bit of a beating now. It's a 4K lead. The hook will not quite connect with B-God. Did get that. It could have given him an opportunity, but here comes the Rolling Thunder. And of course, the silence from the other end from Fade. And there goes your Vengeful Spirit.
That's wild that he's maxing Bushwhack. Makes sense with the Scurry, the Go Nuts facet too.
Yeah, they found Pudge's courier too, so they probably thought that he's left the area. They're still hunting around. Sammy Boy finds him. He already gave a couple kills away, and we're going to get another one. Canceling out the channel. Big Num's got this one.
Jeez, 2-0 and 9 right now on this Hoodwink. Crushing it. Has the Arcanes done. And what are you getting on the side of the hut during all of this? I mean, Huskar's trying to farm it up a little bit and become scary. Obviously, the armlet is the big ticket item. It is coming here on the courier. Bloodseeker was close to getting that trade. Like, maybe things go okay if you actually manage to get that kill in the Night Stalker, but just a little bit too slow there. Not enough RNG on the old freezing field going in their favor.
Yeah. Yeah, it was a bit far away, wasn't it? No good procs coming out there. Lifestealer's almost got his Radiance set up. At least the Relic is 900 gold short, so about 2k. He's got his Radiance ready. Should be done by about 15 minutes, maybe even sooner if he finds himself a lucky kill or two. Not a lot of tower pushers until now for Apex Genesis. I think that's a bit of an issue for them. They need to kill a lot of heroes to destroy objectives. Now, setting up in bottom with a stun into the Frostbite, and that's it. And it's going to force the TPs in. And Speed's already here. There's the Crab Orchestra. It will connect on all of the heroes, so they've got a lot of vision. You're going to have to worry about the bugs first. Oh my goodness, that's a good connection as well. Fade, are going to be right on top of them. They take down Door. There's the Rupture, but it will only do so much good. And the Shield Crash jump. Oh, Wish he's so close to getting it, but Speed will get the right click in. He'll get another kill for himself. And Wish, he's got that barrier. They're just going to dive the Pudge under the tower. Make that a 4th kill. And they're just running him over. 16-4 now.
I thought we Huskar this Pango. Why is he winning the game? What's going on? Wish totally unfazed from that laning stage, and it's a bad time for a Huskar. When the rest of the team is just dying, like, you just don't have anything to do. Because they're supposed to rally around you being the big scary guy.
Yeah. And it just feels like without BKBs, this becomes a really difficult game for Hut to execute. And right again, looking for some more here. Old White down. Door going to drop as well. Lang Xiaohai trying to do as much possible work as he can. The Rupture still in cooldown for 30 seconds, though. KK. Stun from another route. Here comes Speed. Fade and Bignum. They all group up once again after a bit of a chase. And they have not lost a member of their team for quite some time. With the hook, and now, no, the time lapse. Coming out from the silence from the Crippling Fear. And another kill going their way. He did mention it could be pretty one-sided, and yep. That's what it is.
All I'm noticing is that he lost 3 Euro pubs, and now he's 6-2-6 in the NA closed quals. I don't know what that says, guys.
Hell yeah. You know what? Looking at the graph as well, I was looking for some red dots. When was the last time the Huts killed a hero? And it was about 6 minutes in when Pango was killed by Old White and Door. That's the latest kill that they've got.
Oh, man, MP got too late to even try and grab the Wisdom with a hook.
Fade is in enemy territory. Yeah, that's a good kill.
Okay, bit of a gift here. Same time, Sammy did get the mid tower. He's gonna infest inside Speed, huh? A little delivery.
All right. FedEx package coming her way. Lan Xiaohai gonna get surprised. Or not. Oh, they got the ward. Actually, they know where he is. And ta-da! Suddenly there's 4 heroes. Okay.
Yeah, nice moves.
Now Fade wants a bit of vengeance. Level 10 Night Stalker versus level 6 Pudge. Not really fair, is it?
No, in mid lane, Speed, level 8 right now. Look at this bullying on the door. I think he's just dead. Oh, he missed the swash.
Oh, the swashbuckle misses a bit.
Almost still died, actually. Kind of insane. 100 HP.
They're just zooming around the dire side map, going from bot to top to bot. Taking full control, not letting Hut get any free farm in the lane. Like, every lane is a dangerous place to be now. And you don't really have a hero to send deep into any of those lanes anyway, because you don't have like a puck with a blink that could just, you know, clean the wave and get out. You don't have a hoodwink who can just disappear in the trees. You don't really have anything like any of those heroes that could safely farm a wave or try to cut.
They were all in on like Huskar, Siege Engine, taking towers, gaining space, farming camps to the next tower. Maelstrom coming online early for the Bloodseeker, and they have none of that going.
Yeah. Okay, being targeted here. The hook somehow hits the Lifestealer. It looked like it missed for a second. Again, some big connections here. We will get 1 kill, but how many will they lose for it? Can they get out of this one? There's the armlet up on the Husker. And maybe get some armlet toggles in between. Gets a jump onto Fade. Speed will go down. That's a second kill for them. We'll keep the Husker alive. Pango also rooted up. That's a pretty good turn.
Yeah, very good trade. And somehow surviving there on Old White. Really well played. Nice. The spree for a Bloodseeker just for killing the support. Nice. CM 745. Thank you. All right. She's almost got 2,000 gold here.
I'm really just looking at Pango rolling in. Does he apply the Echo Slow? That's really all that I'm looking at right now.
No, it doesn't. I tested. Don't worry. I got you.
Well, that's a quick kill. Again, like, you're just trying to get deep in, just to farm a wave, but no. There's no safe place. Door gonna get killed under the tower. The Frostbite does connect on the Weaver. Does not matter. The Radiance still burns. I'll also get the Pudge.
Meanwhile, Bignum still having an insane game. 4-0-19 on the Hoodwink. He must be in the most kills, right? Like 23 of them?
23 out of 27, yeah.
Yeah, he is leading that. No surprise there.
They found Lanzhou high once again. It's the same thing as before. Do they have the damage before he TPs out? Looks like they do.
That's bad. That's a bad sign. First off, your Bloodseeker is doing the anti-Bloodseeker strat of just TP away, but then he still dies during the TP.
Yeah.
All right, but the Specialist Array's online. It's okay.
Oh, what can he do? 12k behind, 17 minutes in, and all the cores are escaping your grasp. Pango only getting stronger. Lifestealer only getting stronger. Maybe the Night Stalker doesn't feel as scary, but he still provides so much for these two cores. It just enables them a lot.
Yeah, it's good
not
space.
been able to siege these towers.
It's just hard to play these two supports versus Night Stalker as well, especially in a losing game. Like, because he can just sort of like swoop over you with a silence and ruin the channels of Pudge and CM,
Yeah.
and then it's like, oh, well, there goes my ulti.
Yeah, there goes my two ultis.
Yep.
They spot Old White. Bignum setting up with a root into the bushwhack. There comes the Dark Ascension too. They're going to break the Husker on the spot. He's going to get slowed a lot here and pulled back with the Harpoon, even if he got saved by the hook initially. Okay, Aiden speed with Sammy Boy. Yeah, there goes the next one. Do throw out the Rupture on the Night Stalker, but they still got heroes to throw in. The swap does do a bit of damage onto Fade, and he's getting pushed around, but still a triple for Sammy Boy. And onto the bench for a potential ultra, but Fade squeezes in a hit between that. Make it a 4-kill. Oh, sorry, they get everybody out of the way, and Wish is like, I'm so bored.
Toxic. Toxic Tsunami here.
Come on, Toxic.
Again. How dare he? Yeah, I mean, this is... it's a Huskar lineup. It's a Venge core offlane lineup, and you're behind at 20 minutes. Like, that's pretty GG in my eyes, especially when you're down by 17k. But they want to get these big items just to give themselves that what if moment. You know, like, let's see the Venge eggs. Let's see the BKB on Huskar.
Yeah, let's see the level 10 talent on Pango. Already 14, so you got not 9, but 13 armor reduction from Lucky Shots.
Sometimes it pays to be lucky.
Oh. Harpoon ready. Sanjin Yasha coming up next. Another Sanjin Yasha for the Lifestealer.
Oh, I didn't realize that Vengeful Spirit's Retribution applied until that hero died. So Wish has the Retribution debuff, and so does Fade, because they haven't died since either of them have killed the Venge. So in theory, all 5 heroes could have it.
True.
It's a bad sign. It just means that you're feeding and they're not dying. I thought it was just based on like the last death of Venge.
Yeah, I really don't know how it works.
Well, now
It's
we
so
do.
confusing from time to time. Now we do. It's a bit of a learning lesson here, seeing all these different types of heroes. A wide variety of heroes being picked here in the NA qualifier. Only 46 fully uncontested. Door Blown up, and KK, there's the hook, but it catches a Weaver, and there is a Kinder surprise. It is Peacock going down, and then goes KK2. Harpooning the Husker. Rupture is out, though, so Wish is going to have to play a bit cautiously. Then again, it is just barely a level 2 Rupture, as Bloodseeker's just hit level 12. Doesn't feel like a huge threat for the Pango now.
This is just like no dispels. The Spirit Vessel on the Weaver. He's got 9 charges. That's insane.
Pretty solid.
Yeah, that's pretty good. Good luck, Huskar. Get that BKB, man. Here, you got no shot. Versus 9 charges, Spirit Vessel. You just can't play the game.
But once you do get the BKB,
Yes.
is it still too far back? Too far back, or are we going to see a miraculous comeback from the hut?
Nothing is too far
Come
if
on.
someone just dives too deep. All right, we've all seen it
Yeah.
before. And this Venjag is going to go crazy. That's 6v5.
Yeah, I mean, I just want to see the Rupture Flayer's Hook combo at least once this game. Just once. I'm not asking for a lot. So tier 2 gone in mid. No connection for B-God on Big Num. Squirrel gets to scurry away. Gets the Sniper Courier. Oh, it's the BKB recipe as well. Oh, that was so close.
Okay, so that is delivered. The Ags is in as well. On the Venge, it's go time.
Is under attack.
He's
All right.
TPing to the outpost. He's going to cut him off.
Big Num's going to be the first casualty, most likely, if KK runs into him, and they just passed. So anticlimactic. Nope. Nobody here. They're all gone.
Oh, we don't get to see the enemy teams in the cool vision thing anymore? I liked that. You know what I'm talking about? You're not feeling like team vision. You could see like the outlines of the enemy heroes, even though the other team couldn't. No, they took that away.
Oh,
Probably had something to do with the last vision changes.
could be, yeah.
Be God. Good luck.
All right,
Brave
well,
Pudge. This
he's
is
lit
good.
it.
This
The
is
guy
good.
is. We got a sentry. And there goes another tier 2 tower, most likely. That's going to be the last one. Next stop is either Roshan or High Ground, which either way they prefer. It does seem like Apex can decide which one is better. Yeah, pinging out the Tormentor and the hut, which they would like to take. That's going to
All
be
right, let's go.
Second charge for the team. It's B-God. You can save someone.
We got
Pretty
swap.
decent.
We got dismember save.
Radiant are scanning.
All right, all we need is Ags and Bloodseeker, and Pudge. Our level 9 Pudge is going to be unstoppable.
All right, now you're talking.
That's the strat. All right, there goes Lang Xiao. Actually, a good save there from KK, but still just not quite enough. The instant fall off from Sammy Boy to get the kill.
He just infests. He's out of there. Swing and a miss.
Next up is also going to be Aghanims for him. They slow down the Husker with the open wounds. Quick rage up, but a bit cautious of going up that deep. Even with the swap still on cooldown. A lot of Ags being listed up here. It's not just the Lifestealer, also for the Pango. More lucky shot procs. And also, I was suspecting a Conda for Fade, but he wants to build Heart instead.
Yeah, I think this is just yeah, it's a little silly. He can do whatever he wants.
Now you have to have the luxury.
Oh, they're finally gonna go take Roche just to put the last touches on this game. Cross some T's, dot some I's. You know, no one ever says dot the J. But you gotta dot that J too, you know.
Dot the J.
Yeah, you know, lowercase J. It needs a dot. How we crossing T's, dotting I's, but not dotting our J's.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it's important. Or you know, other languages, you got to dot the O's sometimes. So the use some umlauts.
Yeah.
I think I'm using that properly.
It is correct. Yes. I
nailed
mean,
it.
have you pronounced learned how to pronounce them actually? At least the Finnish ones, the A dots and the O dots.
No,
It's
probably
actually
not.
easier than you think.
Okay, hit
it's
me.
actually easier than you think because like when you have like a like EH when it's like that's basically your A dot like
Really? I didn't know that.
really yeah
Okay,
it's that
good,
simply.
good.
And then when you're like UHM is the O dot
Yeah.
which also means when you say it out loud. So now you know. Meanwhile, Bignum caught. That's a lot of money for
Woo!
Mr. Bloodseeker.
Put another one on the board for the hut. We're getting cheese crust stuffed pizza tonight, folks. That's a lot of gold. You can
Hell
get
yeah.
one extra free topping thanks to that kill.
What is the best pizza place, by the way, in your opinion?
I mean,
You guys have so many.
I don't really. We make pizza. We do homemade. Ordering pizza is insanely
That's
expensive.
a good answer.
Just make your pizza, guys. It's not that hard. Get the dough going. It's all right. I wouldn't even know where to start on that. I mean, I like local plates if I'm getting pizza, so I don't know. I don't do the
Right.
chains. But I will tell you the best topping though. I'm a big fan of of bacon and mushroom and onions. I love getting onions on pizza.
I mean, honestly, I'm more of a burger guy than a pizza guy, and I love caramelized onions. That's like,
Throw 'em
I
on a
think it's like an
pizza.
S tier. But on a pizza, I don't know if caramelized onions work that well.
Put some caramelized
Try.
onions on this Bloodseeker. Oh, he's Ogre Seal toteming. Oh.
Try to
All
jump
right,
away.
Sammy boy, take him down.
And get away on the next one. That's round one, and make it a round two. That's even shorter. Quick swap out there for KK. That's all he can do.
But just imagine how much
unfortunate.
damage he would have done if it was the magic missile with the bonus damage. You know, like yeah. Put some real damage into him.
It could start to hurt at this point. Bit of a bummer that his 9-second BKB that he just picked up will be lost in vain. Same for the Husker. They're just waiting for their team to get together and get a team fight, but as we kind of described it, it's not as easy as you'd think. Meanwhile, there's a Husker creep skip, and I'm like, guys, that's a pretty naughty position for this Husker to be in, so we're not going to let him do that.
If there was ever a time to type those two little G's, it might be that.
Is under attack.
When you can't BKB TP clear a wave, you got problems.
Yeah. There's definitely an issue on that.
Oh, but B-God, he's on a mission. He got the Lotuses. He's going for the Wisdom Rune. He hooks it.
Hey.
He gets the XP.
And he scores! Oh boy. 41-8. And the game continues to roll. I guess, you know, it is the road to the international. You want to see all the bits and pieces out of this journey, even if it is cut short,
The scenic route.
at least in game one. The scenic route, yeah. It's funny when you say route and I say route, but route also means like get the hell out of there. It's like a retreat.
That's true.
And maybe it is a scenic route.
It is right now. Yeah, this is a very scenic route. Yeah.
Well, they caught a hero under their vision. It's Bignum again. B-God.
Oh, wait,
Let's
he hits
throw
these.
that hook.
He hits these. Come on, Bignum.
It's a
B-God.
huge AoE.
Or
It's a
Bignum,
huge
just stop
range. Come on.
moving.
Aw.
Oh, he's waiting. He's waiting. He'll be back. Patience.
Sure.
It's like fishing, you know. All right, don't catch that guy. He's got a friend.
And he has an AD rune, which he will gladly pop soon. Hasn't popped it yet, though. Now he does. And that is going to do a lot of damage with the Rolling Thunder. That is going to be so painful to deal with. They're fighting in the base and still inside the jungle side against a Vengeful Spirit, which meanwhile taking a 2v2 with speed. And Old White. There's the GG call. We're done for game one. So they've had enough. We're going to be heading over to game two in a bit and see if the Hut still has something on their minds. But this game one, it's all Apex Genesis.
Yeah, it was indeed. You know, they're gonna think about it. We'll try to figure it out. Good try with the Huskar. And Apex Genesis seemingly not too concerned about it. I mean, I'm sure that they would have just looked at the drafts that they did, much like we did, saw the Huskar and thought maybe we should ban it, but Wish felt comfortable enough to leave it hanging out there and prove that it really wasn't much of a problem. They kind of made sure that they went relatively even, and then Wish was able to make faster moves because while Huskar was still farming up the armlet, just utilizing the ulti, and life was just good. This was really the last chance they had, I feel like, this fight.
Pretty much. They losing the Bloodseeker that early just kind of weighed them in a position that, yeah, we are no longer contesting this fight. I was looking at their player cameras at the start, at the end of that game, and everyone was super focused, very calm. No joy, just a dead look in their eyes that they're just going to get over with this series as fast as possible. Nothing changed from the pregame to the postgame. They're both still, they're all still so focused on taking the series, and maybe some teams would be giggling a bit like, yeah, this was a game like that. But I guess when it dragged out this far, they're like, yeah, can we see the next game already? It's probably on their minds too. But on the Hut side, you're not starting off this series on a very strong footing. So there's a lot of things to address.
You don't think 46-8 is a good way to start your series?
Don't ask
I
me.
might have to agree with you. Yeah, you might be right on that one. Does not seem like a very fun time.
Yeah, nothing seems to work. If we could see some wombo combos potentially with this draft, but execution-wise, it just seemed impossible. The moment you lose one hero, it's no longer even a fight. The supports are getting under-leveled. The cores aren't really powerful enough. Your 2v2s aren't as strong as your opponent's 2v2s, and so on. So, stellar start for Apex Genesis. One of the higher seeds in the NA qualifier as well. And, of course, who was the standout player? Was it Bignum's KDA? Was Night Stalker just being a bit of a shutting down the Bloodseeker completely, or you have somebody else in mind and maybe what the production is thinking about?
I don't know. I could definitely go for Wish. I feel like he was given the hardest thing to do here, but of course, exactly as I predicted.
You're right.
That's fair, right? He went mid versus a Huskar. It's on him. He has to not feed the Huskar, and then he has to make rotations to make sure that the game doesn't get out of hand. And he did just that. So, like, if there's anyone who decides whether or not they win this game, it was him, and he made it look real easy.
You got the highest damage output of the team at 20.6k. Had a really high kill participation. Not quite as high as the Hoodwink. He racking up a nice 30 assists in the game, but still, I think Wish truly a star player on this roster, and I'm actually quite happy to see him play around some of the NA veterans as well of this squad with Speeds and the Sammy boys and all that. But they're gonna have to repeat this again. Game 2 is waiting just behind the corner, and that would push them to the third round of the lower bracket if they can do it. But the Hut, let's see what they can do. Can they pull themselves together after this game 1? We'll see you guys after the break.
The official headset of PGL tournaments. Now, with a wireless version. Experience unparalleled speed and reliability with the latest wireless technology, advanced hybrid ANC, and built-in EQ for your favorite game. Designed with elegance and durability, and extreme noise-canceling microphone. Always stay one step ahead with Aspire Wireless.
Time to head over to our second game of the first series. It's Apex Genesis in the lead versus the Hut, and slowly crawling towards the draft as well. The Hut, they're going to have to bring up something different. I feel like it was more about the counter picks on counter picks, but couldn't get a full package to work together. And Apex, they got to have a bit of fun.
Yeah, I would say it was definitely a bit of a problem. Just allowing yourselves to get a little bit too carried away with like focusing on what your opponents are doing and not having a super cohesive game plan in the end. It could have worked if they snowballed a little bit, but obviously that's not the way that one went. So they do have the 10th pick here once again. So perhaps another Huskar will appear.
Potentially. I mean, you're a big enjoyer of the 10th pick. I think I'm more of an 18th guy.
Oh, as in like you mean the ordering?
Yeah.
Yep. I try to keep it simple for the folks.
Oh yeah, 10th, like that. Yeah. That's okay. I was literally thinking about 10th, like as in second pick.
No. No, I mean as the overall
as the
final,
overall,
the 10th
yes.
picked hero. Yes.
My apologies. I misunderstood you completely, Trent.
Yeah. No, first
My
pick is the best. I think that right now in this patch, like having the very last pick in the draft, as we've seen several times, there's so many times the team gets there, they have like 10 seconds of reserve time anyway. So like it's very hard to find that perfect pick. Whereas if you have first pick, I feel like you get to close out the second phase with that amazing pick, and then you get to ban to cover it, and then you just throw some slop on the second to last pick as to whatever, you know. Sorry, yeah, they're gonna ban out the 2 best heroes for your role, but we'll give you the third. That's just kind of how it goes. Apex says they're going to start things off here with the Dark Willow. She has been picked a ton. She must be the most picked. I don't have...
Dark Willow should be very high on the list. Yeah, I think I saw like 9 Willow picks so far.
Yeah, this will be the 10th game for her, which will put her at least 3 ahead of some of these heroes for now, as Zeus and Clockwork are both banned. So she's certainly going to be in the top spot at this point. And the Phoenix, I was going to bring this up because it wasn't banned out in our last game. It was just just ignored there. And so the Hut opting for it. This hero has looked pretty good.
Yeah, the Phoenix is a pretty solid pick, especially with like your usual egg destroyers are kind of gone in a way. Of course, they're not directly being picked against the Phoenix, but that mischance is quite detrimental for a lot of these heroes, even like Slardars that have been really popular to pick up, even if you're ignoring the egg or not really, even if the egg hasn't even been popped. That mischance becomes really difficult to deal with for a lot of heroes in the early game, mid-game battles before the BKBs are starting to come online. Just ticks all the boxes, and also ticking boxes. Trent, you were absolutely right about first pick win rate. It is higher than the second pick by 58 to 41.
Oh, there you go. I mean, it's been feeling that way for a while, for sure. Ever since we got this draft format.
Waiting for our second phase actual picks to roll in with our band still going through. We had the Clinks, and now the Nyx Assassins. So you think something is related to this Nyx, maybe?
Potentially it's going to be for a certain pick they really want. It might just be they know someone on the Hut is really into that hero and plays it quite a bit. I'm not sure who that could be, but that would be the most likely reasoning, I would think. They're just familiar with their gameplay in pubs, because Assassin not looking like the most frightening hero at the moment, I wouldn't say.
Maybe this is our time to finally bust out the Bat Rider, for example. See if Apex wants to bring that one up. We're going to get the Hoodwink on the side of the Hut. Hoodwink that has also had, or at least enjoyed, not necessarily a lot of success, but has had a ton of impact in whatever game it has been played in. Mostly, we've been discussing a lot about the facet options for Hoodwink. I had to look it up. The tree bounce trick shot. The trick shot. That was the one I was missing out on. But we did see Go Nuts also get a win. And now we also bring in some tanky boys.
That's our first Ench, I think, right? Because I think
That
she was one of the
should be.
heroes I was surprised that hadn't been picked up yet. Yeah, so got ourselves another new one here for the North American qualifiers. Still a
Hell
very
yeah.
solid hero, of course. And Wish already had one fantastic game with the Dragonite. Could flex it to some other roles as well. That one of the benefits of the hero, but being able to just follow this DK around the map, and they combined it last time with a Darkseer as well as this Bedlam from the Dark Willow. It was really good. That could lead to a Darkseer here, honestly.
Potentially, yeah. We saw Shopify also play it. They had I think that in that particular game we saw Arteezy with the last phase Pudge, where you could combine all of those applicable dot damage abilities to carry on and take your opponents out. So I'm not against the Darkseer idea. I do like that. Can also work as a saving tool versus Doom's Doom. Also, as you can see on your screens, but the most banned heroes right now, TA, no surprise. Same thing for the Storm Spirit.
Yeah, he's still in there, but ignored last game and perhaps ignored again. This is the first Doom that we've gotten as well. I have not seen much of this hero. I've seen a lot of theory crafting because of his interesting facets. These ideas of
I've heard some stories.
Selling the Midas and trying to make that work. A lot of people are opting for the Devil's Bargain right now in top tier pubs, whereas at first I feel like it was being relatively ignored.
Yeah, I think it was something to do with buying Midas, selling, then rebuilding it from items, and then disassembling. I don't know the entire sequence of it, but I heard stories about it. It is pretty efficient. And I also saw a game where we had the Salesman draft, where we had Gyrocopter and Doom in the same team.
Oh, nice.
Jara was actually buying recipes before death, and I was like, yep, okay, sure.
Yeah, that one's really cheeky. Yeah. I mean, then you need Marcy, of course, so you get faster couriers to deliver these goods. Make sure you have that. Taking a lot of time here. The Hut saves him this time for that last pick. Gotta make sure you get some value at the end here, but I'm trying to think of what core do we want to show with this. Like, who's going mid versus DK? I feel like prepare for that maybe. Can we find a flex, though, that could maybe go mid and then maybe give us some crazy carry last? That could be what they're trying to figure out. But, you know, Tiny's already banned. He's one of the few heroes that fits that slot right now. And the other one is, well, DK himself. So unless you plan on running the mid Doom, but you'd have to
Storm.
reveal it now. Okay, that's a little flexible. That's an interesting one. I like this. This is out there.
Can work. Necrophos, not your every game go-to hero, but can definitely work here in this particular draft, especially versus the DK and the laning matchup. Should be completely fine with it. Snowballing out of that, pretty interesting item choices you can consider on the hero. The whole Ags build-up stuff you can also get.
Can I call a Sammy Boy Muerta right now? Wasn't he really into that hero? I feel like he was. I don't think he's played it lately because nobody has, but I feel like he played a lot of Muerta before. But maybe I mean, you already have the Ench anyway to deal with the Ghost Shroud, so it's not a big deal.
Mm-hmm.
But Muerta, obviously, with her facet, kind of cool.
I don't think you really want a Monkey King versus the Doom either. With the new Doom, it being a bit difficult to maybe pull off. CK, maybe? Wait, is the Clink? Yeah, the Clink is banned. Never mind. Actually banned it themselves. I'm going to leave it open for now. So now you got to ban Storm if you're the Hut.
Yeah, I would think so.
Because you could still play DK as a carry. I have seen that before. DK1, Coddle off lane. Okay, maybe they don't ban the Storm. I mean, it makes sense to ban it because of the Coddle, but I don't think you can still fill in all your holes. I think Apex could find a better pick than Storm, and I think that's a lot said.
I mean, the real question is what are we doing in terms of... Because, like, I don't think you have to ban the Storm, though, because then the Coddle would have to either be a support, and then you get core Willow or Ench.
Exactly. That's why. That's why I was thinking. Okay, so they ban it themselves.
Yeah, that's kind of funny. Being forced to ban it yourselves because of the squishiness of your lineup here.
I know Wish likes his Coddle. I know he's good on the DK, but do you put offlane DK then with mid Coddle versus a Necrophos? I mean, the matchup just got a lot better for Coddle to be put against the Necro.
Yeah. Coddle's definitely head mid for sure. And then I think they'll probably pick some some
Cat.
Spirit.
Cat. Big Num's kitty cat there. Enjoying some dopes.
That cat is getting in the way of this draft. No time, no
He's
time.
like, no time now. I feel him. My cats are constantly rolling around my feet. It's like, come on. Like the funny thing is, every day here, when I'm doing production, I say, okay, let's run commercials. Then the cats start to run to me. I was like, no, that's not a call sign. I mean, I'm at work right now.
Ooh, they left in the Muerta. Let's go. Give me Sammy Muerta. It'll be fun. Have a good time. Range versus Phoenix. The Gyro Cup is also still in.
Before he brings out the Broodmother and goes Orchid.
That's also possible.
It's his most played hero in pubs right now. 8 games, 75%. Then there's the TA and the rest of the bunch.
There it is. He just keeps picking it. And we saw it already once. It was also when they were up a game. They tried it versus Nouns for the game, too. It did not work out too well, but getting rid of the Storm for the hunting's been good. It's their wave push is really annoying, too. Coddle plus Broodmother. Ench and Willow are also kind of fine. You can just, like, bedlam down waves, and then DK is decent in and out as well. So they could be a real pesky lineup on the map.
Yeah, the Hut is a bit timing dependent too, with this Necrophos getting a good start for his game. If he falls behind, I feel like we're in for just like in game number 1, where we're waiting for an item, but they're already 15k ahead. So you need something that shakes up the tempo a bit here for the Hut.
Well, that shakes it up a bit here. Is that the core Phoenix?
Is a KK Phoenix.
Yeah.
With Dying Light.
It's coming.
Sure. Old White Mid Doom Langshao High with the carry Necrophos. Okay. What do you think about this shakeup?
It makes sense for the matchup of the Necrophos. Put it in the safe lane versus the theoretical DK. Should give you a good time. Keeps you away from the Coddle. Yeah. I like it.
I still think, looking at this this lineup, B-God's going to be the true carry with Trick Shot.
Yeah, he can pop off. It's
Ooh.
But take some time. Oh, it's gonna be same way Dragon Knight.
swap.
Taking it. Okay. I mean that makes sense. The DK will have a better time in the safe lane versus the Phoenix. I wonder if they'll also swap just like lanes. Like I wonder if Langshao High will try and match up versus the DK.
Mm-hmm.
That gets kind of messy. We don't see teams do it a lot anymore because of the twin gates. Since you can just like hop left, right, up, down. No one's locked down by TPs anymore. So they might just try and stick it out.
Also, one interesting thing to note out is we saw this yesterday with the necrotic webs reducing the HP regen. We saw it being put into the mid lane. I think it took like -6 HP per second from a bottle charge. But Necrophos is all about HP regen. I think this is a really smart facet hero idea pickup combo versus the Necrophos, because that's going to impact his scaling throughout this entire game. Necro's damage output with an Ags is all about HP regen being as high as possible for him to deal more and more damage. It's a huge part of it, sure, if he goes that way. But this Broodmother will constantly hinder him no matter how many stacks this guy has.
Yeah, it's pretty comical. It's I'm excited to see if he like throws it in the mid lane again too. It's very, very much a frustrating thing to play against. I'm sure it will. So there's your Broodmother tech there, folks. Run mid and plant that web there after mid lane route. All right, well, hopefully this will go a little bit better for them, because they did get the loss last time on the Broodmother play.
Let's see what comes out of this game. I'm having a bit of a lag issue here, but hopefully that gets sorted out in just a second. As we're marching over to the second game with the Hut versus Apex Genesis. Drafts are ready to go, of course, with the positioning around the map. It's going to be interesting if Apex decides to go for a quick entry kill.
It's my audio up.
Not sure if I can hear Trent right now.
Okay.
Not sure if I'm also lagging a lot. I hope you guys at home can hear me. See a little bit of a cheeky face there on Trent for a second, but we're loading into the game.
I think I saved it.
Hey, I can hear you just fine now.
Oh, perfect. All right.
Solid.
Yeah. all figured out.
That's fine. We'll have a 10-second because the 10-second horn. You know what that means.
Oh wow.
And that is the Mongolian horn from the dire sign sounding. Apex Genesis could maybe win this game. No, that is totally not it. It is the game 2 of our lower bracket elimination series. One of these two teams is going to be knocked out from the road to the international in the NA closed qualifiers.
I'm glad you warmed up for that one today. We also have the very frustrating cosmetic on the Broodmother, where it's kind of hard to see where the edges are. But yeah, the Doom gonna have to deal with the necrotic webs the whole time.
Yes. There we have it. Sammy Boy calling it out like, please put a web in the mid. He does that job. That is actually a pretty... the model on the Broodmother really is intriguing because of all those, those long legs.
It's a
right.
one.
It's kind of hard to read that model. You're right about that. Some early poke onto the Necrophos already. Just like you're supposed to play out this lane is try to punish the Necro as much as possible. Does have 4 armor, but still feels very soft.
That's crazy. Damn webs.
So you do have yourself a lane matchup that can punish.
Yeah, well, we'll have to see how the Dying Light does. This will be an intriguing one. Some of the parts of it, you can't turn it off. So that can be a bit of a nuisance sometimes when it comes to like creep camps and stuff, or like even occasionally like trying to hide. But for the most part, it's a skill issue, so it's fine, as they say. Okay, I swear, more people are picking this facet now that it got nerfed than before, which I'd also like to say too. Because it was 6%, right?
It was 6%, yeah.
Yeah, it was quite a bit higher, and people weren't picking it. People were going way more for the Sunray Talent instead. But once you see a nerf like that,
heavy.
you're like, oh, maybe it's good.
Just
I mean, it's kind of the same treatment as we saw in Zeus, right? Like, did the hero actually get nerfed or not? People still keep picking it. Do you ever get that feeling like when you're playing a patch and the patch is pretty long, it ends, and then you start to miss it because like I should have played this hero more because it was so good?
I don't know. I feel like I have a harder time playing my favorite heroes when they're broken. Oh, we try to get away. So they get the kill with the creep, and Samson see if he can survive.
Ooh, close. Not close enough, though. The Hellbear is causing a bit of issues there for the Hoodwink. They did manage to get the first blood off of Speed. Speed gets the return with the Hellbear. DK does get to live.
Old White doing some shenanigans here in the mid lane to keep this wave near his tower. Very nice. And then he's going to get that Flag Bear. Okay, that's fine. Just pretend he did. I wish he's taunting at him because of it. Knows that he's peeved off. Down bottom, the battle for the Lotus. We'll go to door here.
It's two interesting heroes to try and fight for the Lotus. I think one has the advantage, which is the Disruptor with the Glimpse. Should always win it. Usually it's like, yeah, hero with a stun will always win the battle for a rune. Is it Wisdom Rune or a Lotus or maybe in the river? If you do manage to sneak in between and steal that rune or that Lotus, it's always value. Pretty important for these side lanes to keep control of that. A lot of people say like Lotuses don't matter, but I think they do.
Oh, what? No, they 100% matter. Yeah. Don't be crazy. Lotuses are like the stuff. I mean, they're the good stuff. That's how you win a lane.
Yeah.
Especially certain heroes.
Yeah, I mean, they're given to you for a reason.
What's really crazy is the mid-game Lotuses. Those are the ones that are way too wild right now.
Ooh.
Nice.
Nice connections there. Pop the Lotus. Well, the Lotus wins a kill for them there. And just enough mana for the Acorn shot or the early earn for the Phoenix. So zoning out Sammy Boy for the time being. And going for the chase a bit as well.
Dying Light.
He's gonna burn. He's gonna burn. He will burn, but he will not burn to death.
Nice save. Oh, man, this feels risky. I don't know. I'm scared. Like, no impetus, obviously, but man. Oof.
Extending their limits. Here comes the Dragon Tail. Sammy walks away again. The dive from KK, and he dies, but they'll take Sammy Boy with him. Okay, that was really stretching their limits.
Okay, so what I'm seeing is we need Dazzle 4. Is that what I'm learning? We need Dazzle 4. We need Phoenix 3. We're going to Grave. We're going to Dive. Now we get a strategy. Get an Oracle, right? Pop a false promise when you're super low and then just run around people. Aha.
I like how you're thinking.
Yeah, we got to get this thing nuclear.
Still, I want my Phoenix mid.
That's true. I mean, that has been showcased in pubs a few times, so you might get it. It's a step in the right direction.
It's just how many weeks to have to wait to actually see it. There's the glimpse on Fade in the bottom lane, but Broodmother's going to be fine. However, Bigna might get the kill for himself. The Lotus Heal on the Disruptor, getting his electromagnetic repulsion to kick in between. Actually gets enough heal, so Bigna doesn't get the kill with the Shadow Realm. He thought he had it. And he's going to die first. Door being chased by Fade. Fade trying to make a run for him. And no, he might just die himself unless Wish makes a rotation in. And he's got another Illuminate ready. You just have to guess which direction is the Necro going with a Solar Bind. There we go. Brood will live. 1-for-1 trade.
Man, the Repulsion actually saved Disruptor, but yeah, unfortunately loses his core immediately after with a mid-rotation. So not great. Oh, wait, we'll get the Haste Rune. Oh, Bignum trying to come in here. And how much damage can they get on him? Not enough. They can't combo this Blinding Light because he doesn't have it yet. So a lot of the Blinding Light bounces into the Brambles, but mid-Coddle doesn't really want to invest the points in it yet.
This does seem like the combo we might be seeing more and more frequently picked up, the Coddle Willow.
Yeah, solid. I mean, support duo can cover a lot of things. Then, of course, just core Coddle. Mess around people in the Brambles. A DK with his tower getting pressured here in the safe lane.
Yeah, and also falling behind quite a lot in CS. This Phoenix is really causing some damage, but this is an opportunity for a kill unless he gets the dive out in time as he does.
Wish is coming.
Again.
And now he's no dive.
The wave. 8 seconds for Spirit Form. We'll have to do it with the Urn. Urn on Urn action. KK, he's just regenerating so much.
I cannot believe
not
that.
Oh no, he denied himself. Wow. That is super unlucky for Wish. I mean, they still get the kill on B-God, but man.
I mean, he was close to killing the Coddle. Like, the damage output, that is pretty ridiculous. But yeah, getting the deny, very good. Thanks, Dying Light, for aggroing that creep.
Wish runs out of mana as he throws in the Soul Bind onto Old White, and the Doom, he's dead. Sadly, you can't deny from that these days, so Wish will just pick up his items from the Curry. He did get his TP boots to finish. So now, when he respawns, let's see if he makes an instant rotation somewhere. I mean, doesn't have Spirit Form for 40 seconds, so most likely just going straight back to mid.
Yeah, mid or wherever you want to find some stacks. Down bottom, Laser High, hop through the Twin Gate here. He's going to be wrapping behind onto Sammy. He's got the ulti ready to go. They need a Bushwhack to lead things off here. There it is.
There we go. There's the connection. Lang Xiao Hai also joining in on the action here. Has the Reaper Scythe, and onto the DK they go. He doesn't get the direct kill for it, and Sammy Boy still juking around in the trees. It's all about space now, but those trees really are the end of him. As the tree bounce trick shot will nuke him down, and Lang Xiao Hai will get his first kill. We'll start working towards the Radiance. Okay, so it's not the super greedy Necro build I have seen, which is brown boots into Radiance. At least he has 2 bracers and a magic wand and some raindrops in between. So it's not direct naked boots into Radiance, which I dislike heavily.
And not this time.
Last time I saw that, it did not pay off. Not at all. You know, you got 1,000 HP. What's your Radiance going to do to me?
Well, he's lost his bottom tower, though, so he's back to the tier 2. As Fade runs through the rain jungle, is going to find Old White. And with Wish here...
Mid.
Oh, good Invis Rune.
Yep, the Illuminate will miss, but on the Disruptor they go with the Spider Army. And Disruptor should drop there. Wish is low. Old White will get another revenge kill on him. Last time it was with the Doom, just directly popped on him. This Doom is not going to have any such luck chasing down the Broodmother, but Sammy Boy with speed and get a bit of vengeance on the Phoenix. Very even game in terms of kills, at least 7-6.
Yeah, looks like he was trying to make a play under the tower and trying to set up a good egg, but too much assistance
That was not.
there.
He's not a good egg.
No, no.
They'll have to continue working their way through this this laning stage, but things are already looking a lot better for the Hut compared to the previous one, and also making some plays happen. There's Fade being glimpsed in and doomed up. With all that extra damage flowing in, this Broodmother is done for.
Nice. Disruptor really paying off for them. I mean, the hero of the previous patch gets picked up late in this one as an answer to this Broodmother. And at least say, I mean, yeah, I guess that was the final answer. So, yeah, it's a good choice. Because a classic answer, just being able to glimpse. And you've already gotten a couple pickoffs on the hero now. And then once you actually are able to max your glimpse, it's going to feel really good as we have so many points in the Thunder Strike these days compared to previous iterations of the hero. They're going to try again to go through the Twin Gate at Sammy Boy, it looks like.
Yep, it's like volume 4 of a tower dive. KK, though, takes the tower away, and Speed will walk into Old White and Door. They still have the glimpse. They'll bring him in and finish off the Enchantress.
Ninja High, though, also nuked down as he did not make it through the gate.
And now they're taking the portal. Twin Gate to make a bit of a backstab move. Hope to catch KK, but they don't have a stun. Or at least a reliable one right now. Have to wait for the Cursed Crown to go into full effect. The Bushwhack from B-God. KK is right here. This is not looking good for Wish at all. He just gets blown up, and they lose both of the heroes. KK getting to join in. It's a 4v2, which the Hut is happy to take. And they're really on a roll in terms of turning these fights around. Shutting down the Coddle. Third death for him.
Yeah, and they have everything up. I mean, they just got Static Storm now, too. They didn't use Scythe before Lan Zhaohai died. That was without Doom. I mean, the egg still hasn't been dropped yet. So they could feel free to get a little bit aggressive with the smoke here. What do you want to do as the Hut right now, though? Probably focus down this Tier 1 tower mid. That would feel amazing. And getting some control back over your jungle would also be great. But if you get the Tier 1 mid, then you can take the Dire jungle and just kind of ignore Brood.
Yeah. It works. Oh, B-God misses a point-blank range Bushwhack. The Bignum gets the D-ward. Bit of activity, mostly on the Dire side of the map. Fade just continuing to farm. He'll get his Orchid up, and he'll start posing a threat.
Old White's just ready for the Blink Stomp Doom. Daring someone to approach him. But doesn't have enough friends for the final finish. They're all hanging back a little bit.
Yeah, bit of chase here and there. Fade. Early poke. Still no Orchid, so this Necrophos is going to be a bit of a trickier kill, and especially with the gank squad arriving. They got the kill. And the Static Storm as well. Fade going to be pulled back in with the glimpse, and they got themselves the trade that they needed, with Bignum also dropping. Make it at 1-4-2. It does come at a cost of their carry Necrophos, though.
Nice sidestep, though. Not get terrorized there. White cleans them up. 2K lead to start with. Yeah, the Necrophos isn't getting rolling. That part's a little bit frustrating for their general team plan, but I mean, they have, Shiva's coming out next on the Doom. I thought Phoenix had a cute as well. They get some communication going here, guys. Don't think we need double Shivas. Double Veil's fine. I'm okay with that, but full investments into Shiva seems a little crazy.
Yeah, we'll see if they discuss it through or not, or are they just going to be fighting in two separate areas to get full benefit, you know, bigger AoE and a bigger area fight. But I agree. I think 2 is a bit too much. Always want to have a bit of unique items like this.
It is funny because both heroes really like those items, though. So at the same time, like, how do you even decide? Because it will actively
Rock,
hamper
paper,
the
scissors.
other one. Yeah, like, it's like, all right, well, one of us needs to get an AC, but it's not going to be me. It's like, yeah.
Yeah, I do have some pretty similar item types here. See if they manage to solve it in a peaceful way. Old White getting bursted here by Bignum, and with the help of Wish, it'll be an important kill for them to take. It is the first death for Mr. Doom, the top net worth hero on the chart. Sammy Boy chasing the Hoodwink, gets the Dragon Tail stun, and the Illuminate Blast will handle the rest. Yet, we have not seen a Supernova. And I don't think we're going to see it here either. If this Orchid is enough to deal the damage on the Phoenix, yes it is. Static Storm placed down by Door. He's still got a glimpse available, but it's only level 2. He'd have to be very close to cast it. So he will not get that off. And then we'll get no teamfight ultis to respond against Apex Genesis.
Yeah, this is a great
There goes your lead.
They just do not have an answer for this. Unfortunate lag there for Old White, it would seem.
Their slight economy lead, which was almost 3,000 gold, is gone. Most of that is, of course, Doom Devour net worth with his gluttony facet. In terms of that, Coddle, who's died 3 times, is 7,400 in net worth. Really, really high up there. Off to a great start for his game, even if he has died a couple times. It really hasn't slowed him down. Because I see like games where you have like 4 deaths on Coddle, and at this point of the game, he's stuck at like 5k, 6k.
Yeah, he's not too phased by it. Good rotations, even because when he's dying, it's often like fights that are, you know, sometimes a little bit bad for them, but overall it's not the worst. So they also have the Mage Slayer delivered to Sammy now, so very good versus this Necrophos, who's well away from having any sort of a dispel. Like, he wants this Radiance before he gets a Yules. He's gonna reduce the damage of the Phoenix, reduce the damage of the Doom, and it looks like it's gonna be KK who got the call of you're picking something else up. You're going Yules.
Yeah. Mage Slayer really, really good this game. I like the idea that Semi Boys picked it up. Smoke up towards bottom, looking for the Broodmother. Where is Fade going to be today? His courier kind of reveals his position. They see it flying about. They know exactly where he is now. See if they can catch him. He's got a TP, but he's going to walk straight into them still. Sweet dreams, Fade. With all the wards that he's placed down here, the only thing that reveals him is his own courier.
Yeah, classic. Yeah, I mean, who's gonna micro those things, you know? I mean, they're kind of messing around up top here, thinking maybe they could do something to land Chow High, but just gonna clear the wave, back up, which will show now. Bignum just lurking, hoping for a play here with the Bedlam. Grandmaster, Dark Willow players, they're always hunting.
Sure are. One of the heroes with probably one of the highest skill caps out there.
Yeah, you
Good
make
Willow
some big
player can achieve
plays.
almost anything.
Yeah. Big ancient stacks here. Peacock gonna maybe make another one by the looks of it. Yeah, one more there. I wonder how long it would take to farm this with their heroes. Oh wait, he missed it? Oh, that's too bad. 14 to
Old
10
White
on the
has
stacks,
been,
nice.
Yeah. Doom has actually done most of the stacking with the Disruptor. Very curious about Old White being on top of that chart.
You know, he's
Yeah,
just
he does.
snacking and stacking. That's what you do as a Doom, right?
Snacking and stacking. There's a bit of movement here towards the bottom lane here. Fade.
Yeah, he didn't like it.
Got a Doom on his feet. Well, the Phoenix does drop fairly low on HP. Bignum does get the stun out. Also gets hit by another. Nice Lotus pick up there. Bignum is going to get burnt down to a crisp. They will pop the Phoenix egg, though, and they're going to straight up just destroy it. Doom going to get stunned up, too. This is not looking good for the HUD. Lanjo High does get the Reaper Scythe, but it's not enough. But the Doom should finish him off. And they will get a trade-off kill here, but losing the Necro again. There's nobody there to save him.
Yeah, Peacock's got to just get the hell out of there. Alright, so that's going to end up being a pretty positive trade there for Apex Genesis, especially because they're going to clear this next wave and perhaps even hit this tower bit. They got some time. So with a Broodmother, you certainly have an opportunity here. I'd love to see them just bully this. There's no glyph
Also
either.
no- Yeah, and they know about those long cooldowns too on the side of the HUD, so when they respawn, I wouldn't be too surprised if they just continue with the aggression.
Faye trying to make some more spiders first. Take this tower down. Took so long to actually get onto it though. I don't know. Maybe they can dissuade him, but no, it doesn't look like it. Bring in the Edge Creep too. Nice. Tier 2 down. That's a lot of
solid
control. Like this map is just theirs now. The bottom half, it's so hard to play in here as the HUD. You just have to try and take over top instead.
It's kind of like you draw a circle on the Radiant side. Like, this is a no-go zone now. Like, nobody don't even think about going in that area. But it looks like your triangle isn't safe either. As Doom's just going to get door. He's going to get straight up jumped on. There's the backup arriving on KK and B-God. I think it's a tad bit too late. The sharpshooter and the burn. Maybe they get themselves a kill. Yes, they do, but it's a costly one. Vessel ticking, has to pop the Yules, and the Spiders right on top of the Phoenix. And without their ults to defend themselves. Oh, not the Necro as well. Langshou High. Oh, no. Oh, that's a bit of a chain defeat, isn't it?
Oh, most certainly. It's like an Ember Spirit chain gang out here.
Sheesh. Might be another tier 2 tower. Yes, it is.
Yeah, quite easily. I mean, they have a glyph, but like, I don't know, this thing's just dead. All right, they're gonna spend it.
Very difficult to deal with this one. Actually surprised to see the Frost Dragon for once. You know, played out from the carry position, but then again, the healing reduction, 35%. The necrotic webs giving another 30%. Yep. Regen reduction. Is there a Scotty coming up on somebody? Make it even worse for the Necrophos? He's already non-existent.
Yeah, no, I think it was a good choice. Like, the theoretical, like, if you get the Shard later on Doom, you still have the Scorched Earth healing too, so all 3 cores, they are heal-centric, so... Good Frost Dragon. It also just, it kites heroes really well.
It's very complementary towards the Brood and the Caudal, trying to get their spells and right-clicks to connect. DK doesn't just have to be a force of overwhelming damage as you'd think as a pause 1. 2 separate fights about to break loose. Old White already getting punished here in the mid lane. They're going to pull in the reinforcements. KK with the heal. The Sunray does get some work done here. And now the aggressive egg placements as well. They're going to pile up and try to get big. No, they will. Speed's going to be the next one to potentially drop. Does have a big healing coming out from the Nature's Attendants, but still, Langshou High. He will get his first Reaper Scythe stack out of that kill.
Okay, nice moves. Sammy did take down the tier 2 tier 1 top at the same time, and my God,
Yeah.
Fade, relax.
You've got an infestation problem in the base. That's a big spider.
That's level 18? Oh, Old White. Oh, you cannot die. Oh, he wants it. Oh, now he's dead.
Oh, poor Fade.
Don't
evaded a bit
feel
there.
sorry for him. He just massacred 2 people in broad daylight in their base, their home. I'll say poor Fade. Rude mother picker. Dying in the enemy base. Oh, poor Fade. He died behind the racks. Oh, he never stood a chance.
Oh, he certainly didn't. Not in the end there, at least. You know, problems being addressed all over the map, like fighting in mid, taking the tier 2, causing the fight there, and you got Brood suddenly has space to sneak in the enemy base. Guess they did see that one coming. Just don't have the manpower to, you know, they don't have an exact reserve force to just send into the base to protect while there's another fight going on. Meanwhile, Doom attempting to control Sammy Boy here. And Door coming in with a glimpse. Old White, is that time for a Doom? Yes, it is. Time for the Doom of the Doom. DK going to be stuck on the spot. Langshou High, no Reaper Scythe available yet. They're going to have to kite just a little bit longer. That Doom is not going to kill the DK.
No, he is not that high of a level yet on the Doom. Just 15. Maybe with a little bit more juice in the tank, could have got something there, but it's not meant to be. We also have no Tormentors done quite yet. A little unusual for these days. Dota 2, I feel like teams have been rushing these things around the 20-minute mark lately.
Yeah, and 23 minutes, 0 shards. No, none have been bought either.
That's pretty weird too, yeah. Win probability hovering around 68% there, as you can see. It kind of flipped. It was very much in the Hut's favor for a lot of this game. Only recently has it flipped over, but it's staying pretty steady. They try and get another quick kill onto Door. Wow.
Now.
Oh man, the Glimmer doing. I assume that was a
And
yeah,
B.
that was Glimmer, yeah.
B-God also survived at the same time. Now Langshou High, okay, he's not as lucky with his teleport. Hoodwink survived with like 100 HP. Sammy Boy was trying to get a solo kill. Did not work, but they got the Necro out of the way with his Reaper Scythe still unused. Meanwhile, the Disruptor, well, the repulsion might kick in, but instantly felt like he's just still surrounded by opponents. Samson.
And I
He's down to tier 3.
I thought he must have a glimmer for how long he lived there, but no, there's no glimmer on the Radiant team. What that was? Just raw plate mail. Alive.
Yeah. Oh, it is pretty raw the way Apex is just picking up these kills as well. Like you said, broad daylight.
Yeah, they're not concerned. Like Fade, yeah, he already came in here and flexed a little bit by himself. Now he's got a whole team with him.
Yeah, you bully the brood. Gonna bring in the whole brood together. Everyone's joining in on the party. Feasting on some buildings. Won't be able to stop this push. Oh. Okay. Speed's melee creep gets the honors of the last hit. Finish off the melee racks.
Beautiful. Well, what wasn't looking like too bad of a situation has now ballooned into a 12K lead for Apex Genesis, and suddenly we're looking a lot like game number 1.
Yep.
The Hut, unfortunately, really struggling again here to get their offlane hero online. More of the offline lane for them, unfortunately, today, between the Venge and now this Phoenix. Not, I don't know, it's I mean, the egg
I think it's like
is so
individual.
tough to get, like,
Some individual plays from KK may be a bit too over optimistic about his power. You know, we have this term in Finnish Dota. I've taught this to Fear. We call it power fantasy. You heard it before?
no.
So it means when normally you would say an over-aggressive play or an over-aggressive player. But power fantasy is when you're feeling your hero a bit too much and you start flexing, and the kind of like Fade in the enemy base right there earlier on when he got killed. That's a bit of a power fantasy move.
I see. So it's like when you have the haste rune, and it's the rune of invincibility, because obviously I
Kinda
can't
like
die
that,
with the
yeah.
haste rune. Yeah, okay, I got you.
So you make an overly aggressive play and then it backfires completely. That's being on a power trip or a power fantasy.
All right, what about this one, though? Look at this egg setup. Oh, they're all here. Team, are we going to fight them? All right, I'll TP home. All right, but now we're going to fight them here, right, guys? I'm ready.
He's ready, but is everybody else ready?
All right, here we go. Amplify damage rune. He's got the time warp aura. He's going to dive in. He's going to egg. Then he's going to blink stomp to get the good egg off. Okay, but not on the tier 2, though. We're going to do it on tier 3.
We're going to tier 3, boys. Are we ready now? We're doing the tactical retreat here.
We get a ward. All right, they have a ward on the Tormentor. This could be good. If they go to steal the Tormentor, that would be such a bad play from Apex, I think. That'd be like the one way. Oh, here we go.
They go straight to Wish with the Doom on the back line. Old White's going to get the first kill right away, and Fade's going to melt as well with the Aegis going down. Bignum's also down too. And that's 3 quick kills, and Hut, they're holding. Fade with the BKB, going to teleport out, and the Reaper's Scythe will drop him all the way in his own fountain, but he will live. So that is a successful hold. They gave all these towers away just to make it work.
He didn't do the egg play. I thought he was going to egg. I was going to egg during the respawn.
Seems like a no.
Oh, that
I wonder what he did.
Dead. I guess because he probably just was maybe not thinking of the BKB TP. He probably thought he already used it or something.
But a hold is a hold. And now they get the first Tormentor of the game at 27 minutes.
Okay, good Yules. Getting a little spicy there. And we'll go to Door for the shard.
Hey.
All right. Now, unfortunately, they'll still need more fights just like this one. But look at that start. I mean, the dream, right? Immediately onto the Coddle. Certainly the backline engine there. Sandboy just kind of forced off to the side as well. Really awkward. Can't just hit and swing there. And good choice there from Fade to at least not become another casualty or would have further hurt them. Old White able to TP out of that bad situation. Back in the live game here.
Yep.
And they're
The whole team
reapproaching
is
here. Not scared. No BKB for 15 seconds on the Brood, though.
But they got the egg. They got the egg. The one thing that they need for this defense, if they used it before, they might not be able to hold, but let's see what they can do now without the Doom. Samson already down. There's the egg placement. Super aggressive! That's not gonna work. That is not gonna work. You got 5 hostiles around you. Oh, no. Trent.
I don't know, bud.
That was not the play. All of his, he had this big strat book filled with ideas. and he just dropped it down, or think maybe he read the wrong page at the wrong moment.
My thought process was that maybe he thought Doom still had Stomp, and he was thinking, Doom will blink Stomp, but his blink got tagged anyway. So even if he had the Hoof Stomp, he couldn't have gotten in there and saved him. Sorry, the War Stomp.
True.
I mean, he can't actually eat Centaur War Runner. My bad.
Well, they hold. Spiders are coming, though. Necro is going to be the one to defend this one. Chip damage already being dealt, and that's a lot of money for the Necrophos. He has a Dagon lined up. Straight up, level 5 Dagon on his list.
Got one on the
Speed
Coddle
will
now,
get
too.
Yep. Shard for speed. The good old Sprike.
We love a Sprite. KK thinking about going straight in for the refresher here. Has the recipe bought up. Kind of a bold one. Old White just trying to get an Octarine. And with this Time Warp Aura, help that out even more.
Mm-hmm.
It's actually a really nice ability in these team fights for a Necrophos. That's a hero who loves cooldown reduction. Every little bit, just crazy. Between the Death Seeker and just the pulses.
In general, just all of their teamfight ultis. Like, Doom is just somewhere nearby. It is a pretty huge AoE. It's 1,200.
Okay.
Sammy gets the stun on the Phoenix. The Lotus is a bit late there, but he does get the Yules to save himself. The Doom connects onto the DK, and there's your egg. Fade just goes straight to it, and he's going to do it himself. He's just going to do it all by himself with his BKB, and there goes the Phoenix. Old White slowly dropping. Speed will finish him off, and now the Necrophos getting pushed in again. The blinding light and the Bramble Maze on the ground. He's going to have to Yules himself up into the air. He will survive with the Ghost Shroud for now. Sammy Boy, very aggressive blink in, and he will go down. Necrophos is also melting, but not dying. 2 buybacks already on the side of the Radiant team, and they will lose Old White. There's a quick Dagon flick there from Wish. Getting Adava Kedavra out of this game. As a dieback for him. Phoenix also saving himself right behind his own Ancient. And is it now time for Megas? And this is the 3rd high ground breach on the top lane, and now maybe they can get the job done.
It's pretty hard. It would have to be just the units. I don't think you want to come in here with this Brood with no BKB.
Does seem like it. Oh,
Dude,
Finch gets the kill on door.
Speed.
What the heck? Speed styling his way through here. Land Xiao Hai trying to take the front. He's got the Reaper side. He also got his BKB. The Nullifier connects. He's going to go for Speed, but Speed will not die to a Necrophos. Stands his ground, and now the Ogre Seal told him to safety as his BKB runs out, and suddenly Necrophos is down to just a bare inch of HP. Another Dagon flick. And there goes your Necrophos, and Speed is the one to pick it up as well. It's your boy Speed throwing in some impetus spears, the most broken thing in this patch in his case. Another Yules for the Phoenix, but here's the Illuminate Blast. And he's gone.
Dying in the well here, and that's going to be it. They're going to call the GG here. Yeah, Speed actually did a crazy amount of damage in that last fight. And, well, there you go again. Absolutely ridiculous on these impetuses. We're not even going to get a chance to see it, because this game is going to end straight up here as Apex Genesis going crazy with the pop-offs. Wow, look at them dancing everywhere. they're pretty relaxed on the W here.
They sure are. You know, the celebration is going to have to wait for a bit. The work isn't entirely done yet. You know, they win the series, but the road is still long. It's going to be more than 3 series. The 3rd one, which is going to be the grand finals, if they get all the way there. So, cracking down the series here and this the 2nd game. We kind of brought it up that Hut, they looked a lot better, even though they still had some struggling with their laning stage. The Necrophos was shut down. The Phoenix making a couple individual plays that didn't necessarily work out the way that they intended it to. And after 15 minutes of gameplay, Apex they found another clutch, or another gear, let's put it that way. Or maybe they found the clutch in the end, but pushed relentlessly into like, what, a 15,000 gold lead in just 10 minutes.
Yeah, and I like what they've shown here with this Broodmother, too. Like, we've already seen it from Sammy, but now they swap it over to Fade, so showing that they've got player and lane flexibility that's going to be available for them, so That's very helpful. Maybe can threaten with it a bit more in some of these other drafts here too. But respect to the Hut. They're done. They've gone out now. But they picked a Necrophos. They picked an offlane Venge. They rocked the B God Pudge. I like what they tried here. I thought the Disruptor was also really solid this game for hunting that Broodmother. You could the ideas they had were actually really good. Just sometimes you get outplayed and there's better people in the qualifier than you, and it's gonna be okay.
Yeah, that's the story of it. Sometimes you just get brooded. It's also a way to get knocked out of a tournament, even if it is the road to the international. And yep, Apex is going to be marching onward. They will find out their opponents in a while. They actually got a nice little rest in between because that series is scheduled for the very late part of the day, or even you could say evening at your time by then.
Yeah.
That'll be 4 a.m. local time, so I'm probably or might be already asleep at that time. I'm going to try and see if I can stay up to watch that one. But standout players, I mean, Apex looked a whole lot more whole here in this series combined when they looked in game 1 versus Nouns.
Yeah, they look good. I mean, they look like they're warming up a little bit here. Solid drafts, good picks here. And Fade, we're gonna give the Broodmother that MVP. Bringing the hero in again and just taking over that bottom half of the map. And honestly, it does simplify your game a lot when the enemy can't play in a quarter of their map.
Yeah, sure does. Well, we're wrapping up this series, and we've got another one looming right behind the corner as we're slightly ahead of schedule. Of course, a follow-by. It's going to be Grin Esports versus 4 Amigos, which is, again, another elimination game coming up. We are now down to 5 teams, and after that series, it's only going to be 4 remaining. So is that the magical number, the 4 Amigos, or are we going to see some more Grin dominance come out? We'll find that out after the break here with T-Pan and Trent on the commentary.
The official headset of PGL tournaments. Now, with a wireless version. Experience unparalleled speed and reliability with the latest wireless technology, advanced hybrid ANC, and built-in EQ for your favorite game. Designed with elegance and durability, and extreme noise-canceling microphone. Always stay one step ahead with Aspire Wireless.
What's up, y'all? You ready for some more NA dotes? Because we got some.
Wow.
Sorry, Trent.
That's your NA intro, huh? What's up, y'all?
I gave it an attempt. We're heading over to the second series of the lower bracket. Again, another elimination game up in our hands, and it's Grin Esports versus 4 Amigos, and we're into the draft already. So, Trent, take us away.
Who's not the Amigo?
5 seconds remaining.
That's what I want to know. Because like it used to be like 4 Zoomers and a Boomer, right? That was the 4 Zoomers. This is 4 Amigos. Like, is there someone they just don't like on the team?
10
Is that what I'm being led to believe? Probably the mid player.
I mean, you should know you're the Canadian, and right? that's only.
I mean,
4
well, I don't know if
Americans
you know,
and
but
1
Canadians don't really have amigos. So
True.
be like the 4 hosers. Then maybe I'd have an idea.
Ah, the hosers. Yeah,
Yeah.
that's the one. Well, we're gonna spin things off with a Shadow Fiend first pick coming out from Grin Esports, and I think yes, it is. That's their first Shadow Fiend so far.
Ah, yes.
And
And although
not
he's
picked
not
it
there on that most picked graphic right below us, he is one of the most banned. He's definitely up there. We have seen him picked a few times as well to, I think, 100% win rate, actually. I don't believe he has actually lost a game yet in his 3 or 4 matches.
You are correcto.
4 games, okay. There you go. Yeah, he looks good. And then he just started getting banned out in the first phase of pretty much every game. So the Amigos did use him to a victory versus La Correntada. So maybe they have some ideas as to what La Correntada could have done to slow down this fiend.
Yeah, the Amigo side would have probably liked to pick for themselves. They definitely played it out. Grin, they have not yet. Grin have more been opting for the Hoodwink on Sneaky, of course. The Marana carry we've seen twice now. What else have they been repeating? I feel like everything else feels a bit unique in their drafts. Maybe the DK has been shown up twice.
Yeah, the DK is interesting here because you don't really want to pick it as Amigos into the Shadow Fiend because then that can just give you can't really mix up the laning that much. So they go for the Tiny instead, who's at least a bit more flexible between the support and the core and can be moved around a little bit and perhaps help nuke down this Tiny. So it puts Grin in a pretty good spot. I can see why the Shadow Fiend opener is okay despite being a Shadow Fiend. Like, that's not really something that's ever been a thing in the history of Dota that you could just raw open with this hero and feel good about it.
True. Trying to look who's been playing this Tiny so far on the 4 Amigos side. It has been in a support position. So Roseanne, RZN, has been playing it twice. 1 win, 1 loss. Could still be put into the carry position with Mr. Double King. Double can only play 2 heroes so far, the Gyro and the Troll Warlord.
Taking their time here. They got 10th pick, so they got to figure out this next one pretty soon here. Trying to figure out what they want to ban to lead into this pick. But you want to save some reserve time. So they're going to remove the Hoodwink. And they're still just going to contemplate a little bit here. Yeah, we don't want to see the Sneaky Hoodwink again. Been a bit too good. Sneaky, what did he play when he had his move? Oh, he played Marana. That's right, yeah.
Yeah. Flex the Marana around. That was the option that they had. Also, about Double King. I remember I had to do some research on this. I think it was a couple of years back, but I think there's this very weird video on YouTube about like this king that just keeps taking away other people's crowns. Have you heard this one before?
No.
I think Double King's name kind of resonates from that video. I'm not sure if it's taken directly from it. I actually need to look up the name of that particular video. It's a very interesting one. It has a story in it, but it's basically like an animated cartoon, whatever you want to put it. I think it's also called Double King. Yes, it is Double King. It's at 85 million views on YouTube, so I'd
That's a lot of
recommend giving
views.
it a try.
I didn't realize he was DNM's brother. That's cool.
He is.
Oh,
He is.
these guys are gamer. All right, neat. Gamer family over there. We're going to get another Crystal Maiden game here, picked up alongside the Rubik. Rubik, a classic counterpick to the Weaver, also feels incredible versus the Tiny. This is a damn good Weaver pick. Avalanche and Shikuchi, fantastic steals for you to grab. I can see why Sneaky, very likely at least, is the really wanting at this game.
You can get some neat combos going out of that. Very long-range tosses, too. If you manage to land somebody on the Weaver, he pops Shikuchi, bring him all the way back to the tower. 600 movement speed as well, especially with that facet. Hopefully no hive mind. It's been a while since we've seen this hero, though.
Yeah, it's been an interesting patch for offlaners. It started with us just nonstop talking about Axe and Legion Commander, and now those two have fallen off pretty hard. They're not a big concern anymore. And now our offlane pool has been pretty varied. I think Slardar is still looking like one of the better ones. He's also still in, and you have a Shadow Fiend draft, but he doesn't know what his carrying matchup would be necessarily. It's probably going to be Support Weaver, I would guess. Obviously, they can flex at the end if it doesn't look good. But I think, I don't know, Slardar could be kind of okay here. So we get just another Zeus.
Can work. Got some nice damage output to go with that hero. Just trying to look up, is this, when's the last time we've seen Centaur? So this is the first Centaur pick, indeed. So you're correct about that. Ember Spirit going to be brought up here. So that's going to lock in our Shadow Fiend. Very likely to be a carry, unless we're seeing something, you know, Dalai Lama style offlane Ember Spirit. Probably not, but it's an option.
That's true. Yeah. If there's any place to do it, I guess it would have been the old NA before we lost him.
Yep, we lost him. Those were good times.
Yeah. No, they got the win versus the Hut using it, so feels pretty good. It helps lead in to follow-up plays from Rubik and Crystal Maiden before they really have blinks and stuff. They don't have the best way of starting fights, so Ember's your hero that can do that for you. Would be nice to get that from the offlane as well. Someone else who either wants to go blink or has a more natural path to initiation.
But not a lot of beef on the side of Grin. Pretty soft targets, all of them.
I can only assume they'll just pick Sand King if it's left. It's just, I just got that feeling. Something that won't buy a Blink Dagger, and I'll just be like, I wish he had a Blink Dagger the whole time. Maybe he can just pick Primal and feel good about it because he doesn't need the Blink. You know, just onslaught his way in there.
What about
Slider's gonna be removed? The Night Stalker's the other big one. The Timber Saw's still in.
What about the DK we mentioned earlier?
Oh, true, yeah, because they kind of locked it for their own side by picking the Shadow Fiend.
It's one of the three he's
there's
played.
Probably better heroes.
He's only played Sand King, Slardar, DK so far. One of them is now banned. Unless he brings up something new. The Phoenix is open. He wants to repeat KK's offlane Phoenix there.
No, that's okay. Let's not.
We
let's
don't
not
need
do that.
it. We don't need to see it.
A hard pass.
And the only Phoenix play was from the support position on Grin, so that will be something new for the team. Of course, they banned out. Okay, they banned the DK. So Sand King is the only real consideration here, but he's still got some options open. I guess if you need beef, you can bring in the Underlord. Maybe something else.
I don't know. There's still Ursus and stuff in the pool though, so that's kind of scary. I feel like you can't pick somebody that gets too hard countered here in this offlane. Gonna ban the Troll. Pick up the Legion. Okay, finally. This is the first Legion pick that we've had so far.
How far
I'm
we've
wondering
fallen.
when she'd show up. Yeah, I know, right? Yeah, it's kind of crazy. All right, now do you want? I think so. Yeah, it's assuming that we get some initiation potential. That would be great. I think that's what I'm hoping for. Right? A little bit of blade mail, a little bit of blink, easy game. The Ag seems kind of crazy now, so that's probably gonna be the plan. She's not super easy to counter in the lane, so I'll have to at least think more about their general game plan than just like destroying this Legion commander. I think not a lot of time on the board here though. All right, what do we got? The bear, yeah.
It's the bear.
Makes sense. I mean, the Ursa's still in, so you got to consider your offlaners. And Legion has some tools, so it's not like GG, but it's still a bear. So I like the choice. I think it goes really well with the Stampede. It also helps just blow up the Ember if he ever gets disabled.
Yeah,
I forgot how sick those nunchucks are.
they do solve a lot of issues with this Ursa, definitely. And also, if he does decide to bring up that bear down facet, which looks like it, because LC still has his tools to stick in the lane, that extra debuff duration, not only just for the Fury swipes, but everything that comes with a debuff gets increased duration. So that could definitely be the right facet. I did see something crazy going on with the Grudge Bear. That was the one where you pick up damage during your end rage, and once you have shard up, I think I saw a video where like an Ursa was doing like 900 plus damage and sieging towers with it by, you know, dropping by the fountain, you know, just quickly waltzing by, and they had no stun on him, so he just walked in there, walked out, kept his enrage, tanked some towers, and he's just sieging by himself. But makes Ursa an actual tower taker.
Okay, that's one way to do it. Maybe some Martyr's Plate. We talked about that item messing around with some stuff. That could be something. Martyr's Plate in a fight and just get all the damage onto you for the enrage.
Yeah, we're theory crafting here, but we're also reaching.
And we don't need it because he's keeping the bear down by the looks of it.
Yes, exactly. So who has the easier draft to execute again? I think this is really important to ask because you've got some cool tools on 4 Amigos, Tiny Blink, Centaur Ulti, Zeus Giving Vision, Weaver as well. Like it feels like Radiant have things sorted out. But is it for Grin? You know, squishy targets, is LC the answer to make things easier?
It looks pretty good, yeah. I think the main thing for Grin that makes their life easy is the Ember initiations with the follow-up of Rubik and Crystal Maiden is pretty easy to execute. And then the fact that you just have a Shadow Fiend who can just walk in and actually take objectives with you. So towers look pretty good for them. But then on the other side, the Amigos have this Ursa. So if the game stalls out a little bit, they get some space, they can easily take Tormentors, they can easily take Roche. They're not the best at dealing with towers, though, in comparison, so... and then, you know, Grin, obviously, with their heroes, they can also Roche fairly well. Not as good as an Ursa, but for a non-Ursa lineup. And the fact that you have an Ember, Shadow Fiend does kind of fix a lot of those problems there. As Moo's going to say hello over to monkeys, and monkeys will say hello back, and they'll have some nice little tips and a hug, and it's beautiful. Wow, NA Dota.
A very
I wonder how many
wholesome.
times these two have met in the qualifiers for TI. Probably many times.
Yeah, very wholesome for NA, you know. Something has definitely changed. Like, what's happened to your region? You think, why are you guys so nice suddenly?
They're getting old. It's really that simple. There's no time for beef, you know. They're all just a bunch of boomers. They're reminiscing all the time, you know.
Yeah.
Catching their feet on the screen door in and out of their boomer homes. Because they have homes, because they're all boomers. So, you know, we got in there good.
Yeah, let in
You
there.
young folks be living in your vans, trying to save up for a down payment on your van instead of a house. It's rough over here in NA right now, man.
Yeah, I'm
I
looking.
feel for you
I'm looking
kids.
at. I'm looking at this 18-year-old RCY reminiscing the past and all.
Yeah, this poor guy, he's never going to own a home, you know.
Oh, poor man. I mean, we did highlight RCY quite a lot, that he was potentially like one of the top 4, maybe top 5 mid players in NA, potentially, if he can break through the DPC gap. But now with the, you know, the DPC has not been out there.
I thought you were going to say break free, like get out of NA. And I was like, yeah, maybe.
That would be one way to do it, maybe.
That's one way of putting it.
Seems like the trend for you guys, you know?
Yeah.
Not the first one to do it. But yeah, he's still got a bright future ahead of him, and if he keeps on schooling, like RCY, like one thing that we really liked about him is he has a matchup which is not favorable for him, and he manages to win it, and he does it fairly often. That's what I've really liked to watch, is literally this guy. Like whatever team he's been on, he's been the guy to watch.
Well, I was complaining about the economy. It went 3-1 on the bounties, I see, in favor of the Amigos. So great start for them. Our lane setups all look maybe expected. Yeah, I would say expected. We just had Speedy also play this Weaver in the safe lane. It's like technically a 5, but it kind of plays like a bit of a like greedier one, right? Like you're mostly just a 5 because you're ranged and you have this Geminate now for free, so you're a lot better. Just this harass. Also, courier sniping is free, so he gets one easy from Moo.
That's great success right away. That early courier kill going his way. We just saw Speed play this one out. Yeah, so albino zebra. Is it albino or albino?
Probably be albino, one would think. As, you know, albino being like...
Because we had this
As a
debate.
zero be funny.
We had this debate with like Nomad and Fear. It was like, is it albino zebra or albino zebra?
Oh, Jesus.
And I was like, guys, our brain is melting here. It's like, we can't do this. Meanwhile, might actually get a kill on Sneaky here. Let's get the lift out. There's the jump from Double King, and with the minus armor and the Sakuchi there, we have it. First blood for Mr. Weaver.
Yeah, I'll let you know that objectively Canadians always have the right answer to this because we go somewhere in between the UK and the US. Like we still put U's in our words, but sometimes, you know, we also say Z, but we don't say like zebra. You know, we're a little bit in between.
Right, right.
Yeah.
Zebra, zebra.
Yeah, so whatever we say is right. So it's zebra and it's albino. So don't listen to Nomad. That guy, he doesn't know what he's talking about.
I knew you were going to read where this one's going because he was the one who brought it up. And we were debating it for like an entire panel segment. It's like, sure, we're stuck. We're not going anywhere. Oh, double king. Oh, no, not the Ursa. Blood grenade comes out as well. Is he going to die to the tick damage? Yes, he is. One more tick.
Oh, that was
Calculations. And there goes albino zebra as well. But he does get... No, he doesn't.
Oh, my God.
Actually just got a proc.
Yeah, it was the proc, exactly. That's what got him the first kill. That's great.
Oh, man, that's so demoralizing.
Him the XP. Yeah, that stinks. And, I mean, the big winner is just Rubik. Just sneaky. I mean, being sneaky and just getting the gold and the XP, staying in the lane.
Yup. Full-on enjoyment.
He's the core.
Happy to be in the position he is. Then again, about Bear Down, is there a particular item with a debuff that makes this look really, really good? With the
I guess,
20%
yeah.
debuff?
That makes sense, right? Like, I mean, any of them. Obviously, like, the Basher's the big one.
Basher's the big one, yeah.
You like getting it anyway. In theory, a Scythe could be kind of cool. Like, we used to have Ursa Scythes, and in some games, maybe it's still value, but feels like now there's so many good carry items that you often don't need to go for that last Scythe, right? We got, like, all these other random items out of the game, like you gotta get Nullifier. I guess it's every item is the real answer, isn't it?
Yeah. Just
time for the support Ursa.
Just fill in with debuffs. Nothing else in your inventory. Just debuffs.
Actually, the 4 Ursa fashion could be back. Maybe we're back.
Oh no, Trent, no.
That's an interesting thought.
That is a bad influence. 4 Ursa.
You're just Marcy. It's the same thing. You just jump on people, you punch them. What's the difference? You help your team get Roche.
The way to jump in, I think, is the issue.
Oh, he's got mad hops now. I mean, before people used to do it before he even had hops. You know, they did a little support Ursa. They had to buy a blink. Now he just do it himself. Strong, independent bear.
Oh, I guess. I mean, we need Tumblr toy back in the meta.
Look at these CS mid though. Oof. RCY showing why Zeus still got it.
Yep, that's RCY. That's why he's really a highlight player to watch.
Yeah,
he is so good.
Of course, he's got to watch out. The second that Ember hits 6, I imagine the rotation should be coming because it'll be a bad time for him.
Just throwing those arc lightnings at this man. And our first big rune is going to spawn in 45 seconds. So indeed, expect some movement to show up in the mid lane. Maybe Sneaky with his lift. He'd like to stay around because this Ursa is very low. Maybe help move.
Yeah, he can't seem to get out of here. God, look at the damage on the Sneaky. Oh, he got greedy on Zebra. Oh, easy.
Oh. Moo is also dropping low, but Double King should be good here with Zebra. Throwing in a couple more hits there, and there's the Zeus ulti. RCY will get his first kill here. Top lane there, trying to apply pressure at the same time. Well, we've got movement into mid, so 2 separate moves happening at the same time. Zoning out Monkeys forever for now. And we're becoming the bottle refill for kits. Let's see who gets the rune, and what is it going to be?
No oracles in this one.
That's
Zebra
a steal.
snags it from under him.
Yeah. Okay, I was like, they don't know where he is, but they've dropped the sentry down, so they know where he is. Meanwhile, Toss playing on top, tossing CM under the tower. Pingus Bingus. Monkeys is going to have to tank at least some of those raises there. Just love how CM gets tossed and stunned under the tower, and she's just allowed to walk away.
Shadow Fiend's a scary guy, you know. This is our first pick hero. Can't mess with his support like that. Yeah, interesting to see Melky on something a little bit more common as opposed to the carry Mirana that we've been watching him on. So
Something
far,
different.
it's going pretty well. I mean, Centaur's the lowest on the cores in terms of net worth. Having a bit of a hard time.
RCY's rotation bottom. LC only level 4, and just a couple more needed here. Maybe one more spell from RCY, and he's got it with a lightning bolt. Securing the kill.
That's a catapult
And
wave, too.
Wisdom Rune, but Albino Zebra's not going to make it in time for the steal. Using a Radiant Scan on it just in case, but it's already heading that way. Roseanne takes the other. Monkeys Forever zoned out once again, but the Avalanche will keep Milky at bay and won't get the kill on the scent.
So let's be a little bit careful here. Pink is just popping clarities. Roseanne tries to maybe get in there and get a cancel on it, but just got clarity instead. Perfect.
That's a couple. I saw the Tiny was attempting to break that clarity with a tree toss, but he actually missed on the hero. It just ended up being a tree landing on the ground, and just like CM's like, oh, good dodge.
Ah, he's leeching some free XP here.
CM is on his way. He can catch
Albino
this
Zebra's
Zeus.
coming.
They're bringing in 3 heroes to mid, and also in the top lane, a bit of movement too.
Yeah,
Okay.
Weaver had a bunch of space, so he just kind of ran in. Almost got the courier for the Shadow Fiend, but not quite. That's going to send Milky back to the jungle here just to farm a little bit here, because the wave is way up and being controlled by monkeys.
Oh, man. RCY is like 1,000 gold ahead of this Ember already 8 minutes in. Like, wild.
Yeah, and still not a lot of moves to help him out.
Yep. The Crystal Maiden walks into a bit of a gank squad here. Monkey's looking for the stun, but the Shadow Fiend is a bit faster. 24 extra movement speed. Here comes Kits with the Remnant Jump. Good stampede there after the chains being used. Get the reset. Oh, too salty. Move.
Move.
Okay, solo kill for Double King. Didn't even need to use the Thunder God's Wrath.
Yeah, it's a really good kill. Just phase boots and taking down a melee hero in your lane.
Monkey's getting surrounded here.
Oh, he
That stole Stampede. Oh, yeah. Definitely did, and that's going to be a kill, but they can maybe look for more. This will help the Shadow Fiend reposition a lot, like raise casting during the Stampede. Oh,
Now, one thing that is really interesting is like now versus Rubik, you always know what he stole. So it's harder to get sneaky plays, as one could say.
no pun intended.
It was.
And getting tossed. Pingus trying to make a run for it. Roseanne going to get blown up there by the raises, but is there a chance for a kill here? RCY, his Arc Lightning got stolen. Roseanne goes down, so does Kits. He does get a double for himself, but Milky zones him out with the Requiem. So that
You
situation
use that time
comes
to
down.
get the tower, so that's pretty good. And you get away with Arc Lightning, which is also one of the more ridiculous spells to seal as a Rubik.
Yep.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Saw. Yes, was it yesterday when B-God's
It was 2
Rubik
days
was
ago.
practicing for Jesus? Yeah, 2 days ago.
Yeah. Yeah, it
Practicing.
was quite the performance. Smoke up here.
Also-
No resources, Zeus. What are we doing, RCY? Where are we going? Amplify damage.
Phylactery is
Really hoping to find this Shadow Fiend, huh?
yeah, I mean, Phylactery isn't really that strong.
Tower is under attack.
Well, he's getting plenty of mana now with his rotation in, so if they can just find the hero, that's really the question. I saw Albino Zebra's actually lining up the Orchid on a support Weaver. That can be very scary when he just pops up out of nowhere in Invis and, oh, I'm silenced. Now I'm a Double King. Ooh!
Oh, that was sick. They were up top hunting for him, and Melky just comes to the Twin Gate and blows up their carry. Oh, the old Uno reverse card there.
Yep.
They thought they were going to hit a Shadow Fiend. So you just get triple raised walking to the Twin Gate. Oh, I love Shadow Fiend.
Oh, that was
I'm so glad he's back.
Dire's
Yes. It's been a while since we've seen Shadow Fiend around, but he's definitely in a situation like that. Makes it look a little bit too easy how much damage those races can do when you get all three of them. Now into the top lane, moves in here. So is Pingus, TPing in. They're looking to defend this tower. Here comes the Ember as well, and so is the Rubik. They've gotten the tower out of the way, and looks like all they're going to get is a tiny kill. They steal the level 3 Avalanche, get a dual victory for the LC. So they get something in return.
That's the first one of the game here. Yeah, sneaky. All the good steals. Avalanche, it's not too crazy yet 'cause he only has 1 point in the Arcane Supremacy. That's when it gets really ridiculous, is when you have this like big, long cast range toss. Or, sorry, Avalanche. That's where it's really, really good, but still, great way to clear waves, farm up. Why? Let's be careful here.
Radiant's middle tower.
Missed
back.
Avalanche there. Does come the cost of the Heavenly Jump, and Kits is going to get his Illusion Rune for the bottle. Bit spread out on the map so far inside of 4 Amigos. Waiting for this Battle Fury on the Ursa. Going to take a bit of time. Not too long now, but RCY is going to have to try and hold up the tempo. He's really not allowed to die in the Zeus. He's 4-0 as well right now. Grin doesn't get to punish.
Yeah, they're still waiting a little bit here because Moo wants the Blade Mail before the Blink, and Kits hasn't been too crazy aggressive in terms of hunting, but he is trying to farm aggressively. He's in here, he's taking away these camps, leaving more space for his Shadow Fiend, but they're going to try and answer this by moving into that Dire Jungle themselves on RCY and Albino Zebra. And even though they're doing this, the pressure mid isn't that great, although maybe that'll change now. So you got to at least try and pressure this tower if they're just going to play like this. Okay, Roseanne.
There's also a pretty deep Weaver farming on the Dire side of the map, very deep in.
How else are you going to get an Orchid, you know?
Yeah. Shadow Fiend Superior flies right by. That is his Hurricane Pike. Fully ready.
Dire's top tower is
Maybe with that they can take this tower finally out of the way. Roseanne still on the other side of the trees, but now with this SF showing up, 3 points in the presence of the Dark Lord, that tower just melts away. They also still need 600 for the blink on the Tiny. A bit over 1,000 for the blink on the Scent. Bit more than that for another blink on the Ursa. Weaver blink, maybe? No.
Radiant are scanning.
A little slow burn here.
Well, not much happening right now. Very calm. Both teams just waiting for their items to kick in. Just vibing about. You can see a bit of an inventory check for all of you folks out there wondering what are they building right now, and also missing a neutral item. 14 minutes in. RCY, what's up with that? He's holding on to a token. Some of these neutral items, you know, like we talked about, tier 1s, the sooner you can get them, like somewhere between 7 and 10 minutes, can mean like a 3k net worth lead in terms of those items don't actually, we don't know how much they're worth, but we understand how much worth they can bring in for the team or for the player itself. It's like missing out on an almost entire item. Might as well might as well want to pick those up as soon as possible, especially these shovels, both for the Ursa and the Centaur. Any extra bounties, money for the team. Trying to wrap around on monkeys forever here top. It's been a while since a kill. He's forcing out the Stampede, so we're still going to have to wait a bit longer for another kill to happen. And it's a big spell to put on cooldown. So we wait.
It's been the theme of this one.
Yep. Taking it easy.
Are scanning.
What you looking at?
I think
man?
in terms of like how it's going, this does favor the 4 Amigos. Like I don't think this Ursa really wants to be a part of anything. Like he didn't have didn't have one of those crazy Ursa starts or anything like that. He's got lots of time to get his Battle Fury up. He's farming towards that Blink Dagger. Sure, they haven't knocked down like the mid tower or anything yet, but Albino Zebra just wandering around, being a nuisance. Oh, he just got dusted.
And Moo just can't get in for the duel. Sneaky's in between. But of course, that's a prime Rubik game when there's a Weaver in there. There's Shikuchi on top of Shikuchi's, and there's the Frostbite. There's the duel. That one is in the bag.
Value. Yeah, unfortunately, though, now there's a Rubik with a Shikuchi. Oh, he didn't re-steal it, did he? Or does that actually go away that fast now?
I don't think he did. 180 seconds. Yeah, it doesn't look like he restalled it. Yeah.
Oh, fair enough. All right, into the Roche Pit. A little unexpected that it would be this lineup getting there first. This is solid.
Yeah, you talked about it, that they don't have the fastest compared to like maybe the Radiant, but they can still definitely do it, as you can see.
Yeah, I mean, this Legion hits pretty hard, even with just 20 stolen damage. Like, plus, obviously, the minus armor presence of the Dark Lord. Easy peasy. Maxed out at -7. And, yeah, they're just going to get this. Freezing Field even to guarantee it here from Bingus.
Sure. Might as well. There we go. Milky. Gonna pick that one up, and Double King has been spotted. Do they see Roseanne? Oh, he actually blinks right in to find himself a target to hit. It is Sneaky. There comes Kits with the jump in, and also Milky on the side. Double King, who's gonna get a couple hits in, but the Hurricane Pike comes out as well. Stampede gonna be popped. There's the stun onto Kits as well. The Ember just disappears. Moo's gonna be low on HP too, so he can't stay, and so the Requiem's gonna be zoning them out. They will get themselves a Sneaky's Rubik, and 2 heroes lost for the team that just picked up the Aegis. Albino Zebra, they know where he's coming from. He's just running under the ward. Still on the chase, though. Gets the connection onto Pingus here, and Milky's just going to decide, I'm going to sack my CM. I'll continue to run. Monkeys is right behind him with that blink in, and Moo is also on the other side. But that is a very good trade-off here for Amigos, but not as much for Grin.
I gotta say, Albino Zebra having a great game. I feel like he's doing so much on this Weaver. He's absorbing a bunch of space on the map. He's keeping them busy. Even when he dies, like, he's getting a lot out of it. And then he just keeps these long chases going, too. Plus, he's going to have that Orchid in 5 gold. Like, he's a problem. Like, Gleipnir, I think, could have been pretty cool, too. But he really wants that single-target focus. He wants to ruin this Ember's life. Because this Ember, with the early Mage Slayer, it's pretty unlikely you want to go Mage Slayer Yules. Like, you want this farming item of the Maelstrom. So he knows that Kits is going to be stuck for a while on it.
I really like the idea of the Orchid above the Gleipnir, maybe specifically because of the Ember Spirit. But then again, Roseanne going to be thrown in the air. Quick reactions there.
I mean, that creep, though, got crushed by that crash landing. I mean, that's, you know, that's not the target he was hoping for.
So they get themselves an instant response. Now in the triangle, it's a duel on RCY. That is a huge kill because Moo not only gets a duel when he breaks that kill streak for 624 gold. Man.
Yeah, and he was the hero on the team that needed this gold the most.
Yes.
Because I assume he wants to go Ags next, and this would be a really good way to get started into it.
Oh, RCY, he rarely makes a mistake like that, being that deep in.
Yeah, maybe just got too greedy on a D ward or something.
Yeah. But Grin, they'll take it. Especially after just losing a team fight.
Yeah, now they can actually press forward here with their Aegis too. I mean, Requiem is back up. He's at 25 souls right now because he hasn't died yet this game, so that's kind of sick from Milky.
And is that interesting?
We'll see if the Orchid just kind of makes that a problematic time to come fight for them, though.
Yeah. They also have the lasting presence, which is very interesting.
Okay. There it is.
Temperature kills. Oh, there we go. Oh, that's a huge one. Oh, right over. That's the real definition of a stampede.
Oh my god, that was crazy. The Avatoss onto everyone, the Stampede, a hoof stomp. Oh man, what an Orchid reveal. The two supports trying to stay tight to this Ember to, I'm sure they probably knew the Orchid was coming and they were thinking like, okay, well, we're going to have the Glimmer. I'm going to get a Force Staff. Unfortunately, the Force Staff wasn't ready yet. And they were just so clumped. That was crazy. That was just over before it even began. Here's a quick little replay on that one.
Yeah, we're just setting up on an Ursa kill. And just suddenly, boom.
Jeez. That toss is crazy. I love crash landing. It's such a sick facet.
It gave me that vibe of like, where's the Warlock in this game? Who cast that Fatal Bond? Because they died so quickly. Yeah, they just all clumped up.
Crystal Clone now online here. Pingu's going to get that shard as well as the Wisdom Rune, so now 10 3/4. Meanwhile, Albino Zebra is almost level 12 on this Weaver. Has been farming up a Storm to 70 last hits as a position, quote-unquote, position 5, you know?
Yeah. Reminding me of these, you know, Chens and Enchantresses that usually farm their way. Nature's Prophets supports that farm, and then you have this Weaver. He is out there.
Yeah, now he's a hunter. The Orchid.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Grin trying to keep these lanes pushed in and try to take over the Radiant side jungle. Same time for Amigos also considering that tier 2 in the top lane. It's down to 1,000 HP. Double King will take the approach to it.
Radiant's bottom tower.
Looks like they're not going to defend this one, even with the Aegis. It's going to expire in 30 seconds. Do you think Grin can still take a fight? Well, they're going to smoke up and show that they definitely can. Depends on how it starts. Invis Rune as well in the rip. It's a bait. RCY. RCY. Don't do it. He's going to get dueled up right away by Moo. And they still keeping him alive for now. But he's not going to lay him all the way to the end of that duel. And he's out. There's the Stampede to reset things. But Albino Zebra are going to be chased up here. Time lapse to the back line and go in a separate way. Monkeys Forever going to get chained up by Kits. And Grin will be happy to get themselves 2 kills here. Duel win for Moo once again. Looked like he was not about to win it, but he still got it in the end.
Sneaky again. He just immediately steals the Stampede, so they chase right after them. You think you're getting away from us? I don't think so. Punish that Centaur War whenever he tries to run away with his team. You're supposed to be stampeding in, not away. Deserved, I would have to say. And the reason why that works so well is that 2 reasons. Number one, like the Aegis is expiring, so you would think like, oh, they don't want to fight, but they were also showing the Shadow Fiend down bottom. Like he's on the wave, he's hitting the tower, and so RCY felt safe, thinking, okay, well they're not going to be that far away from Shadow Fiend. I can get this rune. He was quite wrong. They will then go and take the Tormentor with the Bear. So now we have the Shard on the Weaver, which is very nice. When he's able to play this aggressively with the Orchid, right? It's kind of helpful.
Yeah. Can maybe
Bit of
help
extra
for
damage.
some singular kills even, because if you have Orchid, you can try to kill maybe even a Rubik or a Crystal Maiden if you get lucky enough. And he is scouted out. They miss out on the Sleight of Fist. All the way to the Roche Pit to wait for another Shikuchi. There is a Crystal Maiden right next to him, though. All right, he's just going to wait. Wait for the storm to pass.
I'll get out of that one. All right, well, this game, who's it looking better for right now? Legion definitely wants the eggs. This Ursa is pretty damn scary with that eggs, though, and the Weaver Orchid again. Still very powerful right now.
Help himself the Avalanche, but also the chains on 2. There's the lift in. Saving himself with the Yules, and the Stampede again. Sneaky. His Stampede's on cooldown. They will at least get to close in a bit of a gap here. Kits is still going deep here, and then he's going to maybe get the stun as well, but the Slight going to save, and just beautiful moves here, and the time lapse into the duel from Moo. Not the
Wow,
best
well
place.
done from Grin. And, I mean, that Yule's out there from the Ember. There are some problems with going for this Yule's because he can obviously be punished by a couple of these heroes. Avalanches, hoof stomps, and everything, too. A lot of situations where it might go poorly, but that was a spot where he knew he was going to be saved because they'd already spent them. So, save, gets back down, into the chase. Nice dodge of the hoof stomp after that, too, with the Sleight of Fist was sick. Kid's looking good. RCY also just picked up a blink on this Zeus, I believe. So he's looking to be pretty sneaky in these fights.
Well, let's see if they can be sneaky on Milky with Monkeys Forever just showing up with a blink stun, and there we go. Doesn't take too long to surprise this Shadow Fiend.
I mean, there's always a chance he BKBs that with the hoof stomp, but not able to get it. And then, of course, with an Ursa, it might not matter anyway.
Activity towards the mid lane. Radiant side, Moo. Roseanne is right next to him, gets the avalanche, and there's the stun onto Ping as the lift comes out from Sneaky. They do have Moo isolated. They will take down the Legion commander. Maybe even more. There's the Stampede from Rubik. To get their Crystal Maiden back to safety, he can teleport in the Ogre camp. Monkeys. Just a bit slow there with the stun. And get to react fast enough.
It's the no boots, you know? That strength-based movement speed.
Yeah, remember to talk about 9 versus 60 ping. No, it's just Centaur without boots.
Yeah, there you go. I mean, those kind of fights, though, I can't really call them fights. Those pickoffs, you can see why this is still looking pretty solid for the 4 Amigos. This Ursa last pick. I think the fact it wasn't like a free Ursa game in a sense of like there were some problems early because in theory they could have been pressured, but they weren't. And so he got up these items, and now he just kills them.
Here comes Double King trying to help out Tiny. Tiny will fall to the right clicks of Milky and the duel. Oh, goodness, they do not stand a chance. They do a lot of damage, though. But can they get any more kills? Milky just standing his ground with his BKB. He's fine with this. They throw in the Requiem. That's going to bring Albano Zebra right into Moo. The time lapse is forced out as well. You got a couple more right clicks to connect in and still struggling to kill this Weaver. And now Milky has to pop his BKB because Monkeys Forever shows up. Here's RCY. They actually get the Weaver out. They get the scent away for now. He's really tanky. Pops in the Blade Mail too. Milky does take some heavy hits, but RCY, he can't get close enough all by himself to try and salvage the situation.
Well,
buyback from the CM.
So, yeah. Is there a reason why he didn't enrage? Because you can do it through duel, I'm pretty sure. Oh, maybe he was silenced too. Actually, was there any way that he was silenced? I don't think so, right?
But he did die really quick on that duel. That's for sure.
He did die very fast. So yeah, maybe there just literally wasn't a moment to do it. Fair enough. I can't get a death summary anyway. Oh wait. Yeah, no, he just got taunted. But I mean, it was super fast. So, Double King. Right, that's your power fantasy, right? Like he got the egg, so he was slower to use the enrage, thinking, "Oh, I'll have time.
Yes.
I won't wait till I'm disabled."
He's learning.
Yes.
I love it.
Got it.
They are all 5 smoked up on both ends. Roshan has a cheese for whoever wins this team fight. If it ends up being a team fight, like you said, there's a bit of skirmishing here and there. Roseanne under the Watcher's eyes as that smoke breaks from Moo and him. Kits is still inside. They know where they are now. So just doing a bit of mirror movements. Trying to make maybe the first move. Monkeys Forever. There's a Stampede sound coming out. They spot them as well. They got the Tiny in the back, but they got the backline. Nice little Crystal Nova there, interrupting the CM and the Ursa. Now it's a 4 versus 5. Though, they still have Stampede of their own on the Centaur.
Who's just going in?
He's just walking straight towards the Zeus. Gonna get rooted up for the time being. Nice 2-man stun coming up from Monkeys Forever. There's the Requiem. Hits on 3. Double King trying to make a run as well towards Moo, but at the same time, Centaur is dying. Pingus will fall, and Double King going straight for Milky. Milky with a Hurricane Pike pushes the Ursa away. Albano Zebra has 2 more seconds for the Orchid to be ready, but the dust is coming out as well. They will see where the Weaver's going. And again, Kid silenced up for now. Milky low, but Double King, can he get the kill? No, he cannot. Rooted up on the spot. RCY goes down, and this Weaver has to back out as well. Grin will take the win, and by the looks of it, they might as well just take that Roche for themselves.
Yeah, get right back into that one. Oh, the Ursa kited around so nice in that fight. Crystal Maiden. So some big plays in that one from Pingus. Really good start to that fight. The Frostbite to hold back, sliding around with that Crystal Clone, and making sure they didn't have the follow-up plays there to try and like punish the fact that they dueled the Tiny right at the start.
At least they're not taking the Roche for now. SF just finished his Butterfly. We need the whole team to take that Roche down. Doesn't look like they're too fussed about it either.
Now nice. We haven't had a very competitive game in a while, you know? A lot of one-sided ones, but this one's pretty neck and neck. Like, Grin just keep pulling off these fights, even though it looks like in so many times like looking at this raw, I just think like Ursa should win these fights. I think like Ursa gets to like when he's a BKB, for example, like if he was just like jumping, you would think like it's over. But you know he's going for the Basher next. He's been relying on this Agnes, but it hasn't quite worked out for him.
Yeah, unfortunate.
So yeah, not quite getting it.
Though I have a question for you actually because of this Roshan. Since the ban on the banner, do you think banner is more worth than cheese?
Since they changed it?
Since they changed it, yeah. Because I think banner is actually a bit more worth in a way, but I guess it's really draft dependent too.
It's a little hero dependent too. Like some heroes obviously use cheese a lot better than others.
Yeah.
I think for the most part, cheese is almost always going to be better. Banner's cool, but like, come on, it's a cheese. Cheese you can use anywhere on the map. Banner's a little bit more situational.
Yeah. It is true.
It's also so hard to fight an enemy like who, I don't know, doesn't have like some way of sneaking behind and just getting it like before the wave. But then again, like if you can use the banner to get that one creep wave pushing for you on that high ground, then maybe it's worth. But cheese, too good.
Well, let's see what Grin can do with this this smoke at least to try and cut out the waves. There is a tiny nearby. But I don't think they quite saw Roseanne there in the trees, so he'll be good for now. Also, Albino Zebra is ready to cut the top wave whenever that wave... Well, whenever heroes start to show on the map, that is. Moo is pretty deep at the same time. He sees the Ursa. Ursa can't actually cast the Enrage, so he'll just die in it. He's locked in that duel with him with no tools of his own. And
oh, that's interesting. It says on the wiki that you can, but maybe you can't.
Yeah,
because it definitely looked locked off.
Yeah.
It says that you can do it while taunted, though.
Yeah, you should be able to use it by taunt,
missing
but
something?
that's just LC. That's just LC for you. Monkeys Forever goes down too for Kits and Grin. Sorry, Kits and Milky on the side of Grin. Two big heroes gone. That could be your ticket for a high ground push. See what they want to do.
Oh, because Duel also applies silence. Oh, that explains it. I'm stupid. My bad. Because at first my thought was like, all right, well, that eggs isn't going to work for Zit. And then I looked it up and I was like, oh, it works for Zit. And then, I mean, yeah, but by the time he's not using it there, obviously it's not working versus Duel. So
Yeah, yeah.
My bad.
I've been in the LC duel. Feels like a jail sometimes because all your abilities are barred. And that's the only thing I was thinking. Like, yep, I don't think he can actually pop his Enrage. But yep, it's an easy pick for Moo. Pretty big kill because that gave them a tier 3, and with the banner kept the wave alive through the glyph. And now they've got themselves a melee rack. So Hurricane Pike pushed there as well at the same time with the duel onto the Tiny down, and Milky's fine. He's okay with pushing in that Tiny closer to his team. That was rapid quick as well. That was like instant.
Yeah, what a catch. Like, the kill onto the Ursa immediately into this, like, just mid, gone, high ground. This really shows off why Shadow Fiend has also been such a high-value pick, too. Because there's not many heroes let you do this in Dota. I remember when Presence Effects Buildings was seen as, like... Well, I mean, I guess it just kind of was the bad talent. Like, it felt like if you weren't rushing the game down, it wasn't really going to do much for you. But now it looks like the superior choice for sure. They're going to try one big smoke round play, see if this Nimbus can make something happen here from the Zeus.
Yeah, they're trying to make a wraparound, trying to go from the behind. They're going to find themselves Sneaky. Sneaky's the one to fall first. Ursa thrown into the air with the Yules as well. Milky still has the Aegis. The duel comes out as well, and the Ursa just dies. And with 4 Amigos down by 3, almost down by 4, with RCY being the final survivor, they just call it a game. And Grin Esports will take the lead on this one.
Man, well done. The Shadow Fiend first. Showing why he's been banned out non-stop, but it wasn't just Shadow Fiend. I think the supports played fantastic this game.
Yeah.
Sneaky and Pingu just doing a hell of a lot for them. Crazy steals in the early game. The Albino Zebra Weaver, though, definitely gets my honorary mention. You know, if this was like one of your pubs where you get stomped and you just take solace in the fact that you got shown up on the board on the losing team, in this one it would be the Weaver, for sure.
Yeah, pretty scary for Amigos to try and approach Grin most of the time. Like in the early game, you go to these tower pushes with the Shadow Fiend when you've locked in, left out of the lanes, and you know you have presence of the Dark Lord. Obviously, it doesn't hit buildings until level 15, but still Tiny doesn't have a lot of armor. Same thing for the Zeus. Like, these heroes are just scared to kind of face him, even if he is a glass cannon. But really, everybody else played this game so well. Moo, who struggled in that laning stage, just did everything right on the LC since then. Since level 4, he did only the right moves.
Yeah, his duels were fantastic. Just like no hesitation as well. And also, like, something as simple as this, like catching the Tiny at the start of this fight. Some of it was a bit, you know, you could say almost a little bit lucky, like getting the Tiny with no buyback. Like, that's a situation where it would have been pretty good for the Amigos if it's like, oh, it's the Tiny, but we get the buyback. This fight gets kind of delayed, but he couldn't re-enter the fight. That loses them a lot of their nuke damage. And then consistently just annoying double kick. You can see there he's getting used up in the air.
Yeah.
Other times he's being dueled. He tries to get on Melky, gets hurt, game piked away. Oops, see ya. It was just really well played. Like, the Ursa, if he didn't have that setup provided for him, or he didn't have the Stampede, he just couldn't stick on to anyone because of the itemization there from Grin. So very much well played to them.
Yeah, absolutely. A really good performance here from Grin Esports and showing why they are a team to be afraid of here. But I have to say, like, RCY, despite having a really good laning stage for himself, it felt like he ran out of backup pretty quickly in this game. Obviously, the Ursa doesn't feel that great versus the LC because of the duel, how the way the duel works. Ursa can't do anything inside that. Albina Zebra looked like he had a great Weaver game, and Rosand was making a couple really good moves with a Tiny, a couple, you know, a bit unlucky ones as well, you know, managing to accidentally toss a creep and that. So it was just easy for Grin to execute. But really, what did Four Amigos run dry on? Because they had 3 players who actually had a really good game going.
I think just damage, honestly. Like,
Yeah.
part of it is the lightning hands not being as formidable, right? Like, we don't have the Manta coming out here. You don't have this ridiculous Zeus. His positioning was hard to lock down, like, hence why he's a blink Zeus in this game. Like, that's showing you got a little bit of a struggle when you have to invest in that as a Zeus. Because typically that's not something you really want to have to spend your gold on. You want to be upping that damage or just your straight up survivability to stay in a fight to keep the lightning hands going. But Zeus has been changed now. So it's not quite as solid. But
Yep.
we see our standout player here. I'm going to say 100% deserved. Sneaky. Excellent stuff here. Had the Yules for the kiting. Had the Glimmer to help out. Had that Ghost Scepter as well that helped force out that Nullifier from Albino Zebra. Besides, alongside those Force Staffs that Pinku had too, and just really good steals throughout this game.
Yep, 24/7 Stampede and Shukuchi on this guy. So all the right things done for Sneaky for the team, and that means Grin is going to take the lead on this series. And for Amigos, they're between a rock and a hard place right now because they're going to have to solve their problems really, really quickly. It was a competitive game, and I still see like a 3-game series is very possible between these 2 teams, but it's down to how they approach that second game. But that is going to be after the break. We'll see you guys in a couple of minutes with Grin and for Amigos.
The official headset of PGL tournaments. Now, with a wireless version. Experience unparalleled speed and reliability with the latest wireless technology, advanced hybrid ANC, and built-in EQ for your favorite game. Designed with elegance and durability, and extreme noise-canceling microphone. Always stay one step ahead with Aspire Wireless.
And off we go once again. We've got a Grin and 4 Amigos heading over to the second game of this elimination match. And 4 Amigos, if they still want to stick to the top 4, they're going to bring themselves a W, tie the series up, draw it to a best of 1. You know the drill. Otherwise, Grin Esports are going to march over this series. But do you think they're going to be any comfortable in terms of their drafting and playstyle inside of Grin after winning that last game? Because it wasn't that easy. For once, it wasn't that easy.
No, I think it was impressive because I do think they had the harder lineup to kind of execute in that one. Like there are some easy aspects in terms of like playing around the Shadow Fiend, but they did a really good job because if that Shadow Fiend gets blown up, that game just kind of falls apart. And it was versus an Ursa, so there are situations where maybe it gets really messy really fast, but they totally avoided those thanks to some great jumps in there from Moo and the back of those 2 support players. So I'd be feeling really confident if I was them heading into this one. That being said, they are also now into the second pick, so you have the. You don't have the best picks to start it off. You can't get for this big hero on the Shadow Fiend, so they were forced to ban it out. And the Amigos are going to grab themselves that Clockwork, who was banned out in the first game, I think.
I think he was as well. Weaver currently sitting at 2 and 3, so not a lot of wins on the board for the Weavers so far. We have seen it in the support position now as well. Not even, I mean, I've been always ranting about the carry Weaver, how good it is, but seems like the NA boys have figured out it's better to be put as a pause 5.
Well, I like ranting about Wyvern, so rant. This hero rules. I'm happy to see it. Feels pretty good here. It's the Splendor Blast is gnarly now. We've seen how insane the heal is level 1. And we're swapping some heroes around here. So Albino Zebra's going to lose the Weaver. It goes over to Grin. Grin are going to lose the Rubik as it's handed over to the 4 Amigos here. So no sneaky Rubik this time. Probably going to be Roseanne, but we'll see.
Yeah, we'll see. They didn't even bother banning the Tiny on the side of Grin. That's how much they felt the impact of it. A lot of teams have been first phase banning the hero. They got to pick it, and in game 2, they were just ignoring it completely. For now, it is an option for either team if they want to take that route. But
I was just about to say, you know what's still in? The Monkey's Brew, because that is what has been the trade-off, right? Like I think it was banned in the first phase last time, or maybe it was second phase, but. Yeah, it was banned really early. I think they were ready for this. That's why they went for this Wyvern. We've already seen this before with the Curse versus the Brewlings. Pretty good choice. It can definitely mess up the Panda a little bit, give him somewhat of a hard time.
Yeah, that works. Monkey is known for his Brewmaster, renowned. It's a good answer to it. But still, the Brew has its answers towards these 2 heroes as well.
It's notoriously a bad laner versus the position 1 Weaver, though. So if Grin wanted to try and make that work, that is like the go-to counter matchup.
Now would be the time to do it, yeah.
The other big hero that's in it would be the Darkseer, who is also kind of interesting versus Winter, or in combination with Winter Wyvern. We used to see that back in the day. And it could work with a 4 Weaver if they wanted to do that.
What about
they're not
Wraith
see too
King?
much.
Do you think Wraith King is good against Brewmaster? Because most of the time I see Wraith King doing great versus Brew.
I don't know. I feel like he gets kited a lot, doesn't he? He just get like tossed up in the air and can't do anything.
Yeah, he should.
That's how I feel about it.
Yeah.
I feel like he just has a hard time with the cogs too. I would just be kicking. I'd be curling those cogs all over a Wraith King.
Yeah, he should go that way.
I like CK. I mean, you have the Storm Illusion Dispel thing, but it's generally not enough to like really ruin a CK. I find that oftentimes like we get that Orchid build, maybe you just blow them up if they want to go for a position 1 hero.
So you already got 2 ranged heroes. Do you want to bring Milky's Mirana back? I mean, he did suffer a defeat with it, but he did also win with the hero. Could get nice minus armor with the Weaver paired up with it, but let's go to the melee route for now. Let's bring out the axe.
It's the most common pub counter pick
right.
at top tier Dota. Oh, here we go. Yep.
Right.
There it is. Oh, Milky Mirana. All right. So if you guys haven't seen this yet, this is the position 1 Mirana. They've busted out quite a few times already, unless we're really mixing this up. But Solar Flare, it's good damage. They like it. Maybe it'll be a 4. That could be it, and it's just a 1 Weaver. The flex is actually quite open right now because honestly, Weaver plus Solar Flare also sounds really good, even if it's halved. That's gonna be sick. Plus Wyvern and Mirana do pair pretty nicely together as a support duo. You got a little team fight. You got some good pick off. So yeah, this is a really good setup for a 10th pick for Grin.
they've set themselves a pretty good draft so far. But what is the surprise kicker here for Amigos? You're going to see a mid pick locked in here right away. I mean, probably that would be the idea if they want to still sit and guess with the Weaver and the Mirana.
Oh, I was looking for the Slarky Malarkey, but that hero's a little bit out. We're not going to get him. Instead, we're going to grab up the Clinks.
Okie dokie.
So this has been banned, but I don't think we've actually got to cast a game of it yet, have we?
No, we have not. We've only seen it banned, yeah. You are right about that. This is the first Clinks pick. Yeah, it's been banned once.
Okay.
It's a very, very small contest rate on the hero. So
Yeah, he got some buffs.
King.
He's a scary looking hero with the suppressive fire. It's been one of the more popular ones, but we'll see. I did play against the engulfing step facet where he like moves and he deathbacks.
The teleport,
yeah. It's kind of strange.
Yeah, I haven't seen that one more than once or twice, maybe. Yeah, it has been the suppressive fire that we've seen most of the time because the strafe is nice, but the burning barrage in general on this hero, if you have your skeletons down, it already does a sick amount of damage even without them. But when you see both the skeletons and Clink shoot your target, oof.
Yeah, it's insane.
It is insane. So Ember,
Amigos.
Zeus, Storm is gone. Shadow Fiend's gone. DK is also out.
Ember would have been great.
Sophie?
Just easy setup for the Mirana.
5 seconds remaining.
Could 4 Amigos consider Coddle in this draft, or do they need a stunt? No, I don't think they need a stunt. They got Rubik and Clock already to deal with that. Brew already provides a bit of harass. And CC.
Dire team back.
Oh, the Tiny. The Tiny goes out.
Yeah, what do the Amigos need here for RCY? Right now, like this Clinks can come and help get objectives. You have a longer cooldown hero, the Brewmaster, so you probably want someone who's fairly mobile and can farm a little bit during that downtime, but is also on the earlier end ready to go for initiations.
Seconds remaining.
But it's gonna be hard in this game because like there's gonna be the winner's curse. There's gonna be these axe jumps. Like I don't want to be the front line here.
Radiant
They're gonna ban
Is
the
it the
puck.
Pango? It's the Pango. Right. RCY's most successful mid hero. His most played and his highest win rate. 57 games, 68% win rate.
Yeah, it makes sense with those bans. I think it looks fine. I think it matches up pretty well with what they need.
5 seconds.
30 seconds left here. Do they want to go for a mid hero or? I mean, I guess no matter what, they're picking a mid hero because then the other flexes can still just move around.
Yeah, revealing their cards now with this last pick. Where is everybody going? Is Wyvern going to end up being a core? Do they leave Weaver and Mirana as their supports?
I think Void Spirit looks kind of good. Gets you out of the clockwork. It's not the best steals for Rubik either. Gets you
Steez.
physical barrier versus Pango. Oh, physical. Okay. The Timber Saw. The pure damage. Reduce
Sure.
this, he says.
And is it Milky Mirana? Is it Milky Mirana? Still waiting for the lock-in? It's a Milky Weaver.
Yeah, I mean, it's if they're gonna bring out the Brewmaster versus the Mirana or versus the Weaver, I have to imagine you're just like you feel forced to put it position 1.
Yeah, he still gets the benefit from the Solar Flare, which Sneaky's still going to bring in. So, like you said, either way around, is it just the Mirana with the 100% or 50% buff for the Weaver? The lane looks good for Milky versus the Brewmaster as you've been bringing it up, but RCY Pango versus a Kit's Timber. I think that's going to be the real tricky question here. Is with all of that physical, are we going to see a build change for this Timber Saw potentially? He's got the Twisted Chakram at least.
No, I think he's just chilling. I mean, I'm not too worried about a Pango. I feel like the damage isn't that good early. I think this looks really like a solid Timbersaw game.
It's got its good answers to the clock, the Brew. Even the Rubik can just disappear quickly if this kit's Timber gets on top of you. Especially with the Twisted Chakram, with the double Chakrams available. So it's like a crazy amount of damage. And there's a lot of softies in this game to just quickly get out of the way. You have Axe could also kind of snowball early with some Code of Blood stacks.
Yeah, I think for me, that's the biggest question mark in this entire draft on, I guess, kind of on both teams. Like, it's just the off lane. Like, how well is Brewmaster going to do? Because this is versus a Weaver, and having a bad Brewmaster game is just always, it's so rough because, like, they take forever to get the Radiance. And then, like, they're not even joining with their ulti because they're trying to farm the Radiance. And then Axe can have some similar issues. Like, if you don't get enough stacks up, then his Blade Mail into Blink is slow and delayed, and then you're giving a lot of space to the enemy's safe laner. Do we have twin gate rotations to try and come in and pressure this Clinks? I think that's something that they should be looking for, is to try and just like keep bullying him a little bit, right? And slowing his game down and trying to boost up your your Axe as much as you can there. Yeah, they just on our screen it flashed by the win rate of his Pango. It's like 120 and 40 or something for RCY and his pubs all time. That's a hell of a Pango.
Yeah, he has some pretty sick stats on this hero, but he won with his Pango when they played against Nouns 2 days ago. That's the last time he's played it. It was a W. Can he do it again? His item build was actually pretty interesting. You got Echo Blink, you have Ags, Scotty, which was in that particular game, so probably answering a hero with that Scotty pickup. We'll see what comes out of this one. It is a must-win game now for the Dire team. Otherwise, Grin is going to march onward. They'll get a bit of a break. They have to play Apex Genesis later on in the evening. Of course, for all of you folks out there watching the broadcast right now, next series is going to be a spicy one. Don't know when we're going to get there, because this could still go to 3 games, but it's Shopify versus Nouns. Don't miss out on the last 2 games of the day.
Looking kind of sneaky the way they've set up here. Now they're going to run into Albino Zebra, but what is this guy doing? What?
Doesn't exactly have an escape route here.
It's all right. I'll just
OP.
go here. Perfect. Oh, imagine.
Arrows gonna miss as well. Okay. Yep, Windlace OP. Confirmed.
Yeah, it's really good. And they're gonna try and just get the. They're gonna get all 3 or 3 of the 4 runes here. No, Melky's is planted. Almost got there in time.
So goes attempt. Now the Clockwork is actually united with his team. He's got the cogs. He'll get the Winter Wyvern. Not sure if they can get this kill. Nice poke there. Oh, if he got the second cog push, that might have been just enough for a kill. But a lot of good harass going the way of this Wyvern. And it is so funny that this Clock was being chased at first, and now he actually got to credit for his team for a bit of damage.
Yeah, that was cool. Nice attempt there, because I mean, it looked just safe, right? Like Wyvern's like, it's fine. I'll just bounce once, then I'll fly out. But the fly in there, krilling the stone. Very good. There's our lane setups here. So Clockwork in the lane versus Mirana and Axe. And this is level 1 on the cogs. Very sneaky what you can do these days. Like it is a vacuum. It sucks people in from so far away with this facet.
Yeah.
The only facet. I have not seen anyone ever play the other one. But they did buff it. Maybe we'll get there.
Maybe at some point. Oh, it is the new RP. Or the new vacuum. Either way. Also in the bot lane, you've got the Weaver and the Wyvern looking for the first kill already on Roseanne. And they should have this one. There we go. Pingas for the first blood. Side of Grin.
Well done. Start for this lane, and not a whole lot of tools that you're going to have as the Brewmaster. I guess this lane did get... Oh, actually, I was going to say it got better because you have the Drunken Brawler innate, and then I realized that Weaver has Geminate innate, so never mind. It's just still bad. Okay.
Yeah, it's still a bit rough. Oh. Gonna have to get that Talisman of Evasion early on. You want to survive this lane. Like, you'd love to get your double bracer and just get those early stats up on the Brewmaster, but really getting that Talisman is a big game changer. All these incoming attacks from both of these 2 range heroes. It is the Monkey's Forever Brew. It is his fabled hero. That's
true.
Sneaky. Also taking a bit of harass here on the top lane. Has to wait for the cog to get killed before he was able to leap away.
Now, Albino Zebra not even using the battery cell either. Right? Just saving the mana, knowing that he's just going to leap the second he does it. Sneaky has arrowed, well, I'm going to guess 9. Okay, I know it's not right, but like he has
9 range creeps?
Yeah,
Wow.
he's been throwing on the arrows non-stop. He keeps getting them, so Probably between a combination of skeletons and range creeps, pumping that up.
Yeah, that's what he's been doing so far. Just continue securing the early CS. We need everything we can get experience-wise for the Axe and maybe gold-wise a bit for the Mirana too. So they have a combination of... They have 25 last hits in this offlane. More than any other lane. So
Yeah, as opposed to 0 on Zebra. 1 deny.
yeah. Again, Monkeys Forever, dropping down to 250 HP. Throws out the barrel. Not the Witch Doctor one, though. That could be a pretty amazing lane, voice line-wise. Brewmaster, Witch Doctor.
Oh, yeah, true.
Yeah. Roll out the bottom.
You're not wrong. It's good to actually see it again after we had the other one last time.
Call coming out from Moon, the top lane. Kill potential here on Albano Zebra. Taken down, taken low, and Sneaky to help him out for the kill. Moo will get his first coat of blood.
Yeah, he's got Lotus.
0.2 armor. Hooray!
Yeah. Yeah, Lotus and 9 charges there at Sneaky, so not really too concerned here. Sneaky, you don't have to arrow this one. I mean, he wants it. I can see it.
Radiant's middle tower has
He's like, I got it, dude.
All right, 2 points in battery assault now. Clockwork could find an opening to try and kill this Mirana potentially without leap charges. He knows it himself too. I'll be cautious of this Clockwork. Good time to spend a call because he's still tanking the creeps as well in the camp. Albano Zebra dropping low, but that battery assault, can he give himself that last hit that he needs? Yes, he does. The deny keeps him alive. Of course, he did have a tango ticking, so it would have been a really close call. Deny is the
Alright.
safe way.
Insane play to somehow survive all of that. Has the salve back up, but still... Oh, yeah, okay, it ends up with double king a few last hits, or rather, shots onto the Mirana to help out here. Is down bottom of the wave, getting burned down here. The Monkeys and Roseanne. And it's going great. So I guess this shows that they're not as scared of this matchup as previously. Then again, they are just going to probably kill Roseanne here.
Well, an attempt is made, at least. A couple misses there. Albano Zebra, you're talking about the twin gate rotations. They're going to make one towards Pingus and Milky. They'll get one. Milky will have to go through them with the Shikuchi and try to harass as much as he can on the Clockwork.
Yeah, I saw the way
Fine,
Monkeys
it's
was
a go.
moving, and I was like, where's he going? And then you see the Clockwork coming from the gate. You're like, okay, that makes a lot of sense. So, yeah, good moves there. Double King just, you know, at this point, Axe level 4, the wave starts pushing in, so it frees up your support as this clinks now. And that means that you need to get a lot done to Sneaky. So he's going to try and get some snacks going, maybe secure this top rune as well for kits. I see why has the 6, but nobody to come and help him for a kill.
Toying around here with Pingus also in the mid lane. 6-minute rune is spawning. It's on the top half. It's an illusion rune. And Pango with that empty bottle. He'd love to pick it up, so... Sneaky throwing out the arrow. They're going to zone out RCY, and Kits will secure it for himself. So Pango will be dry for now. Bottom lane also Milky fighting it out with Monkeys Forever. Still has the bug on him, but a lot of evasion. 20% with the Storm Brawler. Actually, a Geminate attack completely misses. The lift comes up from Roseanne. Throwing in the blood grenade. Milky. Is this another blood grenade kill? Oh, 2 HP. Ooh.
Okay.
Couldn't have been closer than that.
And what's he gonna do? Yeah, it's just TP back. I was gonna say, there's no way you're getting the wisdom. It's too far away. They'll rotate here in time. He's just gonna go back to Pingus and get the heal. Sneaky
So
though,
close to a kill.
stacking.
Like, man, blood grenades have been getting so many kills in the NA qualifiers.
Yeah, I'm
see
so
why.
waiting for that item to get removed.
Rolling around under the tower, but he can't quite tank the T1. We'll have to just poke the timber a bit, force a couple bottle charges. That's about it. Not a lot of benefit from that first ulti from him.
He's getting warmed up. In behind on Milky. There is a sentry down here too. Oh, look at that damage.
Oh, Milky. Yep. No time lapse. Another Clockwork rotation for a kill.
And the 24-second cooldown on the heal. Like, it just came back now.
It's rough. But yeah, they're making the right moves. Shutting down the Weaver is really a good tool to look for an opening kill anywhere on the map. Every time it's a Weaver in the game, you just catch him. Got the perfect heroes for it.
It's such a cost of the Mirana and Axe lane, right? Because like the Axe is just pushing it into the tower, but they can't chase and actually kill the Clinks under the tower. So Sneaky's just kind of like, I mean, Sneaky is being the pub for Mirana right now, right? He keeps throwing these arrows that aren't connecting, and he's just stacking camps. It's not really what you're hoping for.
We do wonder if we do get a Mirana arrow statistic on your screens, because we do have that technology, but it's mostly on creeps, so it could be a very inaccurate number. Might be like 10 arrows and none of them are connected so far.
2 for 9.
Well, the Wyvern, now we see 2 for 9. We have it. Pingus focused on by RCY, but again, that cold embrace actually soaks up all of the damage by the Rolling Thunder, so it takes a bit of while to take that Wyvern down. RCY in trouble now, goes down to Kits, and Kits gets another. Man, you used to be able to kill this Wyvern as a Pango, but not today. Kits, though, might still die to the Brewlings here. Double King's also there. Milky still trying to get a bit of connections there with his Shikuchi. But it is difficult for them to do anything here. And still with Sneaky being chased around with the final stun from the last Earth Remnant. Mirana slowly dropping. Heals coming in from Pingas. The turn. Moo's also here. And he has a level 6 ready. He's not afraid to dunk. Whoopa! He'll take the first one. He's got an opportunity to take another one. They've lost Sneaky. 2 monkeys forever. Monkey's still dropping low and low and low, but the slow on the Splinter Blast. Maybe he can get this one. Milky and Double King, both Invis, approaching this area. Still on the chase. This is taking so long. Milky, he's already forced out his time lapse. He's got to be careful if our Monkey is here. And another dunk. Whoopah! He's got a second dunk. It's another coat of blood for him. Now chasing Double King. Here comes Rodan and RCY. He's already back for round number, what, 3, 4? I don't even care at this point. Pingus goes down to RCY. Moo has to back out. And that was a long fight. That's 7 people dead.
Okay, a little bit ridiculous. It was like I mean, Rolling Thunder is back in 3 seconds. On a 90-second cooldown. So, yeah. That was a damn long engagement there. And apparently it's not over.
Arrow actually hits one of the ogres instead of RCY, so he gets to get his Rolling Thunder off, and this time it looks like Axe is going to get dunked on. Nice little jump there. Axe is low, and RCY will secure the kill for himself. And here comes Kits, and we're brawling again. Kits will take down Roseanne. Albino Zebra with a haste rune, diving sneaking out of the tower, but we're also chasing Timbersaw here, vesseled up right now. Monkeys forever. He doesn't have a second charge, so I think they have to let this one go. And Double King shows up on Sneaky. Oh, that's a grim awakening there. He thought he got rid of the clockwork, walks up the stairs, and then there's Double King. Hello.
All right, 7 to 8 now.
We got some action, Trent.
Yeah, we definitely did. That was like, well, like eight deaths or something in just the past couple of minutes there. Starting to favor the Amigos. Now, the good news is that Moose stacks were not contested or anything here, so after his death, he's just going to come up here. He's top of the board on the last hits, and he wants to get there on the net worth, too. Kit's feeling a little jealous. He's going to come and join him, though.
Yeah, Axe has been rocking off those Coat of Bloods. Like, remember when he got his first one? And now he's got 7 stacks. And that's going to continue scaling. Every time you level up Culling Blade, your stacks and your armor increases instead of being so it's retroactive.
Yep.
Where a lot of people think like, oh, he's only going to have that much, and when he kills something when he's leveled up, then he gets the increased amount. Nope, they all increase. It's pretty huge.
Close here. Moo. All right, no, he's calculating. He's fine. I never doubted him. Seen so many Axes die. It's been a very common thing in the pro matches since the patch. But he gets there. I mean, they want those Ancients, and they don't want to have to wait for the Blade Mail, right? That's the main reason. And Moo, I love this, because he knows they need this Blink to get things started. So he's just Chainmail Blink. It's time to fight.
Well, that Wyvern just disappeared. Require a lot for RCY to get that kill for himself. Kits is out of mana for now. Milky has to time lapse himself out of there. There's a Cole coming out in the river as well, and there goes RCY. Axe doesn't get a stack for it. He moved away, tried to draw in the Pangolier to his team.
Oh, it's a great Blink reveal.
Very good.
Double King does have this Deso now, though. This
Yes.
has been the go-to item instead of the Mjolnir lately.
Oh, let's see if this one works out better. Roseanne, he's just a bit too far away for the telekinesis. They're like, yep, they have vision. They saw us here. Doesn't get the lift out in time. Now there's a call onto Albino Zebra, but he dodges the arrow that was flying in, and RCY helping out from the low ground. Here comes the Brewmaster, going to get cursed up. No connection on it, though. Axe does get healed up by Pingus. And they're just waiting for that heal to end. Axe does get a call, but he will fall. RCY continuing to go on Pingus. He's vesseled up. That's another one. Monkeys will get a kill for himself. That opens up the tower, and with this Deso, that is history.
I love the way he just ran in there, and of course, Albino Zebra just surviving the whole thing. Like it's kind of where the fight started, was targeting him, but Monkeys runs in, says threatens with the split, doesn't have to use it. And now they're taking over. Take down the tier 1. They're not going to stay and farm the Ancients, at least not yet. There's a Weaver way up there right now.
The 14-minute rune.
Yeah.
TP's coming in. We're going to fight again.
Where's Milky? He's coming?
Milk. Does Moo go for it? Oh, he got Vessel, but he still blinks in, and he got the call onto RCY. He's got the Wisdom Rune for himself, but the axe is going to go down. And RCY right next to Pingus. Good lift there. We'll lose Roseanne. They're going to lose the Wyvern as well. Here comes Kits rolling in. Drops RCY down half HP. Going to get thrown in the air once again by Monkeys Forever. That's the second Cyclone of the fight. Doesn't last as long as it used to, and he's already back into the fray. RCY, though, going to get hit again by the Chakra, but that shield, that barrier keeps him alive, and Milky will get the kill. Can he clean house, though? He's dropping low. Monkeys and Double King, they should have this one. Yes, they do. Sneaky barely kills the Clockwork under the tower at the same time, and we are just having a bloodbath.
Oh, Milky's just feeling so pressured, right? Like he's up top, he's trying to get at the farm, he comes back. I mean, he's got Dragonlance, he's got Wand, Falcon Blade. This should be good for you would think, right? Like, this is when you actually want to be engaging to this hero, but that Deso and that Clinks, like, it's just helping out so much of the damage on this Weaver when he tries to go for those trades, as well as Monkeys ensuring that he pops out that Spirit Vessel really quick.
And also, what the Clinks is really enjoying is that Double King is the only person who hasn't died yet, so he keeps on building stacks, the +2 for every kill on his Desolator. Enjoying those free stacks. Topping the net worth right now with RCY right behind him.
Yeah,
We're also going for a Deso.
Monkeys will get there pretty soon with how this game's going. He's got the Talisman already finished. It's flying its way out there.
Yep.
And Grin, despite the win in game 1, struggling to connect a few things here. I mean, in their defense, that was a pretty tough fight in terms of like they have to go high ground here, kind of a bit of a blind call that Moo had to go for. So maybe with some even footing, it might go better as the hooks on the Kits.
Smoke on a play. They do get themselves the Solar Flare active,
Nice.
and there's a very good call. Holds the Pango on the spot. His Rolling Thunder is almost completely done. Sneaky will have to soak one more connection from it, and losing Kits and Sneaky, the curse only holds them on the spot, but they can't respond. So they'll just take the kills on the side of 4 Amigos.
Yeah, not able to get any sort of a reset, or rather a follow-up, I guess, after the reset of the curse there. Because, like, Moo was lurking nearby, but trying to blink in and call there, it just didn't look like it was going to be that successful. He didn't want to pull the trigger. Like, he doesn't have the Blade Mail still, right? Because he went for this early blink. He was hoping to use the damage of the Weaver and the Varana and the Timber to just blow people up off of calls. But now it feels like he needs that Blade Mail to actually, like, get successful kills on Double King.
Yeah. It's just overwhelming amounts of damage. If they can turn that to their advantage, Blade Mail is definitely an answer to it. We still need that Deso for Milky on the side of Grin. Get themselves pumping more damage. Can't just be Moo doing all on his own, I mean.
Yeah. Because they don't have this, like, snowballing Timber Saw either. Like, his game's okay, but he's not, like, level 12 yet, so you don't have that little bit of a boost. They never get the mid-tier 1 tower, so they're not getting a lot of breathing room either. The waves are just constantly battering into their tier 2. Double King looking for something cheeky here. Albino Zebra could go for the hook shot, but unnecessary risks, especially when there's a Wyvern right there getting pinged. Flares up. Oh, creep wave. Oh, thank you, creeps.
Creeps are griefing.
Every Clockwork player knows, you know. Just sometimes. Oh wait, hold on, double king, big arrow.
Should be all right in the verdurous dale. The grass is greener on that side.
Yeah.
We'll be fine
No.
for now.
There's nobody nearby. Everyone else. Weaver farming top, Timber farming top. Deso completing just a few more creeps.
So close to it. And also he needs the shard. Those are the big items here. Sneaky gonna get lifted up. RCY and Roseanne, the stolen curse. No escape for you, Marana. Leap TP, very optimistic. No such hope.
That's,
Now Rubik also
finished-
has the Yules.
and finished Ags for the Pango.
Oh, he's already got the Ags?
Yeah, you get Echo Ags.
Oh,
It's the most
wow.
farmed hero.
Dude, this is a really farmed Pango. Not gonna lie. Echo Ags, 10,000 net worth at 18 minutes, solid. His most played hero, his most successful hero. Trent talked about the stats.
The numbers.
They are in dire vision most of the time here in this Radiant Triangle, so they're not gonna take the approach.
Grin also
Grin
not
will
choosing
stay
to play
away.
like on this ward either. They're just gonna let it go. Probably the right call.
Yeah.
I mean, they already have that outpost taken, so it's not that much of an advantage for you to fight there. You can still get like support buybacks.
Yeah, and it could end up costing them even more. If they die there, the wave in the mid lane being that deep, that's like forfeiting a lane of racks if they lose a fight there.
Yeah, that's
They'll
one
just-
of the things about these Deso builders.
Yeah. They'll opt to just give away their tier 1 and try to play the map. Might have to give away their Tormentor by the looks of it, because they are fully taking over the area for Amigos, that is.
Yeah, this is that classic play that we look for.
All right, Sneaky. Now's your time to throw in a sneaky arrow. Try to steal that Tormentor.
Oh,
He's
Sneaky,
going
don't,
deep.
don't
He's going to
go
put the
out.
obs down. All right.
All right.
Time to time it. Let's
the
go, Sneaky.
greatest arrow.
And it's in, and
late.
it's a bit too late. Wah.
Would have been a good time for a curse, though. Imagine.
Could have been. I really like the play when you put an obs down there just before the 20-minute mark, or when you know the opponent's taking like Roche, they're going to take your tier 1, they're going to get closer to your tier 2. It's just ward that Tormentor. Very simple, but it opens up so many opportunities.
I want to see Shadow Demon disseminate in that situation on the Tormentor and see what happens.
Disseminate the Tormentor?
Yeah.
Ah.
That would
that's
go
cheeky.
wild. Yeah. I want to see someone do that. Enemy
that
team
is
tries to
cheeky.
take it. You throw Disseminate on there. They're going to have a bad time.
What about Disruption?
Oh, albino. All right, he got a little too greedy. He did get the Wisdom Rune, though, so I guess he didn't, to his credit.
But how much XP did Milky get for this kill? 900. He got more XP for killing Albino than giving away the wisdom. Of course,
Yeah, but
that
you gotta-
wisdom
you
is going to
gotta-
be given
Yeah.
for your teammate.
Yeah, times that by 2, so the value.
Yeah, the value's there, but still, it's
that
it's
is
a
why
carry.
you steal.
I still like Milky picking that one up, but he's still got a lot of way to go. Like that 20 talent for the Geminate attack damage talent is something that you really would like to have as soon as possible.
You're also going to want to have a Dispel, because Albino Zebra, again, going Orchid. So trying to ruin the lives of these Radiant heroes.
Orchid Clock. This looks like the mid Clockwork builds where they build Orchid first. You hook shot in, you silence them, and you kill them with battery assault and right clicks. They're just dead.
Yeah, I mean, it's really good now with the expanded armature. I feel like you don't need the Force Staff as badly.
Yeah. And not that much needed. All right, Aegis is on the sides for Amigos. They're going to stack up here. Grin are also going to realize something's up. Mid's pushing, top's pushing, almost defending. All right, they're probably doing Roche now. Do we have any
Unfortunately-
items finishing?
For the Radiant,
No. Yeah, for Radiant.
the biggest one would be the Blink on Pinkus. That's probably your best chance of turning this game around.
Very important to have, yeah. Against that Aegis if they just do decide to push.
It is a fresh BKB as well in the Timber. That's pretty good too.
It's not bad, yeah. Oh,
Sneaky.
they pinged out Sneaky.
Not so sneaky.
The hunt is on.
He is Timber Chain on Rubik. You are not getting away here.
Yeah, he just leaped to the Rubik. Rubik has stolen leap for himself. And with the shard, he has that extra charge compared to the
Man.
Mirana, so he can actually leap further.
Better leap on the Rubik. Look at him go. He just stole Shiguchi with leap.
Solid. All over the place. Roseanne. Enjoying the Rubik gameplay a lot more than the Tiny in game 1.
I mean, Grandmaster Rubik, so got a little jealous watching Sneaky last game, I'm sure.
Could be. Something stirred up in this man. Really want to stretch this this series to the last and try to knock out, say, their rivals at this point.
I will say, it does not feel like only a 4K lead. It feels worse. Like, they've done a really good job of just splitting the map on the side of Grin. Like, now he gets the mid tower while this is all happening. He's been catching waves. They've been farming the top half of the map so much. Like, Mu, again, catching another wave in behind them. The blink is up on Pingus, but the Orchid is here on the Clockwork. He's very far away, though. But Zebra not actually here for this one at the moment. So if the fight starts, he can't get that quick grab onto the Wyvern. But, I mean,
I have to do something.
if they're going to defend, they need to flare. Or, sorry, they need to smoke up, right? Like, if they really want to push it, because if you just get flared and hookshotted, it's going to be a bad time.
Already got a sizable amount of damage dealt to that tier 3 tower. Forced out the glyph, so they back out for the time being. And now they're on the hunt on the map, trying to find... Okay, they find a camp just being farmed. Milky. Rosas found him. Oh, dear, Milky. And the Orchid up as well, so you ain't going to time-lapse anywhere. Just the kill they needed.
And that was before he even hit a blink. Now he's going to be a blinking Shikuchi Weaver. Sorry, Rubik, but, you know, Weaver-esque. Mid lane, Weaver, not here. Maybe they find a catch. Oh, they don't see him. The Double King feeling safe with his own sentry. Now Radiant Sentry comes down. Now he's jumped.
All right, let's see what they can do. The arrow's going to be following up as well. The Yules is throwing the axe into the air, and there's the dunk to the face. Whoopa! Can they get another one? Doesn't look like they can, so they're going to back out with the Aegis burnt, the stolen curse, holding Mu on the spot, and now he's starting to soak up damage. Calls again with the BKB, or pushing and actually pulling Brewmaster in. Another arrow from Sneaky. Hook shot in 10 seconds. How about a Zebra? Already used it before on the Weaver kill. Weaver's going to be up in 5 seconds. Can he still find a catch? This is really, really deep territory.
They can get
trying to
kits.
get on kits. There's the flare. Just needs to time it now. He's running forward. There's the the bloody creep again. 2 times now. What have the creeps done to you, Albana Zebra?
That was really a cool use of the dunk, though, right? Because they cursed, and so like the Clinkz was invulnerable, but you can still get the dunk on him. So that was the, or at least, you know, invulnerable to damage. But
Yeah.
still just gets dunked down there. So good choice in that instance.
Getting all that extra movement speed as well to get Mu out of there.
Yeah. And so yeah, they take care of the Aegis. That's gonna ruin their pushing potential. It was relatively safe with this Deso Clinkz. Now, if you want to go for it, you have to at least put up a little bit of risk. They can just split and pressure, and that's what he's gonna do. He's just raw going for it.
Yeah.
The kidnap outside. So hook shot with the Orchid here. Sneaky, pretty vulnerable.
Just a sad thing for the Axe is because it was an Aegis kill, he did not get a coat of blood.
Monkeys, is he just committing for this?
He did 5 seconds. I mean, he can run away. He's not going to get slowed up.
And the toss, easy.
I love his commitment to it. A lot of damage dealt. But yeah, you got to actually kill the hero to get a stack on Axe. Does not count to take down on Aegis, no matter how cool the sound effect.
Fair.
Double King. He just ran and under that. Actually, wait, they don't have that sentry anymore. It's just the Roseanne sentry in the river. We're going in pretty deep here. It's actually quite hard to say if this Wyvern is smoked or not because of that real
Yes.
chromatic skin.
Yeah, it's very annoying when you're casting it. Tormentor going to be
Easy.
down before they get there. As the jetpack is picked up by the
Double
Clockworks.
smoke, another smoke. They're gonna extend it. RCY does have the 80 rune kits right in front. They know exactly where they are. And who are they going to find this time? The call comes out onto Monkeys Forever. There comes RCY with the roll in, and he's deleted Sneaky already. The curse on the back line onto the Pango. And Weaver is also in a bit of rough position right now, but can they get the kills? They've got Monkeys Forever. Kits is melting to the Clinks. Double King. He's dying to Milky. One more hit, but he gets stunned on the way out. Milky finally gets the kill for himself. And Axis Living versus Albino Zebra. And the Milky comes in to
he's
clean it
cleaning
up.
up.
Triple kill. Oh my goodness. Roseanne has to run away. RCY is low on HP. His barrier's running out. He's taking down Moo, but he will die to Moo at the same time as he spins. And he spins to his death. Milky trying to take down Roseanne. He's really low on HP. Albino Zebra also with the cogs, zoning him out.
He just cleaned up everybody. The Weaver's online. The Shard did so much work in that team fight. Shikuchi through people getting these big Geminate damages off. And he still had his ulti the whole time.
6,222 damage.
Wow, that was great. And another steal, another used curse there as well.
Yeah.
From that Rubik, so fight could have gone even worse. But the
They were
fact that there was
sitting
no
ducks
split.
for a moment.
Yeah, they really were. Oh, man, and here's our replay coming out here. Great start to the fight from Kits, but... so we have the curse comes out, and then the other curse, Rubik still had the previous one, so he started it off there onto the Timber Saw. Moo gets healed, saved up. Monkeys just gets chased down, and I mean Double King is just getting clicked on here by Milky. He just starts focusing him completely, ignoring everything else, trying to get that kill.
Yeah, he tried his hardest there, and it was a bit of a rough fight for Monkeys Forever. No primal split, was still on cooldown, so it was literally just the Brewmaster waltzing around of a fight, trying to give some impact, throwing in some barrels, dropping a couple thunderclaps. I was like, guys, I don't have my biggest ability here when we're team fighting. Really would have needed it.
Well, after that pretty early Aghanim, we now finally have the Basher out here for the Pango.
They got Rubik. Nice duels just in time before the call connects from Moo. Shikuchi away. Meow. But also signs of life from Grin. They might have been on the back foot for quite a while. Like you said, like this 4K lead does not feel like a 4K lead.
Definitely not now. Now it feels pretty damn even in this one. The fights are still feeling like it comes down to the axe call, though, I have to say. And that still doesn't look that easy. They are at a vision disadvantage here in this one just because they're up against like the Invis of the Clinks, the Clockwork Flare. Brewmaster just feeling like he can just run in and do whatever he wants because it's pretty unlikely they can kill him before a split at this point. Like 2,600 HP, evasion, the burn. I don't think he dies. Like they just don't have enough control, do they? I can't imagine.
Nice blink dodge, but the lift comes out from Roseanne at the same time. And the Wyvern pushed out of the cogs. He's going to need some backup. They've got the call. Can they kill the Brewmaster before he gets a split out? The damage is lacking. It's so slow, and he finally gets a split out. Now Moo's in trouble with this BKB, but he will not stay. He will not stay alive for long enough. Double King though, almost dying at the same time. Oh, the chakram was a bit too short from Kits. He will not kill the Clinks.
Insane.
So close to getting that, but just no.
Everything goes wrong. It can't get much worse. At least Weaver gets the ulti off. That could have been even worse. Oh, I say that. He's caught now. Oh, he's running. The lucky shot.
See why? Oh, there we go. Disaster for Grin.
Unbelievable. So close to getting the Clinks. Close to getting the Brew. But I mean, I was just saying, I don't think they can do it. They didn't invest enough in it, right? Like they have Axe Call. And then you have to follow up with an arrow. That's your only hope. And then you have to, like, just assume there's no one else who's going to disrupt anything that you're doing. And maybe you kill Monkeys, but they went all in on him. They didn't get it. The split's there. Double King's able to get off damage and survive. Yeah. Bit of a damage issue here.
The hunt on the Wyvern as well. Like it all started with Clockwork and Rubik just zoning out the Wyvern, and they jump at the same time. It's like, well, we don't get our curse if things go bad. And he never got to use that curse. Here's a recap. That's why they jumped the Wyvern, and at the same time, look at Monkeys Forever. He's evading like half of the hits from Milky.
Couldn't even see what
Literally, when
happened.
the call came out, it did like 0 damage for like 2 seconds. And then that short chakra.
Yeah, that's crazy. It was so close to killing him. Will have at least been something. Go back their way. I mean, even that for Milky, right? He almost died without even getting off the time
Yeah.
lapse, but doesn't end up mattering. The Roche respawn was pretty quick. 4 Amigos are set up right now. 2 minutes left. They have the time if they want it. Close one.
Oh, yeah. Oh, getting the reaction on that is like, yo, that's a missed by a brow. Still, a couple seconds of smoke remaining. Primal Split is back of cooldown. Will be tough for Grin. They'd love to start the fight first. It does feel like it is 4 Amigos who are, again, going to be pushing the advantage. Yet again, another smoke. Moo, the first target to be found. Axe isolated. Pops his BKB for the dispels. Calls for the call. He tries to teleport out. And now the rest. Can they get out? Wyvern caught. Kits is caught on the timber. Sneaky frozen an arrow. He's able to zone out a bit, but Kits will die. And now also the Pingus Wyvern. So 2 kills going their way, and their BKBs on cooldown. That should guarantee you Roche now.
Yeah, they're basically just holding the Roche hostage. Sitting down here, waiting, then coming out and grabbing a kill. Milky is trying to farm up Dark Side. Oh, Monkey's going to find him, though. So now he can't just get away with this. They don't have hook shot, but he has the Orchid. So force out the BKB.
And the bash. So you can't even teleport out in the eyes of RCY. And here comes Double King for the damage.
Nice play by
Yeah,
Monkey
damage
to find
indeed.
Because he was going to try and farm. He farmed the right Ancients, and he was going to go left, farm those Ancients, and then try and steal the Wisdom Rune. And that all gets shut down because of Monkey's thinking he can go back there with the Storm Panda.
And instead, he ends up getting caught. And 4 Amigos, yet again, another kill going their way. Securing the Roche this time with Aegis and Banner. And really, the whole script that we had for a Game 3 looks like it can still happen. Very, very neck and neck between these two teams. There are still
RCY?
openings for Grin.
Up top, he Ogre Seal Totem onto the Marana, and he got 3 hits off, and he almost got, just like this close to the bash, Almost got a 4th hit. Maybe that would have been it. But we'll never know.
We'll never know.
So-
Value effort. Close, but not close enough. But I mean, they've been getting all these kills already from Grin, so I guess they should be happy with what they've been getting.
The damage. Close. Okay. No one dying. Sneaky gonna now finally get that 3rd leap.
Equalize the leap situation with a Rubik.
Yeah.
We're gonna need a level 18 and a solar flare, level 3 in Marana. That's gonna change the game.
That's it.
Trust me.
That's where this turns
Trust me
around.
on that. Yep, trust me on that. Source, trust me, bro. Oh. There's your split. Monkeys, he's going to finish off the range racks. Double King also hitting pretty hard there with the Death Zone, applying the debuff on the melee racks now. And Monkeys Forever is losing his own entire Remnant army. He'll just be down to the Storm with 20 seconds still remaining.
Yeah, that is one thing that Weaver, even though the lane didn't go that well, is ridiculous right-click damage on the individuals of just the Deso plus the Daedalus, and then the Timber Saw to go through some of those other pandas.
Yeah. And that was Solar Flare, by the way, so it's on cooldown now for 100 seconds. Everybody was doing plus 64-ish damage. Ron was getting like 120. Something like that. Also against the Axe Call, we got Roseanne lining up the Wind Waker. Good old item.
Yeah, just how about Double King? Pretty prime target for that one. Any team moving on out here, smoked up on the Marana, smoked on the Wyvern, trying to bait Milky, trying to make him look like he's doing his normal thing of just out here split pushing on his own, and see if they'll start a fight on him.
Yeah.
Oh,
picked
beautiful
up the-
call from RCY. He circles exactly where they all are. Says they are all in this area. He is 100% correct.
He's aware of what's happening. Picked up the
monkeys.
Mindbreaker on the Pango as well, so that's going to be very annoying. Because he can now silence while he's rolling.
Monkeys. Yep, he's just going to do it. Under the range tracks. Okay, the call.
And now the glyph is going to be popped. They force out the Timber into the air. He's going to land now. And again, massive amounts of damage already dealt. Arrow flies in, connects on Double King, actually. They ping it out that he's stunned. Trying to finish off the Earth Bruling. Takes a while. They finally got him out of the way.
Slow siege of the Brew Split, very annoying. Only going to be on cooldown now for about 60 seconds. Afterwards, thanks to the Octarine Core. This time they're not baiting Milky. Might not be good if he gets found right there, but Arrow's going to fly out. Does connect on the monkeys, but too risky to head in there. Would not be the play.
Yeah. Yeah, it just shows how hard it is for them to actually try to commit on an engagement.
Okay. Talent level 20, 20% magic resistance out here. So up to 48% now on Kits' Timbersaw. Not the most useful game for it, unfortunately.
Sadly.
Yeah, there's a lot of just raw physical that he's going to have to handle, but still there.
What are you doing?
Yeah, no, the Chakram slow doesn't look too appealing either.
Sneaky, trying to taunt them into a fight. You know, what are you guys doing? Come fight us. Come high ground blindly. You know, with 25 seconds left on your Aegis. Just give it a try. See what happens.
They saw the Timber, but he's already out.
Oh, that sneaky ward. Everyone loves that ward.
And there goes your melee Rex pretty much. Double King just lets it go. The call comes out from Moo. Controlled in the front. Already dropped down to a couple hundred HP.
Tango.
Here comes RCY. There we go. RCY wants to commit for this
Where's
one.
the curse?
Nice jump in. A lot of damage coming out. But there's the curse on the Rubik as well. They can get Roseanne out of the way. Moo has to come with the buyback though. RCY will finish off the Wyvern. And
too
of
late.
course, them losing Milky. Looks like they cannot mount a defense. It's gone for 80 seconds.
It was a stolen Berserker's Call from the Rubik. That's what killed him.
Beautiful.
Yeah, I mean,
That's all. That's all you need. That's all you need. Kits, gonna make a run for it back to the fountain. RCY, he is low. Moo, he did buy back. He's waiting for another call blink opportunity. Might be able to grab Double King as he can. And here comes the hook shot as well. And the BKB on the Clinks will keep him alive for a bit longer. Just dishing out damage and not receiving any. Kits will fall. And the axe goes down and everybody's dead. So that means we're going to a game 3 with 4 Amigos tying it up.
Yeah, nicely played by the Amigos. RCY absolutely crushing it on this Pangolier. Very good early game plays there as some celebrations on their faces. Feeling pretty good to get this to a 1-1 here. The old Amigos. The Monkeys Brewmaster, of course. No struggles in that lane. A traditionally very difficult one for the Brewmasters to have to deal with. Didn't make it look like that. Another great Rubik game, too. Credit to Sneaky, and now credit to
Roseanne.
Roseanne. Yes, thank you. Sorry, my bad. Also, I noticed he took the other facet, which that was the first time I've actually seen that one on the Rubik. So that was kind of cool. Most people have gone for the Filch, the one there where it's like the less mana. But this one is the casting a spell temporarily increases the area of effect for all subsequent spells, which is kind of cool. Maybe that's what helped with the call. I don't know.
Yeah. I was about to get to that. Like, the Berserker's Call definitely looks like a good ability. And the Curse, AoE 2, bringing in extra heroes, even if they're just on the edge of it. Can surprise. But for Amigos, they definitely surprised Grin here a bit as well. I think they got caught with their pants down a little bit here. Of course, like, Milky's laning stage looked pretty solid. He's hunting down the Rubik, but we saw a quick shift in that. Like, the moves from Albino Zebra in the early game really got to commend this Clockwork for how much he got done through the Twin Gates.
Yeah, that's freedom.
Just everywhere.
The Axe Mirana, I think, was definitely the weak part of this, unfortunately. Like, Axe, actually, like, Moo had a fine game for the most part. Like, it's very similar to the Legion, right? Where, like, part of that Legion game going so well was he just got really good duels off and just couldn't maybe get the same, like, momentum going in the game where you're getting the vision for it and you're the ones hunting and getting the good duels, or in this case, the good jumps. But the like the fact that you're just pushing in that top lane over and over again, freeing up this clockwork, and then that clockwork rotates down and creates this lane bleed, which then just makes it harder for your safe laner. That part was all a little bit problematic feeling.
A well fought victory on the side of 4 Amigos. Now going to stretch this series to a game 3. They're not giving up this series easily to Grin Esports. They would have ended their tournament lives right there if they did not win this game. So we get to watch these two teams face off against each other one more time. Obviously, if I'd have to pick a standout player, it would be hard not to pick the supports out of this game, but honestly, I think Double King Clinks as well. Like, was this game really just handed out to him, or you feel like he just played it fantastically? There were some really close calls on this guy.
Yeah, it's hard to see it in a lot of ways because like he had to have really good positioning in this one because he doesn't, unlike a lot of these other heroes, he doesn't have the best escape mechanisms, and we saw how close he was to dying. He is still just pretty much a raw damage hero, and so his positioning was good. I mean, he made some solid plays. So, sure, we can give some credit over to him. And like you said, I think the two supports played really well, too. And then this Brewmaster. Like, this was picked pretty early. It was picked into the Weaver. I think that'll be a big question mark when it comes to how we're going to handle the draft next time. But Albino Zebra, we're going to hand it over. The Orchid first Clockwork. It's a good choice.
Yeah. Bloody Witchblade in his inventory as well. Like, this is a very intriguing Pulse 5 support build, but hey, he made all the magic happen. It really enabled his team. I commend him for his performance here. Albino Zebra's Clockwork was fun to watch him play throughout the entire last year in the DPC, and of course picking it here in a moment in a series where it really matters. And now they're facing the best of one. Trent, words of wisdom during the break before we head over to the final game. What are the teams discussing? What are the words of wisdom here?
Oh, words of wisdom? I'm trying to think of something that maybe you haven't shown yet, and something you think in the second phase and make it work. Like maybe Storm Caudal will get let through because this Brewmaster being prioritized, something like that. Those would be my ideas. Trying to focus on and see if you just run that strat.
Yeah, a couple ideas definitely there, throw out there. But let's see what happens after the break. We're going to come back with game number 3 in just a few minutes. See you guys in a bit.
The official headset of PGL tournaments. Now, with a wireless version. Experience unparalleled speed and reliability with the latest wireless technology, advanced hybrid ANC, and built-in EQ for your favorite game. Designed with elegance and durability, and extreme noise-canceling microphone. Always stay one step ahead with Aspire Wireless.
And off we go once again with 4 Amigos and Grin Esports here at the lower bracket. It's time for a best of one here with Trent and T Panda. Note T does not stand for Trent, but here we are anyway, leading you over to the elimination game. One of these two teams, we're going to say goodbye to either one of these. We've seen the best of both. We could say Grin also had somewhat of a touch of in game 2 versus 4 Amigos, but had kind of had a rough time to get that package together. 4 Amigos just outshining them.
It's true. But they get a very powerful hero here. I like this. Coming into this third game, I think the DK is a great way to start off your draft. There's no Shadow Fiend here to mess with it, and DK is just, like, good in the games we've been casting. It feels like he just kind of points the team in a direction and really lets you just play the DK game. Like, get these towers, get the Blink Dagger, follow-up damage after. Although he has played a lot with the Dark Willow. Not going to get it this time because it's on the other team.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of D starting heroes, Dragon Knights, Dark Seers, Dark Willows, almost always on the same team. Not this time, though.
No Death Prophet.
No Death Prophet.
No Drow Ranger. A lot of D heroes. Should we just go through like all of them? Just at once. Dazzle.
Just to make sure.
No. Yeah.
I mean, you were asking for a Dazzle. What was the strat you were talking about? The Dazzle Phoenix diving under tower with Dying Light. Yeah.
Yeah. The Grave Dazzle. Yeah, makes sense. Grave Phoenix, Dying Light. Yeah, seems good.
There's an idea there. We've gone rapidly through our first phase and almost second phase bans as well. Anything strike your eye?
The Gyro ban.
Not the
That's
Clockwork?
a bit new, isn't it? Oh, no, actually was banned at last game. I just didn't even notice. I mean, Clockwork was banned first overall game 1, and then it got let through and crushed, so I kind of get why it's gone. All the other heroes definitely make sense. The Brewmaster, as expected, not going to be let through. Don't want to see that one again. The Sneaky Hoodwink is still in. I imagine that'll be scooped up if the Amigos don't ban it here. So that's, I mean, Sneaky's going to want that for sure, right? Unless the Rubik looks way too tempting after this next pick, but I'm thinking Sneaky Hoodwink is about to be coming into this game.
Yeah, out of the Hoodwink, Rubik, Marana, Axel, I definitely pick the Rubik right now. Looks like it is the hero to go for. So Amigos, they brought out the Dark Willow, which should be a 4.
You make a good point about the maybe the Marana makes sense though, because like they have this DK, they could put the Marana +1 into this next pick, and then because you don't have last overall pick, you can still get a lot of, honestly, it's a good thing they banned the Hoodwink. I actually think taking Marana might be better for Grin because it actually gives you this like flexibility in this phase that's hard to achieve because of the way they run it, the 1 or the support. And even though the support didn't work out that well last time, it has a DK in its team, so that makes pretty good lane pairing. It also, again, just plays nicely together. Some quicker initiations into arrows. Less risky than the axe as well. Doesn't feel as committal.
It does feel like this DK can be thrown pretty much anywhere. I think we've seen Kits play it before. And earlier on today, Sammy Boy was the one who brought out the DK as, was it yesterday? But the DK carry, which we could also see that work. Yeah, so we can also see that happening. But let's see. We got the Weaver once again.
Will this bring out the Rubik once more, now that you see such a good steal?
It is. And one of the rare occasions when there's a Weaver on the board, a Rubik 3 actually makes sense because there's a Weaver.
All right, slow down. That's a bit much.
It's SA. That's SA Dota. We're in NA. We don't do that kind of stuff here.
Yeah, no, we'll leave that alone.
We are still going to get the Rubik.
I mean, hey, he's winning, right?
He's winning.
Kind of felt like maybe the best hero in game 1 and game 2. Getting some MVPs.
Yeah, it still feels like Rubik is one of those +4s that can turn the entire game upside down.
And not surprisingly, they go for the Crystal Maiden. Again, the Root versus the Weaver. We already saw it. They did the same combo earlier. Rubik CM pair really nicely with the DK. Last time it was the Ember. Very similar idea. So I'm not too shocked here. CM is just a real feel-good hero right now. Plus, can never really underestimate Aura, especially with how skirmishy these two teams have been. But even if you're not fighting, you just farm better thanks to Aura. Especially like Or it's just better than it's ever been because there's more camps available for everyone to farm, and so supports can take more advantage of the aura than they ever could before. Because before it was just like straight up griefing if you were taking camps all the times because every camp on the map could just get farmed.
Yes, yeah, that's absolutely true.
Now they have to make a decision about this Weaver probably because I don't think you want to. Well, I guess you could make the assumption that it's a Kit's Dragon Knight and leave that Weaver flex in this phase.
You could. At least what 4 Amigos can't do is really pick a Dominator carry here. Oh, sorry, offlaner here. So like Beastmaster Weaver, if Weaver were carry, Beastmaster offlane, you play against CM, that's a nuh-uh. That's a no-go.
I wonder if he just wants to pick Pango because he's feeling it. Like, it's not too bad versus the Rubik. CM doesn't really do anything. The DK, it should be fine. The other hero will be the Zeus, even though they did lose with it in game 1. It's got some advantages here. Well, it is indeed game 1 again. We're getting the Centaur War Runner.
All right. Well, Stampede on Stampede action. And again, Rubik versus Weaver and Sen. Very identical now. I can swap between Shikuchis and Stampedes. Just a bit disappointed our Rubiks never get that much net worth that they could ever build an Aghanims safely. It takes so long to pick it up. Otherwise, you could have both abilities. Now the Clinks.
I'm feeling the Mars. Can I get a Mars right now? Versus Stampede, versus Weaver, versus Clinks, versus Dark Willow. I feel like Mars looks amazing here.
I'm feeling Slardar a bit, but Mars is good. Mars is really good.
5 seconds remaining.
Moo, no blink, Slardar. Let's go.
True.
Just go straight up Ags and Shard. Got 2 Invis heroes against you. Unless Dusts are stronger. I mean, if you do put this mid DK, you could go for the Poison Dragon and then have Slardar as well. You got a lot of minus armor, then get a carry that benefits from all that.
Slardar. Yeah, I like the Slardar more, actually. After you suggested it, I was like, never mind, that's just better. Because it's... I don't think the Mars is like as free win as it used to feel in some of these lane matchups. Weaver got a little bit of buffs. Mars didn't really get all too much. I mean, the arena's still really good versus Stampede. That's definitely true. But if you can just get some Corrosive Hazes off onto a Weaver, that's going to give you a pretty good time. It gives you a crush versus the Dark Willow as well. So she doesn't have freedom in the Shadow Realm. And, of course, double Invis heroes here of the Clinks and the Weaver. So, yeah, good choice.
And also, when you talk about the farming around the map, would be really good to just have like Crush Max above the Bash of the Deep, so you actually have a way to also farm camps and not just get stuck with a matchup you're not sure if you can actually win in a 1v1. Like, Clinks can feel a bit soft. You feel like you could actually beat Clinks by just right-clicking, or even Weaver, but maxing out the Crush could also let the Slardar farm a lot faster, because if you max out your Bash, then you're not farming camps at all, and then Crystal Maiden's taking all your camps, and then you're sad.
Yeah, we'll see what the choice is.
5 seconds remaining.
Got Ursa and Coddle banned out in the final phase. I think RCY still has the last pick. Can't really put Weaver or Clinks into the mid lane.
Yeah, I think he just banned the Zeus probably. I think, again, even though it lost game 1, it does look solid. It would suit what they're missing here.
Would be a good pick.
So I think you banned that out. And then Amigos.
Dire team
Huh.
back.
Yeah, what is their ban? The Mirana. Okay,
Of course.
fair enough.
Of course.
Yeah. That's respect right there.
That would have hit really hard. Maybe could have actually reached the timings that they needed on Milky with the Slardar and the DK.
10 seconds.
All work nicely together, complementing each other's. All right, let's just ban the Zeus.
5 seconds remaining.
So does that mean we're getting Medusa gameplay again?
Oh. Is that because of the Invoker ban?
We're only not linked to that.
That definitely hints towards it.
But RCY Invoker is a it is one of his best heroes. Sure.
Oh, what are we doing?
Oh.
Oh, no. Oh no! Is this the? I don't even. Is this the Moo Venge 1 DK mid starter?
It could be. It could also be Milky Carry Venge. Okay, I need to look up Milky. What has he been playing lately?
Oh man, pinning
What are
all
they
your
doing?
hopes. I mean,
What
Melky's
are they doing?
smirking. It might be the Carry Venge. All right,
He's feeling it.
Oh man, I don't know. I love Venge. I don't know. That's spooky. And it'll be the Timber Saw. Okay, who's going mid versus Timber? Who wants it? It's the Milky Venge.
Milky
oh boy.
Venge.
So I mean, the Moose Starter, absolute classic. The man himself, but yeah, the position 1 Venge.
The last time he's played it in a competitive game was most likely a Face It pub game 17 days ago with Ags Hurricane Pike Tread. So, yep. It's been a while since he's played it. And I think that is also even 17 days ago. Is that even last patch? Or maybe like literally the first day of this
Yeah, it had to be
patch,
this. There's
so.
no way you would. Surely it had to be this patch.
All right. Is this series winning or series losing? Bring it to me. Bring it to me.
I mean, my gut says losing, but my heart says winning.
You want to give Venge some faith.
I like Venge. You know, I'm a Venge fan.
There's a lot of minus armor. DK, Slardar,
is.
Venge. Can work. Can work. That's my 2 keywords.
I feel like Albino Zebra just needs to like not feed, because if he gets in close, he's just really dead. Like, I don't think he's gonna be as free as the previous. Like in game 1, he did really well. He was all over the map. He was in the middle of the fights, having a hard time just killing him, even though they end up losing. I don't think you can do that in this one, because like 1 root, 1 telekinesis, 1 crush, 1 DK stun, 1 Venge missile, you're just dead.
Yeah. Also with RCY Timber going up against the DK, RCY should have a better matchup as well for himself. Can maybe even punish the DK a bit there. It's going to be rough if they can get out of their laning stage by winning their lane. So I think the pressure is really on Grin. But we'll have to see what rolls out in this this final game. It's do or die time. So I guess if you want to be frisky with your drafts or with your gameplay, now's the time to do it.
Thankfully, he has the Arcana. I mean, I noticed in the loading screen he didn't, but and we do have the Venge Arcana flying out. Now the hopes are even higher.
Ah,
Yeah.
magical power of cosmetics.
Back to hell with you.
Actually,
Oh, I
don't
suppose he
have
gets.
that
I didn't even think about Quelling Blade. I guess he gets the good bonus, but I just didn't assume that you would do it because of the whole universal Venge anyway. But nice, Quelling Blade buff.
one. Yeah. Just see, but is his item build going to be any similar to the one that he had almost 3 weeks ago? Ags, of course, very popular. Power tread, something that you need on this hero. You talked an interesting point about the support Venge with phase boots. Power treads is a must-have as a carry, really.
I think if you're committing into actual like attack items, yeah. Support, it's like kind of cool for the movement because like your mana's fine or whatever. But I mean, treads are also just good for mana wise as well. So
Yeah,
it's,
yeah.
You know, and tranquils are fast. You can buy any boots you want on Venge right now. I'm sure actually, in the support role, go crazy, folks.
TP boots,
But, yeah,
yay!
Hell yeah.
All right. This is the important game. The winner gets to play against Sammy Boy Stack in the next round. That's going to be the final series of the day. Between that, it's going to be the Shopify Rebellion Nouns series we were talking about before. I think a lot of people
what
are
just
looking
happened?
forward to. Wait, did
Okay, I heard a crush, but then I saw Moo not get the bounty, so I don't know what happened. I guess maybe he was crushing Double King. Oh, okay, maybe.
Yeah, he hit Albino Zebra. He was poking him a bit. It's already regenerated. Back to full already.
3 for 1. We'll see if the Amigos can keep the momentum rolling from game 2, or if there'll be a comeback victory here from the Grins.
The Grin boys.
Wow,
Oh,
the stun.
Replay.
Thank you. Saving me.
Oh, Albino actually snuck in between to get that one. Stun duration not long enough.
I'd be so annoyed.
Thank you for that replay. The truth unfolds. All right. Which lane should have the biggest kill potential here? What are we looking at? What are we keeping our eyes open for?
Probably top. I think it's most likely that either Milky or Pingus die.
Yeah, there's a risk of overextending, sure.
I mean, mid lane should be a little bit of a whatever. There's definitely a chance that like Kits messes up or something, but pretty unlikely. Like it's Timbersaw not in trees, so you don't get that like surprise burst that maybe you weren't expecting. And it's a DK, so
Yeah. We know how good RCY is in these laning matchups, so this Timber should be just fine.
I think we saw this matchup once before, right? Where he ended up going for points in the Wormwrath. He had like 3 points or something. Maybe that wasn't versus Timber, but I thought it was, which was kind of interesting. But just a single point now for Kits instead, and just constantly tagging the Timber with it.
Yeah, we had one of the DKs go QW and 0 points in E as well. It's like all about the damage output. That was either Yopaj or Wish actually. So either one of those had like a sick DK game. Was literally with no points in Worm's Blood.
Yeah, I don't remember either.
That's in the past.
In the present, it's looking pretty good. 12-2.
Yeah.
Feeling just fine about this mid lane matchup, but it'll be the rotations that really tell the story of this Timbersaw. And if I look around, I see some pretty squishy heroes to target, so gonna have to be a bit careful about that because Venge does not really stat up that well versus just like crazy pure damage, you know?
Yeah. So the Rubik is slightly struggling with his laning trades here with a Weaver. Even if you zap away that right-click damage, that Shikuchi is still going to hurt you.
Free Gemnate's crazy. It's so valuable.
And I love how like it's only +5 damage, but it's literally the second right-click that makes it all worth it. It's not the 5 Geminate attack damage that you get.
Yeah, no. Yeah, it's not mattering at all.
Remember someone going about, it's only 5 damage. It's like, bro. There's a whole second attack linked to it. Double King taking a bit of a beating here, but Moo will also have to back out. Actually, Moo, well, level 4 is going to tell us a story. Is he going to put points in Bash or is he going to put points in Crush? And I'd opt for Crush in this case. This is a lane with a lot of poke.
Classic game 3 here. Nobody getting too wild. Everything a little bit chill. Roseanne does get here in time for the pull, it looks like. Nicely done. Just there. And Kits should miss out on that top rune, assuming. I mean, I don't know, he's kind of got the positioning for it.
Get ourselves another waiting feel, like we had that one game today where you had to wait for action to kick in. This one is just teams being super cautious. Don't want to make any mistakes. At the moment, Grin with all their 3 cores. For a moment, we're topping the charts. Clink sneaks in between.
Yeah, there's not a lot of opportunities for like twin gate rotations either for Grin at least. Like Pingus coming through to a Weaver and a Clinks, kind of hard to connect on that. Maybe a couple levels, but for now it's just pretty static.
I also like.
Look up top.
Oh yeah, top. I was gonna look at the Slardar facet, the Brine Guard, which is actually really good this game versus Clinks' damage output. It's soak up a lot more damage than what you normally would. Bit of trading going on here. Here comes Albino Zebra. We've seen him do these rotations before, and if they can kill the carry Venge, that would be huge, and they can. That's a first blood for the Weaver, saving Sense and Dark Willow's lives in the process.
Yeah, and that's just one thing they can't do on Grin. So just saying, like, Albino Zebra has that freedom, and you know, Core Venge, support CM, they're so squishy.
Yeah,
I mean, they are just not intimidating at all. They got the offensive nuke power, sure, but when you just have multiple heroes like that and they can't actually put all their damage to a single person, then it feels like they don't really have a good play versus you.
Yeah. Slardar just put a second point in Bash of the Deep, so now it really needs to be Moo slapping and getting kills. Otherwise, if you're not getting kills, you're not farming either. You're falling behind on net worth. And RCY getting tossed back here by Sneaky. They were so close to getting that kill too, but they're going to miss out, and instead they're going to lose a Crystal Maiden with, again, Albino Zebra rotating in. The perks of having a Weaver.
Yeah, seems to really like this. I mean, he's a support player who's a Platinum Weaver, so I guess he likes this hero one way or another. Now getting a chance to actually use it in officials.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Seems like there's a lot of Weaver enjoyers now in NA. Heroes slowly starting. I mean, this series has been all about Weaver, pretty much.
Weavers and Rubiks, yep.
Weavers and Rubiks. Gaining popularity. This is the 7th Weaver pick. Currently 2-4, 33% win rate.
Oh, he's going to get this Wisdom Rune. That's going to be a steal.
Radiant are
He's
scanning.
just biding his time, and there we go. Yeet! Now he's just trying to, you know. I got here faster than you.
All right, big steal. That's huge for the Amigos. 2 kills up, 2 bounty or Wisdom Runes up rather.
He's already done so much on this Weaver, man. What can he not do?
Kill Slardar.
That is true.
That's hard.
That is definitely
say
hard.
that.
Benj getting
they can
caught
definitely
with his
pressure
own
Milky.
pull at the same time. Double King and Roseanne. They don't quite get the job done, but it's a reminder. It's a reminder for Milky that we're not giving in to fear. And here comes the Scent as well, and the Rubik instead. Sneaky. He oversteps a
It'll be 6.
boundary.
Oh, it's not 6. It's 30. Like 30
Oh, and they got Milky too.
Okay, I thought they were going to need
Albino
the Stampede,
Zebra.
but MVP.
Yeah.
It's just the Weaver. He already gets it.
Standout player of the game, yeah.
Radiant structure.
Always trust your gut, folks. Don't trust your heart. the carry Venge is not looking good.
Oh, not at
Brambles.
least yet. I mean,
Not
yeah.
going to connect onto kits, so he'll at least back away here and try and keep his pressure up safely outside the tower range.
Yeah. Still making moves in the mid lane here. DK forced away. End up stunning his teammate Sneaky as well. Still level 3 on the Rubik. 8 minutes in. We're almost 9 minutes in. This boy could really get some XP. He's starving. You're going to park Sneaky in the mid lane to allow him to pick up some experience from that wave. Missing out on that XP rune really hurts that much.
He sees what he's got to do. He wants this early blink after this Orb of Corrosion. And the last time they tried this with the Axe, they did not connect very well with those first blinks. I mean, the first blink actually went really well, but they weren't able to just like keep up that momentum, and so his farm ends up slowing down because his blade mail is delayed after that, and they're not just like hunting nonstop.
Yeah.
Let's see if they can actually get the blink dagger and have it lead into actual aggression for them this time. But yeah, those supports are hurting, man. Pingu's 4. Sneaky's been sitting mid. He's still level 4. Meanwhile, you have level 6 on Roseanne. 5.5 on Albino Zebra. Like, they could be linking up and doing like Shikuchi Bedlam, honestly.
They could. They easily could.
Dire are scanning.
At the same time, they don't want to overstep. But I still would actually like to see them, like Albino Zebra is doing here. He's constantly keeping up the pressure. Put out some deep wards. Rotated for already a killing spree on the guy. Stolen a Wisdom Rune. Now they're collapsing towards mid, and they could kill the Rubik here. They also got Milky in the scene. I went in the wave of terror, 3 points. A bunch of minus armor. Gotta be careful. Kits would like to get Roseanne. There's the swap, and there's your kill. That's the first one for Grin. Got a lot of bugs to worry about as the Crab Orchestra thrown in by Albino Zebra. He's fighting it out, but look at how fast he just dies to all this minus armor. RCY, he's got a nice little pure burst of his own. Here comes
Oh,
Moo
no.
with a 3-point bash.
What?
I was about to say
Why
crush.
are we feeding? Why are we 1-by-1ing? What are we doing? I mean, the Weaver, just no respect, honestly. Like, because this is what we talked about during the draft. Like, if he gets Frostbite, he's just dead. Like, that's all that was. Frostbite into DK stun, see you later. 2K swing here at the 10-minute mark. Lead now gone. DK pressuring your mid tower. Still enough duration left on this that he can finish off this tower. Roseanne might get the deny, but they can commit. Not able to get that either. So gold to Kits and space for Moo to finish this Blink Dagger. He's 700 gold away.
All that work in 8 minutes down to like 30 seconds of just throwing it away. It's a rough position to be in. And also Moo getting to be a piece of that previous engagement actually pushes him second into net worth. He's maxed out his bash and he's still this high in net worth. Like this is pretty sick. I suspect the Crush Slardar to have a net worth like this, but he's been able to take over that lane for himself completely. Double King has moved away. He's moved into the mid lane to try and get a kill that will get Pingus. Tier 1 tower trade as they just lost their mid T1.
Yeah, that's some good revenge. Rotate around. No, you can't stay there in the Slardar. You just get corrosive and a single rotation and you're definitely dead. You might just die to a bash if you're not careful, so walk it off. Find something else to do. Maybe try and pressure Melky's territory, because you know where Venge is going to be. This max wave of terror has been used a lot by these core Venges just to essentially farm neutrals. You know, it's like, it is the most efficient way. You just keep spamming it. It's nice to have the CM on your team, too.
Yep. It's a very flashy animation as well with the Arcana.
Even more important.
Yeah, very glittery. RCY. You see a bunch of people moving around. Albino Zebra's also very deep in with this Weaver right now. Courier snipe from the DK. Yoink.
Has been killed.
All right, nicely done. It's going to run into Melky here, but there's no follow-up stuns. Well, there's a raindrop, though.
Is he going to steal his
Now.
CS?
He's trying to.
An attempt made. Another tier 1 tower. Being targeted by the DK Dragon Form. Able to finish off that one. Make it 2 now. A lot of circles being drawn around here. RCY leading the troops. Our 18-year-old youngster being the captain. They sound by the looks of it.
do. Yep.
Fortunate for him, he might just run into a gang squad. 3-man smoke. So on the other side of the river, Moo's already scouted him out.
The hero you want, though. Like, yeah. You're going to need some help. You do have double edge, level 3 here on the Rubik, but Timber's a hard one to get.
See Willow's
Double
courier
King's
flying
the
in.
dream.
All right, they know what's going on here. Double King, he's the target. There we go. Corrosive Haze into the bash here. The terrorize on one. Milky, he did not get hit by it. Swaps him under the tower, and Double King gets blown up by Kits with the fire. Big kill.
Now, Albino Zebra still nearby here. Has the TP. Oh,
Wow.
Moo almost gets him.
Pretty good read there from Moo, but not going to land on point. They did get that deep ward out there.
He's also just walking under vision here. He doesn't care. It's like if they come to kill me, that by the time they actually get it done, it's not going to be worth it for them.
Yeah. Behind enemy lines. Sneaky's right next to
Sneaky
him.
steal,
So
though?
is Kits. Dust misses. Yep. What can you do?
He did forget to tip them, though. Gonna inflict some damage on him here.
Oh, Karma can strike back. Maybe he's going to believe it of that. There's Kits right next to him. Oh, they saw him now.
Oh, there it is.
He's got time lapse, but he won't be... Okay, he's going to get it. Back to
Ooh.
full HP. Throwing in the Crab Orchestra once again, and he's
He's a
out.
genius.
Oh, this must be so frustrating for Grin. Kits gives him a tip. It's not even Albino Zebra giving him a tip. It's the other way around.
Oh, that was nice.
He's...
Kits, at least he gets him out and we'll farm up his stack. Melky's still doing the same thing here on top of this Radiant Ward. Oh!
All
they missed the
scouted out.
brambles.
Just a bit too far away to kill him. He's 2,000 HP too. A very difficult kill to grab. One more 1,000
Gotta
gold
hit
and he's
those
got his
brambles,
axe.
That really hurts. I mean, he might have got like a swap out or something anyway, I suppose, but definitely not getting the kill that way. RCY.
They continue to stay in
Jump
this
down
area.
from this high ground.
They really want this tier 2 tower. Like, Double King has parked himself in front of this for the last 2 minutes now. Milky, can he jump the Chakram stair? He gets a swap, but it will not save his life. It's only level 1. the same time, Kit's going to get hit by the Chakram here. They got the Stampede running and trampling them down. Moo can't do too much to hold them back. Kit's going to get stunned, and Albino Zebra's the one to get the kill. Okay, Double King does squeeze in the right click as the Dragon Tail stuns the Weaver on the spot. And they've got themselves 2 kills, and now they can focus on the tower as soon as they get that creep wave. Mission accomplished.
It's a painful one. This Venge not quite ready to die. Still 1,000 gold away from the eggs. So no benefits quite yet. And Moo does have an Amplify damage rune. Might run into Roseanne here. Oh, but even better, it would be Double King. Sneaky, gonna see him.
Spot. Double King, oh, that's the big one. And they can just finish him off right there.
Insane. He was so close to wasting that on Roseanne. Now he's gotta get out. They don't really have the best chase. Already used the Stampede. There's no catch item yet on Albino Zebra. Speaking of which, went for the Spear Vessel, but not humongous this time on the Weaver. No Atos, no Orchid. I mean, the Orchid now is good this game for sure. I wouldn't mind to see the Atos, though.
It's not a bad pickup.
Spear Vessel was a good first choice, though. Force could be good. Yules could be good, too, actually.
On the Weaver?
Yeah, like versus Slardar, versus CM. It's always nice to have another cancel.
Yeah, you could.
Like, freezing Field's actually kind of annoying for them.
Yeah, you could potentially convert into that Wind Waker later on as well. So I like the Yule's idea.
It's one of the benefits, I think, of the support Weavers that you can kind of build anything. Just because you have this mobility built in from the Shikuchi, especially when you have the Skitter Step. All right, Melky, 40 gold away from the eggs, though. That's where this hero's supposed to turn online. The scan will connect on him, and it does go green. So they know that he's moved out, but
Where
with
to?
the minus armor, and time to finish this roach. Yeah, exactly. They don't know.
So this Roach is going to drop really quickly here with all that physical amp. There we go. Aegis for Kits.
All right, show me the way, Core Venge.
We already know Venge has a secondary life with the Aghanim, so might as well just drop it to the DK. I mean, you don't really have a good Aegis carrier on Grin, which kind of sucks.
It's probably Slardar, honestly. I mean, DK is good because you can just siege and, like, I don't know, it lasts forever on DK for him. The downtime's not that bad. It doesn't feel as bad as other transformation heroes to put it on.
And look at the other side. You look like Clinks would be a prime Aegis carrier. We're not going to get to the tier 2, but our Amigos will continue to stay here. We'll finish off the tower without a response coming out from Grin. Grin have spread it out, keeping 2 lanes pushed in at the same time. I don't think they're going to be moving. Are they going to move it away? Okay, looks like they are. Like, I thought they could still stay for another minute, but I think it's a very long time to just stick around and wait for the Tormentor to come back up as the Dark Willow gets jumped by Moo. Rhino Zebra right on top of him. Finish off Roseanne. Here comes RCY. Slardar very much in trouble. Just disappears. Stampede comes out as well. They're going to find another kill on the Rubik, potentially, and Pingus with a big ulti at the back onto the Clinks. And here comes Milky as well, focusing the Clinks down, so they got themselves a trade. And Kit survives. They bought so much time, just the Rubik and the Slardar, to get themselves a fight going. And we'll lose Pingus. And it looks like they might just lose the Weaver as well, as he does not have a time-lapse available. He is out.
They had to spend a lot of time chasing down that Rubik, so it sort of opened up the kill onto the Clinks here. But man, sticking around. All right, well, if you get this,
can they pay off? Can they turn that into a kill? Oh no, they cannot. Well, pays off for RCY.
Yup. Ooh, that one. That's painful. Nice job there. Tried to catch a mid-chain, but I'm not sure if he even just pump faked it or what, but got outplayed, that's for sure. RCY too good on that one. The big damage and even bigger XP there. That was ridiculous. 2,527 XP. Crazy at this point in the game. He's level 16 now.
16, yeah.
I mean, no one's even close. Like, DK just hit 15 right now. Holy. That's a giant timber saw. Radiant Tormentor is going to put the shard onto the Weaver once more. Dire will go to Pingus.
All right. Got a couple shards active now. Total of 4 on the server. Quick pause. Get ourselves back into action in a moment. Dark Willow with Grove Bow, actually like that. The magic resistance increase, the extra attack range for both your Shadow Realm and your right clicks. Mostly just the magic resistance, which
Yeah.
complements the whole team pretty much.
Well, it's net worth-wise pretty even, but the 4 Amigos feeling like they're the ones that are in control of these fights when you see that Timbersaw just rampage through them. Have to see if this Venge can get online. It just doesn't look that frightening. It's a lot of investment, but perhaps with the Dragon Lance, maybe a shard gets scooped up there. You see a little bit of, I mean, the multiple spells flying off after your death is really nice. But it's always going to be an expensive Aghanims when it's just so that you do more things after you die.
Yeah.
And already give them their gold and XP, you know?
All right, we got a BKB up on Kits. Also 21 minutes in, he can finally throw away that broom handle. The last one to pick up a tier 2 token. And what's it gonna be? What is he gonna get? He's probably molding on his item choices right now because he hasn't locked in anything yet.
Obviously, Dragon Scale, he's the Dragon Knight.
Obviously.
Yeah.
He just can't find anything. He hasn't activated anything. He's gonna fight without a token. Sorry, without an item. Still has the token. The Weaver going to get his time lapse off just in time, but Pinga's going to get blown up right away. I want to see if we're going to be able to get out of that fight with a Stampede coming in RCY. Going to be charging straight to the back. Terra is coming out as well. Double King in a good position. Going to take down the DK. And at the same time, Moo hammering away. RCY very low on HP. The Timbersaw, he's stuck on the edge of a cliff. He can't go anywhere. Kits is going to finish him off. Milky surviving for now. The Vessel might just be enough to take him down, and Double King's right next to him, and he takes down Double King, and he still has Ags, so he's going to return back. He's got a swap ready, but just outside of range is the Dark Willow. Kits is right there as well with the Blink Sun available, and with its Wave of Terror, he's still running right behind that Willow with a swap coming in, so Moo is going to help him out there for the kill, and that is a lot of lost heroes on the side of Grin. Oh, and Bench just bought back.
I'm guessing that was a misclick.
Are they trying to, I don't know, killing a Weaver doesn't really sound like a reason for it. Okay.
That was a misclick.
That's a misclick.
Sure.
All right, Moo just give them the tip. But if you can get a kill with it, okay, he's got some of his money back at least. Sure. What a fight.
All right. Kind of pricey, you know. Casual 1,000 gold down the drain. I did see someone post that if you ping it, you buy back. So if you try and like alt ping your little buyback icon, it just buys back on the Venge for some reason.
Okay.
I wonder if that's what he did.
It's possible. The fight was over though. Not sure if you try to buy an item. No. Road to the international shakes.
Yeah, that's what it was, yeah. All right, well, doesn't matter all too much. I'm sure it's fine. It's a core Venge, right? It's not like she needs every scrap of gold she can get or something. That would be crazy.
Yeah, who needs that? She got a kill anyway, so the money's basically already claimed back, right? Double King sees an illusion rune next to him, but he's not interested in it. There is a Venge and a Slardar around. The kind of the downside of killing a Venge now, that dieback penalty, she's still going to be there with that Aghanims. So he's still going to get through that illusion. So it doesn't really hurt him at all.
Genius.
Yeah. Should do it all the time.
And speaking of illusions, the Manta will be the next choice there. I mean, you're building a bunch of stats anyway. You're a universal hero, so Manta's always going to be pretty good on this hero. Any universal hero at that point. Dota Plus still favoring the 4 Amigos. It has been all this entire game, no matter what's been happening.
Very
it's
biased.
been consistently around 60, 70%. It was the same thing last game, too. or no, maybe it was game 1 where it was constantly favoring against Grin. So yeah, I think it just has bias issues.
Yeah.
Doesn't like their hero picks.
Yeah, I like how the game started. 25-75 for Grin. Very heavy win probability suggestion there to Grin to win the game at minute 0.
And it was three bounties for the 4 Amigos. That's GG stuff right there.
That literally is, yeah.
All right, Moo has Gem, Moo has Shard, Invis Heroes, Cower in Fear. You will be obliterated.
Roche is up. Minimum 15 seconds. Any guesses, Trent? I'm going to say 51 seconds.
I'm going to go with 38.
51 and 38. Let's see what it is for
We're
Amigos.
both going on the early end, I see.
At least they're going to take a quick... Okay, they're not even taking a peek into the Roche pit. It's going to be 1-54.
Okay. I mean, a little bit later than we were hoping, or perhaps assuming. But they still have to check.
Clinks is not here.
From Moo.
Clinks is not here. And they're going to start the fight already without him. He's going to have to make his run fast really quickly. All right, you do get Pingus out of the way at least. Milky, Slardar right on top of RCY. There goes your Timber. And only just now does Double King join into the fight. 4v4. One has one core less than the other. Kits continues to fly and finds Monkeys forever. Does have Double King, but he's also reduced his damage by quite a lot with the brief fire. At the body block, Albino Zebra won't let him escape. So here comes Milky, but there goes your Weaver. They almost had enough damage to take down the DK, but just not quite enough. Now they're going to jump on Slardar. Moo gonna have to tank a lot of damage, and he's going to go down. Surely he does get the bash out onto the Dark Willow. RCY, he bought back. He's back in action already. Really knows the importance of this next Roshan. Milky, it's going to be his dieback if he falls here. But remember that Aghanim's he's still going to come back. Rubik, blink in, hoof stop, takes down Roseanne. And now Milky still fighting it out. Monkeys forever, dropping low. And just one more hit would have been required, but it's not going to happen. And Sneaky goes for the TP out. He will live.
Damn, RCY, the buyback on the Timber. Great choice, because that's going to give them this Aegis.
I wish it did.
Already taken, that was already about to appear in 20 seconds. I think they'll probably get it.
They should. I mean, 60 seconds for the Venge. If they just stick around, they should be able to get it.
Thought I missed the Aegis for a second. I was like, what?
No, we made predictions on it.
That.
You're all good. You're all good.
A longer fight, but there he is, now appearing, and if Double King goes and checks. I mean, they could do it. Just the two of them. Oh, it's going to be perfectly timed here.
Yeah, straight to the pit now. Cheese and Aegis. Just what you need.
Okay, so they lost their gem, right? Did they get it with a courier? No, they did not. Weaver's currently holding it. I just think it's his gem.
There you go. So, RCY or Clinks, either one, but RCY is going to be the one to pick up the Aegis, and Clinks is the cheese. They get so much more benefit out of these items compared to Grin. We already talked about that on the first Aegis pickup. Slardar closing up on Ags. That's going to be a big item for Moo.
You could see how ridiculous the damage was on RCY. I guess it was just because they were able to get, I assume, the corrosive on him. I didn't see it, but it must have been. And then he didn't get the stacks up on the reactive fast enough.
Yeah, it was like
the only explanation.
It's like Slardar jumps in, Milky Frozen Wave of Terror, and you've got OOC, you've got Corrosive Haze, you've got Wave of Terror.
Oh my god. Now we have an AC to boot? That is so much minus armor now.
Yeah. Now that AC as well, they can really just keep on deleting.
This is pretty tempting to go in on, I gotta say.
There we go.
Yeah.
Willow is a very good target here. Get out of the way. Roseanne will die. This is against an Aegis and a Cheese, but for Amigos, they were not ready for this one yet. RCY still on the other side of the map, and they're starting a high ground push. Grin. Backdoor protection kicks in. They're going to go through honest backdoor. Okay, the backdoor protection disappears once again, but the glyph has to be used here. Try to slow down this Grin push. RCY, he's back in the base.
Wow, bold. It's working though. What are you gonna do about it?
See what they can do. RCY gets that slow out there with the Shivas. And that range Rax is almost completely down. I love how they're both hitting separate targets, but both buildings are falling rapidly. This DK hits for 360, by the way. There goes Monkeys Forever with the blink stun. Quick reaction there on him, but with a solar crest, he's still standing his ground quite happily. Also, Vessel got something back out. RCY, he's committed now. They want this kill. They want this DK. Moo standing in between. Another Timber Chain to the back. Kit survives barely, but Milky is now the target, and Milky is down. Into the route he walks. Goes for the quick swap. There's much that he can do. RCY, meanwhile, he's created all that space, and that is your Aegis. They've used the cheese up already, and here's Pingus. Pingus with the freezing Fieldus. But all good things come to an end as Monkeys Forever's trying to hoof stomp him down to death.
Just zoning them out, you know.
It's 11.6k damage dealt against Grin.
Stuck around pretty long there trying to make that push. Maybe need to leave a little bit earlier as that DK form was losing its steam, but they were so close to pressuring after the glyph. I can understand why they stayed. Hoping to actually get a melee.
The temptation.
Roseanne has gone for the big potential plays here with the Blink Dagger on this Dark Willow. Gives you a little bit of solo kill options here. Also just ensures you get good Bedlams out. Like maybe you can like follow the Centaur if he blinks in and make sure the Bedlam's on top of him.
They're finally respawning, so they will back out. For Amigos will also get a bit of a damage trade. Some structural damage dealt to the tier 3, but unfortunately not the full tower, which for Amigos did lose in their own base. That melee Rax is still sitting at 800 HP. Do they have an opening to just go in again and take a lane of Rax? They're making some pretty crazy drawings on the map. This is the area we want to choke them in.
Dire are scanning.
I mean, it has to be an earlier timing. Like, I like that they're forcing this. You have AC on DK, you have this carry Venge, who has the Manta, wants the 2 lives thing going on. Moo's got the jump ready. Oh, RCY, good setup.
Nice quick blow there. The Dragon Tail stun does connect. Moo gets the follow up on it. RCY! He's down!
Insane.
He's gone for 110 seconds. That is his dieback. He thought he could surprise them with the Invis rune, but no. Meanwhile, the blinking on the back hits is going to go for the next one. Albano Zebra's going to go down as well. Monkeys Forever lifted up in the air and just right-click down to death. Grin. They broke the chokehold, and now the space is there for the taking. Oh, boy.
Unfortunately, someone's game has crashed. Good thing it was after that. That's for sure.
Yeah, could have been worse, losing one of your big damage-dealing cores during that fight.
I mean,
all right.
They just lost RCY. Like, they need him. That he is the focus that they need them to be on, so that Klings can actually deal the damage, so that Willow can set up everything, so Monkey gets the good stomps. But the fight breaks down at that point. Then Weaver just gets annihilated by a DK stun. Man,
yeah,
really well done.
It took 1,000 damage from DK. It took like 600 from Venge. It took 500 from Rubik's Stolen Chakram. And then, of course, the Slardar just locking him in place.
It's funny because the Timber basically just died to all their spells being spammed on him, but they're also low cooldown that the Death Summary looks exactly the same for Centaur.
Yeah.
They both just got Frostbite and, you know, Telekinesis grabbed up there. It's looking like they're going to go for the end here. They know the timing here. Melky, these core Maranas, the core Venge.
Goodness.
He likes it
Grin.
early.
They're so close to getting it. The swap lift combo. Clinks' BKB already popped, but the Ancient is falling, and they cannot stop it. They're trying their absolute best. Double King will take down Milky for the first time, but he still has that Agonist. Plus, he has a buyback available again already, and they're just going to try and end the game. Grin Esports, they've done it. They've done it. Good night to 4 Amigos.
Wow. Well, I mean, that was bold, man. That was bold to go for the Venge and to just keep ramming it down mid, knowing that this was the way. And then, yeah, they're fine. Yeah, no big deal.
Yeah, they were rubbing their eyes a bit there, like, oh, boys, that was a bit too close for comfort. Wow.
I did not believe. I'll submit my apology form to the core Venge players. Well done.
The Venge Guild will be in contact with you for your words. But, yeah, the Midas Arbor drafts take a win. how do we really crack this game down, because it took such a such a deep twist so quickly.
I mean, it's honestly, a lot of the games felt the same, where I always felt like they had the harder execution and the game was going to be tougher for them. And in the Legion game, Moo just got really good duels off, and I think it really helped them. Like, it looked like it was going to be a bit difficult, but they get the most important pickoffs. And then this is the same thing, where like they feel forced to have to run it down mid, and this is the game ends just because he just was sitting there and he's thinking, oh, I'm Timber, and it's like, well, I mean, maybe, but I'm an axe, I guess. Like, chop, chop, see you later. Timber, let him fall down, and that's it. It's just done. Like, it's that simple. And then Great's just done in there. Everyone's just spamming their spells. The two supports just sitting outside the base. Easy.
Yeah. And no fear in the world as well for Sneaky to just soak up that lift stun from the Lotus Orb, because he knows he has 3 guys literally just right-clicking. They don't need to do anything else except hit, hit, and hit. And that's what they did. And that led them into this victory here. Grin Esports will drop out for Amigos from the playoffs. And Grin will get to continue for one more series at least. They're going to face off against Apex Genesis in the lower bracket semifinals later on today. Obviously, my standout player was from the losing team, Albino Zebra. We locked it in at like, what, minute 2?
That's right. 3. Yeah. The rotations, the twin gating, the weavering. It was good.
So just roll it out. Show us who is the standout for this game for Grin Esports. Because I think everybody did a good job in general. Maybe Moose Slardar potentially could be something to highlight here. All right, the Milky Venge, it was a bold pick. It was a very bold last phase pick, and they made it work. Even with a misclicked buyback, they got a win.
Yeah.
What a way.
What a way to get it. Yeah, damn impressive, honestly. It's pretty cool to see him go for that after like the Cormoranas and being willing to opt for that. So, well done. Definitely a tough way to win a game when you have to just run it down mid, but they make it work, and we'll get to enjoy some more Dota from this team here after our next series, which is I can't remember who the other 2 teams are. Some no names I think from North America are playing later. Right?
I'm pretty sure we got like some I mean, one team that barely had any success in TI previously, and
those ones.
Yeah, but at least, Cap and SVG are the ones going to be taking over that one. So let's see what happens in the next series. We'll see you guys for the 3rd series of our NA qualifier and the penultimate day. See you guys in a bit.
The official headset of PGL tournaments. Now, with a wireless version. Experience unparalleled speed and reliability with the latest wireless technology, advanced hybrid ANC, and built-in EQ for your favorite game. Designed with elegance and durability, and extreme noise-canceling microphone. Always stay one step ahead with Aspire Wireless.
Welcome, everyone, to the appetizer before the main course, the taste before the full meal, the upper bracket finals before the grand finals. The matchup between Nouns versus Shopify Rebellion that is likely to repeat in the grand finals starts with an upper finals matchup in a best of three first, like so many NA qualifiers before it, Avery. What does it mean as somebody who has been in this position, right, where you are one of the two favored teams and you go up against, in those days, evil geniuses? What does it mean to play them in the upper bracket final when you know you are likely to play them in the grand final?
I don't know. It's weird. I feel like some of those you almost didn't want to win. Like you want to lose that one. So then you kind of feel better about getting a couple more games in, and then maybe they're a little overconfident or you're a bit more confident going in. It's weird. Ultimately, if you beat them, you are going to be confident going into that final. I think if you haven't previously, so it's like your first or second time doing it, I think it's more important. But here, since these teams have played each other so much, they're so familiar with each other, they know they're likely going to meet again. Honestly, I don't think this match necessarily favors either team if they win it. I think it's really just going to come down to the BO5. This is more of a testing ground, see where you are. Good little barometer, for the last 2 days here. Almost like a scrim. See where your form's at. See what you can do to the other team. If you want to try and assert something that you think is going to be valuable to have as a draft advantage in that grand finals, this is the time to do it, right?
Right.
So that is something that could come out. We could see the Meepo here for Nouns. We could see something more cheesier for Shopify, who, they have been picking some weird stuff, are willing to bust out, the Arteezy Shadow Fiend could be a go-to here, or maybe a Pudge or something. Shopify are going to have to choose whether they want to play against those things or not. And so, I think this is mainly what that series is about. Like trying to gain a little bit of a draft advantage and deciding if you want to test some last minute stuff out, gain some confidence. As we already see the SF and the Meepo, the first two bans here. So those are the two heroes I named. They're already gone. Neither team wants to give their opponents the opportunity to show those off. And for good reason. I think there's a valid argument not to give them here. Like maybe you give them in the grand final where you have more games to operate in and they don't get to practice it as much, but a bit spookier here to give it away, lose to it. And then you have to go into that other series thinking about like, damn, we lost to the Meepo here. Are we just going to ban Meepo every game in a BO5, right? That is a much worse position to be in.
I mean, in that case, wouldn't you try and play against it as many times in the upper bracket finals?
That is the other route. Yeah, you could go up
that's
against
what I would do.
it.
I would say, let's just give them Meepo. Let's just, if we lose game one, whatever, we'll try and beat it again in game two.
I mean, there's like, it really depends where you're at as a team. You could have some anti-Meepo strat you're super confident in, and you don't want to show it here, right? And then you're going to give it to them in that BO5 and beat them game one with it, and then you're really set up for success in that BO5. Maybe you're just not afraid of anything outside of the Meepo here for Shopify. So you're like, whatever, we're just going to ban it all 8 games if it comes to it. We don't care. You can't play anything else. There's a lot of possibilities. It really depends.
They should be afraid of more than just Meepo, because it's not like they got 3-2'd with only Meepo games.
Of course.
So if anything, it should be Nouns going into this thinking about, what limited things they're afraid of Shopify. And from the Rion finals, is there anything that you feel like stood out at that point in time? Or is it just, we're in a different meta at this point, so who cares?
I mean, it's going to be a slightly different meta. I think Phoenix was pretty big that series. Weaver was pretty big. The Storm, I think, is a hero Shopify are really going to have to think about. We also see that Storm ban here, but I think that's like been Nouns' go-to. They will first pick that hero every time it's available. Seems almost guaranteed at this point. So you either need answers to the Storm, or you're just not willing to give it to them, because I think it has outperformed almost all their other mids by a decent margin. That's going to be a big hero for this series and that other one, especially if you are on this first pick slot at Shopify. You only have 3 bans. You kind of have to pick your poison here. So they're going to try and push this Phoenix through with the Weaver ban and see what Nouns have up against it. Snapfire's not really been popular in the meta, and you can play Rubik against this hero. It's not the worst matchup. You sometimes get some pretty good spells out of it, and you get that extra magic resist. So that could be an option. The clock could also be an option, but Muerta, not something we've seen Nouns pull out a huge amount, but is something Lelis will play pretty confidently. This guy likes to get his extra farm. It's a good hero to get the extra farm on. Okay, egg killer if it really comes to it, and that silence can be really annoying on the dives in and out and the sun rays, stuff like that. So is a good anti-Phoenix hero, and one that Nouns are almost guaranteed to play support because the core Muerta is just not that good into the Phoenix. Like that's where the attack speed's slow and all that really hurts you, but the support is more than adequate and probably advantaged.
5 seconds remaining.
All right. Well, we'll see what else. I feel like
Nouns
has been rocking it. Nouns, when it comes to their time so far in the field, it's the team that we've casted the most. They had a pretty open pool of heroes. They have not picked any hero more than twice in this qualifier. They've done the Storm Spirit, Dark Seer, Wind Ranger, Treant Protector, Mars, Mirana, Rubik, and Meepo. Are all the heroes that they picked twice. So now I guess Dark Seer, that's going to make it a third pickup. But it feels like, outside of very certain picks, like you said, the Storm Spirit, which is they're more than willing to jam. They've been pretty open with their picks so far.
10 seconds remaining.
Good spot to be in for sure. I feel like the most constricted is maybe the carry pool for them. It feels like they always end up shoved towards 3 or 4 carries for Yuma by the end of a run or something. I'm not even sure if that's like statistically true, but it's just my feeling that you kind of end up with, maybe like I feel like that one qualifier was Luna, Wraith King, Ursa. It was like it's always these 3 or 4. You have the Meepo in there, but I feel like that is one of the weak points for Nouns drafting if you can exploit it. His carry picks become rather predictable down the stretch, and you know what they kind of want or need to try and push through for those last wins. Whereas I think Arteezy's been playing just pretty much everything. I mean, I said the Pudge, man, there it is. I just had a feeling this is a hero that they have been looking at, and it has looked strong in a lot of the games. They will play it on support, they'll play it mid, they'll play it carry. I'm sure Mind Control played in the offlane. They play this anywhere. Could be a carry Pudge to combat this Darkseer. It is a good matchup in the game. Like, the wall illusions are irrelevant. He gets Eternal Shroud, he's a beast. The lane might be the tricky part, but I think it's good enough. Can even just like hook kill some Ion Shell creeps if you really want to. And they'll snatch up the Rubik as well, which I think is gonna become a hero for this series and that BO5. I expect to see Rubik in a lot of those games because I don't think it's a hero that's gonna get banned. And I think he just owns the spellcaster oriented games. So unsurprised to see a lot of these heroes come out here. Nouns have to decide what they want to pair with this Darkseer now and what that carry pick's going to be. No Ursa for the egg kill.
Are we
melee hero?
We're pretty locked into this being a carry Pudge, right? It's what they have played for Shopify at this qualifier. Sure. I don't know. I just don't really. I'm not sure if Lelis is a Pudge player. I don't know if Copy is a Pudge player. So feels pretty locked in, right?
You're talking for Shopify.
Yeah, sorry. I was looking on screen at the players.
Yeah, I think it's almost for sure Arteezy Pudge. Like, they saw the lane. This team likes to pick counter lanes. Like, that's how I've always thought about them as drafters. Yeah, I think he's
seen a Yopaj Pudge.
He's the least likely to play it, but they do have some flex. They have flex potential here. And the Wind Ranger will come out. That is probably the Yuma hero. Again, I feel like he's slotted into like Meepo, Ursa, Wind Ranger, maybe like the Wraith King Lunas. He's still feeling up for it, but those 3 would be, I think, his go-to if he can ever get him in a good game. And it is a hero that does cut this Pudge down to size for sure.
So, Yopaj has played 11 games of pubs as Pudge. And so very little. But what's interesting is below that, he's also played Huskar 11 times. Guess how many times he's won on that Huskar?
Probably all of them.
No, the exact opposite.
None of them?
Almost. He won 1 game out of 11 on Huskar. So then I knew he wasn't a Huskar player, but damn, is he not a Huskar player? The last time we played it in pubs was 2022. So Kind of interesting. I feel like nowadays, if you're a mid laner, Huskar should be on your radar, right? I feel like that's a bit of a gap if you're a mid laner and not playing that hero, just because it feels like that hero can get you free wins in this patch and last patch.
I mean, the last year and a half for sure. Like, having that hero up your sleeve was just free wins. Now it's a bit murkier, but we have seen the hero still function the same in these cheese lanes where he just 100 to zeros it and the game is really hard. The hero still does decent damage. He's pretty annoying. He farms pretty fast. It's a good hero to have, but you can't have everything on a team. You gotta pick your battles and pick your cheese. And for Shopify Rebellion, Huskar has just never really been one of their go-tos. Though it has owned them a lot in the past.
A Mind Control Mars is what we're going to be seeing. With a combination of Arteezy Pudge and Mind Control Mars, this is looking like a pretty fast lineup. You've got a little bit of team fight combo of the arena plus the egg. Pudge is obviously not a slow carry. Maybe takes a little bit of time to get to his point, but once he gets there, you kind of want to just keep on running at the enemy. This is looking like a Shopify lineup that is faster than most that we see from this team.
I think it's also asking the question of where's the damage going to come from if you're Nouns.
Yeah.
Because outside of this focus fire, there's just not a lot going on that challenges these two strengthy boys on the front line with potential double Eternal Shroud, a Rubik with extra spell resistance, a Sunray going through on two huge strength gain heroes. Like that's a lot for Ion Shell to just burn you over time. And Clock Muerta are giving you some early spell damage, but nothing that like chunks you in the fight. I feel like Nouns really need some high damage last pick here that is not just pure magic oriented, because otherwise I think Pipe just kills you. I mean, that's where I go to heroes like OD or something, but man, I have no idea where that hero is. And things like the Sniper or the Lina just seem to have fallen off. You will not get that Shadow Fiend or TA unless you don't ban it and first pick it. So your options for carries out of mid in this patch are kind of weird because a lot of them are just magic oriented. There are still things like Queen of Pain or Void Spirit, which are like hybrid heroes.
Yeah, Void Spirit was what I was thinking. I don't know if I like Void Spirit against this draft.
Yeah, I don't really either. I think the Queen is more interesting. The Death Prophet was actually an interesting ban. That would have been another kind of carry out of mid that gives you some of the physical damage to the Exo, which I think would have been pretty nice here. I actually like that ban. And Shopify Rebellion will pick a Yopaj hero here. See what they opt for. Could just go something like the Leshrac. They just want some guy to run in, be tanky as well, give him some spell damage. Zeus still in the pool. They'll take the Ember.
That works for me because I think it gives you a little bit more lockdown for the Wind Ranger. Right.
Yep. Good Wind Ranger matchup. Maybe preemptive counter some of these spellcaster mids. Another tanky boy on the front line. And maybe a hero that Nouns would have wanted here. Like that Darkseer Ember could have been nice. Also kind of a hybrid damage hero.
5 seconds remaining.
I mean, this is where you wish you had the Huskar, I think, right? You Huskar here, you're pretty happy if you're Nouns. I actually think it's probably the best pick. Otherwise, you have to just go for like the Quap or the OD or Sniper or something weird. Like even Lone Druid mid could be pretty interesting. But again, these cheese picks, I don't think they're in their wheelhouse. Maybe they are. I don't know. But 5 seconds to decide.
Heroes that are not banned. Invoker, Puck, Kunkka. Oh, okay. So we're going to swap here and do a Wind Ranger mid, I assume. And
okay.
Yeah. Okay. So that's what they're doing. And Yuma is going to be playing Lifestealer, which I think this was pretty nice. I mean, they offered you so many tanky boys. You needed a way to be able to cut through the meat. I'm kind of jamming with this.
Yeah, I didn't really think of the carry option just because I've seen Yuma play this Wind Ranger for him so much. But
yeah,
if you couldn't find the carry on mid, well, then, I mean, you can just pick a carry. that was always the other option there. And that's a great Lifestealer pick. I mean, it is good for pretty much everything here. Like, there's nothing in Shopify that man fights him, nothing that really stops him. I mean, you can, like, dismember him, but this Pudge matchup's just not that good. You get Ion Shell and Surge on top of him here. And then the Wind Ranger Focus Fire, you're not dependent on it anymore, so...
We also
Pretty
didn't
solid
see this
pick.
coming because we don't really know Copy very well as a player, right? Like we've only seen him for a couple months now. And so is he a Wind Ranger player? Turns out he's played Wind Ranger 3 times in his professional career. It is also not, it's in his like top 25, top 20, maybe, heroes that he's played in pubs. So he plays a little bit of Wind Ranger, but definitely not one of his go-tos for sure.
Yeah, I have not seen him play it a lot. I tend to think of those other like the Storms, these mobility mids tends to be his wheelhouse. So Wind Ranger kind of fits that category, but I also feel like every mid player plays Wind Ranger. It's like every Dota player plays Pudge or Rubik, you know.
Yeah.
It's like you're gonna have some games on. It's a skill shot hero. Sure, you can make it work. It's not the most complicated hero either. The laning's pretty solid. You focus fire someone down in the fight. You buy universal items. I'm sure he'll do fine with it. So
It'll
as
be
a
the first
start
time
to life
seeing
stealer
it for Nouns. First time he's going to play
Yes.
with them. So
Yes. That's a big question mark. See how this mid matchup goes. I think Ember is good versus Ranger for most of that early mid game, but I don't know if he necessarily dominates the lane. Like I think the Wind Ranger does fine. So maybe Nouns can kill this Ember once or twice in the early fights, but it seems like a overall pretty free game for Yopaj. Like unless you get caught in that calling or something, this Ember should go pretty ham here. I think it's going to be a race of kind of, does this Ember with like the Phoenix Rubik behind him explode into the game first, or can you get to that point where the Lifestealer with the Shell Surge joining those fights with the Radiance just starts chunking these big boys?
all right, heading into game 1, our opener for the opener. The opening match of the upper bracket final, which might be what we see in the grand final. Any interesting facets that stand out here for you? Got Dance of the Dead, so he's not going to be taking the Ofrenda, which so many people tried to make work at the start of the patch, and then ultimately didn't really come to anything. I think the new Bloodsport, right? That facet combined, we talked about how it's like an anti-healing measure. Right, anti-save heroes can't see inside the arena, but obviously that's going to help protect the egg even more. The walls of the arena are already protecting it, but if you're outside of the arena, you don't know how low the egg is, right? So you don't know what kind of the status of that is. That's going to be entirely up to communication of your allies and whether or not they can kill the egg who are inside the arena. So that's going to be kind of an interesting little balance of things that Nouns are going to have to figure out.
I mean, look at this little Pudge play. They're smoked up here.
It's an interesting one. They're going to hit this hook. Now, Lelis does have this fear shot. Question is whether or not the Phoenix can do the damage to finish him off, and it's looking like as long as he lands his last Fire Spirit, that'll be it.
Oh, nice little use of the end of that smoke. Not a play I think Lelis was thinking of at all. Will give Gunner a couple free creeps on this wave, which is nice for the Darkseer, at least. But that is first blood to the Phoenix and some extra XP.
Arteezy
missed hook.
missing 2 CS for that. Didn't get first blood. That was a selfless
Arteezy's-
Pudge act.
He's mad right now. He is raging on the comms for sure. Rough start for him.
You
Misses
think
the hook
he
in
could have been the one to
frustration.
TP out to the tower too, but he didn't even do that. He had skin
No,
it
it-
instead.
Yeah, there's no way you TP there. It's like, it's too expensive for what it's worth. This lane's going to shove in anyway, so saving the mana and everything's a big deal on this hero.
So that's that matchup. We see the bottom lane double melee matchup against Mars Rubik. This cannot go well for Nouns. Now, maybe Yuma is just able to get out of the lane fine because he's a life stealer, but I don't think Fly's doing a whole lot in this lane outside of dying.
Yeah, I guess you could burn their mana out a bit more reliably now. Maybe that helps. It's going to be hard to get the pulls off. And yeah, this double melee lane is going to be the toughest one for Nouns for sure. MC should free farm here. Guaranteed, in my opinion. Nothing really stops it. Even though you have this lifestealer matchup, I just don't think there's a way to get aggressive on him without losing the regen battle. If you get pulls off in this lane, though, it will help a lot, as Compy is almost dead. God damn. That was very close.
Yopaj.
Did take this double impact facet on the Ember. I've seen a lot of the chain gang, but might be my first time seeing this one.
Yeah, this one is annoying, man. It is it's kind of awkward to get the positioning, but if you can hit, so it requires is you need to have the hero that you're trying to hit with it be closer than the rest of the units that are in the slight AoE, which means positioning wise, it can be really difficult against ranged heroes. But sometimes, like as a creep wave is coming in, you use that slight. And so the back of the creep wave, they're in the back of the sleight of the fist, and the ranged hero is just sitting in front, and you can get that double hit. It obviously can be a lot of extra damage. It's just getting that positioning is quite difficult, I think.
Assume it'll be nice in the later fights.
Yeah.
Just a bit of bonus damage on the slight. If you don't feel like you're going to get a lot of extra chains out on the other facet, then it's just free extra damage. Never bad. Looks like now it's getting pressure in the safe lane as Skem.
Yeah,
makes
nice rotation from Skem to make sure. I mean, they might have had that kill without him, but he really ensures that the kill is free, and almost killing Fly in the process too. As Fly's going to drag this creep wave way out, has to immediately eat the Lotus for fear of dying to the Fade Bolt. That gives enough time for Yuma to be able to TP back into lane and start getting these last hits, the creeps, as they get back under tower.
That was a nice rotation from Skem. They read the push in pretty well. Just dive this lifesteal with extra creeps, extra heroes. Nothing this clock can do to really save him. Rough death for Yuma as this lane starting out pretty rough for him, especially compared to this counterpart in the Pudge, who is free farming versus Darkseer. I mean, they knew this matchup. They're pretty confident in it. Not much Darkseer can do early, especially with a Muerta, who is just not that good at pushing the lane in and diving this Pudge. Which isn't easy, but it's kind of your only route to maybe kill him. So Arteezy's going to free farm. Already has boots, bracer done. The Mars is free farming bottom, so I guess it's just the mid for Nouns that's going okay. Power shot will miss, but Copy is winning this lane. Really hurting Yopaj's regen and taking advantage of the water runes.
He's done a great job from that one position where he almost died. He's now been harassing Yopaj to a point. Yopaj has to take a little bit of a breather here and go get a refill off a bounty rune just to be able to keep this lane going. Level 6s are going to be coming in soon, as we also have 50 seconds until the 6-minute rune, so we'll see what kind of support rotations we're going to be met with. Because I assume that Skem could probably leave Arteezy alone at top. He already has level 1 meat shield to get a second level. Clockwork has actually rotated behind here. This isn't going to work. In fact, it's going to get real bad if he gets hooked in, which is just what happens. Fortunately, there is a surge from Gunnar to bail him out. But that is going to be a Clockwork in and out, and that leaves no surge for Gunnar here. So he has to use the vacuum to protect himself. The cogs as well will form a barrier. But if Arteezy lands this hook, it should be a kill on somebody. Surge is coming up in 2 seconds, maybe. He just gets close enough range. Okay. He's going to turn around and fight him a little bit, and he actually managed to kill the Pudge. Arteezy loses out in the fight. Now Skem is going to join him in death, it looks like, as Lelis gets the shot over the cliff, and Gunnar gets the final punch. Nail in the coffin. Kitrak comes in, but he's already used his Fate Bolt, so there's no damage left.
A nice turnaround. Lelis showing up at the right time. Bails that awkward gank out. They end up getting both in the end. Kitrak cleans up a bit, but Gunnar, the real winner of all that exchange. Huge amount of gold in his pocket. Easy threatening him again, but you're going to look towards these 7-minute wisdom runes. Mid does get pushed in with catapult. This is Blight Orb Ember, so
With a regen rune.
you have to think about the tower damage. Yeah.
He got back
needs
up
help
to
here.
full HP, full mana.
Radiant's middle tower.
They keep this catapult alive? No, he doesn't want to tank the
Yeah,
tower.
Fair enough.
A little too much, but still might look for the kill. Yeah, they're going to commit.
Got him on the chains with the blood grenade and the damage over time of the fire spirits. They can threaten Copy here. Copy, he turned around, did what he could with a focus fire, but eventually he is run down by the Phoenix. So very nice setup by Skem.
Yeah, just no TP help. knew this lane was pushing in. Same bottom. Arteezy makes the gate rotation. Just phase boots his way onto this lifestealer. No infest yet. Shopify making some moves in this early game. Outmaneuvering Nouns on these lanes. Making the supports TP to the wrong areas. Giving them the runaround. This Wisdom Rune does get claimed, but you're not really close to the ults on this Clock Morta. And Skem having a really strong early game here. Might have a fast egg up.
We did say that this was going to be a faster paced lineup for Shopify Rebellion. They're certainly bringing some speed, far more rotations from Arteezy than I ever expected. But I mean, I always like the look of Shopify Rebellion when Arteezy does stuff like this. Feels like they kind of turn into a different team.
Stuff like that. Oh.
Yeah, well, maybe not that hook, but you know.
I mean, I agree. When Arteezy's active, he's fighting. His team looks the best. And some of his moves have worked, some of them haven't, but he's still having a pretty good early game here. Didn't want to linger top, I guess, versus the level 3 Ion Shell dive potential. They're going to send MC up here with the arena, though. This is a nice kill.
Catch Gunner burst him down easily.
Again, just making the moves, man. Just rotating these heroes all over the place, outnumbering Nouns. No real response. Nouns not able to read these moves well and set up some defensive play for them. If you're not going to make moves of your own, that's okay, but you have to read what the enemy is doing and respond. And right now, they're just getting caught off guard everywhere. It's going to be another smoke from Shopify Rebellion. They have Supernova online. The Pudge is getting active again.
KC trying to go back through the portal is not going to work out for him. But the dive will commence in the mid lane. Copy. Nothing he can do about this, and no rotations are going to come from Nouns. Just too many heroes being brought by Shopify Rebellion, and might just take the tower for this.
Man, they have really put the pressure on this Wind Ranger. And Nouns lineup just not ready to fight this early. Maybe not expecting his Pudge to be this active, but I mean, if I'm Copy, I'm mauling right now. Like, what the hell's happening? I've just been ganked by 4 heroes effectively twice.
Yeah.
The old quad lane mid team. Help me.
And if the Wind Ranger isn't getting any momentum, the Lifestealer always needs time, and you've got a Darkseer, who also is not the fastest offlaner in the world, who do these supports play around at this point?
Oh, the stacks. You can't let Shopify steal these stacks, man.
Well, too bad. It's happening. It's happening
I mean,
right
the
in
fight?
front of your eyes. Silence really well positioned here from Lelis. Stops all that aggressive action. Yopaj can't get the kill on the Wind Ranger, even with an amp damage rune, but they've already taken that hard cam stack. They're going to try and intercept some of the Ancients as well. Yopaj, with his slight amp damage, could very easily, he could go for the Ancients or he could go for the kill, and he's going to go for the kill. Gunner, he'll get away for now. He could jump after him with a Remnant, hit him with a Slight. He's got just enough mana to be able to do both, but he's already got a Remnant out, so he's just going to use that to escape. Got the kill on Gunner. Arteezy picks up the kill on Lelis, and, well, there's not too many Ancients left in that camp, so no need to bother with that anymore.
Man, the early game pressure here is super high. They are just running at him. This Ember, I mean, we talked about there's not much early control for Yopaj in this game. He's basically invincible, and when you have an invincible Ember Spirit, I mean, you could do whatever you want around that middle lane, around the runes, enemy triangle. They're going to finish up those Ancients that were left lingering. They're just going to go straight top after this. The roaming potential is just so damn high here off the early skirmish power, and the supports from Nouns just not able to contest these early skirmishes. They really need like Ion Shell Clock to be the front line, but he doesn't have the hook shot, so it's tough to find your openings. His tower's just going down. No defense.
Not a damn thing they can do about it. Arteezy rushing to an Aghanim Scepter. I guess faster Eternal Shroud isn't really needed in this game. Their damage is just kind of weird on the side of Nouns right now.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
It's very strange. They have some single target focus ability, but It's not that great without the kind of first item for the Wind Ranger. Once more, Gunner just getting run at here.
Slight chains clear the way for telekinesis into hook. Okay. Arteezy wants to make it. He wants to show off a little bit. Doesn't throw the hook for the grab from the chains or the telekinesis. Waits for the surge.
Got that Flesh Heap, though. Get a last hit on this tower as well. He is yoked now, man. This Pudge is massive. Very scary hero for Nouns if he gets fast Ags Eternal Shroud here. Like, I don't know what you're doing versus him. Your Radiance on his Lifestealer, it's going to be strong, but it's going to be a lot slower in terms of the pace, the build-up, the farming on the map. Arteezy has a decent chance to just run away with this game right now.
I also think Crimson Guard doesn't look too shabby against Lifestealer Wind Ranger.
No. Could be pretty good later on, maybe third or fourth item.
Yeah, after Eternal Shroud and such. Maybe Eternal Shroud, Blink Dagger, and maybe back to that. But if you were going to do that, you probably would get the Vanguard early. So, Yopaj
Nouns.
finds Lelis instantly with the Dispel from Pierce the Veil to get rid of the chains. And will protect himself a bit more with the silence. I mean, he's not going to die into this slide. Yopaj is just kind of being a dick. He's not getting a kill out of it. He's just getting you as low as possible, so you're not able to do a whole lot. Probably have to go back to the fountain. And he does the same here to copy.
He's just doing whatever he wants right now. There's no threat on this man. I don't really know what your threat is even supposed to be. Like, is it just Shackle at some point? You need way more levels on this Wind Ranger for that. You could hook Cog him into a Calling, but you can also just hit the Cog twice and walk out of it. Lelis going for the Wisdom Rune Steal here. This is a nice little play. I mean, if you can't do anything on the map, may as well get something out of it. It's a big extra level for him.
I mean, if you were further ahead as far as the lockdown, it would be Gleipnir, right? You could go Gleipnir on Wind Ranger in the mid matchup against Ember. Spirit would give you a lot more control against that hero, but he's so far behind, he's just having to go first item BKB.
Does look like Nouns have read this move is coming into the Lifestealer down here. They are set up to turn this.
Hook land. Oh, he gets out the rage before the spear. They tried to do a cute little combo, and it doesn't work out. Now with the wall out, are they going to be able to win this fight? Oh, it's not looking good inside of these cogs. That was so much damage. Yopaj just came in. The combination of the slight plus the rot, it was just too much damage in such a small little area. They are going to wipe Nouns. Lelis is going to limp on for a couple of seconds here, but he will die.
Didn't even need the Supernova. Skem just TP'd mid to clean up the wave, make that even more efficient. Man, that rot on all of them was just disgusting. I mean, it was a battle of, like, who's trying to clump who here.
Yeah.
To get them locked in the silence and deal the damage, but Shopify Rebellion's team fight right now is way superior. Like, you have a mech on Darkseer, but that's it. I don't even think Yuma minds getting hooked here because they have the counterplay. Yep. Hook shot missing is also unfortunate because Kitrak then gets all his spells off. And I mean, that fight's just over at that point.
And Yuma back-to-back deaths potentially. Ooh, couldn't snag him with the hook. He had no infest.
Get out the way, Skim. God damn.
I mean, something to note, the clump on clump action, Nouns really gotta, they cannot fixate on the let's clump them up with vacuum, because what does that even do in this situation? They don't really have much to combo with it, right? They have the calling, they have maybe some ion shell damage. That's kind of it. The wall doesn't do anything, right? Because it's a bunch of strength heroes, so the wall illusions do nothing.
Kitrak just surging after the gunner, making his life annoying as hell. We'll get him in the end.
Ember Spirit Illusion gets Flame Guard?
It gets the passive Flame Guard.
Oh, right. Okay, I was very confused. I was like, why the hell does it have Flame Guard? That's weird.
Yeah, but it doesn't work, I think. It just
yeah, it's not doing anything.
Yeah, it just looks like it does because he has that now.
Yeah, it's an innate. I gotcha. Weird.
Man, it feels like Nouns need a break in this game, but they're not getting it.
No. And Lelis is certainly not getting that blank.
Okay.
One shot.
They just lost the whole map.
Yeah.
It's like
gone.
not enough small threat to push these heroes back. They're just waiting for this Lifestealer Radiance. I mean, you're gonna have to take some crazy fight with it. Skem has just murdered their vision on this map. Dewarding obs, aggressive obs of their own. There's not a single Radiant ward up right now. 3 good Dire wards.
I think what's kind of interesting is that they haven't really taken the time to hit towers too much from Shopify either. That safe lane tower is still up from Nouns. He's just been running at you, bypassing the towers like Yopaj is doing here, sitting between the tier 3 and tier 2, trying to root out Lelis in the back lines. He hops over and will run into Fly while MC catches Gunner. So they're gonna get kills on multiple occasions here unless Gunner can somehow find a way out, but a telekinesis is gonna stall up the surge, so he has to use wall again. Stolen wall, that's not good. All right, spear doesn't land.
Like
He doesn't have
this.
TP though for a while, so he's gonna have to just chill out and farm deep in the enemy jungle.
Yeah, but meanwhile, the Pudge claiming more stacks here. Claiming another tower.
It's already got a bonus 16 strength.
I mean, this man is cooking right now. Nouns do not like this. Courier's just sitting here. What was that?
Oh no, Avery's pet peeve.
Is under attack.
Players not controlling
What the
their
hell
couriers.
was that doing?
Radiant are scanning.
I mean, you're already losing this game. There's no need to be giving up extra free gold to the team.
Or TZ trying to kill the creeps first. He was hoping the rot would kill all the creeps and then he could get the hook out there. Missed it out, but you know, no biggie. Plenty more fish in the sea. They'll hook out.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
A really gem by Skem. They just want to end this game.
I mean, is there a chance that anybody dies? I don't think so.
I don't know. That was the downside of his Lifestealer pick. Like, you just gave this Ember such a free game. There's no mid hero to contest him or lock him down, and this hero just runs rampant, man. He really shuts down your map so fast. Doesn't matter if his scale maybe isn't as good anymore. Ends it. What the hell is that interaction? Okay. I mean, Nouns got to find something here in the next few minutes. They do have the BKB on the Wind Ranger and the Radiance on the Lifestealer, so
Oh, I found a
you
punch.
cannot just keep farming. Gotta group up and make some play.
Who are you gonna focus fire during this BKB? It's not Pudge. It's not Mars. It's probably not Ember.
I mean, you're
Phoenix
taking the
can just
Pudge or
egg.
Ember.
So
Yeah, you have to just kill Pudge or Ember. You have to all in them. And if it doesn't work, it doesn't work. But you don't have much other options in this game. 5-man smoke down mid.
it's up to Fly and
Waiting for
Lelis
somebody.
then to hit some crazy good hook shot cogs and keep the culling where they're stuck in the cogs and they just keep on getting silenced over and over again. He's got to do that to Ember Spirit. And then on top of that, Wind Ranger needs to be there and be able to commit for the kill during that period of time, because otherwise you could have some sort of arena save or something.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Bad. At least Yuma's gotten to the enemy side of the map and can peacefully farm away some creeps.
I mean, he is catching up.
Gunner's not living the peaceful life though.
I feel like we've seen this before.
Yeah, a bit of deja vu for the 4th time in a row.
Okay, they're going on the Pudge. Can they bring the beast down?
It's not looking good right now. Maybe Copy with his BKB can all in commit. The hook goes
Hook
out,
Skem.
grabbing Skem. I'm not sure what that was. Maybe trying to save Skem. Save me. Scam
Brother.
Supernova them for me. Infest trying to keep Copy alive right now. He still have that Supernova to be used, and they're going to wait for the arena. Now they pop it. Copy stuck inside that arena. Fortunately, Yuma still had a bit of time there with the rage going on. They're going to chase after the Clockwork as well. Nice two-man chains there from Yopaj, but he quickly jumps out. Didn't have much HP to work with, so cannot commit for the kill.
I mean, it is something for Nouns here. They get the Pudge. This is the biggest target on the map. Do you get some ults out of Shopify as well? I wonder if you can do anything with this window. No Supernova, no Arena.
What's funny about this is now the Illusion Rune helps disguise the real Ember Spirit, since they both have Flame Guard.
And you're really obsessed with this Flame Guard thing, huh?
I mean, it's a new thing. It's only because it's an 8. What else do you want to talk about? Right now, it's Shopify Rebellion. Just curb stomping Nouns over and over again. Just saying, why won't you die?
I wouldn't say it's curb stomping. That sounds a little rougher than I think the situation is. Game can definitely come back in this game. You know, I feel like anytime you're playing against Pudge carry, you have a chance to win.
That is true.
Like, this hero does not close out games sometimes. He can really struggle even though he's ahead. So Shopify's position right now is quite good, but they do need to think about not throwing this game away. They will get 5 bounty runes off the Ember.
Because they haven't been on their side of the map for so long.
Yeah,
the
that'll
bounty
do it.
runes have been racking up for the last 15 minutes. Shiva's complete for Arteezy. And you're getting close to a point where Shopify Rebellion do need to start. I mean, the thing is, you can never go back and do Roshan. It just gives too much space. You just got to keep killing them. They are in kind of a conundrum that they just have to keep beating Nouns down until they finally get enough kills they can go high ground. Because just time. That's all Nouns need. They just need time. As long as the game is still going on, their win chance probably starts going up at some point. As they do have a Lifestealer versus a Pudge carry. It is a 1-to-1, just straight on Lifestealer favored matchup as the game goes later.
I mean, you're just bleeding so much. You're bleeding Wisdom Rune advantage, lane net worth advantage, kills over the map. You still don't have good vision to really play around. I don't know. This just felt like a very defensive, kind of lackluster game from Nouns. Right? And we've seen it before. Shopify can just gain an advantage in the early game, beat you in that laning phase so hard, it feels like you just can't come back. This game might end up falling into that category. Do have some auras on the Darkseer. Grease would be big if Gunnar can finish it here. Get a Dispel for himself. Is a very nice item versus the Ember. But that's a Gleipnir done for Yopaj. That is terrifying. Do not have a lot to deal with that, especially the second one later in a fight.
When would you say
jetpack.
Shopify's lineup like kind of hits its strongest peak? Comparative.
Probably next side of items on these cores, honestly. Like, one more item on Arteezy, the next item on MC, which he's just going Deso for more damage. Gonna help the Ember as well. This Gleipnir, like, if Yopaj gets BKB, I feel like the game just ends, right? That third item on all these cores is just so much damage and so much tank overall. I don't feel like your second set here on Nouns cuts through it. So you combine that, you get an Aegis, you go high ground, like that's a decent chance to just get a lane, 2 lanes, maybe just end the game. You're getting a lot of farm on these supports as well. Skem has just been cleaning through the jungle on this Phoenix with the Dying Light. He's running around with Gem, not scared of anything, so he's just killing your vision, killing camps, getting that extra farm, almost as farmed as your Wind Ranger. One offensive items in the Orchid as well, might just catch the Lifestealer off guard or Darkseer if he doesn't have that Dispel. And he's caught sight of some heroes playing in the jungle, looking for the rats here. Shopify bring everybody.
All right, MC, you're going to have to blink. Oh, no, they go for the blink telekinesis. Kitrak doesn't quite catch him in time, though. It was a close one.
A lot of time and teleports for that move. That was costly. Fly's going to look for this wisdom room. Maybe hang around here for another minute. Do some ancient farming. I mean, Nouns are not doing a bad job ratting, I guess.
The clockwork ancient farming. My favorite technique.
Yeah, it's not that bad. I mean, what else is he doing in this game?
Bad. He needs 2 battery assaults to do it. That means it takes over 20 seconds for him to kill 1 camp.
Yeah, but it's honestly not that inefficient on the map because he's not going to take camps away from the team.
Sure. Positioning wise, where he's at, it's not too bad. Unfortunately, he will not be able to take that wisdom room. Yopaj is going to run into Gunner here. Hello? Got him on the Gleipnir. Follow-up telekinesis, so the surge is going to wear out. Gives a stolen surge over to Yopaj. Unfortunately, Kitrak did not end up on that high ground like he wanted him to. Had a force staff to be able to get down, so it is just a pick off on a Darkseer. Shopify continued this pace, trying to catch him inside the arena, but no. Copy gets out with a force staff and does not have to use his BKB. Can spend more time cutting creep waves and maybe picking off couriers. That's going to be the Deso that's going to fly right over him. Oh, he's not going to see it.
Would have been a big snipe. But instead, that Deso is going to be a nightmare in the fight. You get hit by this rebuke and then you get slighted. I mean, you're probably just done, honestly. These heroes do not have the armor at
Sniping
all.
that Deso would have slowed down this Roshan by quite a bit, which is, I feel like, one of the best times for Nouns to get some recovery farm here, because it is not a fast Roche taking procedure for Shopify Rebellion.
The scary thing, though, is that it is one they can just go higher, which usually doesn't happen with this first Roche, but I feel like their position is so damn solid. Like, why not just force the high ground with your double BKB, take the aggressive fight with Arena Supernova? It's hard to imagine it going that wrong, but I guess high ground's high ground. I just don't think Nouns have the damage right now.
Radiant's top tower is
I
under
just don't have
attack.
anything on this Wind Ranger, man. Like, you have BKB, Force Staff, Enchanted Quiver. It's like, that's it. I
He's
just don't
pretty
see winning
nasty.
you the fight.
It's, in which case it comes down to how well can you cut creep waves, and Yuma is not in a position to cut the top creep wave right now. But Shopify Rebellion is also not in a position to push as they move their 4-man across the map, taking very little time to group up and take objectives. They did it for Roshan, but pretty much every other play in this game has been 2 or 3-man kill squads around the map. Towers get
they know their
taken
lineup
more through
functions.
attrition of creep waves in a single hero than anything else.
They don't have to group too much. They're not afraid of anything.
Radiant's mid
And they'd rather just get the kills with this lineup.
has fallen.
I get a little chip damage on this tier 3, and Arteezy says, I want to go high ground, boys. Back me up here. They got a Pudge Illusion. That's a big one. Gives them the Shiva's Aura. And Cloak of Flames.
Look at Yopaj, man. All right, guys, I'm going to go dive past the tier 3. And tier 3 is going to be there for a while, despite the deaths. Oh, God, imagine if MC did not go a physical damage build. They
Their
would
building
have
damage is X.
literally 0 building damage.
This is
Buildings
slow,
would survive for all eternity.
but it does feel inevitable. You have to take the fight if you want to defend your axe here.
Yeah, Yuma's trying to get to BKB. He doesn't have it yet, so looks like they may just give up. Give up the lane. Force staff off the Gleipnir. They're afraid of the hook.
Chipping him. Yeah, they really want this Lifestealer BKB. Would be huge.
Radiant's top
I'll give up a lane to try and secure it here. Not even taking the fight. Really just want their BKBs close to the one on the Darkseer as well. But nobody really
Snipe
to
that
cut the next
courier.
mid. I mean, you have to take this fight. Nice force staff dodging, at least.
All right, Yuma's going to start it off. Force Staff does not get RTZ to the other side of the cliff, but it doesn't necessarily matter. He does have an Aegis.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Another wall vacuumed. Kit an RTZ illusion. Doesn't do much for you.
Well, another engagement that Nouns do not take. They will continue to wait for their moment in this game. Finish this Darkseer BKB if they can. Needs around 300 gold. Don't know if Yopaj's going to give him the time. Aegis out in a minute as well. Well, they're going to smoke and take the flanking. Okay, so they're committing to the fight.
Thought the
Good
rage
start
off
on Yuma.
before the Orchid. Vacuum back in. Yuma getting some good damage in. It is just going to be the Aegis, though. Now a hook shot immediately followed after Yopaj. They don't want to chase too far out here. Copy got in there with his BKB. Didn't get much. And the hook snagged him back in with the arena on top of that one. Beautiful stuff from RTZ. And Yuma is having a hard time doing enough damage to threaten anybody here as the Dismember. That's going to waste out most of his BKB here. He still has a rage, though. Comes back into it with the rage. Infest on Gunner to try and surge away. Backing back into all this silence. He's going to pop out of the Infest. Gunner is dead, but maybe they can get a kill off this one. No, the spear. It's going to save MC's life. They give him the heal required, and Orchid again placed out from Scam. Vacuum stolen and used to get Yuma off of these heroes. A fear shot lands onto the Rubik, but Shopify Rebellion covering himself nicely and get the kill on Yuma with a combination of abilities that Nouns just cannot keep up with at this point in time. Another hook is coming up. They set it up with the chains. Get out of the way, Yopaj. All right, doesn't want to let RTZ get more flesh heap stacks. Shame.
Says you've had enough. You feasted enough this game. Buybacks coming out for Nouns, but it's just feeling like it's not enough in the tank, man. Like, this Lifestealer is a force in the fight, but it's very slow. There's a decent amount of regen on Shopify side, and ultimately, it's just a battle of the mids here. This Ember is decimating these team fights. This Wind Ranger tries to commit to kill Kitrak and can't. Committed Focus Fire BKB on the Rubik, doesn't even kill him. That's just the fight over at that point. Hook lands, and these hooks are so reliable because of all the chain setup. Team fights are just too easy for Shopify right now.
They really are. Easiest fights they've ever had in their lives. And the pickoffs, they could just keep on attempting nonstop. Just keep hitting them with the Gleipnirs and the searing chains. Control these heroes. Maybe you hit a hook off of it, maybe you don't. Maybe they have to use a BKB. If so, great. That's a resource down.
You got Satanic on this Mars right now.
Yeah.
He's a big boy.
Tried to get
Might
it.
just go
Oh,
in.
that was a cute move. Threw a ward up there to hit him with a vacuum telekinesis to pull him off of the cliff area. Didn't immediately result in a kill, but they do manage to get a lot of heroes inside the arena for now. Skem holding onto a supernova, does not try and use it off of that. Holds onto it a little bit longer. They got the Darkseer though. Yuma's now gonna pop his BKB and now goes to supernova. So Yuma, he has to back off a little bit, but they're just gonna keep on chasing away from the supernova. Shopify Rebellion don't give a damn. They just do not think that anybody Nouns has the damage to threaten them, and they would be right. This focus fire is tickling them. Yuma cannot stay up in the fight long enough to keep going. Eventually the Rage and the BKB and the Infest go on cooldown. And Shopify Rebellion just have enough HP to push through. And all the missed skill shots in the world don't really matter when you are just straight up fatter than the enemy.
That is 100% true here. I mean, they can hook themselves all day. It's not going to make a difference. There's just no contesting the CHP at this point. land all the shackles you want, but if you can't engage, it doesn't matter. And I mean, this game, it really just came down to this Ember pick and what the response was. Yopaj had a free game when I felt like minute 5 or 6 onwards, they ganked for him. Arteezy came mid multiple times. Yeah, maybe his hook accuracy isn't that high, but his play accuracy was high this game. Like, those moves worked.
He hit a couple of sick ones. Who cares if he
also,
hits
there's
10 hooks if you hit one
There's a
sick
lot of
one,
force
you know what I'm
stats.
saying?
Yeah, that's true.
It's a mess of spells that do not do damage to Shopify Rebellion, though this one might. Fly tried to go for the kill on Kittrek. He's not going to find it. He tries to jetpack his way out of the fight to a different server. He's not going to find that escape, though. Be hunted down in the back lines. Shopify Rebellion make the front lines quickly fall apart here. Rita goes out, trying to protect the Pudge from that focus fire. He's doing a very good job. He's actually healing as he gets off the dismember, as the focus fire is struck up. Yuma starts trying to go to work somewhere around here, focus on the Phoenix. He's just not doing enough. He just cannot do enough. A Rage is coming up in a second here. Kittrek chasing after him, hits him with the Yules. Has to use the Rage on the way back down to make sure MC doesn't hit him with a spear. MC standing in front of the fountain, ready to go because he still has BKB Satanic. And Nouns see this. And it's just an overwhelmingly strong lineup. Cannot put a dent in that armor. They got 6 kills in total for Nouns.
Yeah, there's just nothing going on in that game for them. I mean, that's a game you write off and go next. Like, you can blame draft, you can blame gameplay, I don't know, but Shopify Rebellion looked good here in the early game. Like, a lot of moves just coming out. So many rotations in that early game. Arteezy going through the gate to bottom. Skem going through the gate at level 3 to gank that Lifestealer at level 3 on the wave pushing, right? You had multiple moves to mid off of the Rubik looking there. The Pudge went mid multiple times. Then MC goes top, kills the Darkseer there. He goes top later on and kills the Darkseer again.
I mean,
must
this
have been
was
like
the
6 or
killer
7
team
early game
fight.
moves.
Now, Nouns, I think, had one shot to get a little bit of momentum in this game, like an equal shot. It was this team fight right here, and they literally just clumped up for Aghanim's Rot, which just got picked up by the Pudge. So
It's just not even a real easy way to win the fight at that point, the way it starts like that.
Yeah.
You have to battle into this supernova. You don't even have great egg killers if you're not running the fight over. And again, I go back to this Ember Spirit. Like, your Lifestealer response is good, but then you put the Wind Ranger in this matchup where she just can't control Yopaj on the map. You're not getting the power runes. You're not ganking the Ember for the Ranger. Instead, it's Shopify ganking the Wind Ranger for the Ember and just completely opens up this game. And Yopaj never ends up dying once. He's just immortal. You have an immortal hero, you're generally going to win.
yeah, and I would definitely say that if there is one hero on Shopify Rebellion that you should not give a free game, it's not Arteezy or Mind Control. I think it's Yopaj. I think this guy
100%.
does way too much from the mid lane. So, yeah, maybe perhaps an error in judgment there. Maybe they thought the mid matchup was going to go better for Copy. You know, again, Copy is not a Wind Ranger spammer by any means, but I'm not sure how he's supposed to dominate that matchup to a point that they keep Yopaj down. Either way,
I mean, he did fine. Like, he won that mid lane. He was up the most of anybody in his laning phase, but your supports are losing side lanes. They can't rotate to the Ember. You don't have good early lockdown spells. The hook shot came out super late for Fly. And then you can't set anything up on Yopaj. So even if he's behind, it doesn't matter. He just runs around. He just keeps slight chaining. It's set up for the hooks, set up for the supports. Sunray is just continuing to scale in this game. Just too many problems to solve. And yeah, I mean, sick game from Yopaj. Pretty much just played that game perfectly. Itemization absolutely on point here. Even that late game Meteor Hammer just to crush them while they're down. I respect it.
Yopaj, well-deserved MVP and very strong performance by Shopify Rebellion, and the first of what could be many games to come for the Shopify Rebellion versus Nouns matchup. But for this series anyway, there may only be one more game. Shopify Rebellion managed to take the next one. We'll see what happens, though. We're going to go to a break. We'll come back with Game 2 of Nouns versus Shopify Rebellion.
The official headset of PGL tournaments. Now, with a wireless version, experience unparalleled speed and reliability with the latest wireless technology, advanced hybrid ANC, and built-in EQ for your favorite game. Designed with elegance and durability, and extreme noise-canceling microphone. Always stay one step ahead with Aspire Wireless.
Our opening game of the Nouns versus Shopify Rebellion story was both disappointing, and I guess there is a highlight to it, which is the fact that, yeah, Shopify Rebellions did stomp Nouns, but they were also the one that lost to Nouns in the last grand finals. So it is good to see that Shopify have bounced back, and I'm sure Nouns will do the same, as they've done multiple times against Shopify Rebellion at this point. But that opening game, Avery, it did seem like, what, at the end of the day, it was just a draft mistake? Is that what you put it down to?
10 seconds remaining.
Yeah, I think that game's pretty hard. Like, even if you manage to win side lane super hard and gank mid, you still don't have the lockdown for the Ember, really. And then you're going up in a game where you just have a bunch of awkward heroes in terms of taking the fight into the Supernova arena. Like, not a lot of heroes that want to be in the mix of that outside of the Lifestealer. You don't really have a vac wall combination to really punish Shopify if they group up or clump. I just think a lot of little things were awkward about it, which means you had to execute that early game really well to put yourselves in a position where the clock Muerta could really drive the tempo, and that just didn't happen. Didn't really make any of the early moves. It was Shopify dictating the pace, the tempo, where the fights were happening, and they got away with everything. Now, the flip side, they'll give Nouns the first pick Phoenix, and they'll take Snapfire, which is the hero I was debating you counter this hero with, but we haven't seen in the meta at all. So it'll be interesting to see what Shopify can do with this hero and really set themselves up for a situation where they beat you with the Phoenix, and then maybe they beat your Phoenix. They're going to be pretty happy with that.
Okay, one, which are we doing, support Snapfire or core? And two, which facet are we taking?
I mean, I think core Snapfire is absolutely dead. I don't think you can play it until it gets way more buffs. I think the support Snapfire, you're probably taking the longer range. I don't know. This hero's just weird, man. I don't like either of her facets, honestly. I think they're both just kind of underwhelming. Sometimes you don't want either, which makes it really weird. Like, full bore is in theory good in certain situations, but I've also seen players miss with it more often than not. And then, like, just Ricochet is mainly a core Snapfire talent, I feel.
Yeah.
But I guess you can take it on support, maybe get like a later game Maelstrom or something. I don't know, man. This hero needs like just new facets or something.
Isn't there I saw a video, somebody posted something on Reddit about the new Ricochet against Phoenix. That I think it makes Ricochet even better against Phoenix. But I don't know exactly how. If like the mischance that you have against the Phoenix and just the weird Ricochet effect, if that increases your chance of being able to do even more shots against the egg. I'm gonna test it out because I saw a video.
Yeah, go for it.
And then it was one of those things where I like didn't actually fall through with watching it. And
could be some weird interaction there. I mean, they did buff the core Snapfire a bit. I feel like we're gonna see somebody try it at some point. I just don't have much confidence in it. I think like the base mischance when you're trying to lane with core Snap just feels so bad on lane. It's kind of hard to make up for it. Also, the attack range nerf was really bad for core Snapfire. Like, that really hurts. It means you basically have to go Hurricane Pike on this hero, which you were going before, but you have to go it faster now, or it's just really hard to get the extra right clicks out in all these little fights and skirmishes, which, as a core hero, hurts you a lot more. So that was the biggest nerf, I think. Now go back for the Mars. Also steal it away from Nouns if it's something they wanted to try and use to protect the egg here. And Centaur's also out. So you're pretty much only left with Axe if you want the Axe, but I feel like that hero's fallen off pretty fast here. And it's not looking amazing regardless. So you're going to have to get some egg protection here. Could go for something like a tiny.
all right,
Now Morta is in the pool.
I'm not seeing the end. All I'm seeing is that you could just miss a lot as Snapfire. It looks to me like the little shredder is way worse against Phoenix. So that's awkward.
That's what I'm saying, man. This hero's just very weird. Like the fact you can just always miss is very annoying for certain things the hero's trying to do. They'll pick up the Pango here. I assume this is the double jump shield crash Pango with, you know, I guess Echo Ag Scotty type item buildup where you're just Omega tanky and win the fight through attrition. Which could be interesting here. No real control for the Rolling Thunder right now and not a huge amount of damage to put into the Pango. You have some casual spells, but nothing insane. I assume Nouns are going to take, well, this hero will be the Rubik. Okay, so they'll snatch up the Rubik this time. There's some okay stuff to steal here, but you also have Mars who can just always block that steal. Snapfire spells are good, but sometimes hard to get because she's also pretty deep in the fight.
10 seconds remaining.
So maybe Nouns just kind of waiting to see what develops a bit more in this draft. One a well-rounded Rubik pick, not going to show a lot in terms of which direction they're trying to commit to. Shopify, what do you want here? Do you want the Ursa Warrior for another Egg Killer? Do you want the Pudge round 2? Bloodseeker for the Pango?
I'd be down for the Bloodseeker.
Arteezy Marana?
I have not seen a Bloodseeker in a professional match yet.
Arteezy Marana. Boys and girls, look at this. Hype. Bringing it back.
I don't believe that.
It's like watching TI4.
It's just support Marana with the solar the solar flare to give them even more attack speed against the Phoenix.
But could also be carry Marana, who goes in with Gleipnir and just shreds the egg herself. I mean, just saying. Let's not rule it out. Let's not rule it out yet, Austin. But the Yopaj Earth Spirit is what it looks like.
Yeah.
And we saw him go ham with that the other day.
Ooh, this guy plays a nasty Earth Spirit. You do not want to be on the receiving end of this.
Yeah, this is just a scary pick in any game, I think, right now. Like, this man on this hero is just owning people. So you really need to think about how to shut this hero down in the fight. Like, you have a Rolling Thunder and a Lift. That's about it right now. Not a lot of control for Yopaj in this game. Can you get some on your other roles here? You really need another stunner, it feels like. There just aren't good ones left. Like, what is Gunnar going to play here? Magnus? Maybe you have a Magnus option? Looks the best. You get the Empower on the Pango, slain to defend the egg.
And hit him with the RRP Supernova combo.
Yeah. Look at the Tiny first. So there's another stunner. You can get it off the carry, which isn't too bad. There's not a lot of those.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Another good Sunray target as well. Kind of abusing what Shopify did with this hero last game.
Turn to ban.
And since they took their carry, they'll get the ban 2 out against Shopify here and not have to worry about banning themselves. So there's some extra value there. But of course, it is already the carry Marana, so Shopify is not going to pick another carry anyway.
Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Still could Mag. Mag Tiny is pretty spooky too. All the extra base damage. Man starts swinging this tree for 1,000. It hurts. It hurts a lot.
It's a big cleave damage.
Maybe it's too slow. Maybe they're just worried about getting run over again. Like, what does your early fighting look like if you go something like the Magnus here? It looks kind of weak again. I mean, this is where you really would like something like that Centaur or Mars, and it just all got denied here, the way this draft progressed.
What gives you better fighting? You get to draft Centaur against Mars? Probably not. Maybe you could draft Axe. I guess Centaur got banned. All right, we'll see what Nouns decide on.
Brewmaster, but I feel like that hero is just not that fast. It's like he comes online later. He needs a really good lane. I don't think you can give it to him here not seeing the carry.
I think it's a little dangerous against this many stuns and silences as well.
Yeah. It just doesn't even look like a great brew game. On Icy Magnus, that's like all Icy, man. Maybe they see something crazy here.
Shopify Rebellion.
Oh, the Primal. I forgot about that hero. It does give it to you.
Instant Marcy pickup for RTZ.
God damn. Another egg killer.
The boy's gonna bodyguard him.
Interesting pick. I mean, if this is a Solar Flare Mirana, they have a lot of buff up now and a lot of egg killing power and some heroes that can just man fight the tiny. So it makes sense to me. I think this Primal pick also makes sense. It was the one stunner kind of initiator left in the pool that plays fast, and they're going to put it mid. So they're going to push that Pango to the off lane. Really prioritize having a stronger early game here and just let this Primal match the Earth Spirit in the game and on the lane, on the map, on the runes. Can't blame them there. I felt like that was the weakest point in that game one. I think this Pango can do okay against some RC.
I like the Lifestealer last pick last game because it felt like it would help solve a lot of problems that they had in the draft. And I feel like Nouns was in a similar position where they had a lot of problems in their draft and their last pick needed to do a lot. And I do think they picked something that does solve a lot of issues. They certainly won't have the early game problems that they had from game one, but it does look like Shopify Rebellion is going to take the same pace that they did in game one, right? I mean, Earth Spirit, very fast hero. Mars, likely to be pretty damn fast. And Marcy is a pretty active carry. This is not an AFK farming carry either. So you're probably looking at Shopify Rebellion trying to run you over again. So it is very much up to Copy to set the tone of this game too and fight back against Shopify Rebellion's aggression.
I would agree. A lot comes down to this Primal Beast, particularly the Primal Beast versus the Earth Spirit. Like, who gets to make those moves, get the power runes, dictate the tempo of the game, comes out ahead, even maybe on the lane a little bit. If you get those side lane ganks off from either player, it really could just start to snowball this map really fast. So all my eyes are on mid here, and I think the pressure is maybe more on Copy than Yopaj, because I think if they're even, I don't think Yopaj is too sad about that. Like, his hero is going to scale like a beast. We've seen him really take these games over in those later fights. I feel like Shopify is pretty comfortable here. I think they're feeling good about this one.
We'll see if that continues once we get into the laning phase. Smoke out from Shopify Rebellion, trying to get some wards down. Looks like Nouns, who did not smoke out. I assume any team who doesn't smoke out at the start is going to do a late smoke and attempt to get a first blood somewhere out there. So we'll see if they do that.
Yopaj faking the ward.
Yeah, they've got a ward that sees the dropped ward right now. So they ain't faking nothing. They ain't faking nothing. They're gonna go for this smoke, but they're splitting up, which is not what I expected.
Yeah, what does this achieve?
I don't know. Maybe they get 2 runes top, and then this duo of Lelis and Gunners wrap all the way around and take the high ground bounding rune.
I mean, that's like so mega risky. Because basically, if Shopify smoke on you, which you don't know if they are and aren't, and they find you anywhere, it's just guaranteed first blood. I really dislike these like splitting plays on the map because I think there's super high risk for minimal return, even if they work. Like, if it works here, you get 3 runes. If it doesn't work, you go even runes and give up first blood plus maybe something else. I don't know. It just doesn't ever seem worth it to me. Maybe they have a very good read of what's happening right now, but even then, just a kind of a gamble here from Nouns. They actually commit to that. Maybe they're just smoking so they don't get jumped, but it does look like they're going to commit to this 3rd rune bottom. Just get a ward out.
Smoke breaks. Gunner chooses not to go for that bounding rune. So they're just going to get a 2-2 split.
All right. So they didn't risk too much there. They just basically delayed smoke for the obs. And saw what happened on the runes. It'll be Shopify lingering with 3 heroes bottom. Nope, he's going to instant TP top. Alright, so normal lanes, nobody feeds. Just going to play him straight up. See who comes out better here. See what this Arteezy Marcy can do.
They've got a nice double jump to start things off. Gunner able to play Pango once again, just this time in the off lane. I'm kind of expecting Nouns to maybe win both their side lanes. Double jump shield crash is like pretty good lane winnings ability at this point. And then you've got a Phoenix Tiny, which I think is kind of hard to shut down.
I feel like their lanes are way more better set up this game than last one. Their cores should mostly farm, even if maybe they give up a kill here or there. Yeah, I think they're going to do fine on both side lanes here. I don't think this Marcy really challenges Pango with the extra shield crash HP. You have Fade Bolt going through, reducing damage some more. I don't see Copy getting punished mid by this Earth Spirit. I think his strength gain is just too high.
Yeah, Copy may not be getting the best last hits, but he'll catch up there. But he's getting a lot of denies. He's denied a lot of experience from Yopaj already. Good start there. Does mean his bottle's a little bit more delayed than I guess they'll be able to buy it about the same time here.
I feel like similar situation top. Like you have this Tiny who's just going to farm, and yeah, you have some early spell damage, but you're not going to stop him getting the CS with the tree. So again, the CS for these Nouns cores should be solid here in this laning phase. They can play it well. Guarantee split a lot of these runes. I think a lot of it's going to come down to these 6-8 minute power runes and maybe support rotations. Like, does Shopify try and break up this 2-on-2 side lane action like they did last time? Is it going to be as easy for them if these lanes aren't going as well? I think you can leave MC alone a bit. I don't think you can leave Arteezy alone. So if anything, that rotation goes to bottom off of the Snapfire, and you try and get, I guess, some cheeky blood grenade rundown kill.
Yeah.
But again, the lane pressure is a lot higher.
You got to leave the Mars alone so he can take advantage of his Dauntless.
It's true.
Extra 30% HP regen if he's outnumbered.
I mean, this is not insignificant when you got this double bracer build.
Big damage. Can he finish him off? He does. Copy gets the first blood over Yopash's Earth Spirit. The matchup going very well for him. When the Earth Spirit just doesn't have too many options. Your best option is kicking away the Primal Beast, which still moves him, and as a result, does some damage to you.
That's a big kill, because he was prioritizing the regen trades over the CS a little bit.
Yep.
Gets the reward, and first blood on top of it is super juicy. Exactly what Nouns want in this game, too. Like, they put this Primal mid for that reason. Get this good matchup, have him snowball more than the Earth Spirit, and just dictate the pace. That is a very good start for Copy here, and could mean some stronger early rotations into these side lanes. Marcy's pretty susceptible to getting charged down if it comes to it.
It also means faster level 6 for just the one-on-one matchup. That one death may lead to a second death. Arteezy hopping out. Punching Lelis a couple times. But ultimately, pretty even trade there. The shield crash hitting onto.
So this is
top
a
3
window.
CS looking very good for Nouns so far. Nice spear, though. Top lane, Fly has to dive away.
I mean, this is the point where you could rotate with the Primal. Like, you drag the wave out of mid, kill a neutral camp. He's going to be level 6 here, I think. Already. Could just make this quick move top. With the 6, kill this Mars. I think it sounds pretty good to me. Earth Spirit's not going to be able to make nearly the same level of move, but he doesn't opt for it, and
He does try for it. Lelis, he's going to be the one to likely die as Arteezy hops forward. It's the kick boulder that will shut him down. Copy did decide to go back to mid, just push the wave into the tower instead of trying to gank top.
Finishes
Now
his
has phase boots, so yeah, he hits a bigger timing.
And he is going to go bottom here. This is interesting. This is where their vision is, but that ward just
Right
got
as
placed.
the ward gets placed down, that is bad timing for Copy. He is going to see Skem, of course. He'll run him down, get a grab on him, and he can trample him once the leap goes off. Okay, doesn't even need to try an onslaught. Easily just runs him down. And
It's a
this is a
catapult.
siege wagon timing as well. So this is really good. Because I don't think Shopify Rebellion can really TP heroes to stop this Primal Beast, frankly. They're getting kills on the other side of the map. They're killing Fly, but a much bigger hero. And the carry for Shopify Rebellion, he'll die. And Siege Wagon does die, so at least it doesn't take too much tower damage. But obviously some hefty hits here from the Primal Beast. He comes back into lane. Misses out on the 6-minute power rune, though. Unlucky. That's on top haste rune, which he obviously would have loved to have. But he'll get a refill thanks to Fly.
That's a big loss there for that haste rune. Would have loved that on this Primal. Starting to gain some momentum in this game. Really making those rotations work. Not much Shopify can do about them either. Like, even if you bring the numbers, Primal's way too strong this early in the game. And now he's going to make that move top.
Nice read by Yuma. They know they
they're
were
trying to
going
pressure
to
him.
rotate top because the Primal Beast used his TP to get back to mid, so they tried to take advantage of that. If Primal Beast can't be in a side lane, it's a good time for Earth Spirit, but Yuma hit away in the trees, didn't get spotted, and that just enough time for the Primal Beast to clear out that mid lane, make the rotation to top. Now he's here for the kill on MC. MC hits the spear. You can't necessarily TP out guaranteed because Yuma might get there with the avalanche. He needs to lose them. Copy somehow doesn't see him there. Back out. Wisdom runes are going to get split. Nothing major there. Fly tried to steal one, but will lose his life for that.
So this gank from the Primal does not connect. They get their own Wisdom rune. And then Yopaj finds Gunner bottom. Pretty nice sequence for Shopify across the map as Yopaj making a comeback in this early game. And the Primal missing out on some increased momentum here.
Dire's middle tower is under
He's going to
attack.
trample him up a bit, but he's getting tanky. I mean, now just have to keep playing through the Primal. There isn't really anything else to do with this lineup. Shopify kind of know it, so if they can try and dodge his ganks, get vision out, it would help. Some of their wards did get dewarded here. They're missing a little bit of the information on where Copy's going, but you can just read it. You can also just keep TPs up on the Earth Spirit and the Mars and just counter gank him. That is another option for sure. Could be pretty strong in
Copy
this
wrong
game.
again. Lelis is sitting on Arcane Rune and spots Yopaj rolling in, so he has to take it. But with the telekinesis, they have a good chance. Rolling Boulder up in a second. He'll be able to get away. Yopaj is ultimately going to be fine. But unfortunate for Copy that he still cannot get a power rune.
That's really hurting his game here. I mean, these runes are super important on the Primal. Just for the regen and the extra kill factor.
Yopaj puts a
bring
stop
in
to
the
that roll, and
Mars.
Arteezy actually, with his ultimate, is going to go for the punish. They killed the Primal Beast. Now they're going to look for more. Nice arrow. Skev
Okay.
hits it with no setup. Very good to get the +1 as Yopaj rolls in for the kill. Arteezy with his ultimates puts damage on the tower, kind of like similar to a Dragonite. That is one thing. Marcy is actually pretty good at taking towers if you get the freedom to just use the unleash on it.
That was such a nice sequence from them. Like, Nouns were not ready for that at all. Arteezy blocking the onslaught. Get the arrow land, no setup, and then you get the last hit on the tower to MC. Though I do question, would Mind Control have taken that tower last hit away from Miracle? I'm not sure. I'm just asking the question.
Stuck in a corner. They're on the wrong side of the cliff area. Do not let Arteezy get away with this. He almost gets to the safety of Kitrak to be able to rebound away, but ultimately does get corralled after a little bit of shenanigans.
MC ends up having a really good laning phase here. Outdoing most of the heroes in this game. Gonna give him a really strong team fight presence. I mean, it's gonna be another game where like you're gonna have to cut through these tanky boys. The Earth Spirit, the Mars on the front line. They're gonna be beefy. At least you're the ones with the Phoenix this time. So you have the Sunray, you have the Supernova to kind of go in, create the AoE control, try and burn them down. The stacks are being created here, and these heroes are gonna be quite farmed and quite large. And Fly
Four
is just
heroes.
behind.
Shopify Rebellion brought 4 heroes to secure the 10-minute power rune, and they also smoke up immediately afterwards.
Just not giving anything to copy here. And Yuma will dodge this. Makes the right read.
Yeah, good call.
No, they can go deeper here. Do they have any wards on them? No. And they get scanned out. Yeah, this is just not going to land. They'll get the
Diving
tower off
super
this.
deep for a hero that has 2,000 HP.
Yeah, it's tough.
And doesn't sound great.
And that'll be the blade mail finished for the primal beast here. Big item. Reflects some of that damage onto the earth spirit, who's racing towards his own blade mail, but is about 1,000 behind. This is definitely a tower you want to defend if you're Nouns. Get this item onto the primal. Take that fight with all of your ults up. You're pretty happy about it.
Oh, the arena blocked him out just in time. Now, Rolling Thunder can catch up, go through the arena, and chain stun up MC. They actually stole arena. That's an interesting pickup for Lelis. Did not get anybody inside of that stolen arena, and Yopaj rolled into it, actually. So they've got him controlled up for a little while. Unleashed, used to be able to kill the Rubik. But it looks like Arteezy may have to give up on this fight. They're getting some decent damage from the Earth Spirit, but these tanky heroes are shrugging it off pretty easily. They'll run down Kitrak at the back lines. 2 supports for 1 support.
It's been a successful fight for them in the end. Nice arena steal. Kind of made that fight awkward for MC to try and re-engage. And they got the needed XP on this Phoenix, man. Fly really needed some kills out of that fight. Stays alive for it. Almost level 6 now. And you're looking for Arteezy.
Arteezy, who TP down here, missed Swashbuckle, lands the shield crash, gets a rebound away. Should be good.
They get a D-ward for their trouble. Too bad. Copy in danger, or is Yopaj in danger?
Blade Mill's gonna run out.
Oh, right into the tiny.
Oh, Yuma's here. Nice positioning from Yuma. I'm not sure exactly what he was doing in this area, but cool. It works.
I think Yopaj asked the same question. What the hell's this guy doing here? He's killing your ass. That's what he's doing. Nice little return, and suddenly this Tiny and Primal are in a very solid position in this game. Now they're going to be the problem for Shopify to try and bring down. Both teams got some tanky boys.
The beefy boys. I feel like these have the beefier boys, and they have the percentage-based damage of the Phoenix.
Yeah.
Now, Marcy does do some crazy Marcy things where she can output enough damage to kill kind of any hero once she kind of gets up to that point of like level 3 Unleash, but it'll be a while before you get there.
And Arteezy's farm pace is just going to be mega slow here. Like, he has to work towards Battle Fury, but this hero jungle's really slow off the lane phase, and since he's been kicked off the lane so early, the Primal just ganking him is not where this hero wants to be.
No, not at all.
And Nouns in control of this game right now. If they can continue finding the fights with the Primal and the Tiny, they're going to probably win those and keep getting aggressive. It'll be Shopify cleaning up some ancient stacks, trying to get MC to his blink, and then maybe making a smoke play of their own. Blade Mail finished for the Earth Spirit a lot later than the Primal, but that's life. Can't have everything here. So they'll get their initiation items. Wisdom runes come out. Fly. Again, getting some much needed XP there. Nouns are cruising in this game too. Finding some momentum after a rough game 1. Really making sure that laning phase did not go the same way. However, amp damage rune for Yopaj. That's a scary one. Especially with Blade Mail and Blink just coming out here. This is going to be a strong smoke move. More and more Kiss is going to back up these initiators as well.
Where are they going to smoke to? See a Phoenix mid. Is that really what you want out of this?
Yeah, I don't think that's good enough. I take it, but
MC is going to take it.
This doesn't feel great though for that power level of a move. It's not what you were really looking for. I don't think Nouns mind too much.
Yuma TP'd up top, and with that mid lane collapsing, he knows the rotation is likely to come through, and a high ground ward spots it, so he jumps to the other side of the gate.
Still some decent vision for Nouns around this mid area. So they're seeing Shopify rotate through. Maybe just set up and turn a gank on this Earth Spirit if Yopaj commits. Trying to bait it out a little. They're going to bite the bait. They do bite the bait. Stolen arrow.
See if he can
Pulverized
use it
arrow
with
here.
yeah. Okay, they back off of the kisses, but they have the Rolling Thunder and the Phoenix Sun put to work. A hop over, and Gunner will connect to get a second kill as well. Nice bait by Nouns.
All set up by that vision. Just reading where the Earth Spirit's going. Setting up the counter gank for him. That's easy collection right there. And found MC a little. Going to kick him out of this area. Shopify also have some deep vision up here, but again, Lullis with the D ward, man. On point today. Decent lead, 5K. Got that tier 1 mid off the Tiny as well, so now it's cruising into this mid game. They're going to have some fast second items here in terms of BKB on the Primal and Sanjin Yasha for the Tiny. And at that point, I think you're kind of tanky enough to just force anything you want. So Shopify, under some pressure to get something done, are going to smoke again with this Mind Control Blink Dagger.
Is
They
he
really want a core
tanky
kill.
enough to dodge this gank? And he survived. 4 heroes going on him. Unfortunately, he has used the onslaught to go in onto Kitrek, and that kind of leaves him with no way out here. Shopify Rebellion, 4 versus 1, will get the pick off.
Decent damage out of the Blade Mail, but not a fair fight. Still out to buy time for Marcy to finish up the Battle Fury here, so Arteezy going to start to accelerate a bit more. Keep pace with that Tiny. Now it's just farming everything. Another 4-man move that it gets you that kill, gets you that experience, maybe feels good, but you're not shutting down the map right now. That's the scary part. Does this Marcy outscale Nouns lineup here? That's a big question too. I feel like at a certain point it does. I just don't know exactly what the point that is, or how close he can be from a behind position. Like, if the Marcy's 1 item behind the Tiny, can he beat him in a man fight? I feel like there's a decent chance he can if it's, you know, 3rd to 4th item, 4th to 5th item, but definitely need BKB here. He's thinking about Ags. I don't know if I like the Ags, but to each their own. Ooh, big shield rune for copy here. That is a nice one.
That's going to make him untouchable until he has BKB, which he is rapidly closing in on.
Yeah, I mean, Nouns would love to be getting some fights going right now. They are quite strong, especially with this stolen arrow. Time's out, however. It's a really nice spell to have with this Primal Beast. Maybe you can always just steal it again, though.
Blink Dagger's up for Gunner. They're pretty much getting all their second items like you were talking about at this timing. We'll see what they do with it. Game is kind of stalled out a little bit. 5,000 net worth lead now, and still holding on to, but hasn't grown it.
Can't really force Roche with this lineup.
No.
So you do have to kind of just smoke and take the fight unless you're content just continuing to farm. Just stack jungle, farm with this Tiny. Keep scaling. Is a route you can go. Damn, would you like to find some fights before you get the BKBs out on Shopify? Because if you get the BKB here on the Mars and the Marcy, and Eternal Shroud on that Earth Spirit, then all of a sudden that net worth differential just isn't worth as much. They can commit in and kill the egg with the BKBs. They can just all in the Primal or the Tiny if they chain land some stuns with an arrow. There's not much counterplay to that outside of this Pulverize, so I agree with this smoke timing. You really want to get something going here before you just let the BKBs be completed. If they find Yopaj, that's a huge pick off.
Combination of stuns. And
No way.
no. Oh, God. Oh, it's an awkward. I mean, it's hard to get the chain stun of Rolling Thunder, but didn't use the pulverize there at all.
Yeah, trying to hold the pulverize, but a big misplay and a big loss for Nouns off that smoke play. It's gonna buy so much time here for Shopify. Not gonna lose vision, not gonna get deep rewards out, not gonna be able to snowball off it.
I feel like that's a situation where you just give up on the Rolling Thunder after like the initial 2 hits.
Yeah, you just pulverize
him. Just pulverize him. Let the
100%.
Pango hit him. Smoke from Shopify. Yopaj, Kid Track, Scam. It's an Arcane Rune Primal Beast with BKB. Do not advise going on that big boy. They do see the smoke though. Leeless and Fly came in from behind and smoked the Primal Beast after clearing the mid wave, so they know about this rotation up to top. Ortiz is going to back off of the Ancients that he was farming. They're going to give up this tier 1 tower. They know they are just not strong enough to contest Nouns when they hit that 5-man.
Both of these teams kind of know where these smokes are, but neither one wants to force the engage. Just be Yuma hitting top. Actually gets the glyph out. This is now a tower he can just commit to. And this is just not a target Shopify can go on. They do not have the damage for him. Free tier 2. His Tormentor's up as well. They want to try and steal it.
A little bit too split for that now.
I actually thought they were just going to take Shopify's Tormentor there. I think that would have been the natural sequence of plays. Maybe afraid of Shopify going to their Wisdom Rune, stealing their own. They were setting up for it, but they just have no business in fighting. They're just trying to get the BKBs right now. That is all Shopify Rebellion wants right now. Double BKB, Eternal Shroud, and then take that fight. And if nothing happens objective-wise on the map before then, they're going to be happy.
When you are this much stronger than the enemy, it is nice to take some objectives, and they are not great at doing Roche. They could force it, which is what they're going to do here. So they're going to force it. Their best ability is Lucky Shot. A little bit of minus armor.
Yeah, this doesn't feel amazing. Like, killed Kid Track off the Tormentor. RTZ sends his 5 into the Nether Realm. Says, sorry, brother. You were not strong enough.
Himself into the Nether Realm.
Pretty quiet game, considering these teams had a lot of opportunity to look for the fights. Roche gets scanned, but way too late here. I don't think they were contested anyway. So 2 lives on the Tiny, 3,500 HP, closing in on BKB.
The beast comes. Run away. Everybody run. There is definitely a difference here. I feel like in game 1, game 2, Nouns, they take control of this game 2 early game. Doesn't feel like they are quite as active as Shopify was. Maybe some of that's just the difference in carries, right? You got a Pudge versus a Tiny. Yuma is more than content to just keep farming away, I'm sure.
It's definitely a difference in the draft. Not as fast a lineup, but I think Nouns do tend to play a bit more like conservative, methodical, even if they're ahead. The game pace seems to always be the same for them, you know, regardless of whether they're winning or losing. They're kind of just slowly looking for their next set of items, take a fight. Slowly look for the next set of items, take a fight. These in-between plays that can really speed up a game, I feel like isn't their strength. And they just don't force them. Content to play at their own time. Find a quick little pick off here. I mean, it does feel like they're going to be in a solid position. Like, I don't know if Arteezy is going to be able to just chunk through all of this HP.
Unfortunate for Nouns that they somehow ended up with the shard on the Primal Beast. Since they already bought out 2 different shards, Gunner as well as Fly bought theirs out, so. Shopify's gonna get caught inside the arena. Heavy commitment there from Shopify Rebellion, making sure the Phoenix does die with no chance of a supernova to be pulled out.
Good little pick off. Didn't cost him too much. And this is the Aegis period for Nouns. Not really getting anything out of it other than just building a net worth lead, which isn't bad. Are finishing up the Ags on the Primal. I guess that's going to be a big item. Go in and break this Mars. Really overwhelm them with the damage. Trying to set up for him. This is a tanky boy.
Pinned back, arrow to land as well. Copy, no chance at a BKB. That is the downside. He was also thinking about an Eternal Shroud, right? And there is a very good chance that Shopify Rebellion will be able to initiate, stun you, and hit you with multiple disables to chain that stun. You may not have a chance to get off your BKB. Laylis trying to catch Arteezy here. Spots him for a second. If he could just get vision with the Sunray. Okay, they got the BKB out of him. That's what they were kind of looking for. Force him to use that and TP away.
Is Shopify getting some victories on the map, though? And again, during an Aegis period, they're not really favored in. Can't feel good about this. Your Nouns right now. Not getting the map control you want, bleeding away your net worth lead. If you're really confident in your tiny scale here, you might not mind, but it's still not super efficient map play. Especially when you have so many initiators. Feels like you could have gotten some like deeper lane ward or jungle wards out and really set up for this Marcy once or twice, or caught this Earth Spirit on one of the side lanes.
Do you think this is Shopify Rebellion just doing a really good job of turtling and dodging fights, or do you think Nouns, as you said, that like they could have been doing this better with better placed wards or different movements?
No, I think Nouns could have gotten a lot more out of this. Like, I think Yuma's just played too safe. I think he's just taken farm on his side of the map, played for his own game. Like, this tier 2 bottom should have been dead, 2 minutes ago, right? And he could have just been hitting bottom tier 3, force some heroes back. All of a sudden, the map's way easier for his team to play. You can set up somewhere else, you get more information. This Tiny with Aegis just hasn't forced any reaction out of Shopify in this entire Aegis period. I think that's just a waste of huge potential here.
Gunner trying to get the chain stun on Skem. Fortunately, Skem was not quite close enough to that high ground wall that Gunner was bouncing off of. We'll be able to jump away.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
MC gonna steal her Wisdom Rune too. Man, this has just not been a successful Aegis period for Nouns.
Middle tower is under attack.
They are still scaling. It's not as if they're losing their position in this game, but they could have been far ahead if they'd used this map well. Instead, they're just going to go into this next fight on fairly even terms, and without an Aegis. Shopify Rebellion making the move towards mid, looking for the back line. Would love to find the Phoenix first. They glimpse him.
They got the Phoenix inside the arena, but he got off the Supernova, but the Shredder shreds the egg. Whips it up nicely. Arteezy, who trying to get in there, still holding on to his BKB. Unleash is waiting out Nouns to use theirs. One BKB is used, throws out the rocks, tries to hit Skem, doesn't quite get it. Toss forward, though, on top of Skem. Copy has the onslaught to bring him down. 800 damage crit. That's just a Chrysalis. Next time, it'll be a Daedalus.
I spent a lot to kill that Phoenix and then just unable to take the extended fight here, especially into Shield Rune Primal Beast. Teams will exchange gems as well. Stolen Spear, that is not what you wanted to give away.
Oh, the second life, though. Oh, grabbed her midway through the BKB. Unleash. Arteezy not happy with that one. Controlled up by Copy long enough that he cannot finish Yuma off. Not great. MC hit by another spear. Laylis with a fantastic steal there. Uses it to help win the fight for Nouns. Get that kill inside of the base like that. That's just a freebie to hit high ground. Continue to chunk away at this tier 3, both the Tiny and the Primal Beast. Don't forget about Primal Beast's innate ability. Colossal. Does 40% extra damage to these buildings. Another telekinesis chain into spear from Laylis. He's just showing off at this point in time. getting another pick off that will lead to Nouns feeling confident enough to go for a second lane at Barracks. This could be a very fast game 2.
A lot of this just came down to the primal Earth Spirit momentum. Really set Nouns up to win that fight, but of course some clutch spell casting here. A Stolen Spear is not what you wanted to give away. And despite Shopify finding Phoenix at the start of that, unable to take that extended fight, it feels like this Marcy can't do much. Like, it's hard to get in here and man fight the Tiny, and we saw it there. Tiny just vastly outfarms you in this period, so you're behind. You have to at some point kill him from a behind position. And if you don't have help to lock him down in the BKB or some sort of buff mechanism, which Arteezy doesn't have either, it's a tough man fight.
Yeah. No, if Arteezy just had another 2,000 gold, he probably would have been able to bring down the Tiny. Difference between having a Chrysalis and a Daedalus, but as you said, that's just part of the matchup, right? Is that you're just going to be behind the enemy carry net worth wise, and you're going to have to somehow contend with that. Next time you try and go for that kill, it's going to be Satanic on Yuma. So this guy's going to have 4,700 HP and potentially a second life if he just gets off Satanic and takes a swing or two, gets a crit.
The thing is, he has like this max Craggy as well, which is a rough spell for the Marcy to go into because she just guaranteed gives you like max stacks super fast. I just don't even know if this is a good Marcy matchup. Like, in theory, Marcy's good in these man fights versus almost anything, but this Tiny one seems tough because you're guaranteed to get out farmed. This Craggy hurts you a lot. It's a hero with a stun and toss, so you have to kind of BKB early when you go in. And then if you don't have capability to control the Tiny's BKB, he just sits there and wails on you back. And at some point, he's just going to heal back up, right? There's going to be Sunray, there's going to be Satanic. You have to, like, really just crit him down, but I don't know. It doesn't look doable here for Artur, and if that doesn't happen, I don't think you're winning the fight. These two other cores are giving a lot of control, a lot of damage. You still have to find this backline if you can with the arena. Have to lock down this Phoenix and Rubik. Doing way too much work if they're just left alone. Another Aegis for this Tiny. See if they use this one more aggressively than the last one.
I would assume so. It's probably just going to wait until he has Satanic, and then I imagine they will force another high ground. That'll give Arteezy enough time. He gets his Daedalus. I don't even know what Yopaj could get. He's looking at S and Y. I don't think that'll change too much, frankly. MC he went the Deso build again, so AC would love to be his next item. But again, gonna be a while. He's gonna try and cut some creep waves.
It is being annoying here. Shopify doing a decent job finding the farm on the map. I do have the BKB on the Earth Spirit, so his teamfight presence is at least guaranteed a little bit more here. If you can get on the backline with MC, you find the Rubik Phoenix, take them out. That fight looks a lot more doable. That is a tall order here, though, because there's a lot of frontline capability for Nouns, and they should recognize this and just play ultra up in front, find Shopify on their terms, and not get jumped. So this smoke is gotta land for Shopify Rebellion here. They're gonna see the primal. They'll take him. Get the chain
burst
stun.
him down. Oh yeah, they can. Oh man, some shots come out from the Mortimer's Kisses, trying to find more heroes. Do they want the Tiny though? Sis, the target you want to go for with the Rolling Thunder over the top. They both get off their BKB. No chain stun here, and quick on the retreat. Get the extra movement speed. Some mind control. Arteezy mind control covering each other. Now that the Rolling Thunder is down, Shopify Rebellion is free to farm the map again.
I mean, they got what they wanted. Slow the game down during this Aegis period. Get a big core pickoff. Only problem is the second that Unleash is gone, you have to disengage there. There's no way you're taking that man fight. So the fight has to be centered around the Marcy, getting in there during that ult duration, really making it work. Solar Flare, buffing him up even more. Shopify, they know how their lineup functions. They are looking for these really specific entries to the fight. They're finding them for the most part. Again, an Aegis period for Nouns that just doesn't feel that dominating. It's like, what are you really getting out of it right now? Just feels slow. Like, easiest way to get value out of this Aegis is you just force buildings fast and you make Shopify react to you. And it doesn't even mean you have to commit for that push or fight, but then at least they're not farming the whole map. So you're going to hit base here with 130 left on this Aegis. You're going to pop the
And
banner
Shopify
too.
looking to just force you back by hitting the bottom lane. Got through the tier 2. The banner makes things a lot more annoying for Shopify Rebellion in defending this. Can't actually kill the creep wave. But if they could stall Yuma enough with these various stuns, the glyph is going to be used. Gunner's going to back out. See if he can catch Shopify Rebellion in this split push. He's going to hit him. Oh no, he missed the blink dagger. Does not get the stun immediately. They're going to back off now. Are they going to try and go back in though? Once that Rolling Thunder is down, they lost a lane of barracks. They kind of need to get something more out of this situation. Popping the Unleash like that, as well as the Solar Flare, they get nothing.
I mean, maybe making the most of a bad situation, but not what Shopify wanted out of that exchange. Didn't force any real mistakes outside of the missed Rolling Thunder. And Yuma is just going back to work here. 45 seconds left. Now he's putting this Aegis to use.
They're going to try and kick him back, miss the arrow. Harpoon, grab, Yuma just chilling. One swing will finish off that range barracks. He's going to threaten the Megas. And Shopify Rebellion will have to respond here. They're just letting Yuma go to work with 25 seconds left on the Aegis. At this point, Shopify Rebellion have given in. You say they're going to play against Megas. They can't fight without Unleash. That's just a fact. There is no way they can do damage without that ability, so they don't even try.
That's the downside of Marcy. You are locked in with the necessity of her ult, for better or worse here. By the time RTZ finishes up this Basher and his builds online, I mean, your base is gone. Just too slow. Got another stolen spear, by the way. I mean, this is just not something you can afford to give away, and not something you should be giving away. And Lelis is probably going to punish you with it here, as he has the Blink Dagger to use it.
Soon to be an Aghanim Scepter. On damn.
Yeah, these heroes are farmed. And now they're going to try and end this game. I don't think you need to wait for next Roshan here. You are Omega strong. On disc for fly, that's a nice pickup right there. Anything that removes this threat of finding the backline first, you're going to be super happy with, because it's just too many things for Shopify to do in these engagements. Oh, and yeah, that'll help do it too. Little amp damage rune on the highest base damage hero in the game. Okay.
Yeah, that's a tiny. That's hitting for 1,000 damage. Without a crit.
Well, someone's about to die here. They just don't know it.
Somebody's gonna disappear. They're hitting him through the shield, and it doesn't look like it's doing a damn thing for him. Yopaj's got to be careful. No crits yet.
Ooh, this boy's hitting hard.
Just throw that tree at Skep. Just see what happens. Just come on, just throw it at him. I just want to see it. Throw some rocks at him.
Really wore out the DD timer. Don't have a glyph though. Take the fight. Oh, he's just dead.
Pulverized. He cannot do anything. There is no interrupt on the side of Shopify Rebellion to stop a BKB Pulverized, so the Marcy does nothing. That's the other problem with it, right? The Marcy versus the Tiny is one thing, but the Marcy is also incredibly reliant on BKB Unleash, and Primal Beast has an answer for that the entire game. There is never really a counter to his BKB Pulverize in this game.
Yeah, that Primal pick was quite good. It was a hero I forgot about, but they did not, and it gave them what they needed on that, which was an Initiator Stunner, either from mid or off lane. that played really fast and out-tempoed the Surf Spirit. Just did to Shopify what Shopify did to them in game 1, only at Nouns is, a little slower pace here. I'm not going to say it was as well executed, but they got the job done in the end and felt very comfortable for them in that game at almost all the points, right? They're just scaling up on everybody, out-farming this Marcy. The ganks in the Primal force Arteezy into the jungle pretty early after 1 or 2 rough deaths. It's just not where this hero wants to be. I don't think we're going to see Marcy again maybe in this tournament. It's one of those heroes, once you lose on it once, you're like, okay, I know this hero has problems. It didn't work out for me. I'm not going to test it again. And might see that Primal ban in that game 3 because it did work here for Nouns for sure.
Yeah, good job by Nouns. Again, they were put in a situation where they needed to solve some problems in the draft, though I feel like not as many problems. And Primal Beast was just the perfect last pick for them. Great drafting, great way to be able to recover the series. And now they go into game 3 with a bit of momentum. After all, they are the ones who took down Shopify Rebellion in the final for Riyadh, and they're looking to keep that streak going here at the TI qualifiers in the upper bracket final. Grand finals will be tomorrow, but you can see the matchup stats all look very nice for Nouns. A deathless game for Yuma, Gunner with 1 death on the offlane Pango. Seems like this double jump shield crash Pango, people are kind of figuring out, they've figured out a build for it that seems to work. It seems to be decently impactful. Definitely not the same Pango of old that took over games, but, consistent impact with the Rolling Thunder at least.
I mean, it's a classic meme, right? Pango can only be bad for 1 week, and then you got to bring him back. So I'm sure he'll get another buff in the C patch right around the corner here, as, he's still not first pickable, which means this hero just needs more buffs. And I look forward to Sand King getting some more armor reduction, because obviously he's not trash enough. But otherwise, yeah, this hero coming back in the meta with a force. MVP to copy here, no doubt about it. And
he missed 1 kill. They got 1 kill without him. Yeah, everything else went through copy.
Another big factor though in this game was the Phoenix, right? Phoenix won game 1 and this Phoenix won game 2. It was first pick both times. I don't even think Fly had a good game here. Like, Fly's Phoenix is his signature hero. It's not that he played bad, but like Shopify really shut him down, right? He didn't get a lot done on lane. He was really low level. He got targeted first in a lot of the fights, taken out. Like, I didn't even really notice the Phoenix in this game, and they won. And this Phoenix was really good for their lineup because it made all their tanky heroes that much tankier. It feels like teams are figuring out how to use this hero in these frontline lineups that just abuse him really well. And he is terrifying, man. Like, this is not a hero you want to play against in these types of games where you're jamming strength heroes into each other.
Yep. All right, we are going to game 3 between Nouns and Shopify Rebellion. But first, we're going to head to a break.
The official headset of PGL tournaments. Now, with a wireless version. Experience unparalleled speed and reliability with the latest wireless technology, advanced hybrid ANC, and built-in EQ for your favorite game. Designed with elegance and durability, and extreme noise-canceling microphone. Always stay 1 step ahead with Aspire Wireless.
Now we're into the final game of Nouns versus Shopify Rebellion for the upper bracket final. We'll see what the result is of this upper bracket final, who gets the grand finals first, and if the other team still manages to make it there. So far, history will dictate, yes, they will have a rematch here, but you know, it's good to go in to the grand finals with a bit of momentum, especially if you are Shopify Rebellion, because you lost the last grand finals against Nouns. Nouns are the ones who are probably coming into this confident that they can beat Shopify. You know, best of 3, best of 5, don't matter. They'll be able to bring them down in the end. We'll see, though, as we head into a fresh draft of Game 3. We had some problems in Game 1, some problems in Game 2. How do we make sure there are no problems in Game 3, Avery?
Well, I mean, the Phoenix is banned, so I guess that's good for both teams in a way. They're both afraid of that hero at this point. And I think it really is going to come down to this mid matchup. Like, who gets the advantage there? Who gets to speed up the game for their team and then enable the game for their supports? Because that's a big one here. These two support duos really haven't found a huge amount outside of playing through the mid in this series so far. I think Shopify Rebellion have found a bit more on the map, independent of Yopaj, but not a lot in that last game, right? I mean, they were starting to find a couple moves with mind control off like the blink spears. It just wasn't enough to control the map. So I feel like a lot of this does come down to the mids and the two supports comboing with that hero to really make it work. And now it's unsurprising, just going back for that Primal Beast. Really valued what it did for them there and giving them the pace, hero to easily play around, a hero that's not too easy to beat on lane mid either. Like, pretty tough to counterpick this hero. And they get it versus the Pango, who, you know, some nice counterplay there. Treant Protector to give you an ult to go through that Rolling Thunder as well. But the sad part here, Austin...
Yes, Avery.
We're just back to Pango first pick. It didn't even take that long. Took like a week and a half. We're just straight back there. I don't understand why they can't just kill this hero. Just kill him for a year. That's all I ask. And then you can bring him back. But like, my God, man, what is their obsession with this hero?
A mouthpiece for Quinn?
What do you mean? He loves this hero.
What? No, he repeatedly said, kill this hero. Why won't Valve just kill this hero?
Of course he's going to say that. Because he has abused it to win like $6 million at this point. Of course he's going to say that. He's not going to go out there and advocate for the hero that is winning him lands left and right. But deep down, he has a love for this hero. I'm just saying, I don't know what their obsession with Pangolier is, but it seems like this hero is just inevitably going to be a first pick for the rest of the history of this game, so we have to accept it.
All right, let's slow it down here. There's no way that this Pango is as impactful as the old Pango. All right, it does not have nearly the same damage output. It is still incredibly annoying with Rolling Thunder, no doubt about that. But you know, come on now.
Yeah, come on. Let's pick something else, right? Nope, got a Pangolier. It's not up to me, man. I don't know why you're getting angry at me. I didn't pick this hero. I didn't buff this hero.
I mean, this is the first time we've seen it first pick. We'll see if it continues. You know, it needs to win first. They're doing some interesting physical damage combo here. Venge Tusk. So either Venge is core, or Winter Wyvern is core, or Tusk is core. My assumption is Venge.
I feel like this is the carry Venge, right? I just feel like Arteezy's been playing all these random hipster heroes. I don't know why.
Yeah.
They're on that train, and I don't think it's going to stop. Is this the game for the Venge Tusk, though? Like, going all in on the physical-oriented lineup when they already had a Treant, and they have 2 more core picks? Seems a little rough. Treant is really good versus these types of lineups that are dependent on dealing physical bursts to bring a target down and win the fight that way. Like, you just throw out this overgrowth, throw out this living armor. It's a lot harder to get through it. Do have a swap to kind of make that awkward. So maybe they don't mind too much. But still, that's a lot to ask for.
You got Shadow Realm on Dark Willow. You've got Primal Beast, who's going to build up a Blade Mail and gets additional armor as the fight goes on. I agree. I do not think this is the time to pull out the Venge, but they locked in on it. They picked up this duo against the Treant Protector. Maybe they just really like it against the Primal Beast for some reason, but Morphling is going to be the choice for Nouns.
I mean, I guess it could be support Venge versus the Primal. Like, you get the swap out and really mess with his team fight. And then you just play offlane Wyvern here with the Tusk. That is another option for Shopify that would also make a lot of sense. Morphling, though, I have not seen this hero be successful at all. I don't know how you feel about it, but it just looks like dead weight every game I've seen it. I have no faith in this hero right now until someone proves me otherwise. Like, what is it doing here? I mean, if this were like the old Morphling, I'd say it's fine. You know, high armor hero versus physical lineup. You can steal the Wyvern, turn the Arctic Burn, plus all that damage back against this lineup. Looks really solid. Tusk can't lock you down. Shopify don't really have control answers for the Morphling right now. Is Pango's not a Diffusal builder anymore, so this matchup's not as good as it used to be anyway. Like, on paper, very good Morphling pick. Has the Treant for the lane as well. I just don't know if this hero is still doing Morphling things, man. It's a big question mark.
So for Riyadh qualifiers, which was, you know, a week and a bit, there were 13 picks in total across all the Riyadh qualifier games. 13 Morphling games, 30% win rate.
Yeah, that's about what I saw, man. Like, this hero is not doing well right now, so you really need a good understanding of it. You need to have practiced it in pubs, know what the hell you're doing, because if you don't, this is not just old Morphling, I'm gonna pick him and do Morphling things. It just doesn't work out for that hero in the same way.
It does look to me, I think one big downside is that Morphling that goes this Honda build, not very effective against all these strength heroes, but Shopify's lineup looks very squishy, whether it's the Venge core or the Wyvern core. The other core is a Pango, which I assume Morphling is going to beat in lane. I do think that this is perhaps a better Morphling game than most, just because it doesn't really fit the meta so much. Shopify Rebellion going to go last pick Ursa against the Morphling, the Primal Beast, and the Ember Spirit. It's a pretty decent Ursa game.
Yeah, it is. There's not a lot of control to stop him. I mean, you have like all these mini forms of control, but nothing, no like Hex builder or anything like that. Not even a lot of Yule's builders. I guess Gunner can maybe do some work on him in the lane. Like this Dark Willow Primal lane can be pretty strong. Something that Shopify might have to think about. They bring a pseudo tri-lane to this Ursa and maybe kill this Primal once or twice and just leave the off-lane Venge alone, which it is a mind control Venge here. So it is the core Venge, but not in the carry role that we were thinking about. I mean, this Morphling should free farm, right? It's not really a lot to contest him. And the bigger question I talked about is this mid lane. Is the Ember last pick here going to do the same thing that the Ember did in game one, where you don't have real control for him and he just runs the entire map over? Because Pango doesn't really stop Ember. This matchup's not good for Pango. It never really was. I don't see it being better. Damn, that's close. I mean, I feel like the Ember and the Ursa are the two deciding heroes here. Like, if Arteezy gets really far into this Ursa, he might just win this game 1v5. But if this Ember starts snowballing like we saw at game one, then the Nouns supports might just have a way better time than Shopify's here.
Do not disagree, but I guess we'll have to put it to test inside of the game. We'll see whether or not Copy's Ember Spirit is able to go off as well as Yopaj's did in game one. We'll see how this offlane Venge works out for mind control, but it is definitely an Ursa game for sure. Gunner is going to be playing the Primal Beast here. So we'll see how he fares. Ursa versus Primal Beast. I can't imagine that's a great lane for you.
Yeah, but I think the Wyvern is a little weak on this lane, and the Willow's stronger. So I favor Primal Willow here a lot. I think if they play it well, they actually just straight up win this lane. I don't think Ursa Wyvern's contesting it. I think Ursa's level 1 and 2 is still just too weak. Versus heroes with actual spells that can put the damage into him, you gain a regen advantage, and then he's just on the back foot. So I favor Nouns on, like, I almost want to say 3 lanes here. I feel like they're pretty happy farming. And that's why I go with the question of where you're going to create pressure if you're Nouns. Is it some, like, dual roam action? Combining this Wyvern Tusk to try and find some sort of roam potential, or a quick couple tri-lane kills on this Primal Beast, something like that, that could be pretty nice. But if that doesn't happen, then I think Nouns are pretty happy with the static lane setup. And they're going to do this weird split smoke action again.
Yeah,
I
I
got
wonder
some
why they
idea with
like
this.
this so much.
I don't know. It's interesting. Something different, something new. Might just not be what Shopify expect, and kind of guarantees your wards don't get killed either, because people check that early. They're not going to check it late. That part about it I like.
All right. Well, let's see if Nouns do indeed win all 3 lanes. And what Yopaj is going to be able to do, because you're talking about pressure. I mean, one thing is just playing through the Pangolier, who does have more power. When you hit your level 6, Rolling Thunder is just such an overwhelming ability. So maybe he rotates to the side lanes and is able to get something done in that regard.
I mean, I guess. I don't know, man. I don't know if Pango rotates in this meta.
Well, he didn't rotate in the old one because you needed Diffusal Blade first, but now you're not as much of a carry Pango if he goes the Echo Saber build, so
I guess.
maybe
I mean, he can. I feel like he needs the ult though in this game. I don't think that we're gonna see as early rotations. I feel like they're just gonna farm it up. And, like, I think if this ends up being a static laning phase, Nouns should be happy with it, unless they just get outplayed here. It really does come down to execution on these side lanes for both teams. Just winning the early waves, getting the good regen trades here, which supports get out ahead. We have seen Skem be pretty beastly on this Winter Wyvern as well. It's been a hero they picked a couple times here, and it has looked pretty strong for them. So when that Phoenix gets banned and you want some other team fight behind you with some heal for these big frontliners, I mean, Wyvern can fulfill that role just as well, or in a slightly different way.
I wonder how much he's going to be able to use Cold Embrace successfully, though, in this game. Just because there is such a mix of damage that may not feel like the physical immunity actually amounts to much.
That's true. It's still a decent amount of heal, though. Like, someone gets pulverized or overgrowth, they can't move, and you just embrace them. Still okay in the fight. Still annoying for the Morphling, but there is a decent amount of magic damage. I mean, Willow really does not care about this Wyvern too much, and is pretty good at disrupting a lot of his spells in the fight. So those interactions are going to be something to look for. But overall, it's Shopify coming out ahead on the CS chart, man. Dominating these early waves in terms of just securing the last hits across the cores.
Yeah, Yopaj has destroyed Copy. He's gotten 10 denies. A good number of them have range creeps, which usually Ember Spirit's good at securing with Sleight of Fist, but something about the matchup, Yopaj has gotten him to use Sleight not on range creeps, so he's going to have a pretty large experience lead at this point.
He is just ending the man's career right now. Like, this is a nice lead for him on mid. They're going to make the play on Fly. It's a tough kill with all the armor.
Slowed down enough by the tag team with the blood grenade. Looks like they'll get the kill finally in the end. Note that he did take tag team. For all you drinking buddy fans out there, tag team does look like a much better ability.
Yeah, it seems to just be more reliable. Easier to use. Comes online with the damage, I think, just a bit better. Big little kill for them to get. First blood adds to the early lead here. Thought Nouns were going to be doing better on this laning phase, but really getting shown up here.
Shopify taking it to Copy again. Jesus. Just not caring about CS and just keeps on hitting Copy in the face over and over again. He will not be able to get a water rune, though. So this could change some of the momentum he was building up.
Does leave Yuma alone top, who... I mean, he is bottom of that CS chart, basically. He's not doing much better up here. Venge is a strong laner, and this tree just couldn't win the regen war early on. So that does come at a price, but denying that water rune of the Pango is huge in a matchup where you're harassing him a lot. This should really just start to win the lane for Copy here in the next few minutes. At least pull him back to even.
keeps on hitting with slight after slight. Yopaj kind of needs a support to die somewhere so they can TP in and refill his bottle right now. Arteezy, they're going to actually force the TP to be used on Lelis. He was too slow to get out of range there with Shadow Realm. They were ready to rip him apart. So ETP's back, leaving Gunnar alone for a little bit.
We're looking for the kill before the level 6.
Dodge with a slight, and it's not good enough. With the tag team swashbuckle combination, they just burst through the Ember Spirit. Flame Guard does nothing for you there.
Right, sometimes the simple moves are the best ones, right? Gank the Spirit Hero before level 6. Doesn't get much simpler than that. And that lane that was going back the Ember's way just gets pushed down even more. Gunnar, he has to cut now because that Dark Willow had to leave. His early game not looking nearly as good for Nouns as I thought it was going to be. Just getting outplayed here on all these small things, and Kitrak has done some work. Winning top, winning mid, opening up a lot of this map.
Gonna go for it. He has enough damage. He does go for the kill underneath the tier 2. Skem trying a little bit too hard to harass this primal beast as he is cutting waves nonstop. Mid push coming in with the siege wagon. Yopaj being level 6 and Copy still not having his 6 and being so far away from it. He is likely to die here. The shards makes things really awkward. He can't get in there right away. Can hit him with the stun. Kitrak effectively signs his own death warrant there as he puts himself in a 1v1 with the Ember Spirit with Yopaj unable to be a part of it. And he's going to have to swashbuckle down to low ground away from the brambles to be able to survive. Rough one. Yuma top lane in some trouble. Only a short waveform away. Arteezy sticks on top of him. Nice pushback there with the adaptive strike, but it only does so much. You cannot just keep morphing into strength against an Ursa. He just keeps on racking up, stacking physical damage.
This is another fast-paced game. It's straight back into this Ember. If the first one didn't work, the second one will. And they get him.
Get the kill. Arteezy looking for the supports now, and he's gonna get him. Minus armor. Fly. Yeah, Fly's got to be careful here, as after this kill, they're going to try and chase him down as well with a snowball to catch up. They've easily got it. That is 3 kills off of Arteezy's rotation from through the gate. Again, pre-level 6. Arteezy did that super early in game 1 with the punch. Copy is dead again. The man is never going to get 6. They need to give him the wisdom rune at this point.
Removed him from the game. Nouns not responding to this roaming at all. This is like game 1. Just the moves from Shopify so fast, so many of them, catching Nouns off guard. And the second you're missing some TPs or some supports, map just crumbles. Those roams from Artur have been devastating for Nouns early game. And now this Ember is just so far behind. This Tusk is having a hell of a game. The tower's just gone with a treant protector. Not what you want to see here if you're Fly. They're just looking for more, man. Why stop this tag team duo? Just claiming whatever they want on the map right now. Oh boy, this could be a fast one. They keep this pace up.
Take this little hard cam stack. Combination of Kitrak and Yopaj taking over the game. 3,000 net worth lead at 9 minutes. One hell of a pace to set for Shopify in this game 3. Chains goes out. Yopaj chasing after him here. Gunnar's going to try and get the punish. It would be too far, and he would be stumbling into a trap as they're still going to try and enact that trap with a swap back onto Gunnar. The tree's trying to heal him up right now. Gunnar with a pulverize just cannot stay alive. Copy, he has to be a bit careful here. Slight goes out. MC's tanky enough to survive through that one. Copy also had some magic wand charges to put out, so he's good there.
Man, they're just all over the place. And Copy, I don't think he's seen a 1v1 since like minute 4.5 here or something.
No.
Man's just getting ganked over and over. There's no pressure anywhere else on the map. Shopify taking full advantage of it. And the scary part is here, they have the Ursa lineup. So if they get the really fast lead here going in the mid game, they're just going to do Roche at some point. You're going to be too far behind to contest it.
Can't even get a D ward, man. Arteezy came over and killed the ward, the sentry that he dropped before Fly could get the second hit in. Copy, gets a haste rune. Big pickup. Something,
Gabe.
a little something to work with.
Gabe showing mercy here. Felt bad for the man. He's been ganked 4 times, lost his tower. Not much help. He'll be blessed by the rune. Here comes Skem just to throw a little salt in the wound. Even what is Arteezy doing here? Like, these guys are just swarming.
All right. Titrak is trying really hard to get some kills that are a bit of a stretch here. Going after a Dark Willow next to a tier 2 tower. Had Yopaj join him. But now Nouns can try and get a punish out of this. Cold Embrace healing up Yopaj to a decent spot. Copy just decides to get out of here. He didn't have much mana to work with. Popped his haste rune in the process too, so.
It's getting more reactions out of him, which is time that Arteezy's getting to farm this safe lane. MC just pushing in top. Probably going to take another tower here with another catapult wave. He's just rushing Ags. This is going to be a fast Venge Ags.
Top tower has fallen.
Not the greatest answers for it. Kind of have to all in him with the Primal Beast, and if that happens, he comes back to life and just swaps you back in. Pretty rough team fight. You have to recover this game through the fighting because your Ember is just so far behind. I don't think you're just going to be able to rat this map out. See if Nouns try and smoke and make a move of their own. You can just like onslaught this Primal in with Bedlam on top of him. And once more, I think you have to play through the Primal here. He's your only real early game damage at this point. Use him to get your supports back in the game. You don't have the ults yet, I guess, but should still be enough damage on some of these random cores you can find on the map. The stacks being prepared for the Ursa. Oh boy, this bear is going to be gigantic if nothing happens here in like the next 2 or 3 minutes. He is not getting kicked out of lane. His tower's not getting pressured. He's getting stacks built up for him here. He's going to have the levels and the Battle Fury to use it.
All right, so an ancient stack that Gunner's going to clear through. They're trying to speed this guy along to a BKB. And then maybe they feel like they could play through him. The intrusion of Shopify, though, coming into Nouns' house, interrupting them midway through doing Ancients. MC's still chasing, man. Relentless.
I mean, if you can contest these Ancient stacks and put yourself in a position to maybe contest that 14-minute Wisdom Rune, you'd be super happy here. It might be too much. At least more than Shopify's willing to commit for that type of play. Nonetheless, you're still vacating Nouns from this area. Which feels decent. Giving some farm to the Morphling, but that's about it. That Battle Fury flying out, man. That is so damn fast here. Artur on a very different trajectory than that Marcy game. We can say that for sure.
He's going to use that lead that he has to push for even more. They are going to take this tier 1 tower and are going to set up to contest the Wisdom Rune. Now, Leyless recognizes this, and he is already smoked up and is sprinting to the other side of the map. So they're still going to try and get a trade-off, even if Shopify are camping on their own setup here. Arteezy recognizing that they're not going to contest is actually going to TP back. So he can pick up the Wisdom Rune on the other side of the map. They get double Wisdom Runes, and Arteezy can hit some Ancients.
Man, just giving him nothing here. Well, I guess they're giving him some Ancient stacks.
Yeah, that's something.
Not too bad. I mean, Gunner's still having a solid game. Gonna have to do something with it, though, at some point. And we'll finish his BKB here. So that has got to be the smoke signal for Nouns. Get this Primal involved in something on the map. Gotta slow down this pace right now. I mean, we haven't even gotten to like the Roshan, but this Roshan can be done very early here.
Yeah, probably looking at a dire side Roche contest. Ortiz's already set up for it. Honestly, he could probably do it right at 15. Gets a Tusk in there with tag team. That's all you need.
Yeah, they have Venge minus armor as well. Tag team Pangolier to get in there. I mean, this is an incredibly fast Roche taking team. The other thing is they can just let the Ursa do it and keep the other 4 heroes on the map, which might be the better option. A little slower, but more efficient if they're not feeling the pressure. A little poke action.
Slide chains getting Kitrak low. Cold Embrace. Stop some of the threat. The Primal Beast is going to come in through the side. Intercepted by a Rolling Thunder. Knocked up in the air. BKB be damned. It's a winner's curse to stop the Pulverize, and he dies to the physical damage so easily. A BKB does not solve all your problems. They have BKB piercing stuns. They have swap. They have winner's curse. And frankly, they just have crap tons of physical damage.
Yeah, this first item, BKB, just backfires horribly. You don't get it off at the right time, and then you're just abused. Running into the whole squad there, not what you wanted to have happen. And MC Zags, his is done. So yeah, even if you BKB in and kill the Venge, I mean, he's just coming back. Can't really go on this Ursa with Embrace to guarantee he gets his ult off. Very tough position for Nouns. They are bleeding net worth on the map. Need to find something. Is Morphling getting involved? The answer.
Yeah, they're finally going to get a pick off here. Took a little bit, but they got something. Third kill for Nouns in 17 minutes.
Just another one of those games where they can't find the little moves, and the mid. It's all about that mid lane. Just went so bad for them. They're really behind on the early damage and the tempo. There is that Roshan. Artur wasting no time here. Got a Blink Dagger in the bank. About to have an Aegis. He can play aggressive with this because, like we said, it's a good Ursa game. He's going to jump on anybody and threaten all these cores pretty well. 5 minutes here. You're going to try and dodge this bear for the next 5 minutes? What's the game plan? Don't know if you have another option, really.
That is a good question. I love the early aggression. He's going to pick up the Blink Dagger, and he is going to complete his Orb of Corrosion, too. So he's going to have better tower hitting, but he's also just going to be very tough to get away from for a lot of these heroes of Nouns.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
I think this is where you can start to get a little greedy on the map if you're Shopify. Like you can start letting someone hit the tower top and smoke the triangle here or something like this. It'd be pretty rare that Nouns are all grouped as 4 or 5 because you know they're behind and they're trying to rat the map. So you can get greedy during those periods and really like look for the pickoff, farm out all the lanes, make some 2 or 3 man smoke play if you want to. Just let RTZ do his thing. It's going to create pressure on his own like this. I think these windows are open right now. Shopify Rebellion want to try and take advantage of them. And I think it would not be a bad idea here. No need to let this Morphling Ember recover on the map. You can take away their camps, take away their space.
Are you still confident that that Morphling can carry this game for Nouns?
What are you talking? I was never confident in Morphling in the first place. What do you mean still? I'm not sure this hero can carry anything.
Let's say it's a good Morphling patch. It's not, but let's just pretend that it is. Is it a good Morphling game?
I mean, the Wyvern steal's nice, Tusk steal's nice. It's good. It's like mostly good versus supports here, but I don't think it's amazing versus like this Venge Ursa Pango. Ursa, I think, is a good matchup versus hero in general, and the other two are like mediocre at best. I'm not convinced, honestly, but I'm super not convinced in this patch where this hero just seems to fall flat in the fights. Just haven't really seen an item build that makes this hero work on a level compared to a lot of the other popular carries right now.
Yeah, I thought that build for this game would have been the Kana build, but looks like he's just going the stats, right-click build. Maybe part of that is just the fact that they're behind. He's going to have to play for a late game in this matchup against the Ursa. Is going to need Scotty. But they are going to fall really far behind, because the scariest thing is these Tinies and Ursas, when they're able to, especially Ursa, Templar Assassin's another one, take free Tormentors. Ursa just casually rides up to the enemy side of the map, takes their Tormentor very quickly. Just a free 1,400 gold for your team, denies that gold away from Nouns.
Yeah, that's the thing. Morphling doesn't really accelerate your game at all, right? He's just there. And it's like hoping that this hero does something in the late game, but that's where I go back to. Does Morphling actually outfight a lot of the big carries in the patch right now? I think that's supposed to be his strength and the reward for picking him. I just don't feel like it's true. It feels like he goes in and he's not tankier than a lot of heroes anymore. He doesn't necessarily have more armor. He doesn't do more damage.
Scam using Winter's Curse to secure the Wisdom Rune as Lelis gets run down on top part. Let's see if Copy's able to get out here. Punch into Rolling Thunder. How did he somehow get out of that? That was crazy. Cold Embrace will not save Yopaj there, so two good things happen for now. Copy survives, and Gunner kills Yopaj for a kill that's worth over 1,000 gold.
Did he like blink pulverize him, canceled the roll, and then he got insta stunned, so it just like, didn't even appear basically?
Yeah, I don't know. It felt like the Rolling Thunder did not hit.
Yeah, I don't know how it didn't really hit the Ember, but I guess he's in the air. It couldn't proc. It couldn't like. I don't know, man. That was kind of strange, but I mean, good turnaround from Gunner. They got a huge kill on the map. You need a couple more of those for sure. I think MC's enjoying his time right now, though. Gets to play carry.
Venge with able to not die, get an Aghanim Scepter. I feel like that's the dream right there. Somehow farm up an Ags without getting picked off a couple of times. Now he got a free shard from the Tormentor because he won the 50-50 because they took two Tormentors, so one of the supports already had a shard. The Winter Wyvern. Now he can be hyper aggressive, freely swap any heroes that he thinks are an easy pickoff. If he dies, who cares? Oof. Yuma dies on the top left part of the map. So there goes all that progression. Nobody is really progressing at this point for Nouns.
I mean, this is just what I've seen from Morphling, man. It's just the hero takes so long to do anything. You just lose the game, and then you just have this dude on the map who's like can't contribute any pressure, can't join the fights, doesn't threaten anything, farms kind of slow. It just doesn't seem worth the risk here. And maybe it's just me not seeing it, but I don't think the stats are seeing it either. And right now, Shopify Rebellion they're seeing it because they're taking full advantage. This Ursa is doing a lot around the map compared to his counterpart. And it's giving them a lot of space to operate with, opening up a sizable lead here. And every time one of these kills happens, it's Ursa banging on the door, man. Taking another objective, getting another item. Basher already done. Ags close. Only like 1,100 off here. That is pretty disgusting. I mean, what the hell do you do to this guy if he finishes Ags by like 25 minutes? And he's got Swap behind him. And Snowball behind him. And Embrace behind him.
I don't know. I don't know what you do. I'm gonna guess you're gonna have to contest this next Roshan in some magical way. Your Nouns. I don't know how you're gonna steal that Aegis away from the Ursa, because otherwise they could already be progressing to hitting high ground by 30.
Well, this is one way to do it. I mean, Gunner is still your most farmed hero. Does have the Yules for some Ursa control. Can insta-blink pulverize to set up these plays.
Blink grabs, Yopaj. Follow-up is there. Wait. The push made the terrorized
Missed
miss,
him.
and now he's able to swashbuckle down to the low ground, hit a beautiful winner's curse. Kitcherak will try and finish him up. The Rolling Thunder is going to come back in from Yopaj, bounce around a little awkward, but that's okay. Yuma does manage to finish up the one hero in the Tusk. Skem is surviving through the cold embrace, but Yuma can probably finish him off. Copy's able to get him with a slight. Are they able to get out, though? They've expended a lot to be here. Yuma goes for the TP out. No stunts available. Copy, he has a remnant to work with and a TP coming up in a second. So if he can somehow get his remnant far enough away from Shopify or stay out of the side, he goes for a TP. Oh, RTZ finds him easily. Good God.
Oh, they're gonna get this respawn. They might miss it. Miss it by 3 seconds.
Yeah, it's rough. I mean, Yopaj does have illusion runes. Maybe we'll send one of them into the pit to check it out. Fly's pushing out this bottom lane. No detection to find him, though.
I don't know if that was just unfortunate or misexecution or a bit of both there for Nouns, but missing that terrorize on him because he got bumped a little cost them so much in that fight. But still, Skem very fast on the TP, blink, instant curse, and that fight's probably rough from that point onwards regardless. It's just so hard to go in on this Shopify lineup when these cores can play aggressive, which means your ability to find the Wyvern or the Tuskar first, very difficult. And since you have multiple saves here, they can bail each other out. Thor will check that Roche. He will finish his Ags, try and claim an Aegis and a Cheese here. That Cheese would be nice for the Pango or the Venge. Probably give it to the Pango, and then all three of your cores basically have double lives here. Who do you go on with that? That's just a nightmare to initiate on.
Good luck and Godspeed, Nouns. This is going to be one hell of a hold. They need the Venge, man. They need some sort of repositioning tool. They don't even have that for the high ground hold. They don't even have that good of high ground defense.
Yeah, it's not good, especially when you have sustain on the side of Shopify. Oof, rough position for sure. Shopify looking to close out this series, get themselves into that finals, and do it in dominant fashion if they can make the rest of this game as clean as the start. Compy very close to death here. Does he know it?
He's just a simple Venge, right? Not a big deal. But if he gets hit by a stun with Arteezy right on top of him,
Bottom tower is under attack.
He dodged them all.
not gonna find him here. They're gonna go and make sure they get the Wisdom Rune again. Something Shopify put a lot of effort into getting. See, Yopaj is doing the same on the other side of the map. Hello, Lilis. Goodbye, Lilis.
Welcome back to the Pangolier meta, my friend, in case you missed it.
Wait a
Supports
minute.
Nightmare.
See, we've got a lot of Pango fans in chat.
Oh, yeah?
Greatly enjoying this game.
That's nice,
Kitcherak,
man.
it is enough damage. They don't have the most chain stun between these two, but what they do have is a lot of physical damage.
Ooh, that is nasty right there. Who's finding who here? That's a bigger question.
I mean, MC
Gunnar
will
wants any
gladly
of
take
this.
this fight. He's the one with the Ags. Hasn't even gotten to use it yet.
Oh, nice
Everybody
dodge.
gets out, though. Into the trees, they TP away.
I mean, these little plays are nice, but like you're still just bleeding out, and you can't get that team fight going into the Aegis. This lead is becoming nasty, and Mind Control is just going straight carry, man. Like this guy, he doesn't give a damn anymore. If the bear won't carry this game, he will at this point. He still has not died once. And you have that Tuskar to back him up. You have Embrace to back him up. Like, these cores can just build hyper-aggressive here. Don't need to worry about survivability. The supports are going to give it to him.
You got this scan on the high ground. They know they're up here. They're going to try and fight him, but Arteezy, he's coming through. They're going to let MC die the first time. They got a spotted Arteezy, managed to hit him with the Yules. A beautiful winner's curse. Now, eventually MC will die and come back on a second life, but It is taking so long. He finally goes down. MC's ready to go with the swap on Gunner. Pulls back in the Primal Beast for the Ursa to feast. Yuma, he steals the Arctic Burn to put himself up on the high ground. Quickly gets knocked down to low ground, and a hard fall it is. All the way to the fountain he goes. Shopify Rebellion straight into the base with only the Ember Spirit to slightly harass them while they take buildings.
Bear is just out of control. No answer for Ursa in this game. It was a deadly last pick, and he had a pretty free game. There was no laning phase pressure, no rotations. Early game was rough. They just ganked the crap out of this Ember. There was no tempo, and now Artor is just 1v5ing these fights. It's very deep. Doesn't matter. I don't know if it does. Can't do anything.
No, it really doesn't. MC saves the one person who maybe could die in that situation, which would be Kitrak. Arteezy could die, but of course he has the Aegis for another minute.
He's so
Are they
rich.
going to try and force it in this minute time? Go high ground again?
I mean, why not? Just keep battling here. Anytime Nouns leave their base, just jump them. There's not much answer.
Well, Arteezy would like to farm some more, sir.
Well, yeah, I'm sure he would. This man likes his CS. That is no mystery.
Got to make sure they don't throw the game. You know, they throw this game after losing the finals to Nouns earlier. Might be too much tilt to overcome, so they're going to play it safe. Not going to rush the high ground. Maybe we'll even wait for a full-on another Roshan. We'll see.
I don't know about that. I think they're going to keep going here.
Dude, they've got so many repositioning tools. They've got swap, now they've got kick. Your high ground. This fight is not going to happen on the high ground. It's going to happen on the low ground on Shopify's terms, though the curse
That's
is not
awkward.
that good to be able to stop this initiation. Skem's going to be in a bit of trouble. And Yuma, with the Arctic Burn, is laying out some damage. With the Scotty, slowing down these heroes. Trying to keep him at bay, but the big bad bear is here now. Arteezy rushing forward, terrorize, push back some of the others, but it's Arteezy you have to worry about, and Yuma is getting stacked up on. Every Fury swipes, he's up to an extra 423 damage. Arteezy's taking a lot, though, and with Copy back into it and the Enrage about to wear out, they can actually kill this guy. Hit him once with the Scotty slowdown. Copy's gonna catch up. Yuma to finish him off.
There's a blink.
Oh, gotta blink away. Don't tell me he's
my
gonna
God.
get out of here. Copy's searching, but he's out of remnant charges. That was his last one. Arteezy somehow stays alive. I can't believe MC didn't die yet, but he's gonna go
He's
for the
just
kill
killing.
on fly. Can't quite get it. Second life. Not gonna be able to do much either. So Nouns, they're able to hold.
It cost them double core buyback, and they did not
True.
get the Ursa. Very expensive fight, but yeah, they do win it. They get some XP out of the exchange. Unfortunate timing for them in a sense that you can't get any Roshan or anything like that on the map. Just gonna have to farm up some camps, and those two big boys for Shopify and that Pango and the Ursa, unable to bring them down. Those were your biggest targets there. I mean, we saw glimpses of what that Morphling can do with the stolen Arctic Burn. Like really messing Arteezy up, diving deep into the base, gets hit, starts getting burned, hit by the Scotty, just can't move, getting permanent slowed. That's a risky situation for him, and the type of interaction Nouns were looking for this whole game just came too little too late. And by now he's so damn big. You don't have
And that's
damage
without
for him.
a major damage item on the Morphling.
Right.
Like that was mostly just Scotty and Arctic Burn doing its work. He's gonna get he's not gonna buy out the Daedalus. He's gonna buy out BKB instead.
I mean, you can't blame him with the way these fights are going. But I don't know, man. Like, it's just the damage. Like, you have some damage on the side of Nouns. It's just not as fast. And the double displacement it's deadly. Like, you get kicked out of this formation, or you get swapped out of this formation, it's really bad because you have to commit to try and save that guy, or the Ursa's eating him in seconds. And if you do commit, you might just get cursed. And then you're even in a worse position. The Pango's going to roll through you all. Someone's getting punched. So it's like you have to take the fight on your terms if you're Nouns. which means just charging with Primal or going in with the Ember and finding these supports. Not an easy task here at all. You don't have that Shiva's up yet for the Primal to give you the extra vision. Your Ember was just decimated in this early game. Still, you have to fight. You have to find something. I don't think you can afford to give up the third Dire Roshan in this game. I feel like that would just be the death sentence. Can't even finish the Tormentor.
Now. All right, Tormentor gets taken. You are very rapidly closing in on 5 Aghanim shards for Shopify Rebellion. It's just Arteezy who doesn't have one at this point. He's taken 4 Tormentors.
He'll get his guaranteed here. That's going to be a nice little pickup for him. Make him even tankier, even better versus this Morphling Wyvern Steel. Can debuff himself versus these Arctic Burns and these other random spells. Good versus the Treant as well. This is the last smoke here for Nouns. Really need something off this fight, and they need a really good angle into a good ward so they can spot the supports. That is how you win an engagement here if you are Nouns. You have to find the Wyvern, have to find the Tusk. They have a pretty good angle.
Looks like it's maybe gonna break on track, but he's away. Yopaj is sitting ready to go. Where he can roll up Rolling Thunder if they try and go for him. He gets double jump off. He gets grabbed by the Pulverize. Immediately swapped out of it, though. He's able to swashbuckle backwards, and it's Gunner, who won in some trouble. Tries to onslaught away, but he's going to be caught. Curse, surrounded by 2 supports, and Arteezy goes in for the kill. He's able to finish him off. A kick that sends the Dark Willow's corpse flying across the battlefield. Arteezy finds his next target. It's the Morphling. Jumps onto him. With the Morphling gone, there goes all of your hope for Nouns. Knock up in the air to stop the TP out, and Nouns have no buybacks. So you were correct, Avery. They did feel like they had to contest the Roshan, but ultimately the outcome is the same as if they had just stayed up inside of their base. It's a lost team fight and probably a lost game 3.
Did not find the supports. That's the biggest thing there. Yopaj on that front line was baiting an illusion as well. They didn't bite the bait, but it just doesn't matter. The second you commit that Pulverize and that Primal onto that Pango, I feel like that fight's over. Because the saves are going to come through, the punch or the swap or the curse is going to come through, and then that formation is solidified for Shopify Rebellion. They're not afraid of anything, and Arteezy is just going ham. So they went for the flank. They tried to find the angle. Shopify are ready for it. It's pretty hard to do it at this point in the game. Yeah, this should be Shopify taking game 3 here as just no answer for the Ursa and a lot of answers for this Morphling, man. They did not seem to care about Yuma at all in any of these fights.
Well, Nouns looks like they're going to hold out, try and hold out against Megas. They don't call it GG yet, but will indeed be full-on Megas with 4 minutes left on the Aegis. Shopify attempt to get an initiation, end up going on a Morphling Illusion. Arteezy's focused on objectives. 1 tier 4 down. Nouns need to make the initiation. They got to take the first step. Otherwise, swap back into Arteezy. Hit him with the Rolling Thunder. He's just dead before the Overgrowth can come in. A way to stop the Ursa's damage. It doesn't happen fast enough. It comes too quick and too clean for Shopify Rebellion as they take this game 3 emphatically. There is no doubt about it. This series, game 1 and game 3, were very one-sided victories for Shopify Rebellion. And that's got to feel good. That's got to feel good against a team that denied you a spot at Riyadh, denied you a spot at the Esports World Cup. But that's only the first step. That's only the first step, my friends, as you are very likely going to be seeing them in the grand finals. But of course, that requires Nouns to be able to make it through the lower bracket finals first, Avery.
Absolutely. And I think they're going to look at these games and learn a decent amount. I don't think they were happy with some of the drafts in those. I think Shopify Rebellion felt very comfortable in both these games 1 and 3, both with the mid matchup for Yopaj and the support gameplay, right? This team just looks way better when these supports are roaming around getting their momentum. Yopaj having a good game. Everything just flows for them. The other two cores can then just farm up, hit their timings, and force these objectives when you want. And Skem, I mean, this Wyvern for Skem it's nasty, man. You got to think about it going forward, because he has been performing really well on these like backline team fight control heroes. The Wyvern, the Phoenix, he's been laning with them pretty well. He's finding the curses in the fights. He's looked really good. So I think when all this stuff comes together for Shopify Rebellion, they're a force to be reckoned with. And I go back to one of my points, which was the Yuma carry pool, right? What is that right now? And how solid is it for Nouns? And I feel like when some of his better carries get picked or stolen here, and you end up with something like this Morphling, man, I'm just not sold on it. Like, it just feels so lackluster. This hero just can't do anything in the fight. He's into a bad matchup. The second Ursa's on top of him, he's just gone instead of the other way around. I have a big question mark on that. And is that something that Nouns are going to solidify going in these later rounds, or maybe have to up the priority on certain heroes like the Ursa, especially versus teams that are willing to play it themselves?
Yeah. Nouns definitely didn't do themselves any favors. They had the compy Wind Ranger mid, no shade on him, but that game felt like their draft really just couldn't get any start in that game 1. And in this game 3, another last pick Swerve picked up a carry for Yuma that just ain't it, Chief. A 30% win rate hero. Morphling is struggling in this meta, and it seems like this game was not going to turn that around. 32-11 is the end game score for Shopify Rebellion. Arteezy, deathless game for him, so he's got to be pretty happy with that one. Yopaj on the Pango, though, 10-1-14 at 1 death. Pango, first pick material. Avery.
Why, dude? Why does it always come to this? Like, we didn't even have a month in this patch without this hero going back to first pick and going 10-1 and destroying games. Why? That's all I ask. Why, Austin? Why must it be like this? Why must it be like this?
Because you can't always get what you want.
Yeah, well, you can also sometimes get what you want. You don't have to always not get what you want. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't need to watch this game for 8 years of my life and have Pango be in 7.5 out of the 8. It's just ridiculous. Like, that's a separate rant for another time, but Shopify Rebellion looking quite good. I think Nouns are going to have to do some homework in that lower bracket if they make it through, and be ready to fight them again, because they were behind on a lot of aspects of the gameplay today, right? The laning was not up to par. The rotations did not match the pace. The team fighting was not as good. We saw glimpses of what they can do, and obviously they beat Shopify in that EWC qualifier and looked a lot better there, so they can turn it up a notch. But there's some work to be done here, and it's TI quals, man. Different kind of pressure, different kind of beast. Arteezy, this man is not looking to miss out on an international. He just does not want to go down that road. I can imagine the Reddit thread. So he's motivated.
True. He is one of the all-timers, right? One of the players who have attended the most TIs in TI's history, right? He's only missed out on 2 of them, which was before he was, or 3 of them? 2 of them before he was playing?
He missed the first 3.
First 3, right.
Yeah.
So he missed the first 3, but ever since he has come into the professional scene, he has not missed a TI. And it would be a shame for that to happen, but Nouns are looking to make that happen. His old teammate in Fly is looking to make that happen. And we'll see whether or not they get that rematch in the grand finals. But we have to move on to the lower bracket. It's break time. We are going to be looking at our next and final series of the night. We got the lower bracket semifinal. It's going to be Apex Genesis versus Grin Esports. Among the kind of tier 2 of North America, who's going to be better and who's going to go on to lower bracket finals to face up against Nouns. All that will be answered in the next series. But first, we're going to go to a break.
The official headset of PGL tournaments. Now, with a wireless version. Experience unparalleled speed and reliability with the latest wireless technology, advanced hybrid ANC, and built-in EQ for your favorite game. Designed with elegance and durability, and extreme noise-canceling microphone. Always stay one step ahead with Aspire Wireless.
Last series of the penultimate day for the North American qualifiers for the road to the international. We have Grin Esports versus Apex Genesis. These are the two kind of like tier 2 North American teams who have yet to face up against each other. One is going to be walking away into the final day of the NA qualifier and a chance to be able to take down Nouns and maybe head to the grand final to match up against Shopify Rebellion. Who's it going to be, though? That all comes down to our draft here in Game 1. Avery, if for some of the audience, I would say a fair amount of the audience who maybe just came for the Noun Shopify Rebellion series and have stuck around for this, how would you describe these two teams to them?
I mean, they're definitely a tier below, but I think they've shown some cool strats, some interesting heroes, and they're starting to get some team synergy going. Like, these aren't just random stacks, right? I think these teams have clearly shown they've scrimmed a bit, they put some stuff together. They have some veteran experienced players from NA over the years, so maybe they're not in strict contention, but should not underestimate these two teams. I could see either of them upset Nouns in that lower bracket. Like, that is not an impossibility for sure. And, you know, some familiar names people like to see play. Sammy Boy and Speed, probably the two biggest ones here. As people know Speed from, like, you know, him coming up on those off-lane heroes and trying to make a name for himself. And, of course, Sammy Boy goes way back to a lot of these old-school NA teams and is consistently trying to make the runs. Keeps flip-flopping between carry and support. He can't figure out what he wants to play in his career, but I guess it gives him a variety of experience. So he's going to always going to try and make it work as like a captain or pseudo captain of a team. And I mean,
maybe
Grin
gives him a better chance at better teammates as well, right? If you have that versatility in North America, where there is a limited number of players that are up to snuff, hence why so many of these teams have some sort of import players. Right. Both of these teams, in fact, Apex Genesis, they have Wish, who's from Georgia, and Bignum, who's from Ukraine, and Grin, who have two Turkish players in Milky and Sneaky.
For sure. I mean, it definitely helps. I think especially if you can play support in NA, it generally helps you find better core players from these other regions. But Sammy Boy can flip between the two. Power to him. And I think Grin... I was just going to say Grin is similar, right? They have some of these veteran experienced NA players in mainly Moo that really is going to give this team like some captainship, some direction, and bring some of the newer boys into the scene like Kits and Pingu. Though Sneaky and Milky have looked pretty good on this squad, honestly. They play like the carry Miranas, some of these random hoodwinks, stuff like that. Some of these like skill shot based heroes, they've really overperformed in the fights. So do not underestimate this team's team fighting capability. That is where they will win games and take advantage of you. And guess what, Austin? You were doubting that the Pangolier was back to first pick, but here we go. The meta's already solidified. It's another Pango first pick meta. He's unstoppable. You just ban Bloodseeker, nothing else can deal with the hero because he has the stupidest ultimate in the game in terms of interaction rate amongst supports. It's pretty much 0%. Congratulations. You have picked Pangolier, and it is probably going to be annoying. I wish Apex Genesis the best in dealing with this hero. I'm glad I don't have to play against it anymore.
Well, we'll see. We'll see. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. It's one region, and it's now 2 games in which Pangolier has been first pickup. We're gonna go Weaver and now Night Stalker for Apex Genesis, a hero that has been picked up a decent amount in the NA qualifier through the various teams like For Amigos, who almost upset Grin Esports, the Monkeys Forever team. Also of note that Apex Genesis, if they were to move on, they did take a game off of Nouns. So, maybe they would feel a little bit more confident going into a second matchup against that team and being able to provide the upset that you're talking about. But we'll have to see who ends up making it through. I will say that Weaver maybe has no interaction with Pango, but at least he is unlikely to be interacted with by Pango too, right? Like you may not be able to stop his Rolling Thunder, but at least you're probably not getting hit by it too often.
Yeah, it's not the worst. And Night Stalker can give you ways to just start on the Pangolier before he can do anything. So I get the concepts here. This is also
You
a
put the
team
bug
that will
on him,
play.
he can't get rid of it, right? It just sits on the
Yeah.
Pango the entire time, doing minus armor, and physical damage during Rolling Thunder is the one way to deal with that hero.
I mean, he's a Manta builder, and this new Pango is kind of just tanking up. Like with so you have Shield Cat, Crash, bonus HP. I wonder how much that affects things like this.
Sure.
It's kind of a different style.
10 seconds.
But I can see it. This is a team that will play carry Night Stalker as well. Sammy Boy has played this hero, so you kind of have to think about where this NS is going on 2 roles. But they'll get Disruptor and Breaker to help control the Weaver and the NS here. Interesting dual support combination, but I honestly kind of like it. It's going to force out an SD here to try and control the Breaker, but SB giving you the NS vision, just charging him, super nice. BKB piercing spells, always great versus hero who relies on BKB to take the engagements, and both these supports are really good at catching Weaver, both in the fights and on the map.
5 seconds.
So pretty strong support duo versus the opener here from Apex, and something, yeah, you're going to have to commit some picks to deal with and try and open up the fight again. So Shadow Demon Ember, their way to do that. Not a bad way. You get Purge for the Breaker, Chains for the Breaker, backline jumper on this Disruptor that he can't really glimpse or do much against unless you can just throw the Static Storm on top of him, which sometimes not that easy. And a hero that can play off of the Swarm going through and reducing all the minus armor here. We've seen this Weaver Ember combination be pretty strong in some of the games since both these heroes seem to be formidably in the meta.
Grin gonna have to reveal some cores now. We'll see if they pick their offlane or carry. Though I guess this Pango has been versatile enough. I feel like Moo usually likes some weirder heroes and also some heroes that scale better.
I've been playing a decent amount of Sand King, but I don't know how tempting it looks here. I mean, something like Viper's pretty tempting here just for the breaker lane and like the break into the NS and stuff. Pretty obnoxious hero for Apex to deal with, but has not seen a lot of success lately. Something low cooldown would probably be preferable here. You don't want to be relying on long cooldowns to fight this Ember Weaver. They'll take the Naga Sirens. They'll take the carry instead. They get the Naga Disruptor combo. Someone to push the lanes in, set up the pickoffs for the Breaker, and not a lot to deal with illusions right now on the map. In fact, almost nothing. Like, you can disrupt them and throw some back, but NS and Ember, I just don't think interact too well with this hero. Like, I think the older Ember did better than this one. This one, I think, rather not have to spend his time killing illusions. He'd rather be hitting heroes and kind of tanking up. So I also think the new song with the built-in heal hurts Ember a lot. Like, you take these long fights as Ember, you slight people down, you chains them, maybe you commit some remnants, that sleep goes off, everybody heals up. You're just not as strong after that happens. So it's also a guarantee to land the Static Storm on him. Do have Disruption for that Static Storm combo, which is worth mentioning here, but it's not a get-out-of-jail-free card. Pretty strong Naga pick. I honestly kind of like what Grin are bringing to the table here if they can put it together.
Yeah, if you like it against Ember Spirit, should feel good against Night Stalker as well. Now they just got to couple it up with Apex Genesis thinks it's an offlaner left. If I recall, Kits is a pretty good Pango player from when we were watching him way back in the NADPC days. He was kind of heralded as one of the newer talents for North America that showed a lot of promise. Looked like a very good mid laner back at that point. Haven't really kept up with him since then until he showed up at this qualifier. But
I liked watching him. His Storm is quite good. Plays pretty aggressive. I think he's just extremely young, if I remember. So I think probably
he was
still
like
in
16
school,
at that
like
point.
that. Yeah. So it's tough to just go full pro when you're that young. Not many who pull it off. You kind of have to drop out, and that's not. You're not dropping out for any Dota at this point. I'll tell you that much. So maybe just enjoying what he's doing right now.
22 now.
Team back.
So back then he would have been 19 when we saw him on the cut.
Venge Darkseer banned away from Moo. I mean, you could just like Enigma here if you really want to buff up this song combo, but I don't think it's a good Enigma game, and I think it puts you in that category of like your cooldowns might be too long, but it is a Moo hero. There's still the Sand King they could do as well, and then have the song to bail the Sand King out if you try and all in him. But a ranged hero for this breaker might not be too bad. Let's see what Moo opts for here.
Dire team pick.
Still Timbersaw in the pool too. I mean, Timbersaw's Timbersaw. Sometimes always just take that hero.
Remaining.
It's kind of weird.
5
I
seconds.
feel like you have already addressed the Night Stalker and Ember Spirit enough, but you don't know the carry. So you're just going to have to double down on shutting these guys out. Any
It's not
sort
a
of
bad
control against them is warranted.
Like Night Stalker, Ember, when they get shut down, they really get shut down. Morta.
So is this going to be Spirit Breaker core and a 4 Muerta?
So it kind of looks like could be some 3 Morta, but that seems unnecessary here, I guess.
10 seconds remaining.
I'm gonna assume it's 3 Breaker, 4 Morta. I think that's how Apex are gonna view it too. I mean, it is a good Spirit Breaker game outside of the Shadow Demon and the chains. It's like quite good here. If he gets pretty farmed, he's gonna be annoying. And you have the Naga to push all these lanes in with the Pango to set up some of the map play potential. What do Apex won here? I don't feel like you want to play carry NS here. Then what is helping you deal with this Naga? Is it just like the Ursa Warrior we've seen, or the Lifestealer? Okay.
They
It's
have a lot of
Naga
control
answer.
for dealing with Lifestealer. I'm a little bit confused. Is it really that good of a Lifestealer game?
I think they just didn't really have great options, to be honest. Like, you have to take a carry there, and there's not many of them that were good left in the pool versus the Naga. Maybe not a lot that Sammy Boy's played. Like, he's played Monkey Kings and stuff, but at least this gives you a Radiance builder, and it's good versus the Pango, Disruptor, Morta control. But yeah, I'm not super sold on it. I feel like Naga could really cause problems this game, and then if the Breaker gets farmed, yeah, it's going to cause the Lifestealer issues. Maybe Grin lack a little bit of direct damage, and that's what pushed Sammy Boy in this direction. Like, who's going to actually sit there and man fight the Lifestealer? There isn't really a clear answer to that. So I could see that aspect of it being a little scary here. But there's also the possibility that Grin don't have to do that to win fights. They could just play around the Lifestealer, make everybody else's life miserable, get the pick off, and then take the 5-on-4.
Yeah.
That part's scary. But this Lifestealer could just have a pretty good game here. I can kind of see it working out.
All right. We're going to get into game 1 of Apex Genesis versus their opponents in Grin Esports. See who comes out on top in the Tier 2 scene of North America and who will have the chance to take down Nouns and kind of push themselves up to potential Tier 1 territory and challenging the big dogs of the North American region.
It'd be interesting to see whichever team wins here, what they can do in that next series. I think that's the interesting one for me. And this is going to be kind of a prelude to see who's building momentum in this bracket, who's figuring some stuff out and looking good. So this will give us a little insight into maybe what that looks like for whoever comes out victorious here.
If you draft aside for game 1, do you favor one of these teams or the other?
Well, just based on players?
Yeah, just based off the play that you have seen so far. Not the players themselves, but from what you've seen of the team so far.
Maybe a slight edge to Grin, honestly. I think they've looked a little crisper in the games that they're winning.
30 seconds.
Like, I think they've looked, as rough as anybody in the games where they just get beat down, but I feel like Moo is a pretty good player to have in series like this. This guy's been to TI finals. Like, he's super experienced, plays a huge variety of stuff, has been on successful teams, knows what, like, good communication and drafting, all that's supposed to look like. So I feel like that helps. You know, I feel like he is the best player in this lobby, and when you have the best player in the lobby, it can do some decent stuff for you.
Well, I actually favor Apex Genesis, so I guess we're at a bit of a quandary there.
Good
Bingo.
luck then, my friend.
In some trouble. Gonna be chased down as we are into the nighttime from Night Rain, Night Stalker. I'll chase him down. Wish will get the first blood, so already Apex Genesis going to be very happy with how the mid matchup is about to go, as Wish is going to get an extremely fast bottle.
Not what you wanted to see here if you're Grin. That is the last hero you wanted to give it to. Absolute last. We've seen some Embers do some work today. We've also seen them get shut down. This is the second time in a row we're going to see this Ember Pango matchup. So first blood definitely helps you try and take advantage of this, which I think still should be Ember favored. Though Yopaj really put the screws in last game. I mean, the bottle is already out here for the Ember. This is just, what the hell do you do to this, man? It's like cheating.
You're screwed. You cannot win this matchup anymore unless you get some sort of outside interference, which is unlikely to happen just because you do not have the best rotating supports on the side of Grin Esports, right? You've got a Disruptor Muerta. That's not a pair that I want to see rotating into my mid lane anytime soon.
Probably not. I mean, Disruptor might not be too bad if you had some other damage follow-up. Yeah, it's a little clunky. I mean, if anything, the Breaker could rotate like on a power ring or something. I think that isn't something you should underestimate. Like, Core Breaker can make those rotations and have him pay off. He doesn't miss too much. So that is something we could look for down the road. Maybe bail this early first blood out if it starts to pile up. And I mean, Disruptor can join those. Disruptor could also go gate bottom. Look for some cheeky kill there because this is Naga Disruptor. Very good in the mid game, but ideally the lane is just maximizing XP.
Ooh, speed. Hit by the silence. Got the bugs out though. And Moo and Sneaky have to stop going for the clash. It's going to be top lane though that they get another kill on Pingu. So set it up with the disruption. Not much the Naga Siren can do in this matchup. They're going to pull the lane back as well. So taking advantage of the early power of this nighttime Night Stalker during lane phase to get aggressive. So they are going to probably win 2 lanes, mid and top. Then it's just a question of how bottom will do, which you're probably guaranteed that Lifestealer's going to get a decent amount out of lane. Lifestealer really very rarely loses the lane very hard. And it's paired up with Weaver, which is one of the best supports in the meta right now. This hero is just incredibly strong in lane, does everything for you but stun.
Yeah, I think Sammy Boy's gonna be just fine down here. Maybe he gets like cheekily killed from that Disruptor rotation at some point. But otherwise, should be pretty happy on the side of Apex across these lanes. They're gonna get aggressive on the Naga. Put some damage in. And lane equilibrium is in a very good spot for them right now. Fade is super happy with how this is going. Got the first blood mid, and the Lifestealer has another good lane equilibrium position on bottom. So, yeah, Apex looking solid so far. They can also rotate the Weaver if they really want to leave this Lifestealer at some point. There's some symmetry there, and like I think both these fives have some rolling potential, and both of them have a carry that you do want to give solo XP to at some point in this game. You want to pick that super well, choose your moment, so that he doesn't get punished, but you create the pressure elsewhere. I think that would be the natural move maybe for both of these fives. They can line it up.
Have you noticed Speed's sunburn that he's got going on?
Oh, is it bad? How bad is it?
So bad. Between the tank top and the sunburn he's got,
boy.
He's looking like a hell bear out here.
God damn, man got messed up.
I mean, hey, shout out to him. That is proof that he has gone outdoors. You know, most Dota players don't ever go out and touch grass. That man has proof that he has both been working out and getting sun. So good for him.
Yeah, I respect it, dude. You know what I'm saying? That's a rare sight to see.
We also haven't talked about the fact that he has also changed role. Well, Sammy is out there bobbing between 1 and 5. Speed, usually a 3-position player, has moved over to playing that 5 role now.
Everybody's just swapping around, trying to find something that works for him. Kind of a weird switch for him, I think. He's getting used to seeing him in that off lane, but I mean, you got to do what you got to do to try and make teams work around here, get people in a position that they're all overall comfortable with. And he's going to rotate first on this Weaver. This is the gate rotation I expected from somebody. It's going to be Speed making it first.
Glimpse back. Oh, the bugs go out, but wrong timing on that one. They get the routine snare underneath the tower. It all goes wrong.
It's a disaster.
That was not good at all. Didn't plan that one out, I guess, good enough.
I mean, he
Milky
dodged the
even had a
swarm.
healing salve, so yeah, that was rough. That he dodged the swarm. Some of his illusions got hit by bugs, but the real Naga did not. Not great.
Well, this game's not starting out too good for Speed right now. He's lowest net worth, failed his move. He's just gonna have to go back bottom and start pulling again, try and recover some gold here. Not what he was looking for with that nighttime rotation, because now it's day. And this is the part of this NS facet I don't like. You hit this 5-minute daytime and you're level 4. So you're just very exploitable during this period. You have to push through it.
This is where we disagree. Would you rather have it nighttime right now? You're
Yes.
going to hit the... No, wait, you would rather have it nighttime all the time. But you hit a much better timing where 10 to 15 minutes, you are guaranteed at minimum level 6, if not level 7 or 8, where you're much stronger as a Night Stalker hero and you can actually move around the map and have some impact. It sucks trying to be like, spending most of your nighttime and being like, well, I still need to lane. I still, I'm level 5. I don't have 6 yet. I don't have my maxed out Void nuke yet. I think it's much better for Night Stalker to have the day and night flip.
I mean, yeah, you can think that, but you're wrong. But it's okay,
I am the Night Stalker player here. I will not back down from this.
That's fine. I mean, a lot of people have convictions that are incorrect in life, and they stick by them till they die. This is just going to be one of those. You can answer to God when you head up there, and He'll tell you you're wrong too. I just have not seen it. I just don't think it works as well. I feel like every Night Stalker with this facet is lost that I've seen. Every single one. And they hit this period and it feels bad. You can't rotate to them. You can't create that like lane pressure. And then you hit that nighttime and you have your ult. But you just missed an earlier period to start using the ult that felt better, I think. I don't know, man.
No. Your lane goes better because you're nighttime early, which means you get your double bracers, which means now that it's daytime and you're weak, you're a double bracer off laner. So you're going to guarantee get farm. He's guaranteed to get 6, which means they can rotate to the lane at this point,
I don't think the early regen matters for the first 5 minutes for this hero. I think this hero either basically free farms lane or doesn't in the first 5, and it's pretty independent of him having extra regen. Well, I'm gonna just be honest. That's how I feel. I think the carry either messes his hero up or he doesn't. But whatever. We'll let the public decide. We'll let the stats decide over time. One of us will be proved right with the
rage just in time. Charge is coming in from behind though. The bugs land on a sneaky, glimpse back. Samson just stands his ground. He's got an infest, and there's nothing to stop this at this point in time. He's going to jump on a speed. Speed's going to catch up to Sneaky. They can infest, pop out for the damage, and try and finish him off. They can't quite do it. Moo is threatening his ultimate right now. Speed's going to commit for the kill. Attempted ultimate there from Moo, but can't get him. Speed, actually not out of sight, is going to get charged up, and now he will finally drop the Nether Strike to get the kill. They trade off supports.
I guess that works out for Moo. I mean, he got a lot of solo XP off that in the end, so Breaker's pretty happy here. And just still a very even game across the board. Do have that Dark Ascension up if you want to try and smoke or rotate to the NS, do something with it. I think they're looking for it. Do have a Haste rune on Wish as well. Very strong rune. Can chase this Naga down. No song leveled. Didn't hold the point. Milky gonna get caught here.
Yeah, he's gonna have to do a very well-timed sleep, and he doesn't have it, so never mind. Forgot that he's only level 7. Nobody gets the ultimate early. TP rotations are coming in. and somehow they have not done enough damage.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, Ember lag, maybe that was part of it. I mean, he also has maxed out Flame Guard as opposed to maxed out Slide, so that's going to kill some of your burst damage for sure.
They just don't really have too many good spells here. I mean, he's a 1400 HP hero. Naga took Seeds of Serenity. Is pretty tanky.
All right,
See
think they're going to kill him?
Can turn it around. I mean, they should be able to get him here.
Yeah.
Eventually.
He's got Remnant, get on top of him. Okay, Remnant the wrong direction. A little awkward. Hit him with the slide. Has to jump away. Jumps to the other side of the fight. Still has his haste rune going, but if Moo gets lucky, he does not. He doesn't get the bash required to be able to stop the Ember Spirit. Big Num is making a run for it. Fade is coming back in with more mana, though. Can they fight this at all? Doesn't look like it. The Weaver gets clipped by the silence again. The Shikuchis, they have vision. They hit the Nether Strike a second time for a second kill on the Weaver.
Another fight that Moo and Kids get to collect some kills on. So the Breaker and the Pango getting the best in these exchanges, as yeah, your Naga pays a little bit, but it's not going to cost Milky too much. He just TP's back, goes back to the jungle. I mean, whatever, right? He's just a Naga Siren. We'll hit that 10 to 15 nighttime period where Night Stalker just becomes the best hero in the entire game, apparently. There's absolutely nothing Grin can do about him now, as he is punched his way to the second nighttime period on this facet. And as Austin claimed, just makes him the best hero in Dota.
Would you
Let's see
rather
what he
have
can
the
do.
Night Stalker moving around at nighttime?
Let's see what he can do.
Level 3 Void or level 4 Void?
Let's see what he can do with this time period. That he is a god on a mortal plane. He's hitting some creeps. He's going to have to pause. He's too powerful right now. Needs a breather.
So much.
Can't handle his strength. There's like too many options were available to him. He has to pause to think about them. Because he's never played a hero that is as strong as first facet choice Night Stalker at 10 minutes. My God.
You know, you're not arguing with me. You're arguing with like 95% of professional matches that all feature this facet as well.
Yeah, they're all wrong. I don't care. They're literally all wrong. Like,
the arrogance of
No, it's not
this
arrogance.
professional support player.
No,
to
it's
say
not
that
arrogance.
all the other pro players that play off lane professionally are wrong.
look, in Dota, you have to believe certain things, and you have to believe in why you believe them, and you have to stick by that. Otherwise, you're just nothing, man. You're just following the meta. You're just a blind slave to what everyone else is doing. So I have my beliefs, I have my tenets, I have my ideas, and I stick by them, win or lose. Some of them lose, but some of them win. And all you have to do is win more than you lose, Austin. And this is another one I'm going to stick by. I think this facet is a debate. I'm not saying it's game losing. I'm not saying it can't be good, but I think it's overrated. That's all I'm saying.
Okay. Well, they're going to use the strength of Ember Spirit Night Stalker, take over the safe lane here. And I guess that's the downside for Grin. Hard to push the Lifestealer out of lane. Hard to kick him out and take his safe lane tower. And particularly since it is nighttime, because of the reverse cycle, it's going to be a little awkward. Even still, they go for it. And Infest dodges the Nether Strike. Thought there was going to be some sort of chain stun combination, I guess. So Sandy Boy just makes sure there's no chance of a Nether Strike into Rolling Thunder. And they're going to be playing into a Night Stalker underneath a tower. This is going to be a rough fight for Grin Esports. See if they can get out of here. Kits, he's going to be in some trouble. Chased down by the Ember Spirit and so many heroes. Pingo is also going to maybe tick out here. Speed's going to catch up to him. See if he can get enough hits, or the Ember Spirit will just finish him off. Moo also in trouble. Tries to go for the Nether Strike. Interrupted and killed. Glad it's nighttime, that's for sure.
This Night Stalker's too powerful. What? Why would they ever try and fight into Rain Night Stalker in the 10 to 15 minute period when he popped his ult to give him the exact same fight he would have had if it was daytime anyway? By God, he decimated them.
Radiant's middle tower has been denied.
It didn't start nighttime. Spent like 3 seconds. Nighttime without darkness use. And
that's
he's
a
going to
great
have
fight.
a phylactery, so he's going to be very strong now. This
that is-
next, like, 2 minutes of
that's
this
tough.
nighttime are going to be dangerous for Grin.
More dangerous than they already were. That's surprising, but yeah, nice little lead here, and they have the heroes to just run around and keep fighting if nothing's bothering them in terms of the objective trade. So you really need the Naga to power up as fast as possible so you can start to slow this game down, push the waves in, particularly during these nighttime periods. If the Naga can stall out the map, then you just fight in day, you're going to be really happy with this sort of exchange. But you just gave him a Phylactery, you gave him a Mage Slayer. Wish and Fade off to the races now, and they're hunting. Know how strong they are. Moo's just going Midas on the Breaker, which this is like the Spirit Breaker build. You know, you get the extra levels up to get to the talents. You get that Octarine later. It's just max value. But it will lower his teamfight presence a little bit during these early game periods.
Charge across, going for the Night Stalker. Moo just keeping him honest. He's going to lose his courier in the process. Might lose his life as the chains is going to stop the TP. Sneaky tries to save him. But that one fear shot is not going to stop 4 heroes.
And they are swarming right now. 5 heroes in the area looking for that Wisdom Rune. Even Sammy Boy is going to join before the Radiance is done.
Fear shot
Feared him
into
out of
Static
the-
Storm outside of the kinetic field. He gets out of it, pops the rage, goes for the intercept, and gets the Wisdom Rune. This is terrible for Grin Esports. Kits should be able to get out. As the Rolling Thunder is going to last easily long enough that he get out, but the damage is done. They lost a hero and they lost the Wisdom Rune.
I mean, just misplay, right? Shot him out of the Static Storm. Like, pick one or the other. Maybe you can just kill the Lifestealer there. There will be a disruption, so maybe it wouldn't have worked in the end, but
Yeah.
losing that
I mean,
Wisdom Rune
the
is
real
brutal.
misplay is the fact that Night Rain means that as a Night Stalker during nighttime, you can contest the 14 and 21 minute Wisdom Rune.
Yeah, I mean, his ult was back up there, so there's an argument that he didn't even need it. And now that he's about to hit level 10, it's going to be a downtime for him, which is unfortunate. But nonetheless, they're making the most of this period for sure. And that Radiance closing in for Samson as they just barrel down another tower. My God. They're going to need this Naga to come online. Tell you that much.
Yeah, they are.
He's going fast Orchid, which I kind of like in a game like this, honestly, because it feels like you have to get a little active maybe earlier than you want. It hits daytime.
It's going to go Blink Dagger, next item. Radiance is almost done for Shamshin. Speed has a Spirit Vessel already. That's going to be flying out to him very quickly. So a lot of items all flowing in for this squad. But Grin, if they could just finish up this this Orchid, maybe they could get an easy Weaver or Lifestealer or Ember Spirit kill that they normally wouldn't be able to do. And taking that tower will make that gold flow a little bit faster.
I could see this Orchid be really nice this game if he can play aggressive on side lanes and just kind of do like the 2-2 illusion bait, randomly Orchid some of these heroes and you just charge them. It's like pretty deadly.
Oh, disruption right at the tail end of it. I wasn't sure if they were going to wait for the chains from Wish or just disrupt him. Finally had to go for the disruption to get the kill on Demuth. Spirit Breaker just not working out so far. Glimpse back though. Speed in some trouble. That's the reveal of the Orchid. The damage though, it's not very good at all. That was not nearly enough damage to take down a 1300 HP hero, part of it being the Seeds of Serenity that he dropped.
Don't underestimate those seeds.
Nope. We
got
should
buff.
not.
They're
They're going to
strong.
sweep across the map, failing to get the Naga Siren kill, gives the Song out. They go for mid, and they get not just kits, but they get a +1 too. As Sneaky gets disrupted, and maybe he can get back. He's got Moo charging in, so they do have to back up on the side of Apex Genesis. But more than happy. I mean, they've gotten a core kill kind of like every 1 or 2 minutes now at this point in time, and their Lifestealer is getting bigger and bigger. The Ember Spirit is actually top net worth, hitting 10K at 17 minutes here.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
They're looking good. Still, don't want to give up too much downtime in this game and just let the Naga farm up. Let this Midas Spirit Breaker farm up. Because they will recover at an okay pace if the game just stays static. So you just got to keep this pace up. Keep pushing the lanes in, finding little pickoffs, playing through the Ember during day, through the NS at night. This Weaver's Vessel is done. That's huge piece of your damage going into these fights. Huge just like solo kill potential too on heroes like Disruptor or even the Muerta on the backside. And then you just let Sammy Boy farm. He wants to join the fight, sure, but if he can just control a lot of the map with this Radiance getting lanes in deep, he's going to be pretty happy. He's looking for Armlet. Interesting. Not have expected the Armlet Lifestealer here with this Radiance build, but going to give him some more single target DPS, I guess.
Daytime is running out. Grin really want to get something. They haven't gotten a kill out of this Orchid yet. And at this rate, they're just not going to. And they're going to be heading into a another nighttime that Apex Genesis are going to be very strong for. Got off the rage before the Nether Strike. They have some control, yes, but he just infests inside of the Weaver. Even if the Weaver dies here, which he will not, Disruption save, nice play. Wish is going to come after this one. And the Night Stalker's coming in fast as well with the Gleipnir locking down the Disruptor. They'll tail him. Grin all have to TP away. Even Moo cannot afford to try and stick around and charge. They'll TP back to base.
That's such a tough target to go on, man. Like, he's so tanky with the Radiance evasion into that Naga. You just don't have good single target burst damage at this point in the game. It's just nowhere close.
Milky,
a tough
3
play.
seconds per song. Though, I guess with just an Ember Spirit, there's not that much of a threat.
Will lose his courier. Speed recovering pretty well in this game. It's starting to get farmed, showing the strength of the Weaver. And the Ember continuing to be a nuisance. Just can't find the Ember. 707, which is unkillable this game. Even went back for the Midas on the NS, which I don't mind. This hero farm's kind of slow, even in the games you're winning.
Yeah.
Feels like he needs something like a Midas. I don't really know what the other option would be. Like, I don't think he can really build anything that helps him kill ancients or anything. So
Yeah, it's just like you could buy a shard, which is obviously just a much weaker version of Midas.
yeah, honestly, I'd rather just have the Midas for the extra experience. Like, but it's expensive. Moo doing some cow things.
That is a shield rune Weaver, but I guess if you chain all of your silences at him, Infest Samson really did not want to let that Weaver die, and he might have just killed himself for it, man. He is entirely alone in the middle of nowhere, surrounded by 4 heroes. A fear shot misses. A good thing too, as Samson might have died if that was the case. Radiance is just going to take out Sneaky. They can't actually stop him. 1 versus 4 with no Infest.
It's the strength of Lifestealer's game. There's nobody to man fight that hero. Until you have your like late game cooldown reduction items, it's just he's invincible. They did get the sleep out of the Naga top. They found Milky, but he was able to get the song off and escape, so that's why he wasn't there. But does survive that gank, finishes up his Manta. He's just not getting the lane pressure he wants right now. Just getting swarmed, run at. This Lifestealer's a nuisance. This Ember with early Gleipnir is a nuisance. They're gonna try on this Night Stalker, reel him in.
Holding him in place. Disruption goes out. And Night Stalker's probably going to die here. No, he got off his ultimate and flew over the trees. And a beautiful chain out from Wish hit 3 heroes. They tried to get the glimpse back on the Night Stalker, but no one's in position to take advantage of that. And now they're all low with a bunch of vision. Fade gets healed up by the Infest, and he's ready to rock. And so is the Lifestealer, just running down heroes. The Radiance will take out Sneaky eventually, or the Ember Spirit will claim the life. Moo's gonna get chased down and in the corner. Milky hides and prays that he will not be caught in time, and he does manage to get away, ever so barely, a TP out.
I mean, you can survive, but you are not thriving at all as Apex just taking this game over right now. Just running them down. Everybody's in good position. This disruption has really bailed out the single target focus from Grin every time. And then you have Infest save on top of that. Radiance evasion. Second that swarm comes through on 4 heroes, that fight is just impossible. Just not enough damage on the side of Grin. They just don't have spells. I mean, that's kind of the downside of this new Pangolier, right? It just doesn't do nearly as much damage. So you kind of have to counterbalance them with more from your other cores. And these 3 cores are just... I think they have plenty of damage in the late game. But they're never going to get there at this pace, and they can't kill anything right now. It feels very sad.
It is sad, and it's going to get even more sad for Moo, who is going to get purged, and of course TP, lots of ways to cancel that one. And he's a tanky boy. It'll take a little bit. He does have charge up. He's going to go for it. He does not make it, though. A Gleipnir was ready to meet him. A Yules was ready to meet him. Speed already has Spirit Vessel plus Yules. He is so farmed as Weaver.
After a really rough early game, too. This hero just gets big. There's like no way to stop it. That's the annoying part. You can't spend your whole game hunting a 5-position Weaver. It's just like, it's not good enough to be winning. So he'll always get something here. He's just going to build all the utility, all the buffs the team needs. Be very hard to lock down in the fight. And Grin there, it feels like they're on a timer here to get something done. Milky looking for a little pick off on this Shadow Demon. Not enough, man.
And now coming in from behind, the Lifestealer. Not that he was needed, but he'll claim the last hit on the enemy carry. The Naga Siren not scaling up so much anymore. Got to the Orchid, got to the Manta, but is not keeping up with this Lifestealer, who is 3,500 net worth ahead. As Radiance, Yasha is going to be going an Aghanim Scepter after the Manta that is flying out to him right now.
Yeah, Samson's big, man. He's climbing the level chart too, getting a lot of bonus HP off the passive here, so yeah, he's cooking. Manta done means your options to really all in him go down considerably. Kind of have to be able to land a static store on him, but again, then you have to deal with disruption save. Just very annoying for your lineup here to try and all in somebody. I think you just have to rat this game out. They just haven't been able to do it too successfully. The deep lane wards are also giving a lot of vision to Apex right now to kind of combat that rat, or at least be efficient in their movement. But you got to get this Naga somewhere deep on the map. You got to have the Spear Breaker starting to push the side lanes in. You need this tier 1 top. If you're Grin, for sure. This tower is preventing you pushing these side lanes in super deep, so Apex in a solid position right now. Going to steal Tormentor and maybe look towards next Roshan in a minute or two here.
The Wisdom Rune is still up at 26 minutes. Sneaky sneaks that one away. So I guess they get double Wisdom Rune at 21 minutes, at 25 minutes.
BKB done for the Night Stalker, man. Ooh, that might have paid off. That's a problem. You don't have anything for this BKB other than, you know, if you want to charge ult him. But the thing is, like, you charge ult him if he's BKB'd, that's it. He's nowhere close to dying. It's almost not worth it.
Yeah. And then you would also be forsaking that control over the Lifestealer, which is going to be a problem. Fuel Scepter. I'll catch Sneaky. And they'll eventually get that kill.
Just no map control for this lineup that really needs it to function. Can't get the lanes out fast enough. There's no threat on these heroes who are dealing with the waves, so you're not really putting fear into Apex with the pickoff game right now. think it still has to come down to the Naga finding some sort of connection with this Bloodthorn off a charge or something like that on the map, and giving them some sort of numbers advantage to pressure at least a little, relieve something here, because you're down 20k all of a sudden.
Yeah, I mean, at this rate, you might as well have not gone Orchid and just gone straight into Manta Butterfly, right? I mean, you have gotten 0 value out of the Orchid. The Bloodthorn has yet to been utilized.
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
It's definitely not paid off. And Samson, he's not even going to wait for Roche, man. He's just going to start hitting your buildings. Already level
might
20.
as well.
I mean, there's no threat on him in this game. He's way too tanky, way too fast for them to deal with.
Dire's bottom tower
And the BKBs are out, which means you can't even like song Static Storm combo here to give you some sort of base defense fight. Might just give this up. Just rat the lanes, but does not feel good. For sure. They're going to TP everybody back. Probably smoke here. I just don't know how you take this fight. They do get the wave cut. No, they don't. All right, you have to fight it now.
Yeah, it's going to be some sort of chain stun of Nether Strike and Rolling Thunder. Trying to go for Wish here. Bump him into the Rolling Thunder on the side of the wall. That's decent, but he got off the BKB, and so now that's all over. So he rolls over to try and stop the Night Stalker's assault, who is cleaning up the supports pretty easily. Moo's going to die here in this battle with Wish. 3 dead, 1 buyback. And immediately Apex Genesis turned to taking the buildings. They'll get those
Naga's
buildings.
ratting. It's at least worth something here. But I don't know if you're going to have a base left when you come back. And this rat is not that fast. It's kind of slow.
Very. It is very slow. Lightmere catching the Pango. Get a buyback out of Moo. Moo charging in, decides to cancel it. Not happy with where that one was gonna go.
I brought the Naga
Now
back
we're
too.
into daytime, so maybe they could still take this one. Actually, it's gonna be nighttime in a second here. Charge through. Nice hit from Moo. Goes straight for the Shadow Demon. Got that 1 kill. Can he get out though? Trying to get away with the bugs on him though. Between Speed and Fade, they'll hunt him down like a dog, and they still have an infested Lifestealer inside of Milky. It's not gonna be enough to get the kill. Gets drug all the way close to the fountain. Pop the rage. Head back to taking those buildings that they were hitting earlier. Glimpse back after rage with a Bloodthorn on him as well. There is any chance you could kill him, it would be there, but they do not have the damage necessary. No Ogre Seal Totem to be able to get Kits back into the fountain. Fighting shape with the Rolling Thunder now going out, trying to chain stun up these heroes, but Samson has a rage. That's a problem. Kits is losing a lot of HP. Oh, the Naga Siren is the one to die instead. Kill a courier randomly as Moo's courier was just hanging out. Lifestealer is going to hang out inside of the Night Stalker for a little bit, heal back up to full, and they will keep the pressure up. Take another lane of barracks.
Well,
And
that's
go
game
for
1.
3. Yeah.
No chance coming back with that sort of lineup once you can't get those lanes in and look for the pickoff game. That core breaker was just way too slow, it felt like. And another one of these games where Ember just gets out of control, man. Like, I don't know what is going on with this hero in this region right now with it just being either 100 or 0, but it feels like that's the case. Like, this Ember is either 10-0 or 0-10. Maybe it's just a mid matchup plus supports thing like I would expect, but could just be people not playing well enough to avoid like the slight chain spam, just making fights awkward for them, and not getting good counter picks, right? We're not seeing like these picks that really punish the Ember on that mid lane. First pick Pango is also one of those that can get exposed by that Ember and give him that game, so maybe that devalues the first pick Pangolier a little. I would hope so. But generally, you know, when you see this Ember come out, like, you know he's going mid. The way you ruin his game is either you gank him or you put him in a matchup that is just terrible for the hero so he can't get off to a good start. Because when he gets off to a good start, it looks like this 10-0 and 17 for Wish. Just dominated this game.
Yeah, a deathless game for all 3 cores on the side of Apex Genesis. Not a single death between the 3 of them. This is the closest one you had, but Bignum had some great saves. Multiple saves there. This one allows him to be able to get back. We also have the Infest that's going to come into play and heal up the Night Stalker a bit more. But yeah, the Ember Spirit, a menace, a life stealer, untouchable, and the Night Stalker, strong despite the fact that he went the wrong facet.
Some would argue that, yeah, I would agree. Just a very fast lineup. Caught this Naga off guard, no time to really come online, and if you can't defend your towers with this type of Naga lineup, then it's going to be hard to team fight. So I expect something a little faster out of Grim game 2. Maybe a faster carry for Milky as well, because we've seen him play a lot of these fighting carries. So it's not a guy who just wants to AFK farmer lane. I don't think he was trying to this game. He went the fast Orchid and tried to get involved. It's just, you just don't have damage, man. Like this tanky Pango build is good if you have damage. It's very underwhelming if your other two cores can't pick up that side. So that's what I was feeling this game. And back to the drawing board for Grin going into game 2 as they are once again facing the possibility of elimination here in the TI quals. Don't have a lot of room for error.
Yeah, that's right. Grin did lose their second game against 4 Amigos, so they have been on the brink before in their lower bracket run. We'll see if they're able to right the ship here, because that was a rough game 1 to start. 33-6. And just could not get any hold on the game whatsoever. Our MVP, the Shadow Demon, big saves out of this guy. Was a part of a ton of kills. A lot of really good disruptions that were out there. Just solid performance all around.
I mean, really nice pick to that Spear Breaker Disruptor dual support that came out that they saw, because he controls the breaker for like the early and the mid game, even the late game. It's pretty good, and you have that save for the Static Storm combo. So he's just good on both ends. Gives you good offensive power and good defensive power, and was not a lane liability at all, because you took Night Rain. So you were super strong on the early phases of the lane to get the Shadow Demon through it. So it all comes together here for Bignum as he shines. 420, or I guess 422, as a combination of 420 and 322, I guess. He shine. Looking good.
Good work, Bignum. Good job. But that's just game 1. Still more work to be done. We're going to head to a game 2 after a break.
The official headset of PGL tournaments. Now, with a wireless version. Experience unparalleled speed and reliability with the latest wireless technology, advanced hybrid ANC, and built-in EQ for your favorite game. Designed with elegance and durability, and extreme noise-canceling microphone. Always stay one step ahead with Aspire Wireless.
possibly the last game of the night. Apex Genesis versus Grin Esports going into game 2. After Apex Genesis took over that game 1, a deathless win for all 3 cores on the side of Apex Genesis. Grin Esports just had nothing going on there. I suspect that going into game 2, Avery, we're going to see a little more emphasis on lanes just to make sure they could do something at 15 minutes of this game.
Or just more Pangolier first pick, you know? Now it's the meta again. I think it's been pretty solidified at this point. We're going to see another year of the Pango. Apex Genesis didn't seem too pestered by it in that game 1. Like, they didn't have any direct Pango answers, but he wasn't doing enough damage to really threaten anybody, so who gives a damn? You just have triple cores with debuff immunity and you kill everybody else. And this Pango's tanky, but he's not threatening you. It's one way to deal with him. We'll see what Grin can do to buff up that damage output this time, because if you're going to go with a similar build on the Pango, and he's likely not going to snowball because he's getting counterpicked on mid, they need someone else to bring up that damage slack. And yeah, either has to be the supports or probably like a higher damage offlaner. That's where I would go to. So Moo's hero is going to be super important with this Pango opener, and what you ban here with your 2 bans is also very important, because if you ban the Ember +1, maybe there isn't something that is annoying on that mid lane, but if you ban mids here and they still get something that's annoying, then you might be in trouble down the road.
Yeah.
Dire team ban.
Well, we're going to see the Weaver and Night Stalker banned away from Apex Genesis, and now heading into the second bans, we'll see how many other repeat heroes get banned to make sure that Apex Genesis, yeah.
This is the same ban phase for the Pango and the Grimstroke plus the Bloodseeker. I feel like they're just snap picking Ember because, you know, there's a lot of mids banned. There's not a lot that's going to contest this Ember. You could flex the Pango, I guess. Maybe there's some threat, but we haven't really seen teams in NA cheese the Ember pick, so I would not be surprised if it gets gobbled up. The other thing is you don't have to take it, I guess, because you're not afraid of them taking it, so you could just take your other support out of phase here if you're Apex and get that Ember on, you know, the 4th pick effectively again.
Well, I mean, there is the chance that Grin Esports do an offlane Pango, right? So they could kind of fit an Ember Spirit, but
then they'd have to take it here, maybe only seeing 2 supports. I think that's tough. That's a tough pick. It's doable, I guess, but then you're showing 2 cores, and you know those 2 lanes those cores are going to, and you're potentially giving 3 counter picks to Apex. That's a lot to ask for when you were saying you wanted a better laning phase. So what will Apex do? How much faith do they have in the Ember Spirit? About to find out.
5 seconds remaining.
Well, matchups with the Dark Willow, if they're thinking about just taking some offlaner here. Centaur and Axe, 2 of the best offlaners of the patch, and also really good combos with Dark Willow. With that Bedlam.
Yeah, Centaur would be a fine pick here. Don't think you're ever feeling bad about Centaur Dark Willow in your first 2.
You'd have Stampede against Rolling Thunder, which is pretty helpful for the team.
I could see like the Phoenix here too, if Apex really want it. Oh, there it is.
That Ember.
Called it, Austin.
You did.
Called it.
You sure did. Though I did like your advice of like, you don't have to take the Ember because
I don't think they had to take it on that slot. It's a downside here, but the upside is that like if you're going to take it anyway, then you get another counter pick with the support, which sometimes is big. Like you shouldn't undervalue it, I guess. I don't know. I think I probably would have not taken it on that slot because I think the chances Grin took it were really low. But nothing wrong with it. And they'll get 2 stunners. So Frostbite and a Bushwhack to help lock this Ember down. I think you had to take 2 stuns here when they pick Ember like that. Just have to threaten him in those fights. These are some 2 pretty fast-paced supports. They have a lot more early spell damage. give you a lot more, just up the kill threshold for what you can do in some of these ganks and early fights. So I like that direction. We've not seen Hoodwink be too successful, but maybe they can pull something out here. Downside is these guys are both pretty squishy, so you're getting sleight of fisted here. It hurts on these heroes right now. Not a lot of armor, not a lot of HP. This Ember is still scary from that perspective of like if he starts snowballing and he's ahead and he's hitting you with the Blight Orb and this Maelstrom proc and just sleight of fisting your supports, it looks really hard to deal with.
I do think Crystal Maiden, one big downside with this hero versus Ember Spirit is the range game, right? You're somewhat alluding to, right? The slide is going to be a problem. It's hard for Crystal Maiden sometimes to get in range of Ember Spirit to hit him with that Frostbite, but that's something that the new patch helps alleviate a decent amount, because if you choose the pass that increases your cast range at level 6, you're going to get an extra 75 cast range bonus, which feels really good on that ability. I mean, any sort of cast range you can get on Frostbite, it's a very powerful ability. It's just the range sucks on it. So that facet has got to help this matchup a decent amount.
Problem is, you kind of want another Blink Stunner here for Moo, but so Razor pick makes it really annoying because this hero can go to either side lane, and if you pick something like the Centaur here for yourself, are you just going to get abused on the lane too hard with this Clock Razor lane that's pretty obnoxious for any sort of melee offlaner right now? So once again, Moo's pick is just not super straightforward to me. Like, you really want another frontliner here. You want more stuns. Those heroes don't look great into the lane you're playing, so you can suck it up and play them anyway. But you don't have the ultimate last pick either, so that lane also can get counterpicked here. And since you lost lanes game 1, you kind of had to up the priority on it in general. So it's not a position they want to be in. Might just see like the Sand King anyway. I don't know. I feel like Moo's just going to roll the dice with the King one more time and see if it works.
They are
Still
going
things
down
like the
to the
Timber Saw.
nitty gritty. 3 seconds left. They choose Darkseer.
Okay. Interesting pick. I don't know if this lane looks that strong, but it is some more early fighting power and an aura buyer, which they kind of needed. Doesn't give you the initiation, but at least gives you like a Greaves pipe buyer, which will help your supports who are just getting obliterated right now on paper.
Yeah, I mean, I think New Pango probably takes pretty good advantage of Ion Shell, right? If you're going to be focused more on being a tanky aspect, your damage doesn't do quite as much. Well, that Ion Shell can take advantage of your tankiness and give you some more DPS on out there. But yeah, it does feel very awkward. Darkseer, Hoodwink, Crystal Maiden. No real vacuum combinations unless you're going to be hitting a sick vacuum next to a tree for a bushwhack.
Yeah, good luck with that one. I think you have to ban Ursa here if you're Apex, though. I think his Terrorblade ban is trash. That's just a wasted ban, honestly. And I think I think your bans have to be Ursa plus 1. I think Ursa's the best hero Grin can get here, by far. Gives them the huge single target physical they are missing. Gives them the like extra lockdown for the Ember. A hero that doesn't care about Razor because you're just building the stacks. A Roshan killer, and a good hero to play with Darkseer with the Shell Surge. I feel like if Grin get Ursa, it brings this lineup together so much. The Maiden can help him get through the lane. They banned Chaos Knight instead. I mean, that ban I'm okay with, but I think this Terrorblade should have been Ursa for sure. I don't think there's any world Grin picked Terrorblade there. So they have an Ursa option. They could ban into Ursa pick. It looks pretty good. I guess maybe your counter pick on Apex would be like Enigma or something. Banned Pudge. That does not
idea.
single Ursa. That signals like Naga again or something. Oh, the Milky Marana. Okay.
A hero that does not use Darkseer at all.
No.
Boy, this Darkseer looks out of place.
Yeah, it really does. This is where you wish it were just the Sand King, even if his game is maybe slightly worse on the lane. Moo is very experienced on this hero, though. It is one of his best heroes. And they will go for the offlane Razor into the Mirana.
Hmm.
They just don't care and pick up a Sven for the Darkseer answer with the cleave. Some extra armor here versus the Mirana. Interesting pick. I'm not sure I'm sold on this Sven and putting the Razor versus the Mirana, which doesn't seem amazing for him, but it's offlane Razor. I mean, it's fine. You can just spam Plasma Field. Yeah, there's definitely some heroes that look a little out of place. Like this Darkseer, I don't know if his synergy with the team is that high. You know, I don't know if this Sven armor was needed versus like an overwhelming spell damage lineup. So this might just come down to like who executes the team fights better.
I would have been
draft.
super down for Apex Genesis to pick up Mars.
5 seconds
Right.
remaining.
A hero that locks in the Mirana and Pango, Hoodwink, the easy killer for Crystal Maiden, Hoodwink. I feel like you just needed control over these guys, and Ember Spirit and Razor will tear through them.
Yeah, I think Mars could have been really good there. I mean, Mars just ruins Mirana's entire game. It's such a bad matchup. You don't do any damage to him. The second arena goes out, you're just dead. You have to buy BKB. You don't want to buy BKB on this hero. We have seen Milky own some games with this carry Mirana, and the scale has looked insane. Like, I'll give him that. I think some of the acceleration aspects and lane and all of that are like a little sus compared to most of the other big carries, but the scale is good. Do not underestimate how much this Mirana can do with 3 or 4 items if you get there. It's insane. Like, he can definitely carry this game. It's just you might have lane issues again because you have this Ember Pango mid, then you have this Darkseer plus ranged lane. It's like just always a little awkward. I guess the Razor Mirana lane might be okay for you, but honestly, like I might still favor Razor plus the support just because, you know, I mean, you spam Plasma Field and Mirana, it's probably stronger than whatever she's doing to you.
Yeah.
So I could see this be another game where Apex just pull ahead and run away with it. But hey, they're going to put it all on the line with the carry Mirana, dab on the haters, dab on the doubters, maybe get eliminated. But if they don't, what's up, Austin? Bringing out the heat.
All right, let's see if Grin can even out the series. They've been 1 game away from elimination before in their matchup against 4 Amigos, and they're in that spot again. At least once, maybe twice. If they do manage to win this series, or this game, we can go on to a game 3. Again, this is the last game, or last series of the night. The winner of this will move on to face Nouns, who are currently waiting in the lower bracket final. And then the winner of that will move on to face Shopify Rebellion in the grand finals for the road to the international for the North American region. Started off with the push out from Apex into the enemy side of the map. They're not going to find anything. Grin just hanging around their mid tower.
Moo did scout this ward, so both team, and they saw him scout it. So if I'm Apex, I'm denying this obs. I'm not going to let them kill it. Sad, but I think you have to do it here. And I'm surprised that Grin are not just grouping up and pushing for the D ward.
Battle begins.
Yeah, big D ward to get early.
You get 3.
Are you ready to have some fun?
3 bounty runes for Apex Genesis. As, yeah, the level 1 team fight, maybe not the best for Grin Esports, so had to give way to the power of the clockwork.
Sometimes that clock is too intimidating, you know? Gotta give it up. Nonetheless, we got Bignum on his signature Dark Willow, Grandmaster tier Dark Willow. I mean, that's a lot of Dark Willow games, considering this hero's fairly new compared to a lot of the hero pool.
Yep. Speaking of, when are we gonna get a new hero? It's been a
We're
minute.
going back to that, huh?
Just saying.
I mean, it's called Clownfall for a reason, Austin. You were the clown and you fell for it. There's no new hero.
It was just a cool video. That's all. How did that plasma field miss both CS? Oh, that's gonna feel bad for Fade. Spent 125 mana to try and get 70 gold. Got nothing.
Both cores on this lane missing a couple early creeps, but they have relatively low base damages, so maybe that should be expected here. Moo doing pretty well bottom, has maintained his HP level early and pushing towards that level 2. Done a decent amount of damage to Samson in the process, who's just had to tank some of the ion shell to push it back out. But it is Apex pulling ahead a little bit on this early CS lead. Not a huge margin, but damn, is Milky getting harassed up here. This is why I probably just favored the Razor on paper, because I think just casting plants to feel almost off cooldown. There's not much Mirana can do about it. Hard for him to trade. Hero really needs early stat items to boost his damage up to come online. I guess you could go for some like Frostbite Arrow cheeky combination. But if you don't get that kill, which they didn't really get the kill with the Starfall Nova, then you're low resources on the Maiden.
And you're going to need those resources to secure last hits on range creeps like you just did there with the Crystal Nova.
Yeah, you just need so much mana on this lane. Tough lane to gain an edge in. Even though in theory you might be happy with this ranged core versus the Razor, can't link you. Just doesn't need the link.
No, he does not. So in which case, if the offlaners are going to be winning on both sides, comes down to the mid lane matchup. Who's going to be winning? They're 18-2 for Wish's Ember Spirit compared to Kits, who does have a creep wave coming into him, so it's he's not that far behind. Currently sitting at 14-3. Optimistically should be an 18-3 after this creep wave.
Yeah, but this Ember is just free farming. Like, it's going to be another one of those Ember games where is he just going to run the game over like we've been seeing all day? Absolute free farm Ember is pretty terrifying. You get fast Mage Slayer versus this lineup. They're all early spell damage. The second that Slight goes out, you reduce all the damage from everybody. That's a tough fight. And you don't have the greatest lockdown versus him again. Like, yeah, you took your Frostbite, but you have to land a Bushwhack or Frostbite on Ember. Those are your best stuns. None of your cores lock this hero down.
Diving into the tower, sneak in from behind. Pingu gonna use his mana to win the other lane, not his own. Late TP comes out from the Dark Willow, does not change the status quo, which is Grin Esports getting first blood, not losing anything for it.
That's a huge pickup for Moo. I think if it went on anybody else there, it honestly wasn't the most efficient move, but the fact they ended up getting on the Darkseer, big payoff here for Grin, and yeah, Pingu gets the tip. He'll rotate back top. Extra XP for him, always nice. Lane's pretty even overall. Will be the Ember winning out in terms of the mids, and it's Mirana suffering the most. But that's Mirana. I mean, you're always going to suffer on lane a little bit with this hero. Unless you find those big kills with just some clutch spell casting.
I'm interested to see this carry Mirana in action, because I didn't really watch the game that happened earlier in the NA qualifier with that.
Oh, he went ham, dude. He went super ham. Do not underestimate the DPS later on. But you have to get there. And they almost lost that game too. They were like that. There's a lot of arguments that they should have lost that game.
Yes.
And ended up being able to pull back.
I watched like the beginning of the game, and I thought they were going to lose it. So.
Yeah, I thought they were going to lose that game too. So maybe some of that is also the Mirana. You know, like, yeah, it'll carry you in that game, but you're also losing that game because you have a carrying Mirana. So it goes both ways.
Yeah.
Kit's recovering mid pretty nicely here, though. Has gotten level 6 first and really punishing Wish's regen here. Wonder if he's going to try for some cheeky kill. Call for a gank, because you have level 6 versus level 5 Ember. And we saw Shopify Rebellion punish this opening a lot earlier. Just won them a game straight up. Supports will come mid. You got to go now if you're going to go.
He is one creep away from level 6. He has been super skittish. He knows this gank is coming. He might have even been watching that Shopify game and learned from that situation. And he'll get his level 6. They'll still manage to land a Bushwhack here. Kids trying to hit the swashbuckle. Caught him on the shield crash. He did not go to the remnant that was sitting up on the high ground. So Kids was able to catch him. And with a regen rune, he'll be back up to full resources too. So big win for Grin.
I mean, I think they should have gotten that kill when he was 5. I don't think they should have gotten it like that. But I guess it works out. Still a good call and good rotation nonetheless. And puts Pango in a very solid position here. Your Mirana is suffering, however. That is the downside of all these rotations. So your Mirana's level 4. Very poor. It's going to be a long road to recovery here for the Priestess of the Moon. Such is the life of picking an honest Dota hero, you know? You just don't get rewarded nowadays.
Well, it's a little dishonest because she can just arrow down hard camp creeps, which is a little cheating. Chasing after speed. They're going to be able to get him with the surge, and they're going to kill the Sven as Kits easily cleans that one up. Nice rotation by the mid. Pango wins his lane and already has impact by winning the safe lane 5-0. Grin Esports, such a better laning phase than that game 1. That is for sure.
All right, these 4 heroes with the early spell power getting to do a lot of things they were missing in that earlier game. And showing why it's valuable and important here for how they want to play. Mirana's going to continue to get hunted here. It's the last leap for 10 seconds.
Hit the arrow. That's all he can do to defend himself. No more leaps. No more hope.
It's quite sad.
Oh, nice bushwhack. Catches speed. Which says, goodbye, brother. I'm going to go get the power rune. That's more important than your life.
The correct call for sure. I think I would have taken the haste over the clock kill.
Oh, he got him. He got him off of the acorn shot and the tree bounce trick shot that gave him the extra bounce.
Damn.
That's the first time I've actually seen that have impact like that.
That's pretty good. Almost level 6 now. Another smoke top though. The downside is you gave up that haste rune. This is just another guaranteed kill for the Ember, I think.
Yeah, he'll catch somebody. It'll be Pingu. Goodbye,
Doesn't even need
Pingu.
to pop the rune.
No, he does not. He'll walk him down. And they'll turn back for the bounding rune. Kids grabs that one right in front of him. That shield crash. Hurting a lot there. Hits the bushwhack. Razor's going to come over, hit the chains. They're going to steal some damage from Kits. He's still going to get off the Rolling Thunder. And if they get the chain stuns here, Kits' life is going to be well intact. Not much that the Ember Spirit can do about that situation. So, again, Grin Esports just bringing more members. They brought 4 down to that safe lane fight that we saw earlier. Now they bring 4 up to this top lane fight. They are just moving all around the map to make sure that they got the momentum early off the laning phase and they do not lose that momentum by allowing Apex Genesis to outmaneuver them.
Much better flow to the game for them. Much better early pace.
Hookshot goes out on the Crystal Maiden. They're trying to secure the power rune. And while they do get it, it costs Pingu his life again.
Ember's still really strong in these early fights, man. Even though he's not snowballing out of control. It's just hard for these supports to fight him when you don't have the survivability versus the Sleight of Fist. And good news for Grin here is the Darkseer is quite farmed. Moo maybe having the best game of everybody. Triple Bracer mech done at 10:30 here.
Yeah, he took the
insanely tanky.
He took the quick wit one, meaning that he really wants the emphasis on early stats, because those stats will give him extra intelligence, and that intelligence gives him extra attack speed. It also means his hero farms much faster. So likely to see Darkseer stay at the top of the network chart, especially after taking this tower, which does not look like Apex Genesis are going to put up a defense.
That's a big deal. Take the Ember's tower. It's instead of the other way around. That is a good sign. You're a Grin fan right now. And also, Samson's game has just been slow, man. He had 2 deaths. He's starting to farm jungle with this Sven, but I mean, he's down there on the chart, barely doing better than this Mirana, who's, you know, I mean, he's a Mirana. Left into the link.
Not great for him, but still good enough. Get the job done. Samson is left with nowhere to go to. Kits get a chain stun him. They do manage to finally kill the Mirana, but it comes at a hefty cost. They're gonna try and get this Hoodwink as well. The Bedlam placed onto Wish. Ooh, he was slowed down. His Remnant did not go anywhere. And I think he accidentally jumped to it right away. Wish is gonna be bailed out by a Terrorize from Big No.
Surge him in. Can he actually catch here?
No, he needed to. It's the swashbuckle. He wouldn't even die, so not that kill anyway.
Pango's a different beast with the extra spell damage and the Ion Shell behind him. Because he's going this Echo Saber tanky build again. He has 2,000 HP, but now he has damage to back him up. So if you're not killing him, he's actually killing you. That is a world of difference, especially when you're getting all these power runes as well. Pango Darkseer duo is controlling the game right now, and Moo is hitting another tower, man. Quick wit, putting it to work. Making the play on mid as well, and Ember is dead. Just like that.
Making it look easy. And they are doing all of this while Moo has just been casually, like, he just took over the bottom lane, took that tower. Now he's doing the same to top lane. He has his mech. TPs are coming in. They could try for it. This is going to be hard, especially with the creep wave in the way with a freezing field. Put out. Speed is going to back away, so the Bedlam's not going to do any damage. They're both going to get vacuumed into the shield crash from Kids.
Oh, this early game's just crumbling for Apex right now. They're the ones who just can't make the plays. Have pretty limited damage options in terms of their cores needing the lockdown to come through and be able to hit people, but Darkseer Pango are so tanky so early. Just not enough damage. Greaves is already up for the Darkseer. Have 2 almost 2,000 HP heroes. Nice. Stealing your Sven's Ancients, man. Looking for that Wisdom Rune.
They'll
tier
take it,
2
and Milky's on the other side of the map to take the other one.
They're just getting a tier 2 at 14 minutes. What the hell's happening here?
What's happening is Apex Genesis have too many heroes that need farm. An Ember Spirit that's behind. You have a Razor and a Sven, so you don't really have a playmaking core right now that is free to take a 4 versus 4. Terrorize out to try and keep this tower alive. It's not going to work, it seems. It's Grin not to be deterred. They just keep running at it.
That might be one of the earliest tier 2s I've ever seen. What a bizarre game in some ways. I don't know how you get a tier 2 that early with basically a 0 building damage lineup. Just not able to fight. Oh, Milky. Don't do it, brother.
Man, Milky is, as long as he stops dying, feels like this game is very well secured for Grin Esports. They do need to keep it up, right? They got to keep moving around the map, chasing down these heroes, making sure the Sven isn't farming, because situations, times like this, right now, you've got 3 different cores that are all farming on the side of Apex Genesis.
And they can push the lanes in pretty fast. All 3 of these cores can push lanes. The Ember and Sven can clear through a lot. They can be annoying with some rat action with this Ember too. So yeah, you don't want to take your foot off the gas here. You have a lead. You're stronger in the fighting. Your Pango's probably the strongest hero in the game right now. If you can't keep getting the lanes in, forcing the action, or taking away camps from the enemy, it's not going to yield much for you here. So far, Wish doing a decent job splitting this map and recovering. The Sven's going to recover pretty fast. Might not have that great Sven game he wants, but...
Rolling Thunder gets used to stop Bignum's Shadow Realm TP.
Speed's just killing some couriers, but his clock is not finding action. Just finding a couple cheeky little extra piles of gold.
Yeah, if this was a game that you were leading, this would be a clockwork that could hunt down the Crystal Maiden, the Hoodwink. Obviously on the back foot. That just does not seem like it's going to be the case. Speed will challenge for the Lotuses. And he'll have them. And he's going to need to eat those Lotuses if he hopes to stay alive. He will not.
Rip. Rest in pieces. Little clock brother.
BKB is done for Fade already. He rushed that one. Damn.
Yeah, he's just been farming, man. He's had no inclination to join anything in this game. Level 12, BKB done. His game is still okay. He's got 170 CS. I wonder how much this BKB is going to do, though. Like, can you actually link somebody and stay on top of it? Mirana has leaps. Darkseer has surge. Pango's rolling around. Not the easiest Razor game on paper.
Well, he might have a BKB in his stash, but he does not have it to BKB TP away. He's going to hope to kill Pingo right now. Oh, the use of the Shadow Amulet hides away from the Razor, and he can't finish the job while they also get the kill on Big Num. So there's what we needed from Grin. Get, keep these heroes that are trying to squirrel away around the map and get farm. Keep shutting them down.
Well, at least it'll transport the Razor to his BKB a little faster. Now he doesn't have to run the chicken. Kits is quite high level. Level 14 on this Pangolier. Has a shield rune, has an invis rune, and has a completed Aghanim Scepter. So he's about to be incredibly tanky. And he's going to deal a lot of damage. Ion Shell on top of all these double jumps with the Ags procs. Almost level 15 for that talent as well. Pango is cruising, man. First pick Pango. Back, Austin. You doubted it. You thought the patch was going to kill it. But no, you cannot kill that which has no life. Those are Pango spammers. They have no life.
Pango spammers have no life, yeah.
That's right.
They're going to smoke up and move to the Roshan play that's currently happening on. Now, they are not going to get here in time. In fact, they're not even going to get here in time in order to take a fight outside of the Roshan pit, so they pull a 180. Back to their little triangle they go. Are they going to try and fight on this high ground, thinking Grin are going to walk into them?
Not a bad fight if you can bait him in. You have the high ground ward, you have the BKB Razor. You have some anti-clump with the terrorizing and stuff.
Yeah. Kill the Pango first. Can
That's
they
who you want.
chase on him long enough, though? A terrorize to control him, and he still gets off a swashbuckle over the side into a bramble. He dies. Trades out with a clockwork. Samson's very low. This Razor no longer has his BKB. It's just too much damage out for the freezing field. They can't play in this fight anymore. The Gleipnir's going to catch him. Milky, he's going to chase after him. They'll get the Sven. They had their initiation. They got their choice of a pickoff, and it still goes horribly wrong for Apex.
Not enough stuns left in the tank. Just clump too much committing for the Pangolier. I mean, you have to commit for him there once you start that, but Pipe and Greaves on Moo just bailed him out for so long. God damn, you wish you had a longer duration BKB on that Razor too, because you got a full link. You might have just killed them all if you had another 4 or 5 seconds.
Well, if a 9-second BKB is not long enough, I got some bad news for you, Fade.
A little mistiming there.
"21-minute Wisdom Rune is coming up. They're really gunning for a kill on the Murata, and they almost have it. They do. No, they don't. Never mind. That's a level 1 Shadow Realm. The Ember's going to chase after him. He might get him. Slight gets him.
Oh, he's
got him in the end, and he still has a remnant to get out.
Yeah, definitely make that play with the haste rune. . Should guarantee you get out here.
Wow.
No TP actually, but
No
don't think they're gonna
TP.
catch.
Maybe he
Nice
goes to
little
the
play.
other side of the map.
2 supports, kill an enemy carry. Mirana continues to suffer.
They also take the Tormentor while they're chasing around after the Ember Spirit. So now you have Jetpack on the clockwork.
Yeah, I mean, Speed's finding some net worth here. That shard boosting him up. He was playing in the enemy jungle a bit, doing his best to equalize some of the difference here.
Dire's bottom tower.
Don't know if it's super impactful on a clock this game, but hey, every bit adds up.
Dire are
The
scanning.
biggest thing for Apex here is just the Sven BKB and then what you get done with. Another amp damage for the Pangolier, man.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Spooky runes.
Speed's about to feel nothing, apparently. Miss Swashbuckle. Jetpack away. No, there's the amp damage. Can the shot come in? No, it slides right past him. Speed gets away thanks to the jetpack. Rocket Man.
Aghanim shards save lives.
True. That's true. There's some heroes like Pudge. He saves other people's lives. Shard.
That's true, Austin. Thank you for stating a normal fact about Pudge that has no relation to this game. I'm sure the audience really enjoyed that.
Just wish my wish my Pudge would go Shard.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Okay.
I don't think anybody watching does either.
Are scanning.
That's fine too. I like inside jokes that nobody knows.
Is under attack.
Yeah, they're
Dire's
That's
top
nice,
tower
son.
is under attack.
BKB is
working
almost
on
done for Mr. Samson.
Bottom
He just needs to stay out of sight and farm a few more camps. And maybe they can fight Grin again in a 5-on-5 by having 2 BKBs.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if you're going to get another fight like that where the Pango walks into you and you just get to start on him with everything. And that fight didn't even go that well for you. Feels like you still need more damage here.
Radiant's bottom tower is under
I don't think
attack.
you're going to get it too soon either. If you can kill the supports, the fight becomes a lot easier. I think Kids is just going to start everything. Hand's too big.
Oh, another shot that barely misses. A hook shot for a little extra distance. Oh, we got hit. The hook catches him in the end. The Gleipnir was on the other side as well. He was trapped. Trapped like a rat.
Trapped like a rat.
That's exactly
Slain.
what Apex Genesis are doing. Trying to rat. Wish. He stops ratting, tries to go for a kill. Mila reminds himself, don't do that.
Yeah, go back to the rat.
Back to the rat. The ways of the rat will never leave you. Mamma mia, that was close. Wish. He's thinking about going back for the kill, but a frostbitten. Even as he jumps to his other remnant. Not the man fight you thought it was. As that was several other heroes ready to interfere. A little bit concerning that the enemy carry, that your carry, rather, if you're Grin Esports, could not take that fight against the Ember Spirit yet because he's
What are you
still
talking about? He took
2-4.
it, man.
Well-
He took it, he beat his ass.
It was interference, and it was very close.
No, he had the one-on-one. If you don't know that he had that one-on-one, I don't know what you're watching.
Radiant's middle tower
Well,
is under attack.
my point continues that it was close because your Mirana is still behind the Ember Spirit in net worth. Unfortunately,
Yeah,
this
wait.
hero, once
Yeah, rough lane.
behind, does not recover the fastest. So,
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Yeah,
just
well,
making a point about the downside of carry Mirana. No, nothing more.
Radiant's
you know what recovers the fastest, Austin?
No.
Skill. Skill is the best recovery tool in Dota 2. And players who play Mirana are the most skilled players in all of Dota. Because they play the highest skill ceiling hero. It is Mirana.
There is no way that Mirana is the highest skill hero in the game.
Well, she's the
Not even
highest
sure
skill
if it-
hero.
I'm not even sure if it's
honest.
in the top 10.
It's the highest honest skill hero.
Oh, excuse me. The arbitrary SVG honest hero.
This is the most honest hero in the game. What hero is more honest than Mirana? I pose this question again. There's no hero more honest than Mirana.
I don't know, probably just some simple, good old-fashioned hero like Sven. You know?
Bro, Sven's not honest. This guy has clean. This guy just
Sven-
cheats. He just farms jungle twice as fast as any other hero in the game for no reason. That's bullshit, man. That's not honest.
I mean, if creep farming mechanics are cheating, then Mirana has a cheat with Sacred Arrow, so...
Yeah, and only losers farm jungle with Sacred Arrow. Real Mirana players farm one little right click at a time, like a man, saving
I
mana
see.
for the fight.
I see.
That's your dishonest brain trying to come up with dishonest ways to use an honest hero. That's exactly my point. You're not a Mirana player, Austin. You don't get it, man. You don't get it at all. That's why you don't understand this hero. That's why you doubt this hero. That's why Milky's going to prove you wrong.
Smoke across the map. Apex Genesis are already leaving the premises. Or are they?
Wow.
Bignum decides he's going to stick around for too long. Should have
gone through the gate.
Should have gone through the gate.
Oh man, I can't wait to watch another TI of Pango first pick, dude. It's gonna be so much fun. Oh, can't wait till Zero gets another buff in the C patch too. Oh, it's gonna be so nice.
Maybe you should send your feedback to Gabe Newell at
I
software.com.
send plenty of feedback. Okay, multiple accounts.
Has he ever
It's not my
responded?
fault they don't listen. No. Said stop talking to me.
Thanks for response.
Oh,
Wish
the
gets caught by the Gleipnir. Does
solo
not
killed.
Jumps to his
Solo
remnant in
kill.
time.
Rana.
And they're going to get the extra kill on speed as well. Looking like it. Wait a minute. Force Staff gets him away. And the jetpack plus the Glimmer Cape. The
Oh, he's gonna
Rocket
arrow him.
Man. He gets away.
Almost had him. Almost had. I showed him mercy.
Almost.
I mean, that was a Mirana solo kill on a mid hero. Didn't even use ult. Disgusting amount of firepower.
You really like Mirana, huh?
Oh, he's going in.
To an unhealthy degree.
Oh.
And he's gonna leap in more to get the kill, and now he's dead. Now, a second life though. He's got some help. Nice rolling thunder hit from Kits. Hits the two supports in the back line. Stuck in the brambles. Terrorized. Oh, he needs the vision. He needs the vision. He's gonna get outside of the tower soon. Oh no, he's not gonna get it. Too many heals. Now he's been arrowed, rooted up. The Sven could not get the damage done. He was just about to complete a Chrysalis, going into a data list. And now they missed that timing entirely. Grin Esports. Uh-oh, wait, Kits? Okay, he's got a chance. He's good.
And you doubted the Mirana carry. This man just dove their base, solo killed their Razor off lane, baited everybody, still survived, and turnaround arrowed the Sven. Game's just over, Austin. Mirana hit her timing.
And
the game just ended.
Is this some sort of, I didn't even hate on the Mirana so much. Is this some sort of weird payback for the Night Stalker game?
Mirana hit her timing, Austin. The game, it ended on its own. Didn't even have to play it out. Just over.
It is kind of over, it looks like. Maybe. You're gonna need to win one more team fight to really shut the door on this game too.
zoning arrow.
He's going to need to pop that God Strength BKB at some point to get something done here. It's just not going to happen. He's going to run back to the fountain. That's going to be a BKB down or a God Strength down. Maybe they just go for a third lane of barracks. That was a... I'm not sure what exactly they were thinking about there in that hold, but I guess the God Strength is still going on for a couple more seconds. Well, not for long. The Sven's going to die. Just cannot get close to these heroes. The Terrorize gets thrown out, but it is a bit too late to save the Sven. It's up to the Razor to do all the work, and that's just not going to happen. Not good enough. Too much sustain available. And Grin Esports will close out this game too and push it to a game 3, it looks like. As BKB to kill a Crystal Maiden. A late arrow, and Kid still controlling up the shot. This BKB has shrugged off so much damage. The Ember Spirit barely lives, and it will actually force Grin Esports to back off. Lost a second hero, so away they go.
Number 1 damage in the fight. Priestess of the Moon. Didn't even need to say it. We all know who it was here. Milky getting the job done. This man shreds your face and shreds your base.
Nice rhyme.
I mean, you're doing Apex Genesis premises. Like, how are you flaming anything I'm doing in this game? But you didn't do that intentionally.
Premises.
You didn't
it's a pretty
intentionally
good
do
rhyme. What? How are you hating on that rhyme? That's a good one.
So bad. It's so bad.
What? And you think that face and base is a much better rhyming scheme?
It's not about the complexity, Austin. It's about what you do with the intonation and the feel behind it. Okay. This is why you just don't understand heroes like Mirana, because it's not a complicated tool. You know, it doesn't have to do crazy fancy things. It's just us honest, simple hero, honest, simple players. You want to play Dota on a normal level, the simpler time. Shoot arrow, hit arrow, right? That's the beauty of it.
Well, Apex Genesis, they got the Daedalus on the Sven. The problem is he desperately needs a Blink Dagger. And somehow magically get on top of all these heroes from Grin Esports that have been kiting him out nonstop.
Yeah. There's a lot of problems for Samson in this game. They're gonna smoke wrap, potentially.
Yeah, Ember Spirit's going to show as a distraction. Team's going to wrap around behind. The Solar Flare just got used. So maybe it's not the best time to fight. They're going to go for it anyway. Spot the Crystal Maiden. Go for her first. The valuable Crystal Maiden kill gets delayed, and Fade and Samson are both going to die before they can get it.
What? This Sven pick was not it, dude.
No, it was not.
I don't know what this pick was designed to do, but whatever
to the
it was.
Crystal Maiden, get him!
They can't get him.
Get
Too
him.
hard.
The game GG'd out before he could even have a chance.
A Milky Mirana strikes again, undefeated here. That's not even true, but I'm going to say it. Undefeated in important matches in this qualifier so far. I respect it. These guys went back to the tried and true. You know, Pango first pick back on the menu. You doubted it for a game, but nope. It's back. It's here to stay. 37-8 here. A dominating game 2 from Grin. We're going to a game 3 to decide it all. So you can try and get in that top 3 and qualify for TI. Nothing about these team fights seemed easy for Apex Genesis. No way around it. I think the lineup was just very clunky to play with the 3 cores together, and your Ember kind of had some momentum, but I feel like he didn't have enough damage on his own to snowball this game, and the supports games were just way too slow. So the Ember pick did not work out here for Apex, and that is a big blow to them in the drafting arena, you know, because this Pango first pick is just going to come out again now for sure. So you have to either ban it or deal with it or steal it or something. Because he's back, baby. The Pango is back.
He is indeed. The Razor pickup left them in an awkward position in the draft. We obviously felt like they should have just all in on the Razor and gotten some other kind of control, but they didn't feel that way. We went for a different carry and ending up with Razor and Sven on a lineup. It's going to leave you without some control, and Grin took full advantage of that, kiting around the Sven, demolishing the Razor whenever he tried to go in with the power of the Mirana Solar Flare, amping up everybody's damage, including his own, to an untenable degree. 1 death on Kits, 1 death on Moo, 0 deaths on Sneaky. This time it's the support, the sneaky little support who managed to get away with the deathless game. It continues to be a trend here for whatever reason. We've had some pretty one-sided games in the North American qualifier. Not necessarily one-sided series. Sometimes it'll go like this, where one team wins the first one very easily, second one wins the other one very easily. We'll see what the MVP is. Drum roll, please, Avery.
I mean, I already know it's this goddamn Mirana. If it's anybody else, I'm leaving this broadcast. I'll tell you that much. My boy Milky out here, 0 awards placed, but he got the job done. I mean, rough start for the Mirana, but that's what you expect, man. Like, this hero's not going to have a super fast laning phase. He's not going to just destroy everybody from minute 0. It's the later fights, dude. The Solar Flare just chunking kids out here. Absolutely chunking them. 800 XPM. This is coming out in game 3. I'm telling you, man. People underestimate Solar Flare on the core Mirana because you get double the bonuses. It's like a free double damage rune in the fight. And you have 4 leaps or 3 leaps off this shard, but you're getting a 4th, 5th, and 6th in the fight. It's a ridiculous amount of DPS. I'm not even memeing. I think this thing is scary. Like, you can fight from down 5 or 6k and just shred a hero. If you get to that shard,
160 damage for yourself and 80 damage for all your allies. That's a lot.
Yeah,
and
that is a lot. Yeah, and then you're getting the extra bonuses off the leaps when you're going in. You can do the vector leap now, where you leap backwards, but you're still facing the guy, so you're still hitting him as you leap backwards. Like, this hero's nasty, man. There's something about it numbers wise that's just broken. It's going to take exploration to figure out what it looks like, because obviously the early game elements are still rough. You can still get punished in the laning phase in the fights, and maybe that just restricts it from like the highest tier of competitive. But I bet you we're going to see some like good teams play it, and you know what? They should be watching this man right here, because he's paving the way.
That's true. And we're going to pave the way to a game 3 by going along a break. We'll go to that break, and then we'll come back our destination, which is game 3.
The official headset of PGL tournaments. Now, with a wireless version. Experience unparalleled speed and reliability with the latest wireless technology, advanced hybrid ANC, and built-in EQ for your favorite game. Designed with elegance and durability, and extreme noise-canceling microphone. Always stay one step ahead with Aspire Wireless.
Final game of the night, Grin Esports versus Apex Genesis Game 3. One of these teams is going to be eliminated out of the North American qualifier for the international, and the other one will move on to the final day to face up against Nouns, and then potentially face up against Shopify Rebellion in the grand finals. Avery, we just watched two very one-sided games. Apex Genesis took over game 1 pretty quickly. Grin did the same in game 2. So what are you expecting to see then in game 3?
I feel like I expect some team to probably take this game over pretty quickly.
Okay.
I think that's been the trend for this qualifier. I don't see it stopping now. It's just a question of who it's going to be. So if you're these two teams, I mean, plan for that early game dominance, man. Like these NA quals always come down to it. NA teams are very oriented around the laning phase, that first 10 minutes. Don't be thinking about scale. Don't be even thinking about like massive team fight later on. Just set your lanes up well. Have heroes that can play and fight early well with each other. And make sure your mid hero's off to a good start, because it feels like whoever wins mid is just winning these series overall.
Yeah. Yeah, mid matchup seems super important. And see what that matchup is going to come down to. Are they going to be Pango Ember Spirit again, like so many times in the past?
Could be. Could be.
10 seconds
Do Apex want to play Pango? That's another question here.
5 seconds remaining.
It's kind of tricky. Like, you could first pick it yourself, but you don't know what Grin really have for it. Maybe you're not too confident in it. Could just ban it here and then first pick something random. They're going to ban the Dark. So they'll steal it. What
Same
do
as
Grin
Pango is
have?
too goddamn good.
I mean, I guess so, man. I guess so. What can stop it? Is it time for the Grimstroke that Grin were banning? The Bloodseeker they were banning? If they're such good counters, surely, Austin, you would just take one here, right? If it's that simple to counter the Pangolier.
You really
just
want to
take
draft that though this early into your draft straight is just straight up first pick.
Oh, so it's almost like that the Pangolier forces you to take bad heroes to deal with him, or else he's broken. Sounds like a good first pick hero to me. I feel like we haven't seen that before for the Pangolier. Maybe people could try the other 80 supports in Dota that don't do anything to him. Maybe that'll work. But we'll have to see over the course of the patch. You know, I'm not gonna be a hater.
So you're saying there needs to be more BKB piercing disables in the game. Just draft a Bane. Bane's kind of interesting right now.
Yeah, let me just walk up and grip this man in the middle of a fight at like 600 range and hope nothing goes wrong.
Nah,
Sure.
he rolls into your back line and you grab him.
I mean, Bane is pretty nice versus hero. I've been wondering where it is. Like, if I see Pango, I want Bane or Grim, because then at least my counter's on a support. Like, that's the biggest thing. Your supports just have to be able to deal with him, either by ganking him, playing fast into him, contesting runes, or disabling him in the fight. You have to kind of choose. But if your supports just don't do anything to this hero, then he just runs the game over usually. So, it does put some pressure on you here if you're Grin to find some answers. Tiny, some flexibility here. Is just a strong hero on its own. See where it ends up. Could be a nice pairing for the carry Marana that's going to come out later. I'm going to ban the Grimstroke. I like that ban when you see the Tiny. Would be a nice pairing with it. Instant ban into instant pick, and it's the Weaver. Feel like I've seen this before.
Weaver Tiny. Very strong combination right now. They could still get the Bloodseeker.
5 seconds remaining.
Yeah, you could. If I'm Apex, I feel like I'm looking at Rubik, Phoenix,
Big
something
team
in
fight.
that area.
Yeah.
This series has not really had Phoenix though, so maybe this hero's just not really on these teams' radar hero pools. But I think Rubik was an easy pick there. I mean, these are just two juicy heroes to steal from. Hero's pretty strong right now.
10 seconds remaining.
Could go for like another melee support. We've seen a little bit of Treant. It hasn't looked amazing. I think Wyvern's interesting here too. Like the Weaver matchup's bad, but the Tiny one's good. Veno could be interesting, but again, the Weaver matchup's bad. Could steal the Bane. Is a very good hero versus Weaver, and not bad versus Tiny with Enfeeble on him. And you have the team fight in the
cut
Pango
down
Rubik.
a lot of that base damage that Tiny has.
Downside of heroes like that are your damage follow-up to this Pango isn't great. Actually, Gyro. Okay, so
Gyro came
little
back.
flex hero here. Yeah, it could be a support. It could be core. Don't really know yet. I would not rule out this 5 Gyro versus the Weaver. Like Speed would, he'd probably play that and might not be too bad, honestly. Like the missile on the Weaver is kind of annoying. It's a hero Weaver, has trouble man fighting on the side,
5 seconds.
but
remaining.
can definitely go either way here. So we know one of these is Mirana, but what's the other one? It's like Mirana. What about some Ogre Mirana? That's a classic, dude. That is a classic.
Rana.
That's strong, man. Don't be hating. That stuff's strong. Lane strong. Synergy's good.
Not vibing with any Ogre right now, especially when you already have Tiny Weaver. You might potentially have both your supports already picked.
Or what about Bane? Mirana.
Oh, against the Pango,
That's right.
because you could just grip him.
Because you can sleep your
600
dude when
range.
he rolls on him.
Yeah. It's a great suggestion, Avery.
And then you can get your grip stolen by Rubik and make the team fight even worse.
Nice. Stop the Pango, though.
A really good Faceless Void game. I don't know if that hero's still playable or not, but Time Dilation owns here. It's one of the best heroes in the game versus Pangolier on all levels. Especially since he doesn't build Diffusal now. It's got to be just even better for the Faceless Void. Surely that hero's viable enough to like pick in a situation like this. Looking like a core Tiny.
Do you like Core Tiny versus Gyrocopter?
10 seconds remaining.
I think it's okay. I think it's probably slightly favorable for Tiny. The Centaur finally comes out. I've been wondering where that guy is. Grin will scoop him up. So move Centaur here. Enable the Hoodwink.
Yo, they should take Warlock. Warlock Gyro.
Yeah, it doesn't look terrible here, but Stampede and Weaver are both very good versus that hero.
Yeah.
5 seconds.
I still think the Wyvern's not terrible here. Do a lot of spell damage, I guess.
The Doctor. What happened to the Doctor? Oh, he's banned. The Doctor, too powerful.
I mean, Phoenix still there as well. Couldn't, like, you could take Mars here, for example, and then threaten the heroes like the Phoenix. Because Mars is pretty solid here.
Is Ancient Apparition just too hot trash? Because you have all of these high HP heroes with a high amount of regen, percentage-based damage, and anti-heal. Why
I have
not?
no idea, dude.
Okay, it's
I just haven't
Gyro's
seen that
fault.
hero.
Yeah.
So there's still the Mars option later on they could get. Lifestealer, we did see it be pretty good for Samson game 1. He did some work on it. Looked pretty damn solid.
10 seconds remaining.
This is another game where, I mean, in theory, it's a good Lifestealer game, right? Not a lot of heroes to just man fight him. You could make the Weaver carry and play support Tiny, which would be a much worse matchup for the Lifestealer, but maybe the game for Weaver isn't as good, though I think that's actually interesting here now.
Radiant team ban.
I think that'd be pretty cool if they did it.
Wait, say that again?
Like carry Weaver and just make the Tiny support
Okay, but why is it interesting? Just Weaver
for the
versus
Lifestealer matchup. Yeah, I think Weaver core is good versus the Pango and the Lifestealer here.
10 seconds remaining.
You think it's still
Like,
good
it's only-
with the Radiance and eventual Ags build?
Yeah, I mean, I still like. Yeah, I think it's fine. I think there's also a mid coddle option for Grin that's kind of spooky. Because I think that hero still owns Pango mid in theory. But we haven't really been seeing people play mid coddle, so that hero might just be on nobody's radar. Could just be the Ember Spirit again. Whoa.
Wow. 10 seconds remaining.
Enigma final ban, like that one from Grin. Keep seeing these situations where Enigma at the end of the draft looks really good.
I mean, Apex probably won an initiator here. Melee initiator.
Radiant team pick.
That'll do it. You get the Slardar Lifestealer combo. Pretty good. You get to melt some of the Centaur who's low armor. Extra detection for the Weaver. That's a solid pick with the Troll Ban. You know, are you going to try and play this Naga again? Probably not on the side of Grin. So I think they're pretty confident in this Slardar in terms of the blind matchup. You only got 20 seconds here. Looking for a mid hero for kits. I mean, that Coddle is still interesting to me. Play mid Tiny and pick the Mirana again. Ooh, you gonna do it?
Invoker. Where the hell did he come from?
Well, they lost. I mean, they had a good run. You know, it was looking pretty good. They are starting to put some stuff together, but sometimes you just pick Terrorblade and you lose. So, condolences. Condolences.
Oh no! So they are going to be doing a mid tiny. Why is Terrorblade such hot garbage right now, Avery? Because it used to be one of the for so many patches, it is just the go-to good old reliable carry. You know, you can't. It's hard to shut him down in lane, and even if you do, we can go jungle. It's one of the harder scaling heroes in every single meta. So why is this hero so garbage now?
Two big problems, I think. One, heroes have become way tankier and way faster, and his damage has not gone up. That's a big problem.
Okay.
And two, actually it's three. Two is that other heroes have started to farm at an equal pace to what Terrorblade used to farm at. Like, Terrorblade used to out-farm a lot of heroes in the game with the illusion splitting and all that, right? But now there's a lot of heroes that can just keep pace with him. Like, you're just not actually gaining an advantage. And three is that this hero is, for me at least, historically, predominantly, he's an anti-carry, right? He out-carries a lot of the other Agi heroes, like these PAs or, I don't know, like Razors, stuff like this. These other Agi heroes that want to go in there and right-click, give me a super high armor, Sunder to bail him out in the man fight, really good BKB user, just out-trades him with the Metamorph. These heroes all suck right now. So, like, he's just not playing against any of them. And all of these tanky strength heroes with Shivas and Eternal Shrouds and all this nonsense, like, he stands there, tries to kill one, and then just gets overwhelmed with spell damage and EHP. So, I think conceptually the hero is just in one of the worst places he's been in a long time. I don't expect him to have a place in this meta. And I have almost no faith in him here. But, hey, Milky is a Grandmaster tier Terrorblade. So, maybe he knows something I don't. And he's going to prove me wrong. I look forward to it.
Yeah, I mean, they buffed up the facet that he took. He did not take Condemned, which makes it so there is no minimum threshold on Sunder. Instead, he took Soul Fragment. So it costs him 15% of his HP, but he will get a full health illusion.
Yeah, I don't know why this facet's good. I'll be honest. It just seems bad to me. You're just giving up HP on a hero who really needs his HP for something that's, like, I feel like almost irrelevant.
I'll give you another one, by the way. His innate ability, which for most heroes has been a buff, I think is actually a nerf to the hero. Because his illusions that you leave in lane to push out do less damage, 50% less damage than they used to.
Yeah.
That is one hell of a nerf when everybody else has gotten buffs.
The battle begins.
I mean, in theory, his team fight is stronger, but
Sure.
I don't know, man. This hero's just bad, dude. This hero's just bad. That's my gut read. Some heroes are good, some are bad. I think this hero's just bad right now, but whatever. It doesn't matter what I think. It matters what he can get done with it here with elimination on the line. Got to play your heart out. Went back to one of his signature heroes. I mean, he popped off on the Marana. We all saw that, so maybe he can pop off here. I also just don't think his Lifestealer matchup's even that good. Like, I don't think Lifestealer cares. I think it wasn't one of those matchups that was great before near the end of the last good Terrorblade patch, but now with like the Radiance and the Ags and even Halberd builds and all this nonsense, it's like, what are you even doing here in this matchup? It's terrible.
Sure.
It just seems bad. Can't sunder through the... Like, you can go, like... You can end up with something on Lifestealer that's Radiance, Halberd, BKB, you know, like AC, whatever. Like, what are you doing to these items? It just sounds so rough to play into.
Let's see if Milky can beat the odds. Let's see if the mid lane matchup continues to determine who wins the game. Because we had 2 games where the mid ran away with it and was able to get a lot accomplished very early on. Nice toss back from Kits. Gets some extra tower shots, 3 to be exact, on Wish. A lot of free harassment damage, so that's going to feel very, very good until the bottle is up for Wish, and he still needs 2 CS for that.
Good little harass. Yeah, I'm curious to see what the Tiny does in this Pango matchup. Maybe he can sort of start on the Pango in some of the fights or have enough burst damage comboed up with like a Hoodwink to actually threaten this Pango. That's going
Gonna get chased down.
Now.
Blood Grenade for Blood Grenade to slow him down. And that will be enough to get Moo back to safety and start healing up with some tangos, but close call.
Yeah, he's getting beat up. Beat up for sure. For a hero with insane regen, they have really put in the harassment. Trying to gain an edge on this lane. Hopefully get a pull off there. Your speed, get some extra XP. But again, lanes very even. The early portions of these lanes have been very close, at least in this series. Though one team eventually has pulled away with it. Who is back in fighting shape? Got a lot of regen.
Yeah, he buried out a whole nother round of tangos and a Sal.
He spent a lot. It's a lot of gold investment, so it does pay. The harassment does pay off here, at least economically.
Yeah, normally a hero that just wants to be able to rush bracers, and in this matchup, get an early phase boots, heavily delayed by buying that much regen. Looks like Wish is winning mid though, 19-1 despite the toss under tower. He's doing a little bit better in that trade-off. This trade-off, Pingu's still trying to get the kill on Fade and will manage to get it. Now he's gonna go for a big numb. It gets a double. So Pingu walks away the better for it. His carry suffers, but this Weaver, that's all of a sudden got a ton of net worth. He's level 4, his Terrorblade's level 2.
They'd just go carry Weaver items at this point. You got support Terrorblade now. Put it into overdrive. You got a chance.
I don't know why, but for some reason I'm just imagining you as like a force ghost out there whispering wisdom to Grin Esports. There is another
I'll tell you that much.
There is another one. You can do
if I was doing
else.
that, they weren't listening to me in the draft, so power to them now. I mean, Terrorblade loses that trade versus Slardar. That's quite sad, you know? You got 11 armor and you can't survive all the physical. A level 2 trade. Feels bad, man.
You do indeed feel bad, man. You do indeed.
Guess who's
funny.
top of the board right now.
Pango. Kits
It's
is
your boy, Pangolier.
well, Kits is pretty much even with him. He has almost the same CS, 3 more denies. He keeps on using toss with crash landing to secure the range creep, which is pretty funny.
Gank coming in top.
Doesn't work. Bushwhack misses. Rage goes off. Hit him with the stomp, though. I guess once the rage is down, there's nothing to protect him. Once again, these support rotations through the gate that happen around minute 4 or 5, they continue to be very successful. And the forward position that TP's in typically just is not going to be able to get the same. In this situation, they can't even finish off the Centaur. They get the double kill, and they might get a triple off of this one, as Speed is going to be able to get 1, and with his extra movement speed off of the facet, because he hit all of his rocket barrages, he's got a huge boost from the afterburner. He was able to run away. But that was a close call. They almost got a 3 for 1.
A nice rotation from Pingu here. Gets that double kill bottom, instantly has Urn available, goes top and gets the charges, puts in the work, and shuts this Lifestealer down. I mean, Samson is having a rough time up here. This is a very slow start compared to that other Lifestealer game where he was mostly free farming early. Grin are going to have a decent shot of just taking this Lifestealer out of the game. Would really help this Terrorblade. It's getting some solo time right now. Nice for Milky, but Meta will run out. I mean, if I'm Grin, I'm continuing to put the pressure on this safe lane. Bring my Weaver up here, run at this Lifestealer. You have a catapult wave here. If you're threatening a dive, as long as the Pango can't TP, which kids can keep track of him mid, then you're looking pretty good.
Speed says, no need to try and save that lane. Just put the same pressure on the Terrorblade. That's an easier to kill. Lifestealer is also going to die to the same dive. So, you know, uneven footing, I guess, in that regard.
I also feel like these Grin supports are getting a little more out of this just because they have that snowball factor on the Weaver.
Yep.
But yeah, it is a mostly even trade. They're going to push the tower, though, with this catapult still alive. A lot more threatening here. I think the safe lane tower is just gone. I don't think Samson can go back here. Yeah, he's not even going to TP. He's thinking about it, but he is going to TP. Holy smokes. It's a bold move, son. It's a very bold move.
Bingo going through Fade. Oh, beautiful Bushwhack. Catches the 2 of them. Too bad that Wish is here to offset that great setup from Sneaky. They're still going to get the kill on Milky, and Speed not done yet. Sneaky's going to try and head off into the trees here. Dip away. It'll be good.
Another death for the Terrorblade. 0-3. Ooh, rough start, man.
Yeah, not a great one. Does what he can to put the pressure on mid. Cuts the wave, but Slardar TP's in to catch it. Get the extra golden experience. They did not manage to finish off that tower because Wish instead starts heading back to mid. Finds a Hoodwink on his way. Make that
I mean,
squirrel.
big win for Apex in the last minute here. Defended their safe lane. Got Samson a bunch more time to farm. Killed the Terrorblade again. They stabilized what would have been a disastrous couple of minutes there pretty well. Speed just making the moves, making this gyro work, and they're even looking at the Centaur. No Stampede available yet.
He's so close to hitting his level 6. Nice timing there on the stomp, though. Catches Samson right as he comes back around. And with rotations coming out, Rage is going to be used, and Samson can infest inside of Speed, and Speed can move along real quick at 419 movement speed. He can carry the Lifestealer to safety.
And the downside of that Centaur stomp didn't have it for that Lifestealer on the backside of that. Both towers getting pushed again, but it will eventually be Samson's safe lane tower that goes down first. Is Milky able to defend his against the Slardar? Probably worried about getting ganked, but if his team is playing aggressive and scouting out all these heroes, it does alleviate some of that pressure. Never mind, he's getting beat up again by the Slardar.
Gets off the Sunder, and they can turn around and kill Fade. Potentially, Fade's going to commit for the kill. He does not have the bash up, though, to stop Milky.
Big turnaround. Bunch of experience for this Terrorblade.
I mean, that's very good because he gets part of a kill. Obviously, that's massive. Keeps the pressure down on this safe lane, where the Centaur was able to take the enemy safe lane tower. So they've got a tower advantage right now. And the Terrorblade can now potentially rely on a rotation from his heroes to continue to hold this safe lane. Though tough against the Pango, who's coming in with the shield rune. That's probably a fight you do not want to take.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Smoke will guarantee this tower for sure.
Weaver's gonna try and take some of the
Can't stop
experience
this.
here. Wish is gonna go through the gates to where Milky is.
Bottom tower has fallen.
They would love to keep fighting on top of this Terrorblade. Also wouldn't mind trying to just kill Moo here. No Stampede for 15. There you go. Made it look easy.
Really did. Roll around for some extra neutrals. Speed is going to chase away Sneaky's Hoodwink as well. That being said, Grin, they're just kind of chilling out right now. They're waiting for a Blink Dagger. It is almost here for Kits. He just needs to farm this final wave. With that Blink Dagger, they can get real aggressive, right? That combination is going to kill most heroes in this game. You combine it with a follow-up with a Hoodwink, with a Bushwhack and Sharpshooter, pretty sure anything dies if you chain it correctly. So they immediately
100%.
smoke up the two of them and head out with a Blink.
Also going to have this Vessel on the Weaver when it flies out here, so pretty much all your early fighting damage initiation items are online for this kill squad right now. They're just going to start looking for anything. Would love to get this Pangolier. It does have a shield rune. Makes it a little bit tougher. Don't have that Vessel yet on the Weaver.
Hit him with the Bushwhack. Now the ult's going to come in, but he got off the shield crash. The shield rune into the shield crash. There's too many shields for them to get through. And now Kits is going to die. At least he got the amplified damage rune before he went.
Man, that shield rune cost him that kill. Not
Yeah.
patient enough. Not waiting for the Vessel on the Weaver either. First move just backfires horribly here. Speed was ready and waiting to turn that one around, and they got a stolen toss. Catch Moo again. He just has nothing going for him. Can't finish this blade mail. It was on his courier, but even then, you're just going to be a blade mail centaur in this game. That, I don't know how good that's going to feel.
Very big difference from Fade, who already has his Blink Dagger and is second in net worth in this game. This is going to be a Slardar that's going to scale up quite a bit.
They're going to smoke the Tiny again to try and get something going here.
Get a Gyrocopter, I guess. Not going to be the
that one's
happiest
like-
with that pickoff, but
Yeah, for the amp damage rune and a smoke, that's an expensive smoke. Not leading into an objective or like deep wards or anything.
Radiant's middle tower.
Not even sure you had to smoke for that one.
it doesn't even kick the Slardar out of lane. He's still going to chill out here.
I feel like you got to just go hit mid tower or something. Milky's making his way here. Does have a Dragon Lance completed. Gonna start smacking it. This is a pretty scary push for him if he gets burst down.
Hit by the amp damage. Got him on the Bushwhack as well. The Rolling Thunder is going to come in too late to save the Slardar. But it will save the tower. They're going to go ahead for the Hoodwink. Hoodwink puts himself up against the corner. Drops a ward. They spot him. Now he turns around. Hits the Bushwhack. Gets the stun. Up onto Wish. Wish is in big trouble. Has no shield crash. No swashbuckle to get away. Moo picks up a haste rune and walks it down.
Damn. Oh, well played fight. Getting the jump first on that Sardar was huge, and then you just kite out the Rolling Thunder, re-engage, Sharp shot hits the Rubik, forces him back. It's nice spellcasting, nice positioning here from Grin. They get a big team fight win. And a team fight that the Terrorblade joined, so that needs to go well if the Terrorblade's going to commit to that sort of move. It does go well. Gets Centaur a lot back into this game, and Tiny still up on top here. You can get like a fast Echo Saber or something. Improve that pickoff game a lot.
Samson's just farming away, trying to get to his Radiance. He can buy out the Relic here in a second. And at that point in time, once he gets the Radiance, you'll have this really nice Infest gank where you can blink, Crush. The Crush will apply the Corrosive Haze. The Lifestealer can instantly pop out and start doing that full physical damage. But in the time between that space, it's probably just going to be Grin getting more pickoffs with this Tiny. And it's something that you could see Apex Genesis are thinking about and grouping up for and trying to counter that play. That play just never came.
Their playmaking just awkward because they can go in on somebody with this Slardar, but the damage follow-up is very slow. I think even if they jump Tiny mid here, I don't know if that ends up going well for them. Especially with Stampede looming in the background.
Couldn't get out the Rolling Thunder, at least not right away. Second attempt, can't get it. Stomped up, shot comes in. Hoodwink does some damage. Swashbuckle over the side. The shield crash keeps Wish alive, barely. And he Rolling Thunders just for safety. A scary fight for this Pengu. Barely manages to get out.
Man, those goals are just so hard. They need the Lifestealer Radiance so that they can have the carry join the fight, give them that initial burst off the Slardar jump. That's a big component here of what they're missing right now, and maybe just have to be a bit more patient for it. We'll give time for Grin to farm their two other cores who are behind back up here, which feels a little bad, but just might not be other easy ways into the engagement. Gonna Roshan. Why not? You got the Swarm.
Yeah, forced it with the Terrorblade plus minus armor. Always be easy, especially with Apex Genesis kind of being on the back foot right now after that awkward engagement. Radiance is done for Samson with level 12, so some extra infest damage as well. Fade is going to go to the other side, and frankly, lucky that he's able to walk away because he was just kind of stumbling into four heroes. But Grin, they were so focused on getting the Roshan, they didn't really care about Slardar. Just finish the Rosh, get that objective done, and they give the Aegis over to Kits. So Kits can continue to play super aggro, knowing that if he gets the right kind of initiation, a 5v5 becomes a 4 versus 5, and he's got the extra life. So 4 versus 6, that feels like it's a guaranteed one team fight.
Need the damage up, follow up behind him. I don't think he's solo killing anybody, but he's definitely going in. Need vessel charges on this Weaver again too. Yeah, you're definitely looking for a fight here. You got your double blink dagger up. Don't need the Terrorblade in that engagement, particularly if you get a toss back, but even if you don't, I think the supports are good enough to chain stun it here. Deal the extra damage. Radiance is done for Sammy, but not really looking to make a play with it. He's just content continuing to farm up here.
Going for a tier 2 tower. Apex Genesis are in position to try and hold around this high ground ward. They're gonna take the fight on to Milky. Blink doesn't quite hit him, but that's okay. Hit some of the other heroes. A toss back from Kits. Now in position, they go for the Slardar. Speed tries to do what he can, dropping the ultimate. Milky is not going to be able to do anything there. The Sunder going off will result in Big Num dying, but ultimately their carry is lost in this fight. Now they still have the infest of the Lifestealer, jumps into speed as they dove into the tier 2, immediately a rebuttal. With a buyback coming out from the Slardar and a fresh life from this infested Lifestealer, they can run down these heroes no problem. And look to get a second kill, see if he can get an instant blink. He does. Avalanche TP out. Well played by Kids.
I mean, good to get out of there, but kind of a disaster of a push for Grin, as this Aegis just did nothing for them. And the way that fight starts with the Terrorblade getting gone on first, worst case scenario for them. They want this Terrorblade in the back, your two tanky boys starting the fight, and he just gets to sit back there and hit everybody for the full duration. I don't think he got to even use meta or do anything other than Sunder the Rubik, which, I mean, yeah, it's like okay, but it's not winning you the fight here. Kind of a disaster of a push for Grin, and Sammy Boy got a huge amount out of that. Level 14 now, and showing the strength of the Lifestealer in those fights. He's a problem for him.
Speed does not immediately die. They'll get him eventually here, but bit concerning that they ran solo on damage. Now Wish is going to go for the punish. He does have Rolling Thunder, just came off cooldown. Avalanche covers his escape, and Wish, he's in pretty deep now. He's in trouble. He's going to get chain stomped. Samson can't get in time to get the infest. Wish trying way too hard to make these things happen, puts himself in a spot where he can just get comboed down before Rolling Thunder ever goes off. Now they're going to miss out on their Wisdom Rune potentially, as Moo has that secured. Area lockdown. They're pinging the Terrorblade right now around this ward, knowing that there's some heroes on the Wisdom Rune right now, knowing that Milky is a little bit alone. He's not that alone.
Another amp damage rune for the Tiny that just does some decent work there. Still have not seen an infest jump play. Just been saves coming out from the Lifestealer. Not these offensive moves that their lineup is capable of. And Milky will just go top and push out the map. So Green got what they came for here. Team fight win into some minor objectives, plus more farm for the Terrorblade, vessel charges for the Weaver, and some more recovery for the Centaur here. Pretty much everything they were looking for in the last minute or two. Another rune will be Illusion. Definitely gotten his fill of amp damage runes this game. No complaining about that one.
Seriously.
Illusion not bad here either for the amp, and they're just going to go on the Centaur. This is pretty deep. Not the fight you were looking for, I think.
Yeah.
Samson going to commit?
Too big of a chance of Samson coming in and getting an infest save. You're going for these tankier heroes like this Slardar, who does have a lot of gold just sitting in his bank right now. 2,600. He's trying to work towards the BKB and then follow that up with an Aghanim Scepter. Ain't go in trouble. Big Dumb trying to get here in time. A simple TP away will do it. And stole Shikuchi, so Big Dumb got what he was looking for.
Still, it's just two supports threatening your Pango. It's a huge difference from some of these other games where we've seen Pango just be way too tanky to go on. It shows you the power of just having some threat on these heroes from 2 or 3 man squads. Gives you so much extra map control and viability. They're going to push this tier 2 top again. Meta dropped from the Terrorblade here. Knows there's no teleport on the Lifestealer. It's got to fly out on the Courier, so this was just a free push. Absolutely no contest.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Still, Samson's getting big, man. He's getting a lot of the extra HP off all these creeps he's killing.
Top tower.
Pushing towards that Ags would be a huge item in the fight.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
We've seen Lifestealer carry games like this, just 1v5, 1v4, no problem.
I mean, an extra 500 HP is no joke, especially when your effective HP is so high, thanks to Rage, Armor from Armlet, and Mischance from Radiance.
And your life stealing through all that too.
True, yeah. The
Even
longer
more
you live,
HP.
the more your life stealing, most likely, so effective HP goes up even more.
It's pretty bonkers. They'll find a quick pick off on the Rubik's. Gucci cannot save you from everything. Apex happy to just farm for their next set of items here. Grin want to make something happen. BKB done for the Tiny. They know how strong he is.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Gonna try and connect.
Smoking it down. Ags for the Pango. BKB for the Terrorblade. BKB for the Slardar. Everyone's getting their items.
Radiant's bottom tower
Smoke
is
did
under
not connect here. Everybody's just ratting the map.
tower is under attack.
It's a big Lotus Orb. Moo can really disjoint a lot in these fights with like open wounds, lifts, Slardar amp, missile. A lot, decent amount of single target spells to reflect or just try and help his Terrorblade out. Making a move on Samson. Did not expect the silence from the Orchid.
Hit him with the mech. That's not good enough.
Damn.
Almost got him off the Rod of Atos too. The +1. His speed does manage to TP away. Yeah, he did not see
Weaver
that
Orchid.
coming for sure.
Giants are scanning.
I mean, that's Weaver, man. This hero can just farm so fast and can buy whatever he wants. Doesn't need boots. Doesn't need early fighting items outside of the vessel. Just straight to it. Instant payoff. Big pickup here as that lifestealer was getting a lot off this map.
Dire are scanning.
Now suddenly you have BKB on the Terrorblade, BKB on the Tiny, that Lotus Orb on the Centaur. Starting to get that tank ability up.
Attack. Radiant's top tower is under attack.
2 minutes
Need more
until
damage.
next Roshan. He's gonna go for the Tormentor here. Piku's gonna see some of this. It's gonna be too late to stop it. And can do nothing to punish it either, so... 3B
TP
smoke
on
across
speed.
the map, though. Look out if you're Bignum and Wish. Smoke breaks on Bignum. Got him on the stomp. Glimmer Cape, but they do have some dust, and they have plenty of disables. A lot of those.
Speed's probably going down here too.
Yeah, he sure is. He's just trying really hard to just create some space or something, but they have the Aghanim Scepter. They almost have level 3 Infest. I feel like you don't need to create any more space.
I mean, he had no
I
TP,
feel like
so
they
he
could
was just
fight.
stuck there.
Yeah, okay, that's true.
He just had no way to get back on the map.
All right,
Another
well,
silence on the
Lightstealer gets caught,
Lightstealer.
so...
Oh,
I mean, you had
this
to know
Orchid.
they were coming from that direction. Still
Grin.
gets caught by that same Orchid.
Grin picking it up right now. 2 huge kills for this Weaver Orchid on a hero that was out of control. Gets shut down, and that Roche is spawning soon, so you get this next Aegis on the Terrorblade, you have some high ground potential. Line that up with like a butterfly here in the next few minutes. Could be too much for Apex to handle. Getting spooky.
It really is. I mean, they're hitting their items, but they're not getting that team fight. Instead, we're gonna see this BKB finally get put to use to BKB TP out, pull a Nightfall.
The old Nightfall move, huh?
Yeah.
I mean, you also got this Hoodwink starting to scale, which this hero hasn't looked as good as it did in the previous patches, but still gonna do some decent damage here. Good follow-up on the 2 stunners. I feel like you don't want to just keep this pace up if you're Apex. You kind of want to make a move. You got your Ags Lifestealer like you were mentioning. I mean, the items are here. You're buying these items to fight, not to farm. There is the smoke. So you're gonna infest up? Yep. Okay, so here's the infest jump. You don't have the BKB on the Slardar. That's the downside right now. And you just got jumped.
Gyrocopter bursts down right away, but so is the Hoodwink. Fade runs into the Terrorblade, decides that's not what the fight they want to be able to take right now, using the Stampede to get away from the Rolling Thunder. which slips right on by and TP's out. Wish is fine.
The problem is Roche is up, and it is fully in Grin's control, so you're just going to walk into the pit with the rest of this meta and claim that objective while they TP'd out. Yeah, you have to re-smoke here. Another Infest smoke. I guess the upside now is the Slardar BKB is coming back, but you don't have Rolling Thunder. Can you get here in time is another question. This is going down fast.
It is.
Weaverbug dies.
It is not looking good right now.
Slardar close. Really close, actually.
Oh, he might just be able to make it. He gets inside. Oh, can they get it? No, Milky does manage to get the Aegis, but the fight still could be good as Kits is almost dead already. No, we got the cheese as well. He eats the cheese. They get through the first life of the Terror Blade, but now they have to retreat. With an Aegis and a cheese, there was just too much for Grin.
They just couldn't get anything off the ground. Salvaging that fight is Milky. Just picks it up, clicks correctly. That would have been a disaster if Apex had managed to snatch away any of that Roshan. They were there exactly on time, but could not get it fast enough. And it does its work on one fight without meta as it expired.
I mean, they get
high ground in 30 seconds.
They get anything out of that. Aegis or the cheese, surprisingly.
Yeah,
the cheese actually made a world of difference there, saving the Tiny's life.
I mean, this Tiny has AC now. Like, he's no joke.
He's turning into a full-on carry.
Yeah, Milky's going to poke this. Got 10 seconds, no Life Stealer. And Butterfly done, actually. You might just siege it up here. It's a nice Butterfly timing. This is where Terrorblade's at his strongest.
Just trying to push him back where they can. Wish getting a lot of shield crash damage. Instant Sunder usage. Doesn't do that much, but he has to use the BKB with the Ags Infest on him right now. Milky's actually going to get pretty low. They're going to be able to finish him off here. Wish
dodged
it. He just needs one more hit.
Dodged the swashbuckle.
He landed on Fade. How is all of this getting through? Fade's gonna try and chase after him.
What
He
is
looks like
happening?
he's eventually gonna get him. Surely the crush lands and the hits will finally come through. But Wish had to run himself to death through that play. And Ags Infest now onto the Centaur means they're gonna kill the Centaur as well. Run down even more. They got Sneaky in vision, but Kits responds with a toss that finishes off that Slardar. Speed will do what he can with the missile, trying to chase down. He'll get Sneaky in the end as Samson catches up to him. Now runs after Kits, hoping that he can get more off of this one. If they could actually get Kits as well, that Axe Infest keeps on doing it, man. He's going to come back out with no rage, though. Stomp. Oh, that toss trash landing kills the gyrocopter. Shot down in the sky with a hard landing, but that's okay. Samson in the end gets the kill on Kits, which was a godlike streak. We're at 1,700 gold.
And he picks up an XP rune worth 1,100 XP, so he's level 21 now. Huge teamfight turnaround here off a base push that was very aggressive because, yeah, you can sunder the Pango, but he got such a large shield crash, it didn't matter. And then you're just on the run. And you were lucky to survive as long as you did with a... I mean, maybe not lucky. It was a sick dodge with the Manta, but you can't stand there and fight at that point. Like, your resources are pretty limited on this Terrorblade once that Lifestealer just starts running into the fight. Front line just crumbled there. It was an aggressive push. They got a range barracks out of it, but not much else, and they gave a lot to the Lifestealer on the return. He will pick up a full Sanjin Yasha now. He's getting big, man. He's getting big. You still have option to silence him and bring him down that way, but
yeah,
it's tough. It's tough out here.
Take a Tormentor. This one's for Samson. So he gets the... what is that one? Infest Explosion applies a 50% duration open wounds to enemies within damage radius. So when they jump in, everything's going to get Corrosive Haze, or everything that's in the Crush anyway. And the Infest pop-out is going to apply open wounds to all of these heroes.
Oh, there's an amp damage in the river.
Oh, God. Milky, he's managed to get 3. Oh, the crush on a 3. Immediately trying to go to work here. Samson, he does not commit, though. They back out away from that initiation. The BKB was used on the Terrorblade, and they think that's good enough.
I mean, they can just go with another Infest here in 5 seconds. Pretty smart move, because they got the BKB, the meta, and that amp damage out of the Terrorblade. And now they're all going to run out, right? You just re-smoke or re-go here.
Yep.
Don't have another smoke. That's the problem, but... Yeah, did not want to fight that amp damage Terrorblade, even with that sick crush.
One hell of an initiation from
Oh,
Fade.
yeah, that was as good as it gets.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
These low cooldown infests are pretty nasty, man. Like, you get 3 or 4 off in a fight. It's a lot to combat.
I wonder, he's going to be level 20. Wonder if he gets the Corrosive Haze armor, or if everybody goes the Slithering Crush damage, and he will too. Just thought maybe with a Lifestealer and the Pango, the armor would have some value, but no. If he gets all the way up to 25 and you get that Crush cooldown, if he chooses to take that talent, that one is, you start pumping out some crazy damage as Slordar. You could build like the Octarine build to really combo with it. Ooh.
I think that build's amazing if you're not a focus target.
Yeah.
Or like they don't have crazy burst. I think that build just goes absolutely ham, yeah. In the games where they have crazy burst, you have like one jump to win the fight, then you're probably taking Undispellable Haze, but I think both these talents are extremely viable in the right situation. To get a double catapult wave up top, dealing some decent barracks damage, but nobody able to take advantage of it. I mean, there is a lot of armor on the side of Grin now. Like, they are stacking it up. They got the AC, they got Shivas on the Centaur now, plus Craggy Coat, plus that Lotus from earlier. So this Centaur, it's got 50 armor. Tiny has got 50 armor. This Terrorblade has 40 base armor, plus Vindicator's Axe. I mean, they are really prioritizing the physical resistance here. There's a lot to punch through. Even if you land these crushes, get that amp. I mean, you're taking someone from 50 to 30 armor.
Yeah.
It's like barely anything.
That is a good point.
Need Roshan's in this game. Both teams need next Roshan. Gotta find the pickups that lead to it. This is very close.
Okay, he's still good. He even gets the vision of Fade walking up there. Fade not quite reacting fast enough.
These are scary smokes, man. Keep the top. I mean, you gotta push this top lane out. This ranged barracks has actually been pretty annoying, and it's gonna create a smoke opportunity for Grin, who finished that Daedalus on the Terrorblade. Big damage pickup. Looking for anything right now. Especially if it's outside Apex's base. They will take that fight and clear your axes instantly. See some heroes mid.
Quick and fast look again. The smoke up from Grin. It's going to make it difficult. And then to find this initiation, Big Num is out deep here trying to get a ward down. That's going to be a freebie. And Speed is on the other side of things, also trying to get a ward down. This one is successful for now. So at least they're set up with some sort of vision to contest Roshan if the time comes. Which the time is here.
Yeah, Rubik's just not enough to go high ground, especially with Roche respawning. Do not want to throw. Trying to push some stupid racks and then lose Roche.
Yeah.
He'll get scouted here. So Grin know what's up. Can just run and instantly do it as Fade pushes out. He does have a gem. This is scary to push out like this, though. Don't know if they're sitting on a ward.
Yeah,
They
way
kind
ahead of the
are.
rest of your team, running into all these heroes and missed the crush. Not good.
Didn't BKB.
Fade has to BKB TP out. And he will barely make it. They used a buyback on Big Num there as well off of that initiation. So you completely with that one, and I believe that just leaves it open for Grin to take it for free.
Yeah, you can't even get back here in time. Damage is overwhelming at this point. That's an ag scepter for somebody. Kind of interesting who it's going to go to here. I actually think it's kind of interesting on all 3 cores. This cart is